Chapter 101. Weapon Backpack. Function: backpack for storing weapons. Type: non-upgradable auxiliary item. Monster Weapon Forge reminder: only items produced by the Monster Weapon Forge can be placed in this backpack. Although this backpack can only hold items produced by the Monster Weapon Forge, its slots are unlimited. It can hold as many weapons as needed, unlike Bai Zhao's backpack which has a limited number of slots. Behind Bai Zhao's regular backpack in the game interface, there's a new weapon backpack. Clicking on it allows her to view the items inside. She put 18 weapons into the weapon backpack, said goodbye to Iron Hammer, and left. The first thing Bai Zhao did upon returning to her dormitory was to open her squad. I have a batch of low-level weapons from the Monster Weapon Forge. Low-level polearms, low-level polearms, low-level long swords, low-level short swords, and low-level daggers. Do you want them? Yes, yes, yes. Where did you get so many weapons? I made a deal with the Monster Weapon Forge, but I have to sell them all before we can have another one. Sister Xiao, you have quite the connections. Give me a low-level long sword. Don't want a low-level polearm axe? I'm used to long swords. I need to break in other weapons, so a long sword is fine. 400 nightmare coins. I transferred it to you. Bai Zhao accepted Wei Shui Yangyang's transfer, and sent her the low-level long sword. Wei Shui Yangyang, I thought I wouldn't be able to upgrade my weapon today since I didn't make the list, but things took a turn for the better. Bai Zhao thought that if Wei Shui Yangyang knew how she got this weapon, she would probably call those troublemakers idiots. Weapons are of paramount importance in survival world. Monster Secret Realm, Monster Forest, which one doesn't need weapons? A better weapon increases the probability of making the list. These people threw away their weapons for 200 nightmare coins. What are they if not idiots? 18-year-old cleaning lady. Xiao Xiao, give me a low-level long-handled axe. How much? Swaying lily. I want a low-level long-handled broadsword. The axe is a bit too heavy for me. All illness is cured. Axe 500 nightmare coins. Broadsword 450 nightmare coins. The 18-year-old cleaning lady and Swaying Lily readily transferred the nightmare coins to Bai Zhao, and Bai Zhao sent them the weapons. Bai Zhao didn't forget he had a lackey without a weapon, so he turned around and told Bian Di Piao Ling about it. Everywhere drifting. Boss, you're amazing. You even managed to get your hands on low-level weapons. I want a low-level long-handled axe. All diseases cured. Can you lift it? The axe is a bit heavy. Everywhere drifting. Don't worry, boss. Although I'm a delicate flower, you don't need to pity me. All diseases cured. Bai Zhao's lips twitched. What delicate flower? Long-handled axes are already among the heaviest weapons, and after upgrading to a low-level long-handled axe, the weight is even greater. While most people could lift it without a problem, using it would still be quite strenuous. So Bai Zhao was just kindly reminding him. Fine, since everywhere drifting is so confident, let him be. Bai Zhao uploaded the remaining weapons to the trading center according to the prices Iron Hammer had mentioned. If she could cooperate with Iron Hammer long-term, more players in Building 4, Unit 4 would have weapons, and fewer people would die in the monster dungeon in the future. With only minutes left before the monster dungeon opened, Wei Shui Yangyang suddenly tagged Bai Zhao in the team chat. All illness is cured. What's wrong? Wei Shui Yangyang, I traded information about the 4th level of the monster realm. It's another monster killing level. Apparently, the monster in the 4th level is a black bear monster with copper skin and iron bones. It's practically immune to damage. However, it's not a speed-type monster, so even if you can't beat it, you might be able to outrun it. That's about it. Be careful. By Bing Quan Xiao, got it. Bai Zhao's scythe is now a mid-level weapon with a higher critical hit rate than before, and it also has a stun skill. Even if she can't kill the black bear monster, stunning it and escaping is an option. But Bai Zhao suddenly remembered the gray wolf monster in the 2nd level. She had asked Wei Shui Yangyang and the others afterward. Their terrain was different, but they hadn't encountered the closed vortex gate of the monster realm. She was a little worried. Today's level, the monster realm, had closed the vortex gate again, leaving her with no choice but to fight the monsters to the death. But no matter what, she still had to go. In the survival world, to live, you can't stop moving forward. The monster realm is now open, closing at 4 p.m. Come and claim your generous rewards. A familiar vortex gate appeared, and Bai Zhao, scythe in hand, plunged inside. This time, Bai Zhao entered a forest terrain, and she noticed it was exactly the same as the monster forest. Was the designer lazy, and didn't want to design other terrains, so they just copied and pasted the monster forest? Bai Zhao felt she might have figured it out. Bai Zhao stared anxiously at the vortex gate, which was far away, fearing it would suddenly disappear like it had when she cleared the second level. Welcome to the 4th level of the monster realm. Kill the black bear monster to clear the level. As CC announced, Bai Xiao heard a bear's roar, an angry roar, a roar that seemed intent on tearing the intruder to shreds. Ready? The cute and charming CC is about to start the countdown. 5, 4, 1. Just as CC finished counting to 1, a black bear, like an arrow released from a bow, lunged at Bai Xiao with its jaws wide open. Bai Xiao only felt a dark shadow above her head and instinctively ran to the side. The black bear, falling from the sky, missed its target and landed heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of grass and dust. Luckily, Bai Xiao dodged quickly. The massive black bear landed less than an arm's length from where she was standing. If she had reacted even a fraction slower, the 4th level would have been over before it even began. Black bear monster. Monster level, level 3 monster. Monster HP, 500. Monster category, strength type. CC's warning, this black bear monster, banished by the Black Bear clan, is extremely hungry. Bai Xiao didn't miss CC's warning. This was indeed a black bear monster banished by the Black Bear clan. Currently, only the 1st level's boss, the giant rat monster, is unknown in origin. The 2nd level's Grey Wolf monster is the leader of the Grey Wolf clan, the 3rd level's is the princess of the Fox Kingdom, and the 4th level's Black Bear monster was formerly a member of the Black Bear clan. Therefore, her guess was correct. The monsters in the monster realm are indeed intelligent monsters, but for some unknown reason, they were trapped in the monster realm and turned into mindless monsters. The black bear landed, realizing it had missed its target, and immediately turned to look at Bai Xiao beside it, then pounced again. Bai Xiao jumped up, grabbed a tree trunk, and nimbly climbed the tree like a monkey. The black bear monster missed again, picked up the tree Bai Xiao had climbed, and pulled upwards with all its might. It was incredibly strong. The tree, which would take 3 adults to encircle, shook violently, and was about to be uprooted. Chapter 102. Bai Xiao swayed precariously in the tree. She thought this black bear monster was probably brainless. With its immense strength, it could have easily shaken her off the tree, yet it insisted on uprooting it. But it was better that it was brainless. If it had any brains with that kind of strength, she would be dead already. While the black bear monster was focused on uprooting the tree, Bai Xiao jumped down, landing on its head, and then flipping onto the ground. As she flipped, she swung her scythe, and slashed hard at the black bear monster's neck. Health reduced by 5, poison spreading, health decreasing by 3 over time. It really was tough as nails. Bai Xiao remembered when she killed the Grey Wolf monster leader, she was using a low-level long-handled scythe, and one strike reduced its health by 10. Now, wielding a mid-level long-handled scythe, one strike only reduced the black bear monster's health by 5. However, poison truly treats all equally. Even a small wound was enough for the poison to spread and continuously reduce health by 3. Having been stomped on the head and slashed, the black bear monster finally gave up on uprooting the tree and turned to charge at Bai Xiao. The forest terrain was indeed unfavorable for escape, but it was advantageous for evasion. Bai Xiao could grab tree trunks or vines to avoid the black bear monster's rampage. Bai Xiao even felt it was easier than dealing with the Grey Wolf monster leader in the 2nd level. Bai Xiao landed a critical hit on her 2nd strike, reducing the black bear monster's health by 20. On her 3rd strike, Bai Xiao silently vowed to inflict a stun skill. She swung her scythe down hard, but the scythe only reduced the black bear monster's health by 5 points. However, she successfully stunned it. The black bear monster lowered its head, and a small, game-like stun circle appeared above its head, with a few golden stars on it. Taking advantage of the black bear monster's stun, Bai Xiao unleashed a few powerful attacks. She realized she needed to pair her stun with a high-damage skill, so she could finish it off after it was stunned, or at least significantly reduce its health while it was still under attack. The 1.5-second stun was too short. Bai Xiao only managed 2 attacks before the black bear recovered, though she had landed a critical hit that reduced its health by 20. The black bear monster still had 435 health remaining. Bai Xiao could only keep dodging and attacking, but this was draining her stamina. As her stamina decreased, so did her agility, making it harder to dodge the black bear monster's attacks. At this point, the black bear monster still had over 100 health remaining. Bai Xiao knew she wouldn't be able to pass this 4th level today. Without lingering, she ran towards the vortex gate. Congratulations, player, you have safely evacuated the monster realm. Monster realm item drops details X3. This was the first time Bai Xiao had encountered a level she couldn't pass. aside from the first level of the monster realm. She also learned that failing to pass a level, but safely evacuating would result in item details dropping. No wonder there were so many item details available for the 4 dormitory buildings. After leaving, Bai Xiao drank some water. She had spent over an hour in the monster realm fighting the black bear monster, and it was already past 11 p.m. The other members of her team were still working on the 3rd level of the monster realm. If they could clear it, they would have to stay in the monster realm for 2 hours, so she had to go to the monster restaurant first. The 18-year-old cleaning lady and Swaying Lily had already been promoted to full-time employees, and they had 2 more chances to enter the monster restaurant this week. However, Bai Xiao and Wei Shui Yang hadn't been promoted yet. They still needed monster restaurant work cards to enter. Wei Xuanjiang had already used up all the monster restaurant work cards she got from the newlyweds' first night treasure chest. Luckily, Bai Xiao still had one in her backpack, which she had given to Wei Xuanjiang yesterday. So, Bai Xiao currently only had 1 monster restaurant work card left. If she couldn't get a permanent position today, she wouldn't be able to enter the monster restaurant or participate in the monster forest tomorrow. Wait, tomorrow? Bai Xiao suddenly remembered something, and took out the White Rabbit Monster's wedding invitation from her backpack. The wedding date on the invitation had changed to 1 day later. That meant that Sin was getting married to Tian tomorrow. Bai Xiao remembered that Sin was suspected to be the young master of the Rabbit Monster banker, so she had to attend this wedding. She had to attend the White Rabbit Monster's wedding tomorrow, but she hadn't chosen a partner yet. However, she secretly hoped to go with the 18-year-old cleaning lady, because the 18-year-old cleaning lady was strong enough, and Bai Xiao felt safe with her. Although attending the wedding shouldn't be dangerous, Bai Xiao still felt she should be cautious, since it was a place she'd never been before. Bai Xiao told the 18-year-old cleaning lady about it, asking if she'd like to go to the White Rabbit Monster's wedding with him. However, the 18-year-old cleaning lady was still in the monster realm, and wouldn't reply until she came out. After sending the message, Bai Xiao took out her monster restaurant work card and entered the restaurant. Since it was still early, Bai Xiao went to find Chu Chu. Chu Chu saw Bai Xiao and asked suspiciously, "Didn't you say you go directly to the 5th floor from now on?" Bai Xiao thought to herself, what else could it be? If you won't give me a permanent position, I can only come here to build your favor and try to get a permanent position today. But Bai Xiao couldn't say that in front of Chu Chu, so she smiled and said, "I recently learned a new piece and would like the manager to hear it." Chu Chu loved violin music and naturally wouldn't refuse, her monkey eyes behind her glasses shining with delight. Okay. Bai Xiao played a piece she had been practicing frequently recently, Beautiful Night. The melody was incredibly beautiful, and Chu Chu quickly closed her eyes, savoring it. After the piece ended, Chu Chu opened her eyes, her gaze full of admiration. During Bai Xiao's interview, although Chu Chu was satisfied with her, she always felt something was missing. It felt that this human girl hadn't played the violin in a long time, and her rustiness prevented her from performing at her best. Therefore, Chu Chu wasn't in a hurry to officially hire Bai Xiao, hoping she would work for a while longer until her violin skills improved before discussing a permanent position. But after hearing Bai Xiao's piece today, it felt there was no need to wait any longer. Golden Monkey Chu Chu's favorability increased by 10, currently at 20 towards you. Bai Xiao put down her violin. Xiao Lizi was right. Chu Chu really loved listening to violin music. Playing for it would make it very happy. For some reason, Bai Xiao thought of her violin teacher. She loved the violin as much as Chu Chu did, and her teacher thought she was a talented child. When Bai Xiao was sick, besides her parents, the person who was saddened the most was her teacher who had taught her since childhood. Chu Chu praised her. "You played very well, much better than on the first day of the interview. I didn't expect you to improve so quickly." Bai Xiao smiled slightly. "I practice hard every day so as not to let you down by giving me this job." Bai Xiao didn't play the silent hard work game. If you're working hard, you have to say it out loud. Otherwise, how will others know you worked hard? They just think you're playing in the break room all day. Sure enough, after she said that, Chu Chu looked at her with a hint of appreciation. How could a boss not like such a hard-working employee? Chu Chu, I think we can talk about getting a permanent position today. Chapter 103. Bai Xiao had only intended to come and cultivate Chu Chu's favor, and incidentally, subtly inquire about the requirements for becoming a full-time employee. Unexpectedly, Chu Chu directly granted her a full-time position. Bai Xiao was led by Chu Chu to Mian Xianwan's office. Currently, only Swaying Lily is in the human personnel department. Since she's not present, Mian Xianwan is temporarily handling human employee affairs. Mian Xianwan processed Bai Xiao's full-time employment, she will now be a formal employee of the Monster Restaurant. In addition to the privilege of entering the Monster Restaurant twice a week, her salary has doubled. She will now earn 600 nightmare coins per song. After becoming a full-time employee, Bai Xiao, urged by Chu Chu, went to the 5th floor break room to start working. Bai Xiao happily shared her newfound position with her team members, and specifically tagged Wei Shui Yangyang. Now, he was the only one in the team who hadn't become a full-time employee yet, so he needed to hurry. Congratulations to player Shirley A for becoming the first player to clear the 4th level of the Monster Realm. The first clear reward is a Monster Weapon Forging Room invitation card. With this card, you can go to the Monster Weapon Forging Room to customize your desired weapon. A player has cleared the 4th level. Bai Xiao is somewhat familiar with this player. A couple of days ago, BND Piaoling told her about Shirley A. After getting the elevator card, Shirley A used it to go to the 58th floor and almost killed a helpful citizen. According to the player on the 58th floor, he's a skilled fighter, wielding a long sword. Now that he's killed the black bear monster, his skills must be quite impressive. Bai Xiao definitely wants such a skilled player to join her team, but she's never interacted with Shirley A before and doesn't know his character, so she decides against it. It wasn't until 12:30 that the team members, after leaving the Monster Realm and arriving at the Monster Restaurant, began replying to Bai Xiao's messages one after another. 18-year-old cleaning ant, okay. This was Bai Xiao's private message reply, agreeing to attend the White Rabbit Monster's wedding with him. The rest were replies from within the team. Wei Shui Yangyang, I just found out how to become a full-fledged chef. All you need is 100 positive reviews from diners. I should be able to do it today. Don't worry, I won't hold everyone back. 18-year-old cleaning ant, I passed the 4th level, but unfortunately I wasted time on the 3rd. I don't know who got the first pass. I didn't hear the announcement in the Monster Realm. All illness is cured. The first pass it was Li. 18-year-old cleaning lady. So it was him. He's been asking for elevator cards in the chat lobby and trading center lately. I bet he wants to go kill some helpful citizens on the 58th floor too. Swaying Lily. Li was on the Monster Secret Realm leaderboard with the Monster Restaurant work card reward, but I don't know what position he's in. 18-year-old cleaning lady. I heard he's a martial arts expert. Could he be in security? There are 3 human employees there. Wei Shui Yangyang, has he formed a team? Our team only has 4 people. If he's skilled, we might consider him. I see other teams have more members. Teams that didn't make the Monster Forest leaderboard last night are starting to recruit. Since teams are newly formed, more members mean more monsters killed. So Wei Shui Yangyang thinks their team should recruit more too, otherwise, while others are killing monsters with 6 or 7 people, their team is still only 4. I don't know. We should be cautious when forming a team. Although teammates shouldn't hurt each other, a bad teammate is still a liability. That makes sense. What if it's someone impulsive? By the way, didn't you add the waiter for Unit 3 of Building 3? He didn't come to the Monster Restaurant today. Could you contact him for me? The human waiter, who came to the break room today to inform Bai Xiao that someone had requested a violin piece, was an unfamiliar face. After asking, Bai Xiao learned that Xiaoke hadn't come to the Monster Restaurant yet. But Xiaoke said yesterday he would come today. Bai Xiao didn't think he was a liar. Besides, even if he could run away, he couldn't hide forever. Could it be that he was giving up his job at the Monster Restaurant to avoid her? What kind of benefits must the Fox King have given him? He doesn't even need to work anymore. Wei Shui Yangyang. He hasn't replied to my messages since last night, and I'm wondering about it too. 18-year-old cleaning lady. Could it be that he doesn't want to reply? Wei Shui Yangyang. Probably not. The staff can walk around and get all sorts of information. He messages me every night after get off work, exchanging one piece of information for another. Unless he's quitting the survival game, he wouldn't stop exchanging information with me. Wei Shui Yangyang. But why did you suddenly contact him? All illnesses disappear. He made an appointment with me yesterday to share some information with me today. Wei Shui Yangyang. That's strange. His profile picture isn't offline, so he can't be dead. All illnesses disappear. If he replies to your message, let me know. Bai Xiao had a bad feeling about this. How could someone suddenly disappear? Even if he stayed in the Fox Kingdom and didn't return, he should have replied to Wei Shui Yangyang's message. Could it be that the Fox Kingdom wasn't a good place after all? Everything is unknown in places we haven't been to, and Bai Xiao couldn't go to the Fox Kingdom anyway. This matter was currently unclear. The 18-year-old cleaning lady suspected it was Li. In their security department, there were currently only 3 human employees, all of whom, like the 18-year-old cleaning lady, had only joined the monster restaurant yesterday. Only one of them had been officially promoted, the other 2 hadn't. Today, only the one who had been promoted came to the monster restaurant. He was currently patrolling with the other monsters in the security department. Among a group of muscular wolfhound monsters, marehound monsters, the only human in the group stood out. The 18-year-old cleaning lady called him over. "Hey, you human security guard, come here for a second." The only human in the group immediately realized the security captain was calling him, and left the group to go over. The man in the security guard uniform, before her, looked to be in his early 20s. He wasn't particularly strong, but the uniform provided by the monster restaurant had a very good cut, accentuating his broad shoulders and narrow waist, giving him a lean and wiry appearance. He was about 180 centimeters tall, with thick eyebrows, large eyes, a high nose, thin lips, and slightly dark skin. He had a very upright appearance, like a male lead in an old TV drama. He looked at the 18-year-old cleaning lady with suspicion. "Captain, is there something you need?" The 18-year-old cleaning lady raised her head. "Let's spar a few times. You are allowed to use weapons." It was said that Lee's weapon was a long sword. The 18-year-old cleaning lady thought that by fighting him, and seeing what weapon he used, she could tell if he was indeed Lee. Chapter 104. The man was bewildered, looking at the 18-year-old cleaning lady with some wariness. "Captain, the monster restaurant doesn't allow any behavior that harms others, the monsters. Violators will be expelled." He suspected he was being targeted by his superior, that the captain was trying to make things difficult for him. The 18-year-old cleaning lady, "Consider it a challenge. If you win, you're the captain." Although harming others, the monsters, was forbidden at the monster restaurant, the interdepartmental sparring was to select the strongest employee as captain, so it wasn't considered harmful behavior. Moreover, it was a sparring match, and death was not an option. Otherwise, it would be a violation and expulsion from the monster restaurant. So when the 18-year-old cleaning lady mentioned sparring, the wariness in the man's eyes disappeared, but he shook his head. "No, Captain, I can't beat you." He had clearly seen how the 18-year-old cleaning lady had defeated the former security captain yesterday. He suspected the captain had been in the military, and her fighting style was different from his, someone who had practiced martial arts since childhood. He knew he was no match for her. The 18-year-old cleaning lady said, "Then, as the team leader, I spar with you to see if you're qualified to be a security guard at the monster restaurant, okay?" The man replied, "Sure." As the team leader, she had the right to respect her opponent. The 18-year-old cleaning lady took out the low-level long-handled axe she had bought from Bai Xiao that day. The man's eyes flickered, and he also took out the low-level longsword he had just upgraded that day. When he took out the low-level longsword, the 18-year-old cleaning lady was about 80% certain of his identity. "It's Lee." He obtained a longsword in the Monster Secret Realm rankings, and even received an invitation card to the Monster Weapon Forging Room yesterday, so upgrading is normal. Bai Xiao was unaware of what had happened in the security department until 2 hours later, when the 18-year-old cleaning lady sent a message to the team. The 18-year-old cleaning lady, "I found Lee A. He's in our security department. I just sparred with this kid. His maternal grandfather is a martial arts master. He's been learning martial arts from his grandfather since he was little, so his skills are indeed quite good, and his swordsmanship is also good, but he lacks the killing intent. After all, everyone was born in a peaceful era, and even if Lee A had practiced martial arts since childhood, he certainly hadn't actually fought anyone in real combat." The 18-year-old cleaning lady, "That kid isn't an impulsive person, just a bit too chivalrous. Ever since he found out that the helpful citizen was a murderer, he's been wanting to kill him. He's probably read too many martial arts novels. All illness is gone. Being too chivalrous in a survival world isn't a good thing. After all, Bai Xiao had killed a few people after transmigrating to the survival world to survive, or rather, whether he killed anyone or not was just a matter of time. If Lee A felt that killing was wrong, then he wouldn't be able to survive in this world." 18-year-old cleaning lady, "He's not the kind of person who can't think straight. He told me that in the survival world, there are no laws, and he can't interfere with murder. But as a concerned citizen, in the past, in a society governed by the rule of law, if someone killed a family of 5, he felt that such people deserved to die. I agree with that." Swaying Lily, "What's his stat?" Bai Xiao had originally wanted to ask, but since Swaying Lily had asked, she didn't. If Lee isn't such a stubborn person, and he's practiced martial arts since childhood, even 18 said he's quite skilled, then he should be a good teammate. 18-year-old cleaning lady, He joined another team, the one ranked third on the Forest leaderboard. I think it's called Crimson Dawn. Swaying Lily, looks like we're not going to be teammates, Bai Xiao said with a hint of regret. But Li had been to the monster restaurant yesterday. With his skills and the buffs he got as a security guard, it's normal that people wanted him as a teammate. They were just a step too late. Wei Shuiyang, what are you talking about? Wei Shuiyang, report. We received 100 positive reviews from diners and are now officially recognized. All illness is cured. Now that our entire team is officially recognized, we can participate in the Monster Forest dungeon at least twice a week. 18-year-old cleaning ant. That's great. Just letting you know, I have something to do tomorrow and can't come to the monster restaurant. Swaying Lily. It's okay, we can come the day after tomorrow. Wei Shuiyang. Alright, it's a date then. Come to the monster restaurant the day after tomorrow. Bai Xiao knew that the 18-year-old cleaning ant had something to do tomorrow because she was going to attend the White Rabbit monster's wedding with her. She had originally planned to tell her after work, but since the 18-year-old cleaning ant had said so, she didn't need to. Bai Xiao kept thinking about Li's matter. Li wasn't the only one who disliked the enthusiastic citizen. Bai Xiao hadn't forgotten what the enthusiastic citizen had said about wanting to kill her. In other words, he was unlucky enough to be killed by its Li. Otherwise, he would have gotten the monster restaurant work card and been able to participate in the Monster Forest dungeon. Bai Xiao thought the helpful citizen was a mad dog, and she didn't want this person to have even the slightest possibility of harming her. After thinking for a while, she added its Li. In the chat lobby. The friend request message was, I have an elevator card. Seeing the message from all diseases cured, Li quickly accepted. Li, what item do you want to exchange? All diseases cured. If you're going to kill the helpful citizen, the elevator card is free. Li, I'm going to kill him, give it to me. Ever since he almost killed the helpful citizen, the citizen had been buying up all the elevator cards for units, 4 of the 4 buildings at high prices. He had killed so many players, his resources were far beyond Li's. Players with elevator cards were more willing to sell them to the helpful citizen to earn more items. Li couldn't compete with the helpful citizen. When all diseases cured came knocking, Li suddenly remembered that the helpful citizen had mentioned that all diseases cured had stolen his first kill and wanted to kill him. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, so he wasn't surprised why all diseases cured was looking for him. As for why Bai Bingquangxiu didn't kill the helpful citizen himself, but instead sent him to do it, it was because Li wasn't interested in that. He just wanted to finish off the helpful citizen himself, a murderer like that didn't deserve to live. Your friend Bai Bingquangxiu has gifted you a game item, please check. Bai Bingquangxiu, I heard you almost killed the helpful citizen before, but someone came to save him. If that person is still here, are you confident you can kill the helpful citizen? Li, yes, last time he caught me off guard. Now I know he exists. If he dares to meddle again and protect a murderer, I kill him too. Bai Bingquangxiu, then I wait for your good news. If the helpful citizen is dead, Bai Xiao can eat an extra bowl of rice every day. Besides the helpful citizen, the other enemies in Unit 4 of Building 4 are just handsome dandies, not even on the monster ranking list, so they pose no threat whatsoever. Chapter 105. The afternoon passed quickly, and the monster realm closed. The monster realm is about to close. Players who have not yet evacuated must evacuate within 10 seconds. Otherwise, the vortex gate of the monster realm will close, and players will be trapped in the monster realm until it reopens at 10 a.m. the next morning. 10, 9, 1. Bai Xiao hadn't passed the 4th level today, and was a little worried about not being on the leaderboard. He put down his violin and listened attentively to the leaderboard announcement. Today's rewards for the top 20 players on the Monster Realm leaderboard are Monster Weapon Forging Room Invitation Card and Backpack Expansion Slots. Monster Realm leaderboard. First place, it's Li. Monster Realm Level 4 cleared. Reward, Monster Weapon Forging Room Invitation Card X1, Backpack Expansion Slots X10. 4th place, Helpful Citizen. Monster Realm Level 4 cleared. Reward, Monster Weapon Forging Room Invitation Card X1, Backpack Expansion Slots X10. 5th place, 18-year-old Cleaning Lady, Monster Realm Level 4 cleared. Reward, Monster Weapon Forging Room Invitation Card X1, Backpack Expansion Slots X10. 6th place, Fun-Loving Person, Monster Realm Level 4 cleared. Reward, Monster Weapon Forging Room Invitation Card X1, Backpack Expansion Slots X10. 7th place, All Illnesses Cured, Monster Realm Level 4 Boss HP Remaining, 172, Reward, Backpack Expansion Slots X10. 8th place, Crazy Tinging Watermelon, Monster Realm Level 4 Boss HP remaining, 190, Reward. Backpack Expansion Slots X10. 11th place. A Little Bit of Frost, Monster Realm Level 4 Boss HP remaining, 210, Reward. Backpack Expansion Slots X8. 16th place. Inging Monster, Monster Realm Level 4 Boss HP remaining 249, Reward. Backpack Expansion Slots X6. 20th place. Lazy King of Green Grassland, Monster Realm Level 4 Boss HP remaining 270, Reward. Backpack Expansion Slots X4. It seems the Black Bear monster in Level 4 is quite difficult to deal with. Only 6 players from Unit 4 of Building 4 cleared Level 4. This time the reward is also a Monster Weapon Forging Room invitation card. Bai Xiao thinks he should remind the 18-year-old cleaning lady to add some skills to her weapon. Today, a total of 1,972 players participated in the Monster Realm, and 56 players died in the realm. The number of surviving players in the Unit 4 of Building 4 chat hall dropped from 4122 to 4061, including those who died outside the Monster Realm. Bai Xiao frowned upon seeing so few players participating in the dungeon. Why were so many people suddenly skipping it? Weren't they afraid of the cleanup night? However, seeing that the survival count had only decreased by 61, Bai Xiao immediately realized that they weren't participating in the monster dungeon because they didn't want too many deaths in Building 4, Unit 4. If the number dropped further, and the survival count fell below 4,000, then it would be time for the next merge night. You bunch of cowards, you think you won't die if you don't merge? Just wait, those who are destined to die will die sooner or later. Hiding in your dorms won't help. 4-4 was clearly angry, but the players in Building 4, Unit 4 were used to its way of speaking. Even if it really had some bad intentions, no one really cared. Bai Xiao opened his team chat and sent a message. 18. Go to the Monster Weapon Forging Room tomorrow. Try to build a good relationship with the manager. I suspect they have some services that require unlocking affinity. 18-year-old cleaning lady. I never been there before. What services does the Monster Weapon Forging Room offer? 18-year-old cleaning lady. I only know about upgrading weapons, adding poison, increasing skills, and binding weapons. I don't know anything else. 18-year-old cleaning lady. Increasing skills? Binding weapons? Swaying lily. Tell me more. Bai Xiao explained everything. The stronger his teammates became, the stronger their team became, there was no point in hiding it. 18-year-old cleaning lady. But I suspect it will only do these things for you if you unlock Iron Hammer's affinity. This morning, Bai Xiao saw the yellow dog monster receiving human players, taking their upgraded weapons from other monsters, and handing them to the human players. When Bai Xiao saw this, she suspected that the players' weapons were upgraded by employees, like the yellow dog monster. Her weapons were always personally delivered to her by Iron Hammer. While weapon upgrades might be the job of other monster employees, weapon binding and skill enhancement were something only Iron Hammer could do. In short, the one person you absolutely couldn't offend in the Monster Weapon Forging Room was Iron Hammer. After all, even VIP upgrades depended on his mood. 18-year-old cleaning lady. I understand. All illnesses cured. By the way, weapon upgrade to intermediate level is 800, binding is 500, and skill enhancement is 3000. Remember to bring enough nightmare coins. After Bai Xiao finished speaking, the team remained silent for a long time. 18-year-old cleaning lady. I only get 600 nightmare coins a day. Today is my second day on the job. Wei Shui Yang Yang. Yesterday I earned 250 nightmare coins, and today, after my probationary period, I get 500. Nobody told me this game requires real money. Swaying Lily. I earn a little more than you, 800 nightmare coins a day, but I still need to save up to upgrade my skills. Bai Xiao always felt poor, but compared to her teammates, she realized she was actually quite wealthy, earning around 1,000 nightmare coins a day. Cure all illnesses. Next time, let's buy a compensation succulent from the Monster Mobile Game Shop. It costs 799 nightmare coins, and it'd be another way to make money. Wei Shui Yang Yang. The Monster Mobile Game Shop is unpredictable. Even if it lands in our Building 7 Unit 1, it'll only be on a few random floors. The probability of encountering it is too small. 18-year-old cleaning ant. Yeah, last time the mobile game shop came, we didn't encounter it on our floor. Swaying Lily. I did encounter it, but I didn't have enough nightmare coins then, and I don't know when I encounter it again. Bai Xiao remembered she had a lucky cat, which she could use to go to the mobile game shop on Saturdays and Sundays. The compensation succulent shouldn't be a limited purchase item, so she could buy it for her teammates. Bai Xiao calculated that they had transmigrated on Friday night, so it was the 6th day now. Today was Wednesday, and Saturday would be in 2 days. All illness is gone. Next time, I go to the mobile game store and give you 2 a compensation succulent. Thank you, Sister Xiao. Swaying Lily. Thank you, Sister Xiao. 18-year-old cleaning aunt. Thank you, Sister Xiao. All illness is gone, eh? Bai Xiao remembered that the 18-year-old cleaning aunt had traded compensation succulents with her before. She was just following the trend. Bai Xiao chuckled. Actually, she quite enjoyed chatting with her teammates in the squad. Before she got sick, she had many friends, but after she got sick, they stopped keeping in touch. After transmigrating to the survival world, she thought she could only be friends with monsters. But then the monster forest introduced a rule against harming teammates in any way. With this premise, she dared to make a few friends in this dangerous survival world. Chapter 106. Bai Xiao looked through the glass of the lounge and saw the sky gradually darkening, the moon silhouette appearing and disappearing. She knew the 6th night was approaching. Dear players of Building 4, Unit 4, night is about to fall. Tonight you face the night of the 4 pests. Monster numbers will double. Please try your best to survive tonight. The countdown to the 4 pests' appearance, 10, 9, 1. Bai Xiao looked up sharply when she heard the monster numbers double. She hadn't participated in the dormitory's night for 3 consecutive nights. But that didn't mean she wasn't concerned about the dormitory's night. Everywhere she looked, the drifting monsters would tell her what kind of monsters would appear. She also learned that the monsters appearing in the dormitory were getting higher and higher level, and their damage to the main gate was getting stronger. Under normal circumstances, many players were barely holding on. Tonight, with the monsters doubling, many players might die. It's important to know that only 4,061 people remained alive in Building 4, Unit 4. If a large number of players died tonight, the number of survivors would decrease significantly, and Building 4, Unit 4 might be merged into another dormitory building. Bai Xiao felt that CC's voice was unusually cold this time, perhaps even mixed with other emotions, giving Bai Xiao a bad feeling. She opened her team chat and tagged Wei Shui Yang, the only player from another region in their team. All illnesses disappeared at Wei Shui Yang. Did the monsters in your dorm double today? Wei Shui Yang. No, Chi only said tonight is the night of the 4 pests, not that the monsters doubled. Did the monsters double over there? Seeing Wei Shui Yang's reply, Bai Xiao felt a chill run down her spine. She suddenly realized that perhaps the players in their 4th building, 4th unit had angered CC. Unit 4 of Building 4 has been unusually united lately. There are fewer instances of players killing each other, and more instances of mutual assistance. It's not that everyone is particularly kind. Ultimately, they just hope the merge night arrives at 1 p.m., or that fewer players die, increasing the probability of becoming the main building. Unit 44 has always instigated players to fight each other, and is happy to see this situation. Recently, the players have suddenly changed their tune. In fact, Unit 44 has expressed its dissatisfaction many times. Even today, during the dungeon settlement, Unit 44 said, "You bunch of cowards. Do you think you won't die if we don't merge? Just wait. Those who are destined to die will die sooner or later. Hiding in your dorms won't help." Because Unit 44 always likes to say such harsh things, no one paid attention when it said it. Now, thinking back, Bai Zhao's mind is filled with Unit 44's just wait. She finally understands that Unit 44 must have already planned to punish them, making them wait until tonight. Bai Zhao's teeth were grinding together. CC's mouth, which had always been like it was poisoned, was constantly spouting threats of death. Who would have thought it was actually serious this time? It was truly unexpected. But even if they had known CC would be angry, today's events would still have happened. Ever since they learned that the main building would be determined by the number of survivors on merge night, the players in Unit 4 of Building 4 hadn't dared to kill indiscriminately. So, it was only a matter of time before CC resented them. The 18-year-old cleaning lady. What's going on? Only in Unit 4 of Building 4 have the monsters doubled in number? Is CC behind this? Inside the team, the 18-year-old cleaning lady and Swaying Lily, seeing Bai Zhao's chat history with Wei Shui Yang, both realized something was wrong. All illness is cured. I guess there haven't been enough player deaths in Building 4 unit for these past few days, so 44 got angry and caused this mess today. Swaying Lilies. Yesterday's cleanup night emptied most players' disposable items, so a large number of player deaths are probably unavoidable today. 18-year-old cleaning ant. That 44 is a real jerk. I don't even know what it is. If it had a physical form and I caught it, I'd chop it into mincemeat. Warning, The 18-year-old cleaning ant in Building 4, Unit 4 insulted the administrator. Punishment: her floor number is revealed. The 18-year-old cleaning ant's floor is the 18th floor. Note: next time you insult the administrator, your dormitory number will be revealed. Please take this as a warning. 18-year-old cleaning lady: damn it. All illness is cured. 18, calm down, stop cursing. Swaying lily: we know what you want to say, don't be impulsive now. Wei Shui Yang Yang: ah, what's wrong? Hearing CC's warning, Bai Xiao broke out in a cold sweat. She had secretly cursed CC many times before, and now she was very glad that she had only cursed it secretly and never said it aloud. Who knew CC was so cunning? Just 1 or 2 curses, and it directly exposed the player's floor. What's the difference between that and doxing? Bai Xiao was afraid that the 18-year-old cleaning lady would continue to curse, and the next punishment would be exposing her dormitory number. Once the dormitory number was exposed, she would have to have eyes in the back of her head every time she went out, and she would have to be on guard against being attacked at all times. 18-year-old cleaning lady: this is so frustrating. All illness is cured. I understand, drink some water and calm down, don't get too angry. Swaying lily: you can't fight City Hall, just bear with it for now. Wei Shui Yang Yang: huh? What happened? Wei Shui Yang Yang was completely confused. Living in Unit 1 of Building 7, he couldn't hear the warning from CC. In his mind, the 18-year-old cleaning lady had insulted the administrator of Unit 4, Building 4, and then suddenly said damn it. Bai Xiao and Lily calmed him down and soothed his emotions. 18-year-old cleaning lady: CC just warned me for insulting the administrator, exposed my floor, and said if I do it again, he exposed my dorm number. Wei Shui Yang Yang: that's serious? CC is so petty. All illness is gone. Don't talk nonsense. Wei Shui Yang Yang: I didn't hear the warning. Maybe it's because my administrator is Chi Chi. As long as you didn't insult Chi Chi, it's fine. Don't be angry, 18. I scold him for you. CC, be careful. 44 is a bastard. 44 will get hacked to pieces if he goes out. Omitting a long string of insults directed at 44. 18-year-old cleaning lady: feels better now. From now on you're my proxy for insults. Wei Shui Yang Yang: I promise I insult 44 every day from now on. He's a damn good for nothing. 18-year-old cleaning lady: 111111111. She can't insult him, but can't she frantically press 1 to show her agreement with Wei Shui Yang Yang? She doesn't believe 44 even cares about this. Swaying lilies: 111111111. All illness is cured. 111111111. 18-year-old cleaning lady: wait, you can scold CC, so can we scold Chi Chi? Wei Shui Yang Yang: probably. 18-year-old cleaning lady: if you're unhappy with Chi Chi in the future, tell us, and we scold her for you. We can't scold the administrator, right? Then we can scold other people's administrators, right? Chapter 107. Insulting Building 4 won't solve the problem. Tonight is a matter of life and death for Unit 4 of Building 4. If more players die tonight, most players can be well fed and ready to go on their way tomorrow night when Building 4 and Unit 4 merge. Some in the chat hall are desperate, while others feel they shouldn't give up. But tonight isn't a cleanup night. The doubled monster spawns aren't targeting any specific group of players. Every player faces an equal risk of death. Therefore, few people are uploading items to the trading center today. With the idea that saving even one more person increases the number of survivors, Bai Xiao uploaded all the Garlic X10 and Turret Speed Up cards X2 from her backpack to the trading center, setting the trade item to Iron. They sold out immediately, and she obtained Iron X12. Currently, Bai Xiao is Iron X19 and Steel X5. The upgrade materials for the level 2 brand new Iron Gate require Iron X15, Steel X5, and upgrade cards X5, which she has now collected. However, she is not currently in the dormitory, and cannot upgrade the gate for the time being. Bai Xiao frowned, hoping that the turrets and regular repair stations she had uploaded earlier would save some players. When she returned late at night, the advanced turret manufacturing station would have refreshed, allowing her to produce turrets. She would then upload another batch of turrets to the trading center. Besides Bai Xiao, the 18-year-old cleaning lady, the swaying lily, and Li. These players currently in the monster restaurant and not participating in the dormitory nighttime activities all uploaded some items, doing their part. This wasn't surprising. After all, too many player deaths wouldn't benefit them, so they would definitely help. But to Bai Xiao's surprise, several other people in the trading center uploaded items. A player named Silent One, whose name sounded familiar. He'd probably seen him on the Monster Dungeon leaderboard recently. Uploaded level 3 turrets for X200 and level 2 turrets for X500. Then, there was Handsome Dapper, who'd been jumping around a lot lately. He uploaded level 3 turrets for X70 and level 2 turrets for X600. Both of them were still charging exorbitant prices. A level 3 turret sold for 3 Nightmare Coins in the mobile game store, while Baishao uploaded it to the trading center for 5 Nightmare Coins. Their level 3 turrets were priced at 10 Nightmare Coins, and level 2 turrets at 8 Nightmare Coins. Although expensive, the monster spawn rate doubled tonight, and players without enough turrets felt insecure, so their uploads were quickly snapped up. The two uploaded their turrets one after the other, with identical prices. Baishao wasn't sure if she was imagining things, but she felt like they planned it together. In the chat lobby, unusually, no one was cursing them. At this time, there were still too few players willing to upload items. Even if they were expensive, everyone had to put up with it. Inside the team, the 3 members were all in a bad mood because of the doubled monster spawns. The 18-year-old cleaning lady said, "I wonder if it's just today, or if it be doubled from now on." Baishao sighed. Having such a petty administrator was the worst luck imaginable. Who knew if it would pull another dirty trick next time? Baishao started work at 11:30 today and finished at 7:30. She waited until she finished get off work, but Xiaoke from Unit 3 of Building 3 still hadn't arrived. Baishao took off her dress, changed into her combat uniform, and rushed to Swang Lily's place to settle her wages for the day. Yesterday, Baishao arrived late. She was the only one still working at the monster restaurant, so Swang Lily settled her wages as soon as she arrived. She arrived early today and found a long queue already formed at the Human Resources Manager's office, filled with players rushing off work to enter the monster forest. Baishao obediently joined the queue, but after 10 minutes, it still wasn't her turn. However, another person joined the queue behind her. Baishao glanced back and saw a tall, dark-skinned man with thick eyebrows and large eyes. He carried a riot shield like the one worn by an 18-year-old cleaning lady, wore the same stab-proof vest and helmet, and had a spiked club at his waist. At a glance, his identity as a security guard was obvious. Baishao instantly guessed that he was Li. He looked quite respectable, fitting Baijiao's stereotype of martial artists. Li glanced down at Baishao as she turned her head, but she quickly looked away. He didn't take it to heart, and certainly wouldn't have the wild idea that a single glance at Baishao meant she was the one who cured all his ailments during their conversation earlier that day. A player's game interface is only visible to themselves, other players cannot see it. Baishao opened the game panel and sent a message in the team chat. "All illnesses cured. I see it's Li. Are the special items for security guards and security captains the same?" 18-year-old cleaning auntie. "They are the same, but the bonuses are different. The security captain's special item gives a 10-point bonus, while the regular security guard only gives a 5-point bonus. In other words, Li's stab-proof vest gives a plus 5 health bonus. Blast shield gives a plus 5 health bonus. Blast helmet gives a plus 5 health bonus. Spike club gives a plus 5 strength bonus, and a plus 5 combat power bonus. Baishao, Actually, these bonus points are quite enviable." Finally, it was Baijiao's turn. She played 5 violin pieces today, earning 70 Nightmare Coins as a tip and 3,000 Nightmare Coins as her salary. Baishao received the Nightmare Coins expressionlessly. In the past, she would have been happy to have so many Nightmare Coins, but now she knew that 3,000 Nightmare Coins were only enough to add 1 skill to her weapon. Earning so little wasn't even enough to maintain her weapon. The personnel office was entered one by one. Once inside, the door could be closed, so other players wouldn't know how many Nightmare Coins Baishao had earned. If they knew she had earned so much and still complained it wasn't enough, many players would probably be furious. After settling Baijiao's wages, Swang Lily was a little worried. "Why don't you wait a little longer? You already revealed you had an instrument yesterday. If you go alone today, someone might target you. Wait for us to finish get off work, and we go together. A little later is fine. Safety is the most important thing. If it were just 1 or 2 people, it would be fine, but if a group of people were watching, Baishao wouldn't be able to fight them all. It would be too dangerous." Baishao thought Swang Lily's words made sense, nodded, and left the office. Li saw Baishao come out, his eyes following her for a few seconds. Just as Baishao was about to brush past him, he suddenly said, "Want to go in together?" He recognized Baishao. After all, only Baishao had revealed her instrument last night, the other players hadn't. She was too conspicuous. He also guessed that Bai Zhao's teammates probably hadn't finished get off work yet, which was why he didn't dare go to the monster forest alone. Li is different from those who want to kill the support. He wants to get along with the support because he guesses that Bai Zhao can restore not only the health of teammates, but also those who are not teammates. After all, the monster forest was not open before they obtained the special item, so the special item could not be so targeted. Chapter 108. Bai Zhao hadn't expected Li to initiate the conversation, so she immediately refused. No, I have other things to do. Not being a teammate meant he could hurt her after they left the monster restaurant. Even if Li looked respectable, Bai Zhao didn't dare take the risk. Li didn't press the issue. After Bai Zhao's refusal, he went into his office. Wei Shuiyang was still busy in the kitchen, and Bai Zhao didn't want to disturb him, so she went straight to the security department. The 18-year-old cleaning lady had nothing to do in the security department, and immediately greeted Bai Zhao when she saw her. Bai Zhao ran over, and as soon as she stood in front of the 18-year-old cleaning lady, the lady pinched her muscleless arm. Bai Zhao looked up at the 18-year-old cleaning lady with a puzzled expression, only to see her frowning and saying with dissatisfaction, "There's still some time before you get off work, so I train you a bit. You're still too thin. You must have been in school before, right? Your school really doesn't value physical education." She couldn't see any signs of well-rounded development in Bai Zhao. Bai Zhao felt she had to speak up for her alma mater. I was sick before and missed 4 years of school. My previous school did care a lot about students' physical education. The 18-year-old cleaning lady, who had initially disliked Bai Zhao's thinness, completely lost her disdain upon hearing that she had been ill. 18-year-old cleaning lady, are you better now? Bai Zhao, I'm better now that I transmigrated. The 18-year-old cleaning lady breathed a sigh of relief. Then you train with me now. You have to build some muscle. Bai Zhao cherished this one-on-one training opportunity, and she trained exactly as the 18-year-old cleaning lady instructed, without a single complaint. The monster forest is now open, closing at 2 a.m. Join a team and participate. The monsters are waiting for you to clear them out. The announcement of the monster forest's opening rang out. Bai Zhao and the 18-year-old cleaning lady exchanged a glance, then continued exercising. After about half an hour of training, the 18-year-old cleaning lady called a halt. I have 10 minutes left before I get off work. You rest for a bit. Let's go to the monster forest together. It has to be said, having someone to guide you makes a difference. In those half-hour, Bai Zhao's maximum health increased by 0.5, currently at 49.1. Don't underestimate that 0.5. Since her health reached 45, Bai Zhao's health hadn't increased at all during exercise. After resting for 10 minutes, Bai Zhao went to the office of the Swaying Lilies with the 18-year-old cleaning lady. On the way, they ran into Wei Shuiyang, who was also leaving get off work. It was already 8:30 p.m., and there were still many players queuing to settle their accounts outside the office. They were probably all delayed in the monster realm, hence their late departure time. After settling the wages for the last few players, Swaying Lily finally finished her shift, and the four of them entered the tunnel leading to the monster forest. Swaying Lily complained, I wonder when the next monster restaurant work card reward will be. I'm the only one in the human HR department, and I'm so busy I'm dizzy. Wei Shuiyang asked curiously, if other HR personnel join, do they also have the authority to fire other players? Swaying Lily replied, how could that be? Only the HR manager has the authority to fire. Other HR personnel can only punish employees. Punished employees will have 50% to 80% of their wages deducted, or be forced to take leave. During their leave, they are not allowed to enter the monster restaurant. These skills can only be used twice a week. Wei Shuiyang let out a soft and clicked her tongue. That's quite formidable. Having 80% of your salary deducted is like working a whole day for nothing. Bai Zhao frowned. Forcing players to take leave is impressive. If the HR department has other personnel changes and forces our team's 18 members to take leave, we might not be able to make the leaderboard anymore. The 18-year-old cleaning lady, hearing that she was also involved, thought Bai Zhao's words made perfect sense. Their team was number 1 on the leaderboard yesterday, which was quite conspicuous. Swaying Lily said with a righteous expression, don't forget I'm the HR manager. If they dare force our team members to rest, I make things difficult for them. This one was truly a heavyweight. Bai Zhao and the other two all gave Swaying Lily a thumbs up. That's the power of an HR manager. The four of them hurried and finally arrived at the monster forest, where many teams were already hunting monsters. The owl monsters were more difficult to deal with than the leech monsters they encountered before. They barely arrived when they heard a piercing scream. A man was clutching his bleeding eye. His eyeball had been pecked raw by an owl. They wondered if the small bed could repair his blindness once it restored his health. The 18-year-old cleaning lady, not wanting to gamble, warned the three, "Be careful later. A teammate blind and one I was hardly a burden." The man with the pecked, "I had 9 teammates with him, and they all paled." The 9 of them tacitly ignored his cries for help, letting him suffer the excruciating pain of being surrounded and pecked by a swarm of owls. The man clutched his eye, confused. Even though his eye was raw, he also felt a throbbing pain in his temples, a pain that made him break out in a cold sweat, as if he were about to faint. He cried out for help, but his teammates were moving further and further away. Devastated, he cursed, "You bunch of bastards. Did you abandon me just because I was blind?" Perhaps too enraged, the man hurled his long-handled sword at his teammates. Warning: the lone Shadow Blade squad member, with numerous suitors, has harmed a teammate. The lone Shadow Blade squad is immediately disbanded, and the numerous suitors are banished from the monster forest. Warning: the remaining 9 members of the former lone Shadow Blade squad ignored a member's plea for help, indirectly harming the numerous suitors. The remaining 9 members are also banished from the monster forest. Monster forest reminder: teammates should love and help each other to go further. After the announcement, all 10 members of the lone Shadow Blade squad disappeared. They were teleported back to their dormitory. They can still work at the monster restaurant, but they can no longer participate in the monster forest instance. These 2 warnings caused a brief moment of stunned silence among most players in Monster Forest. The rules of Monster Forest had long stated that harming teammates was forbidden, but many players still thought that ignoring it didn't count as harm. They believed they had found a loophole, thinking that it didn't matter if they had weaker teammates. In the early stages, their teams were small, and they could rely on sheer numbers to climb the leaderboards. Later, if a stronger player joined, they could send their weaker teammates to their deaths, ignoring their cries for help and refusing to assist them. But the 2 warnings from Monster Forest shattered their illusions. It turned out that ignoring teammates' cries for help also counted as indirect harm. They had assembled 10 teammates for an early advantage, but now they were inextricably linked to weaklings. Chapter 109. This incident didn't affect the first team much. They maintained a strict attitude towards finding teammates, and never considered just filling in. Today, they entered the Owl Monster's territory and, like yesterday, formed a circle back-to-back to begin the battle. There were significantly more players in the Monster Forest today than yesterday. Many teams had added new members, allowing support players to spare some time for protection. Thus, a second support player appeared in the Monster Forest. His special item was a piano, which even came with a stool when he took it out of his backpack. He sat down to play, with a teammate standing beside him protecting him. Upon hearing the piano music, Wei Shui Yang took a moment to remark, "It's the pianist from the 20th floor." Bai Xiao and Swaying Lily were also about to leave the stage for a break. They exited the Owl Monster's territory, and saw the pianist from the 20th floor. He was a man around 30 years old, looking refined and handsome, not particularly strong, but his teammate beside him was a muscular giant. No matter who looked over, the muscular man would cast a warning glance. Bai Xiao had initially thought someone would cause trouble for them, but when she and Swaying Lily finished their break and went back to the arena, no one bothered them. Bai Xiao was too lazy to bother with such matters, and stopped paying attention to them. The night slowly passed, and fewer players remained in the monster forest. Bai Xiao kept an eye on the time, and when it reached 1:50 a.m., she said, "It's 1:50. The forest will be closing soon. Let's go." The owl monsters tonight were more difficult to deal with than the leech monsters yesterday, so the players hadn't completely wiped them out. A small number remained. Hearing Bai Zhao's voice, everyone retreated from the owl monster's territory. The remaining 2 teams, seeing that the first team, who had been fighting so fiercely, had withdrawn, realized that time was running out and also retreated. Bai Xiao saw Lie among them. Perhaps because he had practiced martial arts since childhood, his physical strength was excellent, and he was a core member of his Crimson Dawn team. As soon as the battle ended, the other team members surrounded him, talking to him and showing a good relationship, except for one member. The Crimson Dawn team currently only has 5 members, only one of whom is female. Bai Xiao recognized that girl. She was a player from Unit 2 of Building 8 who had interviewed with him before, and her position at the monster restaurant was pastry chef. Bai Xiao didn't know what her special item was, and he hadn't seen her in the monster forest yesterday, so he wasn't sure if she had been officially hired. If Li A was the core of the team, then the player from Unit 2 of Building 8 was practically invisible, out of place within the team. Having just emerged from the owl monster's territory, she was squeezed to the side by several men, who seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally preventing her from getting close to Lee. The player from Unit 2 of Building 8 stood with an icy expression, an arm's length away from the other team members. It was obvious to anyone that she was being ostracized. Wei Shuiyang and the player from Unit 2 of Building 8 often met during work and were quite familiar with each other. He frowned and leaned closer to ask, "Not getting along well with your teammates?" The two walked side by side, and the other members of the first squad all turned their heads, their eyes gleaming with gossip. The player from Unit 2 of Building 8 shook her head. "I just joined today." She meant that it was normal not to feel integrated yet, since she had only joined the team today. But none of the 4 members of the first team thought it was normal. Since she was a new teammate, they should care for her more and cultivate camaraderie. Sisterly, surrounded by 3 grown men with their arms around her shoulders, worried that her new teammate, a girl, might not feel comfortable after joining the team. So she pushed away the hands on her shoulders to check on her new teammate. Just then, Sisterly saw Wei Shuiyang say to the player in Unit 2 of Building 8, "It seems like your teammates don't care about you. Why did you join this team?" Upon hearing this, Sister Lee's expression immediately changed, her gaze towards Wei Shuiyang filled with hostility. Wei Shuiyang's words were indeed a bit too much. They sounded like she was trying to sow discord among teammates, or even worse, like she was trying to steal someone's partner. Wei Shuiyang noticed Lee's hostile gaze, but he wasn't afraid. It was obvious the Crimson Dawn team was ostracizing new members. Why shouldn't they say so? The player in Unit 2 of Building 8 sensed the awkward atmosphere and automatically distanced himself from Wei Shuiyang, moving closer to her teammates. Lee frowned, but ultimately said nothing. However, he ignored the other team members and stood beside the player in Unit 2 of Building 8. The other members of the Crimson Dawn team quieted down, no longer speaking loudly to Lee or putting their arms around him. The atmosphere immediately turned cold. Anyone could see their displeasure at Lee's closeness to Unit 2 of Building 8. Wei Shuiyang whispered to her teammates, "Goodness, this Lee is like he is a harem. They're all fighting over him." Bai Xiao had initially felt something was off, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. Hearing Wei Shuiyang's explanation, she instantly understood. It was jealousy. This jealousy, of course, didn't refer to the players in Unit 2 of Building 8, but rather to the other members of the Crimson Dawn team. The 18-year-old cleaning lady found it strange. What's a bunch of grown men fighting over a girl for? Wei Shuiyang, seemingly understanding everything, said, "Right now, it seems the only one stronger in Crimson Dawn is Lee. Even if teammates have an obligation to help each other, human nature is biased. If danger really arises, they definitely help their closest friend first. Of course they fight over her." The swaying Lily nodded, seemingly understanding. So the reason they're ostracizing the players in Unit 2 of Building 8 is because they're girls. In their eyes, the girls in Unit 2 of Building 8 have an advantage in winning favor? Wei Shuiyang, exactly. They weren't all over each other like best buddies yesterday. Today, the girls in Unit 2 of Building 8 joined, and they united. Bai Xiao, the 18-year-old cleaning lady, and the swaying Lily all gave her disgusted looks. The 18-year-old cleaning lady said with disdain and confusion, "If you're bad at cooking, practice more. Why waste your energy on these trivial things? What are you thinking?" The swaying Lily said sympathetically, "The players in Unit 2 of Building 8 are unlucky to have joined such a team." Bai Xiao asked Wei Shuiyang curiously, "How did you figure that out?" Wei Shuiyang smiled dismissively, "They're all men. How could I not understand their little schemes? They all want to be Lee's best brothers. They can't resist the competition. Now that the players in Unit 2 of Building 8 have joined, they're only temporarily banding together." The 18-year-old cleaning lady snorted, "According to you, Crimson Dawn is all smiles on the surface but not on the inside. Their minds are all on their own teammates. It's only a matter of time before they disband." Chapter 110. Bai Xiao frowned. If Lie can't figure out his teammates' thoughts, then he's a fool too. Wei Shuiyang said with a smile, "I don't think so. He should have already noticed something's wrong. He's already giving you the cold shoulder." Before Bai Xiao could check if Lie was giving her the cold shoulder, the announcement from Monster Forest rang out. Monster Forest is about to close. Players who haven't evacuated yet, please evacuate within 10 seconds, otherwise Monster Forest will expel you. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Bai Xiao and the others were already inside the tunnel. Now that there were more players in Monster Forest, many small lights had been placed inside the tunnel, making it much more immersive than the pitch-black tunnel Bai Xiao had first entered. Today's Monster Forest reward: Stamina Point Card X1. First place. First squad, cleared 6,846 dungeon monsters. Each squad member received a stamina point card x1, 10 points. Second place, Crimson Dawn, cleared 6,014 dungeon monsters. Each team member received a stamina point card x1, 8 points. Third place, Eternal Determination, cleared 4,400 dungeon monsters. Each team member received a stamina point card x1, 7 points. Fourth place, Good Luck, cleared 3,681 dungeon monsters. Each team member received a stamina point card x1, 6 points. Fifth place, Ah Yes Team, cleared 2,447 dungeon monsters. Each team member received a stamina point card x1, 5 points. Other teams received a participation reward of a stamina point card x1, 2 points. Keep up the good work, and try to get on the leaderboard. The 18-year-old cleaning lady already had a stamina of 90, and after using the stamina point card, her stamina instantly reached 100. The 18-year-old cleaning lady frowned and said, "I wonder if 100 is the limit. If 100 is the limit, then wouldn't any more points she gets be useless?" Bai Xiao guessed, "Since it's a game, there shouldn't be a limit." After using the stamina points card, Bai Xiao's stamina is currently 26 plus 5, with a lot of room for improvement, so he doesn't have any worries about that in the short term. The four of them left the tunnel and went home. The first thing Bai Xiao did upon returning was to put 1 nightmare coin into the low-level turret manufacturing station and 30 nightmare coins into the high-level turret manufacturing station. The low-level and high-level turret manufacturing station started working hard around 2 a.m. Soon, they produced 50 level 1 turrets, 10 level 2 turrets, 50 level 3 turrets, and 10 level 4 turrets. Bai Xiao uploaded all 3 tiers of turrets, X10 for level 2, X50 for level 3, and X10 for level 4, to the trading center. Now wasn't the time to be stingy with turrets. Every surviving player in the 4 4-unit dormitory buildings increased the probability of them being in the main building. Bai Xiao set the prices at 3, 5, and 10 nightmare coins respectively. They sold out instantly, earning her 410 nightmare coins. Bai Xiao didn't take advantage of the situation by artificially inflating prices. Many players in the chat thanked her for securing the items. That was all Bai Xiao could do. After finishing, she took out X15 iron, X5 steel, and X5 upgrade cards from her inventory. The upgrade materials automatically merged into the gate and disappeared. The level 2 brand new iron gate was successfully upgraded. The dormitory gate instantly transformed, turning entirely silver and resembling a steel gate. Level 3 steel door. HP 200. Type dormitory facility. Upgrade materials: iron X30, steel X10, upgrade card X10. After upgrading the door, Bai Xiao only had iron X4 left for the upgrade. The next upgrade would be a long and arduous journey. After sighing, Bai Xiao went to wash up and go to bed. The 6th night, the night of the 4 pests, has ended. Currently, the number of survivors in Unit 4 of Building 4 is 3,704. Bai Xiao woke up the moment the alarm sounded. Hearing that there were still 3,704 survivors, she breathed a slight sigh of relief. She remembered that on the last merge night, the number of survivors in Unit 4 of Building 4 was only 3,489, but they were in the main building then. However, some players didn't know the dormitories would merge, so they killed each other without restraint. After the last merge night, the number of players killing each other in other dormitories should have decreased, and the number should be higher than last time. Night 6, Night of the 4 Pests Survival Reward. Level 2 Treasure Chest X20, Nightmare Coins X60, already placed in player's inventory. Please check. Aside from issuing a report, 44 didn't utter a single word of nonsense today, which surprised Bai Xiao. She suspected 44 was sulking. Could she interpret this as the number of survivors in Unit 4 of Building 4 being too high? Not meeting 44's expected death count, hence its displeasure? Regardless, Bai Xiao felt 44's unhappiness was a good thing, at least better than its constant croaking. When it croaked, Bai Xiao felt it was harboring something bad. Bai Xiao got up and opened the chests. She won the prize on the very first chest. As soon as she opened it, a 2-palm-sized, jet-black cockroach flew enthusiastically towards her face. Bai Xiao swung his sickle, and the cockroach fell to the ground with a thud. He immediately followed up with a few more slashes. Even after being chopped into a pulp, the cockroach's claws still twitched slightly. No wonder cockroaches are so resilient. Cockroach monster. Monster level, level 2 monster. Monster HP, 150. Monster classification, poisonous. Toxicity, 15. Recycle to get 1 cockroach cookie. Recycle? Bai Xiao stared in disbelief at the pop-up window. Cockroach cookie? He never seen those two words together before. Bai Xiao even wondered if he slept badly and was seeing things. He looked again. Good, he wasn't mistaken, it really was a cockroach cookie. It probably wasn't for human consumption. With that thought in mind, Bai Xiao clicked yes. Cockroach cookie. Function: small, cockroach-flavored cookies. One cookie keeps you full all day. Type: disposable auxiliary item. For reminder, if you really have nothing else to eat, you might want to try this. Bai Xiao tried to find details about what kind of monster it was for, but clearly, it wasn't. Bai Xiao strongly suspected that CC was dissatisfied with the players in Unit 4 of Building 4, and was using this method to mess with him. This perfectly matched Bai Xiao's stereotypical impression of CC as petty. This suspicion was confirmed when Bai Xiao opened 16 more cockroach monsters. 20 treasure chests, 17 cockroach monsters. Bai Xiao had never seen such a high probability of getting monsters from treasure chests before. She felt this was abnormal. Could CC be manipulating things again? It wasn't impossible. After all, it wasn't nighttime yet. CC probably wanted to use the monsters in the treasure chests to harvest away the players, reducing the number of survivors in Unit 4 of Building 4. Bai Xiao opened the game interface and posted her speculation. All illnesses disappeared. The probability of monsters in today's survival reward treasure chests is very high. Everyone be careful. Chapter 111. After giving the reminder, Bai Xiao started opening treasure chests. Level 2 Turret X17, Level 1 Turret X12, Ordinary Repair Station X4, Scrap Manufacturing Station X3, Low-Level Speed-Up Station X1, Antidote Candy X2, Turret Speed-Up Card X4, Garlic X3, Iron X2, Cotton X4. Today's treasure chests still didn't yield food or water. Even though Bai Xiao had plenty of food and water, she couldn't help but worry that CC had deliberately reduced the food and water supply for the 4th building and 4th unit. That evening, Bai Xiao uploaded all the level 2, 3, and 4 turrets to the trading center. Now her inventory was mostly filled with level 1 turrets. She planned to use the level 1 turrets as upgrade pads for other items today. Level 1 Turret X54, upgraded 10 times, failed 10 times, obtained wood X10. Repair Wrench X21, upgraded 4 times, failed 4 times, obtained iron X4. Normal Repair Stand X9, upgrade once, successful upgrade yields lower level Repair Stand X1. Lower level Repair Stand. Function: restores 10% of the gate's health per second. Type: upgradable auxiliary item. Upgrade materials: lower level Repair Stand X5. Scrap Crafting Stand X8, upgrade once, successful upgrade yields normal crafting stand X1. She's been away from home these past few days. With the owner away, Xiao Erwi can't enter the dormitory, so all of Bai Xiao's damaged items have been directly recycled. After upgrading the items, Bai Xiao went out to collect items from the corridor. The corridor was still normal, scattered with ordinary items. Bai Xiao collected a level 3 turret X1. After returning from the corridor, Bai Xiao opened the trading center. The weapons she uploaded yesterday were sold out. Bai Xiao earned a total of 7,300 nightmare coins. Iron Hammer promised her a 10% commission. Bai Xiao transferred 6,570 nightmare coins to Iron Hammer, keeping 730 for herself. Iron Hammer received the payment and replied, "Received." Iron Hammer, next time you come, we can talk about a long-term partnership. All illness is cured. Okay, I'll let you know in advance when I get there. Iron Hammer, received. Although Iron Hammer agreed to a long-term partnership, Bai Xiao was still a bit troubled. The weapons were still too expensive. There was only a small group of wealthy people in Building 4, Unit 4. The few weapons she uploaded yesterday sold out quickly, but that might not be the case next time. If she wanted to make money from this, she had to think about how to sell weapons across different regions. Bai Xiao currently had 4,585 nightmare coins, but she didn't plan to go to the Monster Weapon Forge today. She had a VIP card for the Monster Weapon Forge, which allowed her to visit once a week. It's only Thursday. Using a one-time opportunity is too wasteful. She only has enough money for one skill upgrade. It's better to save it for Sunday this week. By then, she have more money and might be able to upgrade more skills. Bai Xiao didn't forget she was attending the White Rabbit Monster's wedding today. She took the White Rabbit Monster's wedding invitation out of her backpack. White Rabbit Monster's wedding invitation. Function: with this invitation, you can attend the wedding of the White Rabbit Monster Tian Sin Sin. You can bring one male/female companion. After use, the players and their companions' dormitory doors will be connected to the White Rabbit monster's wedding venue for 24 hours. During this time, the player will not be attacked by monsters. Type: one-time auxiliary item. Waiting time: 4 hours 35 minutes and 58 seconds. Enter the male/female companion's building and unit number and name. Use invitation. The wedding countdown had already begun. Bai Xiao calculated that the time was 11 a.m. today, and it was only 6:25 a.m. There wasn't a rush, so she clicked no. Bai Xiao had finished all her morning tasks, and now that she had some free time, she wanted to catch up on sleep, because she really hadn't had enough. Bai Xiao had now developed a special skill. The moment her head hit the pillow, she would instantly fall asleep, never wasting a single minute of sleep. When Bai Xiao woke up, it was already 9 a.m. After opening the chat lobby, Bai Xiao found that someone had tagged her again. The message had already been flooded with messages, and she wondered what had happened. She hoped it wasn't anything bad. Bai Xiao wanted to scroll up, but then she saw messages in her friend list. Clicking on them, she saw that Everywhere Drifting had sent her over a dozen messages. Bai Xiao guessed that Everywhere Drifting wanted to tell her the same thing as the messages tagged her in the chat lobby. Everywhere I go, boss, that handsome dandy is dead. This was Everywhere I Go's first message, which surprised Bai Xiao. This guy was always jumping around, and he's dead so quickly. Bai Xiao continued reading. Everywhere I go, didn't you just remind everyone in the chat lobby about the increased monsters in the treasure chests? But other players' treasure chests didn't have more monsters, and some people even suspect you're playing a prank or something. Other players' treasure chests didn't have more monsters? Impossible. Could it be that CC is only targeting her? Bai Xiao felt that she was just a weakling. Surely CC wouldn't target her alone? Everywhere I go. Then the 18-year-old cleaning lady, Enli, said in the chat lobby that their treasure chests also had more monsters, so everyone guessed that the monsters in the treasure chests of those who uploaded items to the trading center last night to help other players would increase. Bai Xiao understood. CC was probably angry that their help last night had reduced the number of player deaths, so she was deliberately targeting them today. Although targeted by CC, Bai Xiao wasn't angry. Instead, she felt a sense of relief. Only a few players uploaded items to the trading center yesterday. If it was just that the monsters in their treasure chests had doubled, not many people would die. If CC had indiscriminately increased the monsters in all players' treasure chests, then she would be worried that a wave of players would die when opening the chests. A few people uploaded items yesterday. We wanted to tag them to ask if the monsters in their treasure chests had also increased, but when we tagged Handsome Yappy, we found that his avatar and name were grayed out. He probably died while opening the chests. It's like karma. Who told him to take advantage of the situation yesterday and set random prices, making so many nightmare coins? He didn't live to spend them. Bai Xiao initially thought that only Handsome Yappy had died, but an hour later, a few people sent her another message. Boss, the helpful citizen is dead. Bai Xiao thought, it's Li. That kid's fast enough, sending the helpful citizen off so early in the morning? Boss, you never guess who killed him. Bai Xiao was full of questions. What did that mean? Didn't it mean Li killed the helpful citizen? Li had killed a helpful citizen once before. If it was Li again this time, boss, you never guess who killed him. Bai Xiao's curiosity was piqued, and he quickly read on. Chapter 112. According to an insider on the 58th floor, today Li went to the 58th floor again to kill the helpful citizen, and then the mysterious person who saved the helpful citizen last time reappeared. But this time, he couldn't beat Li, so he attacked the helpful citizen before Li. The helpful citizen was caught off guard and was stabbed in the heart, dying instantly. Bai Xiao hadn't really guessed this, but it was both unexpected and logical. When Li mentioned that the helpful citizen had been saved, she felt that the person who saved the helpful citizen was definitely not a good person, and their relationship was probably based on mutual benefit, so he didn't want the helpful citizen to die. But since he couldn't beat Li, killing the helpful citizen and inheriting all of the helpful citizen's items was, for him, a choice that maximized his own benefit. Everywhere I go, that guy killed the helpful citizen and was seriously injured by Li, but he ran incredibly fast. Li couldn't catch him, so he took the elevator down. He'd probably be Li's enemy from now on. As for this mysterious teammate, the helpful citizen, no one knows his identity or which floor he's on. Li wants to eliminate him completely, but doesn't know where to begin. Frankly, this has nothing to do with Bai Xiao. As long as Li doesn't say anything, no one knows that she gave him the elevator card, so Bai Xiao just treats it as gossip. After reading it, Bai Xiao replied with a 1 to indicate that he had received it. Everywhere I go, 0. All illness is gone. Spring hasn't arrived yet, bro. Bai Xiao quickly exited the chat with everywhere I go and opened the chat with the 18-year-old cleaning lady. All illness is gone. The White Rabbit Monster's wedding is at 11 a.m. today. We need to get there before 11 a.m. We need to finish the monster dungeon quickly today. 18-year-old cleaning aunt. Okay. Bai Xiao thought for a moment, then opened her chat with Wei Shui Yang. They had been friends for several days after forming a team, but hadn't exchanged a single message. They always communicated within the team chat. All illness is gone. Any news from the player in Building 3, Unit 3? No, if his avatar wasn't still active, I suspect he was dead. The player in Building 3, Unit 3 hadn't contacted her for 2 days. Bai Xiao didn't know what had happened to him, and could only pray for him, hoping he was alright. The monster dungeon was about to open. Bai Xiao knew she couldn't beat the black bear monster right now, but she still had to go. Even if she couldn't clear it, she could at least try to get on the leaderboard and get some rewards. The monster realm is now open, closing at 4 p.m. Come join the monster realm and claim amazing rewards. A vortex gate appeared, and Bai Xiao, scythe in hand, walked in expressionlessly. She didn't have much time today. She wanted to be out of the monster realm within half an hour. She used this half hour as practice against the black bear monster. Welcome to the 4th level of the monster realm. Kill the black bear monster to clear the level. Ready? 5, 4, 1. Having already experienced this once, Bai Xiao dodged to the side the moment the black bear monster pounced. Looking at the black bear monster with its bloodshot eyes and gaping maw, Bai Xiao felt no fear of these monsters anymore. Now, the black bear monster was just a free sparring partner in her eyes. Perhaps because of this mindset, she heard her combat power increase after fighting the black bear monster for only a short time. Combat power +4. Bai Xiao didn't waste any time. Feeling he had practiced enough, he abandoned the black bear monster and ran away. Congratulations to the player for safely evacuating the monster realm. Monster realm item drops details X3. Bai Xiao checked the time. It was already past 10:40. There were still a dozen minutes until the White Rabbit monster's wedding. He wondered if 18 had come out of the monster realm yet. All illness is cured. Is she out? Bai Xiao sent a message to the 18-year-old cleaning aunt. 3 minutes later, there was a reply. 18-year-old cleaning aunt, yes. Upon receiving the message, Bai Xiao took out the White Rabbit monster's wedding invitation, entered the name of Dormitory Building 4, Unit 4, and the 18-year-old cleaning aunt, and click Use. The White Rabbit monster's wedding invitation has been used. The 2 guests can enter the White Rabbit monster's wedding by opening the dormitory door. White Rabbit monster's wedding rules. 1. Disruptions, arguments, and any behavior that disrupts the wedding are prohibited. Violators will be blacklisted by the Rabbit Monster Bank. 2. Weapons, metal objects, and any other potentially harmful items are prohibited at the wedding. Violators will be blacklisted by Rabbit Monster Bank. 3. In any dangerous situation during the wedding, please protect the bride, Tion. If the bride is harmed, all wedding guests, die. Warning, players blacklisted by Rabbit Monster Bank will be unable to convert nightmare coins into virtual currency. All future transactions will be conducted in cash. The 3 large red die characters in Rule 3 instantly caught Bai Xiao's attention, so she read Rule 3 first. After reading it, Bai Xiao felt somewhat conflicted. Is this the legendary, if it hurts a single hair? A single rabbit fur, I make you all pay with your lives? I didn't realize Sinsen was such a domineering CO. But what danger could a bride possibly face on her wedding day? The best man trying to steal her away, Bai Xiao instinctively tightened her grip on the scythe, but after seeing Rule 2, she loosened her grip and put the scythe back in her backpack. She only encountered nightmare coins in her initial transmigration, when she was raiding neighboring room 4445. They were about the size of a 1 yuan coin. Later, she brought them back to her dorm, and they disappeared, becoming part of her account balance. If she offended the Rabbit Monster Bank, all the nightmare coins she received would be in cash, which would be incredibly troublesome. Going out to buy things with nightmare coins in her pocket would make a clanging noise all the way. Fighting would scatter them everywhere, and afterwards, she'd have to squat down and pick them up one by one. Bai Xiao imagined that scenario and decided that virtual currency was much better. After reading the rules, Bai Xiao opened the dorm door and went inside. The first thing she saw was a pure white staircase, flanked by rows of white and pink roses, not the kind displayed in flower baskets, but rose bushes that had grown directly from the ground, neatly trimmed and beautiful. Bai Xiao didn't know much about rose varieties, but she guessed these roses must be quite valuable, because their quality was simply superb. The roses on the branches were all roughly the same size, each one looking like a masterpiece, the delicate pink petals fading into pure white towards the outer edges. Beside the rose bushes on either side were countless pink cherry blossoms, perhaps transplanted trees. Looking to the side, it was an endless expanse of pink, obscuring the blue sky. A gentle breeze blew, and cloud-like cherry blossoms drifted down, their pink heart-shaped petals falling like a cherry blossom rain, landing on Bai Xiao. It was like a scene from a fairy tale. Chapter 113. Bai Xiao was initially alone, but the next second, she saw an 18-year-old cleaning lady appear beside her. The 18-year-old cleaning lady confirmed that the person beside her was Bai Xiao, looked around, and seeing the pink and white rose bushes and the pink cherry blossom sky, couldn't help but sigh. It must have been so much trouble transplanting these. Do we look like we're attending a wedding dressed like this? Bai Xiao looked at her combat uniform. There was nothing she could do about it. Besides her combat uniform, she wore a blue and white striped hospital gown. She couldn't very well come here dressed like that. Bai Xiao, it's okay, we're probably just here to make up the numbers. Nobody should care about us. The 18-year-old cleaning lady said as she walked up the steps. Finally, we have a place to eat. We've been eating nothing but compressed biscuits lately, and I really miss the taste of normal food. This was one of the reasons the 18-year-old cleaning lady was willing to attend the wedding. Although they worked at the monster restaurant, the monster restaurant didn't provide employee meals. They spent their days just smelling the aroma and eating compressed biscuits while savoring the smell. Actually, with Wei Shui Yang as a kitchen team member, they could also use nightmare coins to buy food at the monster restaurant, and they even get employee discounts, so they could have a decent meal for around 100 nightmare coins. Compared to other diners, their price was already a steal. But they were all reluctant to spend those 100 plus nightmare coins, thinking they could buy other items in the mobile game store. Bai Xiao, hearing what the 18-year-old cleaning lady said, also felt a little tempted. Although she offered a slightly wider variety of food than the other players, it was mostly just pre-made rice and self-heating hot pot, certainly not as good as the food served at a banquet. Two greedy girls climbed the pure white stairs step by step, showing their invitations to the two rabbit security guards at the gate. Bai Xiao and the 18-year-old cleaning lady then entered the wedding hall. The wedding hall was filled with pink and white flowers. Looking up, the ceiling was a sea of flowers, with a huge crystal chandelier in the center, dazzling to the eye. The hall was very large, with a dedicated dessert and beverage area. If Wei Shuiyang were here, he would immediately recognize that these desserts and drinks came from the monster restaurant. Soothing piano music drifted over. Bai Xiao looked towards the sound and saw a stage surrounded by flowers and warm lighting. The center of the stage was empty, and on the right, a goat-like monster was playing the piano. Inside the hall, many ornately dressed monsters moved about. Their gazes occasionally fell on Bai Xiao and the 18-year-old cleaning lady, only pausing slightly before nodding in acknowledgement, showing no disrespect because of their attire. The 18-year-old cleaning lady took a bite of the fragrant, soft cake. She hadn't used to like sweet things, but after transmigrating to this survival world, she felt she could eat anything except compressed biscuits. Bai Xiao was also eating dessert, but when she looked up, she saw someone walk in. Bai Xiao blurted out, "Someone's here." The 18-year-old cleaning lady didn't react at first, replying, "It's a wedding. Isn't it normal for someone to be here?" What? Someone's here? The 18-year-old cleaning lady followed Bai Xiao's gaze, and saw a man and a woman walk in. The man looked to be in his 20s, with slightly upturned eyes that gave him a somewhat sinister air. He had an earring in his right ear, the diamond on it reflecting a dazzling light. He wore a dark red suit, revealing an unbuttoned white shirt and his delicate collarbone. He was very tall, and beside him stood a woman in a white dress. The woman appeared to be about his age, with flowing black hair, delicate features, and a cold expression. She wasn't short, probably around 1.75 meters, but standing next to the even taller man, she looked somewhat petite. Bai Xiao saw them, and they saw Bai Xiao too. The man raised an eyebrow at Bai Xiao, his eyes smiling, but perhaps because of his wicked looks, his smile had a villainous quality. The woman beside him kept her eyelashes lowered, her expression extremely indifferent, as if she cared about nothing. Bai Xiao felt these two looked vaguely familiar. Perhaps he had seen them at the monster restaurant, or perhaps in the monster forest, but he was certain they had never spoken. Bai Xiao, he looks familiar. The 18-year-old cleaning lady, I think so too. Should we ask Yang? Yang Yang has one skill that even the 18-year-old cleaning lady envies. He has an exceptional memory. He can remember people even if he's only met them once. And he doesn't just remember faces, he remembers their specific features. So just tell him their features, and he can instantly guess who it is. Just as they finished speaking, they saw the person they were discussing walking towards them. Bai Xiao and the 18-year-old cleaning lady became wary. In this kind of place, besides teammates, there are only two kinds of people: enemies and suspected enemies. The man stepped forward and greeted them. So there are other players attending the wedding besides us. What a coincidence. Would you two like to get to know each other? My name is Xiao Shi. Although he said two people, his eyes were fixed on Bai Xiao. Upon getting closer, Bai Xiao realized he was really tall. At eye level, she could only see a large expanse of his snow-white collarbone. Bai Xiao wasn't sure if she had OCD, but she was genuinely uncomfortable. Couldn't this man button his shirt properly? Bai Xiao, Xiao Xiao. That's what the members of the first team usually called her. Everyone who heard it knew her name was Xiao Xiao, so Bai Xiao didn't think there was anything wrong with saying it. The 18-year-old cleaning lady. Just call me 18. The girl next to Xiao Shi hadn't spoken, acting as if it were none of their business. Xiao Shi explained, this is Xiao Chui, she doesn't talk much. The girl, who had been keeping her eyes down, seemed to contort slightly when she heard the name Xiao Chui. Bai Xiao thought the name didn't sound real. How could a stunningly beautiful woman, with a cool demeanor, and a tall figure be called Xiao Chui? At least make it believable. Xiao Shi was very enthusiastic towards Bai Xiao, even though Bai Xiao was indifferent to him. It didn't affect her enthusiasm. The 18-year-old cleaning lady, however, noticed the hostility in Xiao Shi's eyes. At first, she didn't understand, but as Xiao Shi revealed her true intentions, to poach him, the 18-year-old cleaning lady finally understood. The 18-year-old cleaning lady scoffed, don't waste your time. She's the captain of our first team. Why would she go and assist you? Surprise flashed in Xiao Shi's eyes. He hadn't expected an assistant to be the captain. He had always assumed the 18-year-old cleaning lady was the captain of the first team. And he wasn't the only one who thought so. Almost all the other teams in the Monster Forest thought so too. Chapter 114. Thinking it was about poaching someone's teammate in front of the captain, it turned out to be poaching the captain in front of the team members? Xiao Shi was a little embarrassed, but he didn't give up. Our two teams can cooperate. If I'm not mistaken, Xiao Jiao's violin can restore more than just teammates' health points, right? Bai Xiao said decisively, it can only restore teammates' health points. Bai Xiao didn't know what benefits there would be in helping Xiao Shi, but if she helped Xiao Shi's team restore health points, there would definitely be a fourth team coming after her, and that would definitely be troublesome. Having figured out he wanted to poach her teammate, the 18-year-old cleaning lady's tone became impolite. I can't hit you right now at the wedding. But if you try to poach our captain in front of me again, I beat you to a pulp next time we meet in the Monster Forest. Xiao Shi was humiliated and slunk away. The 18-year-old cleaning lady opened the game interface and tagged Wei Shui Yang Yang in the team chat. 18-year-old cleaning lady at Yang Yang, I'm asking you about someone. It's a man in a dark red suit, his shirt underneath is unbuttoned, he looks rather sinister, and he's wearing a diamond earring in his right ear. Yang Yang, does that man look like a peacock spreading its tail feathers? Now that you mention it, I know. Besides him, no other player in Monster Restaurant would deliberately show their collarbone. He's incredibly recognizable. He's a player from Unit 4 of Building 12, the captain of the Eternal Determination team, the team that ranked third on the Monster Forest leaderboard yesterday. His weapon is a low-level long-handled broadsword. By Bingquan Xiao, is there a girl in their team who wears a white dress? Wei Shui Yang Yang, no way, who would wear a skirt while fighting monsters? But they did have a girl in their team, and I remember her weapon was a low-level long sword, just like mine. The players from Unit 4 of Building 12, and the girl in the white dress had already walked away. Bai Xiao took a closer look at the girl a few more times. The girl keenly noticed Bai Xiao's gaze, turned around to follow his gaze, and met his eyes for a brief second before looking away. In that brief second, Bai Xiao noticed that the girl in the white dress actually had blue eyes. Is the girl on their team blue-eyed? Bai Xiao asked. Yes, the girl on their team is indeed mixed race. Don't let her cold and silent demeanor fool you. She doesn't speak Chinese well, her pronunciation is very awkward, that's why she doesn't talk. You know that? I talked to her at the Monster Restaurant. We exchanged a few words. You know, if someone has a mouth, I definitely go over and chat with them. You never guess. A stunning mixed-race beauty, her name is Xiao Chui, ha ha ha, that's the Asian name she gave herself. Bai Xiao genuinely hadn't guessed. She thought Xiao Shi had just made up a name to fool them, but it turns out Xiao Chui really is. No wonder she looked so unhappy when Xiao Shi explained her name earlier. Wait a minute, Bai Xiao noticed a blind spot. If Xiao Chui knew her name was unlucky, why did she tell Wei Shuiyang? There's only one truth. All illnesses vanished. She told you her name was Xiao Chui, were you mocking her? Wei Shuiyang, I couldn't help it either. You know I'm naturally a cheerful person. So Xiao Chui was mocked by Wei Shuiyang, and only later realized her name was bad? That's why she had that expression when Xiao Shi introduced her name? The 18-year-old cleaning lady. Did you also mock her accent? Otherwise, why would Xiao Chui have been willing to talk to Wei Shuiyang before? But today they saw Xiao Chui who wouldn't say a word. Wei Shuiyang, it's my fault, but I swear I really didn't mean any harm. I genuinely couldn't help but laugh out loud. If it weren't for the monster restaurant, I think she would have wanted to kill me. So because of Wei Shuiyang's mockery, Xiao Chui became a silent, aloof, mute beauty? That Wei Shuiyang, what a terrible person. The 18-year-old cleaning lady. So what if her Chinese is bad? Is it that funny? Foreigners already have a hard time learning Chinese. Being able to speak it is already quite an achievement. You're just discouraging her. Wei Shuiyang, my bad. I apologize to her, but she's ignoring me. This guy admitted his mistake quickly, leaving the 18-year-old cleaning lady and Bai Xiao speechless. But they knew Wei Shuiyang was naturally cheerful. Except when he was fighting monsters, he was always smiling. Maybe he really didn't mean any harm. He just couldn't help laughing out loud. Wei Shuiyang, why are you suddenly asking about those two? Have you taken a liking to them? Too bad they already have a team. The leader is that collarbone guy. Last time during the break, I specifically observed him. He's quite strong, but he looks kind of wicked. I just can't stand him. 18-year-old cleaning lady. We didn't want to poach them. They wanted to poach our team leader. Wei Shuiyang, outrageous. They're incredibly audacious. How dare they poach our team leader? Do they think we team members are just decorations? To get revenge, I poach their teammates. All illnesses disappear. I can't even be bothered to call you out on it. Are you just trying to get revenge? Since the team can't be disbanded, everyone could tell that Wei Shuiyang was just joking when she said she was poaching someone else's teammates. Wei Shuiyang, ha, sorry, thinking about what she said before, I still want to laugh. I was wrong, I'm sorry, I punished myself by slapping myself. All illnesses disappear, 18-year-old cleaning ant, So even if he has to slap himself he still laugh? Just how funny is Xiao Chui's Chinese? The 18-year-old cleaning ant. It's making me a little curious about how Xiao Chui speaks Chinese. Bai Xiao, a little. They unconsciously turned their gaze to Xiao Chui on the other side, only to see Xiao Chui with an angry expression, while Xiao Shi in front of her was laughing so hard she was bent over. What happened? Could it be that Xiao Shi, like Wei Shuiyang, also found Xiao Chui's words hilarious? Xiao Shi, ha. Xiao Chui didn't say that. Xiao Chui's face flushed with anger, and she said confidently in broken Chinese, "What's wrong with what I said? Isn't marriage something that makes one smile even in death?" Bai Xiao, the 18-year-old cleaning lady, ha. They had misunderstood Wei Shuiyang. They didn't mean any harm. Xiao Chui's words were genuinely funny, and they couldn't help themselves. Bai Xiao and the 18-year-old cleaning lady exchanged a glance and said in unison, "Sorry, we really couldn't help it." They swore they meant no harm. They genuinely just couldn't help laughing out loud. Chapter 115. The 18-year-old cleaning lady barely managed to suppress her laughter, but couldn't help complaining, "Who taught this terrible Chinese?" Bai Xiao was about to say something when the wedding march suddenly filled the hall. Hearing this, the previously relaxed guests quickly found their seats. Bai Xiao and the 18-year-old cleaning lady also found places to sit. The only ones still standing were a group of monsters responsible for photography. Their task was to record every detail of the bride and groom's wedding and capture every beautiful moment of the bride, a request specifically made by the groom, Sun Sun. Wearing a groom suit, Sun Sun walked onto the stage from the side. It stood in the center, its eyes filled with suppressed excitement, its lips curved in an irrepressible smile of joy. It was waiting for its bride to approach it. The bride, Tian, wore a gorgeous wedding dress, with a diamond crown between her two rabbit ears. A white veil covered her face beneath the crown. Holding her father's hand, she walked step by step towards her groom. Bai Xiao could clearly see handsome and beautiful qualities in the two white rabbit monsters, but this feeling wasn't unfamiliar. It was like when she watched cartoons as a child. Even though the characters weren't human, she could still sense their beauty and ugliness. The bride Tian walked up to the groom. Since sat at her next, the priest asked the bride and groom if they were willing to be together. Although it was a well-known procedure, the guests below the stage were in high spirits. Bai Xiao heard the monster guest next to her say, "I really didn't expect that the heir to the rabbit monster bank would like such an ordinary white rabbit monster. It's as unbelievable as a fairy tale about a prince falling in love with Cinderella." The monster beside him said, "Shh, don't say anything unnecessary. We just need to offer our blessings in our hearts." Bai Xiao heard similar words many times, and finally understood the identities of the two rabbit monsters. The rabbit monster Sun was the heir to the rabbit monster bank, practically born with a silver spoon in its mouth. Tian was just an ordinary rabbit monster, formerly an employee of the rabbit monster bank. Sun pursued Tian, and after successfully winning her over, the two monsters had a very high-profile romance. So high-profile that almost all the rabbit monsters knew that the heir to the rabbit monster bank had a girlfriend named Tian, and none of them were surprised by their marriage. The more Bai Xiao listened, the more it sounded like a classic CEO falls in love with me story, a very old-fashioned premise. On stage, Sun and Tian had already made their vows of eternal love in front of everyone, and next was the groom kissing the bride. Sun lifted Tian's white veil, lowered his head, and gently kissed her. The guests applauded excitedly, offering their blessings. The 18-year-old cleaning lady wasn't interested in the two rabbits' wedding. She was more concerned about when the banquet would be held. But she was clearly going to be disappointed. The next step was for the bride and groom to throw their bouquet in the back garden, and the guests had to follow. The 18-year-old cleaning lady pondered, "Will catching the bouquet give us some special items?" Bai Xiao looked at the sea of monsters. Aside from herself and the 18-year-old, there were only a few humans, Xiaoxi and Xiaochui. This was a monster wedding. Their presence here as humans was an accident in itself. It was unlikely they would be given any special items. However, the bouquet toss was part of the wedding ceremony, and Bai Xiao wouldn't stop the 18-year-old cleaning lady if she wanted to join in the fun. The guests arrived at the back garden, filled with pink roses and cherry blossoms. Tian, with her back to all the monsters, humans, tossed a bouquet of red roses behind her. Behind Tian stood a large group of monsters. Bai Xiao couldn't squeeze through, but the 18-year-old cleaning lady managed to squeeze into the crowd and, with lightning speed, snatched Tian's bouquet. The 18-year-old cleaning lady approached Bai Xiao with the bouquet, beaming, "Got it." Tian turned around, saw a strange human had caught her bouquet, paused for a moment, then happily told the 18-year-old cleaning lady, "Darling, you caught happiness. Happiness has reached you." The 18-year-old cleaning lady nearly dropped her bouquet in shock. What happiness? It was just a bouquet, but Bai Xiao saw the details of the bouquet. Bride Tian's bouquet. Function: increases the owner's luck by 10 points. Type: non-upgradable auxiliary item. Wedding reminder: isn't luck a kind of happiness? It's actually an item that increases luck. Although the game doesn't explicitly state it, Bai Xiao had long suspected that players had a luck stat, which explains why their treasure chests contained different items. Bai Xiao didn't know if his luck stat was high, but the 18-year-old cleaning lady's luck stat was probably not very high, because she almost always got double-headed turrets, rarely other auxiliary items or food. Perhaps this bouquet will help her with opening treasure chests in the future. Bai Xiao said to the 18-year-old cleaning lady, "Keep it safe. It must be a special prop, look." As he spoke, Bai Xiao reached out to pluck the petals from the bouquet, but they were like iron welded on. No matter how hard he tried, not a single petal would fall off. The 18-year-old cleaning lady was quite surprised. This bouquet felt, looked, and even smelled like vibrant, luscious roses, yet it wasn't real. Hearing Bai Xiao's words, Tian suddenly remembered the bouquet's additional attribute and explained, "These are roses custom-made at the Monster Weapon Forging Workshop. They look real, but they're not. I remember the forger at the Monster Weapon Forging Workshop saying that this bouquet can increase your luck by 10 points. For you humans, increasing luck is a kind of happiness, right?" The 18-year-old cleaning lady, "That's so wonderful." In the survival world, an extra 10 points of luck, coupled with her confidence in her skills, suddenly made her feel like she could live a very long time. The 18-year-old cleaning lady immediately put the bouquet into her backpack, deciding to take it out later when opening the wedding favors. Maybe she'd find the prop she wanted. The wedding ceremony was over, and next up was the banquet the 18-year-old cleaning lady had been eagerly anticipating. The wedding banquet featured small tables for 2 to 4 people, avoiding the awkwardness of unfamiliar guests dining together. Bai Xiao and the 18-year-old cleaning lady sat at the same table. Bai Xiao only realized when the food was served that the catering must have been handled by Monster Restaurant. She's seen these dishes on the guests' tables before. The 18-year-old cleaning lady had already started eating, and Bai Xiao, not wanting to be left behind, remarked while eating, "This whole meal costs almost 50,000 at Monster Restaurant." Upon hearing this, the 18-year-old cleaning lady ate even faster. A 50,000 yuan banquet? I eat. Chapter 116. Bai Xiao and the 18-year-old cleaning lady were enjoying their meal when they suddenly heard a commotion. The two cautiously put down their chopsticks and looked in the direction of the sound, only to see several security guards holding down a white rabbit monster. The rabbit monster was struggling incessantly, as if it were causing trouble. The 18-year-old cleaning lady asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Even if it were a wedding robbery, it's too late now. All the usual formalities were completed, and they were just eating. Why the sudden commotion? Then, both the 18-year-old cleaning lady and Bai Xiao's eyes widened. The white rabbit monster, which had been held down by the security guards, suddenly began to emit blackish-red smoke, as if it had gone mad. It abruptly broke free from the two guards holding it down and stood up. After standing up, everyone could finally see its face clearly. Its originally black rabbit eyes had turned scarlet red, and its two cute little rabbit teeth had disappeared, replaced by two fangs on either side of its mouth. White rabbit monster. Monster level, level 3 monster. Monster HP, 100. Monster classification, speed type, poisonous type. Wedding reminder, the self-depraved white rabbit monster. Although the details say it's a white rabbit monster, Bai Xiao thinks it looks exactly like the red-eyed, poisonous rabbit monster he previously opened from a treasure chest, only larger. Monsters that jump out of treasure chests are all small. The 18-year-old cleaning lady exclaimed in shock. What's going on? Has this rabbit gone mad? Turned into a monster? Although the 18-year-old cleaning lady didn't know what monsters or intelligent monsters were, all the players agreed that only red-eyed monsters would attack humans. Other monsters with normal eyes could communicate normally. The guests screamed and scattered at the sight, but the white rabbit monster's target was clearly Sun Sun and Tian, hopping towards them with incredible speed. Just as the white rabbit monster was about to leap over, Sun Sun hugged Tian tightly, shielding her with her own body. It kept its eyes closed, yet felt no pain for a long time. When it opened its eyes, it saw two people standing in front of it. The red-eyed white rabbit monster had already been kicked far away by the cleaning lady. Just moments before, Bai Xiao and the 18-year-old cleaning lady had instantly remembered wedding rule 3. In any dangerous situation during the wedding, please protect the bride, Tian. If the bride is harmed, all wedding guests will die. Not wanting to die, Bai Xiao and the 18-year-old cleaning lady rushed forward immediately, stopping the white rabbit monster that was about to harm Sun Sun and Tian. The white rabbit monster, kicked away, quickly got up, emitting strange cries that no one could understand. With its cries, many other white rabbit monsters of various sizes appeared out of thin air around it. The smaller ones looked exactly like the red-eyed, fanged rabbit monsters that jumped out of the treasure chests, while the larger ones were just enlarged versions. The 18-year-old cleaning lady exclaimed, "Good grief, they can't beat them," so they call for backup. Bai Xiao turned to ask Sun Sun, who seemed stunned, "Let's make a deal. We bring out our weapons to protect you, and could the rabbit monster bank not blacklist us?" Sun Sun shook her head helplessly. "Sorry, the rules are set and cannot be changed." Without weapons, the 18-year-old cleaning lady could only fight barehanded, punching and kicking one monster at a time. Although it looked cool, too few monsters died. Xiao Shi and Xiao Chui also arrived. As fellow human players, they naturally knew the wedding rules. The bride couldn't die, no matter what. Burying the bride alive was unthinkable. The red-eyed, fanged rabbit monsters were poisonous, and quite venomous at that. With such a large group of them, it was easy to get bitten without weapons. Bai Xiao, 18, be careful. The 18-year-old cleaning lady was bitten on the ankle by a small red-eyed, venomous rabbit monster. Feeling the pain, she immediately stomped the monster to death. There was no such thing as leaving the territory to avoid attack. To protect Tian, they had to fight these red-eyed, venomous rabbit monsters to the death. Bai Xiao asked urgently, "A violin isn't a weapon, right? Can I use it?" Sun Sun nodded. "A violin is a musical instrument, you can use it." Bai Xiao, "Then quickly take Tian and leave. We hold him off." Upon hearing this, Sun Sun took Tian without hesitation and left. Bai Xiao took out his violin. The 18-year-old cleaning lady had no weapon. Although she was still very fierce, able to kill the red-eyed, venomous rabbit monsters with her bare hands, it was undeniable that she was constantly injured. If she didn't recover her health soon, Bai Xiao worried she wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Just then, Bai Xiao suddenly realized that as soon as one wave of red-eyed, venomous rabbit monsters died, the white rabbit monster would summon a new wave. Bai Xiao, 18, kill the rabbit that's summoning monsters first, it's still summoning. The 18-year-old cleaning lady looked up at the rabbit standing behind a group of red-eyed, venomous rabbit monsters. It was easy to spot because all the other rabbits were naked, while it was wearing a suit and tie, looking like a guest attending a wedding. But so many monsters were blocking its way that the 18-year-old cleaning lady couldn't kill it anytime soon. Xiao Shi and Xiao Chui were slacking off, they didn't have any help to restore their health. And now that Tian Tian had run away, they didn't need to deal with the monsters at all. But hearing Bai Xiao say that the monsters were still increasing, Xiao Shi gave Xiao Chui a look, and the two of them moved closer to the 18-year-old cleaning lady. Xiao Shi, we draw their fire, you go and capture the king. With the three of them working together, the 18-year-old cleaning lady finally caught the white rabbit monster. Grabbing its collar, she was furious. What are you doing here causing trouble at someone's wedding? As she spoke, she punched the white rabbit monster in the face, denting it. The 18-year-old cleaning lady showed no mercy, punching again and again until the white rabbit monster died. Its corpse disappeared, and the other monsters vanished instantly. Xiao Shi and Xiao Chui had also been slightly injured. They ate some health candies to restore their health. With Bai Xiao's help, the 18-year-old cleaning lady's health had recovered. She walked over to Bai Xiao and said, "Let's go ask what happened." Bai Xiao also wanted to ask. She had always suspected that the monsters in the monster realm were once intelligent, and now, seeing one become mindless, she was even more curious. Why would an intelligent monster become a mindless monster that eats human players? The wedding farce finally ended. The guests fled into the hall. Knowing the monsters had been eliminated, their faces showed no joy, only grief. Tian Tian kept crying, and Sinsen held her to comfort her. Bai Xiao and the others went up to her and asked, "What happened to the white rabbit monster?" Sinsen said sadly, "It's my brother. It was supposed to be the heir to the rabbit monster bank, but it made a serious mistake, so it lost its right to inherit." Chapter 117. 18-year-old cleaning lady. So it turned into a monster because of jealousy? Sinsen shook her head. That was a long time ago. When we were teenagers, it lost its right to inherit the rabbit monster bank, but inheriting the rabbit monster bank wasn't what it wanted to do anyway. Bai Xiao, so why did it turn out like this? Tian Tian sobbed and blamed herself, saying, "Because of me." Sinsen felt extremely sorry for her. Tian Tian, don't say that, it's not your fault. Bai Xiao was full of questions. Wait, what kind of love-hate relationship exists between the three rabbits? Can you explain it clearly? Sinsen explained. Actually, I wasn't the only monster pursuing Tian Tian. My brother was also pursuing her, but she chose me. That's why my brother lost control today, because we're getting married. Bai Xiao listened, and it sounded more and more like a domineering CEO drama. Sinsen was the male lead, Tian Tian was the female lead, and Sinsen's brother was the villainous male supporting character who couldn't get the girl and then turned evil. But that wasn't the point. Bai Xiao asked, why did it become like that? Did it lose its mind? Sinsen was silent for a moment before slowly saying, it chose to fall, but that's not its fault. Well, in short, if monsters choose to fall, they lose their minds and become beings 10 times stronger than normal monsters. If you hadn't killed it today, it would have appeared in your dungeons, the monster realm or the monster forest, becoming a monster NPC within those dungeons. Bai Zhao's brows furrowed even more. You mean, all the monsters we human players kill are actually the fallen forms of you normal monsters? Someone controls you, just like they control us human players? Sinsen shook its head frantically. I can't say. Bai Xiao, I understand. Bai Xiao sighed. Sinsen's refusal to speak meant there would be a terrible price to pay for it, so it couldn't speak, and Bai Xiao didn't want to force it. But given its behavior, couldn't Bai Xiao guess what was going on? Human players were inexplicably transported to a survival world, struggling and killing each other, resorting to any means necessary to survive. Bai Xiao felt that, aside from incurable patients like herself, other players probably dreamed of going back. Monsters in the monster world had fallen and become monster NPCs for human players to use in clearing levels, experiencing death again and again. They weren't necessarily doing it willingly. For example, the princess of the Fox Kingdom. No princess would willingly fall into such a state, becoming a mindless monster. Who ultimately benefits from sacrificing both human players and monsters? Bai Xiao thought it was the dormitory owner. The owner she referred to wasn't Administrator CC, there must be someone above CC, or perhaps someone who wasn't human. Bai Xiao didn't know what it wanted, she just wanted to survive. No matter how powerful, mysterious, or terrifying it was, anything that prevented her from living was considered an enemy by Bai Xiao. With the wedding turned into such a mess, Sun Sun and Tian had no desire to continue. After saying goodbye to everyone, they left. The other guests gradually left, and the 4 remaining humans, having received this information, were all preoccupied. Bai Xiao walked absent-mindedly, when suddenly, she saw a fiery red fox tail flash past. She instantly thought of the Fox Duke Fox Flame, whom she had encountered before. The player from Unit 3 of Building 3 had been taken away by it, and his whereabouts were still unknown. Instinctively, she reached out and grabbed the fox's tail. Fox Flame's tail was grabbed, and it froze as if electrocuted, then turned around angrily. How rude. What are you doing? Let go of my tail. It's common knowledge that unless it's a pet you raised yourself, most humans see animals of the same species as identical ones. So, although Fox Flame turned around, Bai Xiao wasn't sure if it was really Fox Flame. But when Fox Flame realized it was Bai Xiao who had grabbed its tail, a flicker of panic crossed its eyes. No wonder Bai Xiao grabbed its tail, it turned and ran. What was there for Bai Xiao to be unsure of? This was definitely Fox Flame. Only she knew that it had taken away the players from Unit 3 of Building 3, so it felt guilty. Bai Xiao immediately chased after it. Don't run. Fox Flame ignored Bai Xiao's words, and ran even faster. The 18-year-old cleaning lady, though confused, saw Bai Xiao trying to catch the fox and gave chase. She was faster than Bai Xiao and faster than Fox Flame, grabbing its arm in an instant. Fox Flame angrily tried to pull its arm away, but the 18-year-old cleaning lady was as strong as an ox, and it couldn't get its arm off. It angrily shouted, "This is outrageous. Do you know who I am? I'm the Duke of the Fox Kingdom. Let go!" The 18-year-old cleaning lady didn't care which country he was from. The wedding rules didn't say you couldn't pull a fox's arm, and there was no punishment anyway, so she wasn't afraid. Seeing Bai Xiao running towards it, getting closer and closer, Fox Flame stopped struggling, looking resigned. Seeing that Fox Flame had been caught by the 18-year-old cleaning lady, Bai Xiao immediately questioned, "Fox Flame, didn't you take the player from Unit 3 of Building 3 to the Fox Kingdom? Why hasn't he returned in 2 days? What did you do to him?" Fox Yan's 2 fox ears snapped back, but quickly returned to normal. He calmly asked, "Who is Fox Yan? Madam, are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else? I don't know you." Bai Xiao was taken aback. To be honest, she wasn't very good at recognizing animals. Take Tian and Sun Sun, for example. Aside from their clothes and build, Bai Xiao thought they looked exactly alike. Could she really have mistaken him? But if she had, why was this fox running away? Bai Xiao confidently stated, "You are Fox Yan, the Duke of the Fox Kingdom." The 18-year-old cleaning lady also chimed in, "That's right. He just said he was a duke himself. He's probably pretending not to know you." Fox Yan sighed, somewhat annoyed. Why are humans attending the White Rabbit monster's wedding? If I had known humans were attending, I wouldn't have come. By saying this, he indirectly acknowledged his identity. Bai Xiao continued to question him. "Where's the player from Building 3, Unit 3? Didn't you take him to collect the reward?" Fox Yan remained completely unmoved, like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. The less it said, the more Bai Xiao felt there was a grand conspiracy at play, and the more determined he became to find out. Bai Xiao took out the Fox Princess's crown from his backpack. Fox Yan's expression immediately changed. Seeing this, Bai Xiao asked again, "I'm asking you in the name of the Fox Princess, where did you take the players from Unit 3 of Building 3? What does your Fox Kingdom want?" The Fox Princess's crown worked. Fox Yan's pupils dilated as if hypnotized, and he said, word by word, "The king imprisoned him. The king wants to resurrect the princess, and he needs many humans to sacrifice. Everyone who saw the princess in the monster realm is the king's target for sacrifice." Chapter 118. Fox Flame's words shocked not only Bai Xiao, but even the 18-year-old cleaning lady, who was unaware of the previous events. Bai Xiao quickly asked, "The king wants to resurrect the princess? But isn't the princess in the monster secret realm?" Fox Flame, in the monster world, corruption equals death. To restore the princess to normalcy, human blood must be sacrificed. Bai Xiao frowned. "Who said that?" Fox Flame looked blank. I don't know, the king said it. Bai Xiao, why is the target all humans who have seen the princess? The king's target was all humans who had seen the princess. It was too targeted. Bai Xiao couldn't help but think about it. Fox Flame remained blank. I don't know. Bai Xiao, then how does the king plan to capture humans to sacrifice for the princess? Fox Flame, I don't know. Bai Xiao, question mark. How can this fox be so clueless? Isn't he a duke? With such a high position, how could he have access to such core secrets? Bai Xiao stopped asking questions, and Fox Flame's eyes gradually cleared. It angrily said, You despicable human, what have you done to me? Hand over the princess's crown. It's not something you deserve. Bai Xiao put the crown away in front of Fox Flame, saying calmly, The crown was a gift from your princess. You have no right to take it back. Fox Flame was stunned for a moment, then retorted angrily, Now that it's in your hands, you can say whatever you want. You humans are indeed rude, barbaric, and rude. Bai Xiao coldly looked at it. Get this straight. Your Fox Kingdom needs to capture us humans to sacrifice for your princess. Who is truly rude, barbaric, and rude? Fox Flame clearly had no memory of what had just happened. Hearing Bai Xiao say this, its ears practically popped back in shock. This human actually knew. Fox Flame turned and ran. Bai Xiao didn't chase after it. They still had to abide by the wedding rules. They couldn't harm or kidnap Fox Flame. But they asked what they needed to ask, and it was fine that it was gone. Bai Xiao opened her friend list and sent a message to everywhere drifting. All illness is cured. Spread a message as soon as possible. The fox monsters will target humans. Please be careful of the foxes. Although they didn't know how the Fox King would capture humans, all humans who had transmigrated to the survival world would participate in the monster's secret realm to survive. So all surviving players were their targets. The number of survivors in Building 4, Unit 4 was already precarious. If the Fox Kingdom came to capture more people, the players in Building 4, Unit 4 could expect to die outside in the corridor tonight. Everywhere drifters. Question mark. All illness is cured. What's wrong? Everywhere drifters. Boss, fox monsters have appeared in the dorms, and many players have already opened their doors to them. Bai Xiao was terrified. The 18-year-old cleaning lady, noticing her pale face, quickly asked, What happened? You look terrible. Bai Xiao didn't have time to answer the cleaning lady, because she didn't know what had happened either. All illness is cured. What exactly happened? Tell me in detail. Everywhere drifters. Starting at 1 p.m., fox monsters appeared in the corridors of every floor of the dorms. They knock on players' dorm doors, saying they have special items to give to lucky players. Many players thought the foxes, like Boss Lu, had special identities, so they opened their doors to them. When Everywhere Drifters saw this in the chat lobby, she was envious of their good luck in encountering monster NPCs, giving away special items in broad daylight. Looking back now, there's no such thing as a free lunch in the survival world. I go tell the chat lobby right now. Bai Xiao then looked up and replied to the 18-year-old cleaning lady, Fox monsters have appeared in our dormitory building. They've been invited into the dorms by some players under the pretense of giving away items. Let's go back first. The 18-year-old cleaning lady had overheard the whole thing. She knew the foxes wanted human sacrifices, and her expression changed when she heard Bai Xiao say this. The two returned to their dormitory, and Bai Xiao eagerly opened the chat lobby. Everyone, don't open the door for the fox. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Hey, weren't you just envious of others getting approached by foxes? Now you're just being sour grapes? Believe it or not, open the door if you want. Look through the chat history. Have the players who mentioned foxes coming to their doors said anything since? The 18-year-old cleaning lady is right. Those players who were approached by foxes haven't sent any messages in the chat lobby after bragging about it in the group. Someone has already tagged the players who spoke earlier in the chat lobby, but no matter how many times they tagged them, those people haven't replied. Sugar-free dog poop? Want some? Could they be entertaining foxes? That's why they're too busy to reply to messages? Look, their avatars and names aren't dark. They're still alive. All illness is cured. Does not dying mean there's no danger? You've been here for so many days. Don't you know what kind of game this is? How could they possibly give players special items for free? Can I live? Luckily I didn't open the door. I felt something was off. Cece would love for us all to die. How could she let an NPC deliver special items to us? Sobbing monster. Sobbing, I didn't open it either. That fox had a pointy snout and monkey-like face, and those bewitching eyes. It didn't look like a good fox at all. Drawing a circle to curse you. I didn't open it either. because I believe everything comes at a price. What's delivered for free is the most expensive. It's Lee. The person next door opened it. I go knock and see what's going on. Food poisoning. What's going on? I was just envious of others having a gift fox come to their door, and it's reversed so quickly. Does that mean even rational monster NPCs aren't necessarily good? Crazy showing off 10 pounds of watermelon at everywhere drifting. Explain what happened clearly. What do you know? All illness is cured. Miss Lily, the fox in the 3rd level of the monster realm, is the princess of the Fox Kingdom. The Fox King wants to save his daughter, and his method is to capture humans for sacrifice. Understand? From now on, if there's anything free, please think twice. If there were even a few more survivors, Bai Xiao wouldn't bother with this mess. Such an obvious trap, yet so many people believed it. Lezerin at Cece, so other monsters can come and go as they please in our dormitory building? Lezerin's comment reminded the other players that Cece, as the administrator of Building 4, Unit 4, should have to get past it before any other monsters can enter. Many players tagged Cece along with Lezerin, but Cece didn't reply this time. Its silence made it clear that it had tacitly allowed the fox to enter Building 4, Unit 4, hoping to cause more deaths among the dormitory residents. Lezerin at Cece stopped playing dead, come out and explain what happened. Chapter 119. Notice. The Fox King has requested to visit Dormitory Building 4, Unit 4. The request has been approved. A total of 99 fox monsters arrived at Dormitory Building 4, Unit 4 today. The fox monsters are cunning. Players are advised to be cautious. Lezerin, ? It's obvious to everyone that this notice from the 4th player is a very perfunctory attempt to cover up the situation. The fox monsters arrived at 1 p.m., and it's almost 3 p.m. now. They're only issuing this notice now, claiming it wasn't intentional. Does anyone believe that? So it's confirmed. The fox monsters came here intentionally to mess with them, because there are still too many survivors in Dormitory Building 4, Unit 4, at least more than the 4th player expected. It's Lee. I caught a fox, and it wants to take the player next door away. Lee had just said he was going to check next door, but the windows had been upgraded, and he couldn't see inside. He knocked on the door for a long time without any response. He was about to leave when the door suddenly opened. Lee saw the player next door gagged and handcuffed, the other handcuffed to the fox's wrist. The player next door had just invited the fox in when he saw messages in the chat saying not to open the door for the fox. He became wary and tried to drive the fox out. The fox saw through his plan and tied him up instead. However, the fox wasn't very strong, and the two fought like weaklings, with the fox managing to keep one of Lee's hands free. Hearing Lee knocking, the player next door struggled to open the dormitory door. Lee saw this and immediately rushed in, grabbing the fox. Warning: do not harm intelligent monsters. Do not harm intelligent monsters. Do not harm intelligent monsters. Lee? ? Lee, did you hear that? Or was I the only one who heard it? I didn't heard it, I just picked it up. Lezerin, where did you pick it up? Lee, the back of its neck, that's how you lift animals. While that's true, it seems only cubs can be lifted like that. This one is already working, so it must be an adult. Licking an adult animal by the back of its neck would hurt. Lee, having learned some basic knowledge in the chat, released the fox's neck, put the fox's paws behind its back, and then held the fox's paws with his hands. This way, he could control it without hurting it. Babing Quanxio, ask it how they took the humans away, and what's the way to rescue them. Lee glanced at the chat, and happened to see Bai Zhao's message, so he pressed the fox's hand to ask. Lee, it won't say anything, and Cece won't let me hurt it, what should I do? Can I live? Actually, there are many ways to interrogate it without hurting it. Everywhere drifting, that's right, like tickling its armpits and soles of its feet. Can I live? For example, farting in its face, with soup and water, is the most effective. Lee gave Lee the look of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. After weighing his options, he realized he couldn't do the second one, so he tried the first one first. Lee pinned the fox to the ground. The player next to him, now freed, stretched out his hands, letting out a cackling laugh. The fox monster turned pale with fright. Don't come any closer. But the player next door's merciless fingers were already dancing nimbly on the fox monster's armpits. Fox monster, ha ha ha, you humans. Ha ha ha, how despicable. Ha ha, stop. What? 10 minutes later, the fox monster was barely breathing, clearly on the verge of death. Lee asked again, will you talk or not? If you don't, I make him fart in your face, the kind that's soup and all. Ignoring the resentful look from the player next door, Lee threatened viciously. The fox monster was terrified upon hearing this. It could die, but it couldn't endure such humiliation. Damn it, His Majesty the King was right. Humans were indeed the most despicable and shameless creatures. No fox could bear such humiliation, so even if it spoke, His Majesty the King would understand. Fox monster, I talk. Fearing Lee would keep his word, the fox monster revealed everything it knew. It was Lee who uploaded the fox's confession to the trading center for 5 nightmare coins. After all, he was the one who captured and interrogated the fox. Anyone wanting to know what the fox had said had to pay a price. Bai Xiao spent 5 nightmare coins to trade for the fox monster's confession, and learned part of what had happened. After the player from Unit 3 of Building 3 was taken back by Fox Flame, he learned that the Fox Princess was trapped in the monster realm as an NPC. The Fox King didn't reward the player from Unit 3 of Building 3 as promised, and instead imprisoned him. The Fox King somehow learned that sacrificing 10,000 humans could rescue the Fox Princess trapped in the monster realm. So the Fox King sent out invitations to every dormitory building, actually sending fox monsters out to lure humans to the Fox Kingdom. Some of these dormitories rejected the Fox King's application, while others accepted it. The dormitory administrators weren't unaware of the fox monsters' intentions. By allowing them in, they implicitly agreed that the fox monsters would take some players with them. Initially, the administrator of Unit 4 in Building 4, known as 44, rejected the fox monster's visit request, but today, for some unknown reason, she suddenly agreed. As a result, 99 fox monsters came to visit Unit 4 in Building 4. Because 44 hadn't informed the players of the fox monster's visit, it undoubtedly made it easier for them to deceive the players. The fox monsters were very persuasive. They politely knocked on the players' dormitory doors under the pretext of giving away special items for free. When players were wary and didn't open the door, the fox monsters patiently dispelled their concerns, successfully gaining entry. Once inside, the fox monsters would simply kidnap players weaker than themselves. If the player appeared strong, the fox monsters would trick them into going back to the Fox Kingdom with them to collect item rewards. Once players are lured to the Fox Kingdom, they are completely at their mercy, no matter how powerful they are. In just 2 hours, these fox monsters have made several trips back and forth, luring away several groups of players. For example, the fox monster captured by Lee tricked 2 players into going to the Fox Kingdom. The player next door was the third, almost succeeding in being tricked. However, the tricked human players cannot be sent back, as they are now in the Fox Kingdom's prison, and the captured fox monsters do not have the authority to open the prison gates. Thankfully, it was discovered early. Only 308 players from Unit 4 of Building 4 were tricked. After learning what happened, many players cursed those who were tricked as fools in the chat lobby. Chapter 120. Some players also spoke out in their defense. Neighbor 1, you can't say they're stupid. These foxes are really good at talking. Their eloquence rivals that of top salespeople. I almost fell for it, and opened the door for them. Meow meow, yeah, and more players went after that. I thought with so many people going together, there shouldn't be any problems. If I hadn't seen the message in the chat lobby, I probably would have already opened the door for the foxes. Sugar-free dog shit, they're just idiots, falling for such a low-level scam. Now look what happened, another 300 people are gone, and the survival rate has dropped again. Everywhere drifting. Why are you shouting again? Trying to impress me? Can I live? Weren't you just saying others were sour grapes? You're calling them idiots so fast now, your attitude changes pretty quickly. The chat lobby was in an uproar over this, while Lee was in a dilemma. He brought the fox monster back to his dormitory, but he couldn't fight it or kill it. Releasing it made him uncomfortable. The fox-like monster, for some unknown reason, looked at Lee in terror after being brought back to his dormitory, trembling as it said, "You can't imprison me as your slave. After 4 o'clock, we fox-like monsters will be teleported back to the Fox Kingdom. You won't succeed." Lee clicked his tongue. What was this fox-like monster thinking? It kept talking about imprisonment. Its mindset was truly unhealthy. However, since it would be teleported back at 4 o'clock, Leah simply tied it up and threw it in the corridor, too lazy to bother with it anymore. The monster realm is about to close. Players who have not yet evacuated must evacuate within 10 seconds. Otherwise, the vortex gate of the monster realm will close, and players will be trapped in the monster realm until it reopens at 10 o'clock the next morning. 10, 9, 1. Today's top 20 rewards on the Monster Secret Realm leaderboard are a Monster Restaurant work card and increased backpack slots. 4 o'clock in the afternoon arrived quickly. Besides the announcement from CC, Bai Xiao also received a message from Wei Shui Yang Yang. Wei Shui Yang Yang. The player in Unit 3 of Building 3 is dead. Bai Xiao's pupils contracted when she saw this message. The player's face flashed through her mind, finally settling on black and white. She had long known that the player in Unit 3 of Building 3 retained the naivety and innocence of a student in the survival world. Such people were rare in the survival world, but they didn't live long. She just hadn't expected him to die like this. His death served as a wake-up call for Bai Xiao. She could no longer easily follow other monsters into unknown territories. Who could have guessed that going to the Fox Kingdom wouldn't bring him a rich reward, but rather his life? Wei Shui Yang Yang. Just at 4 o'clock sharp, his avatar suddenly went dark. Bai Xiao immediately checked the previous messages in the chat lobby. All the players who had invited the Fox monster into their dorms and been tricked into going to the Fox Kingdom had their avatars darkened. This meant that the Fox Kingdom had gathered 10,000 humans, so the sacrifice had begun. Bai Xiao didn't feel relieved. She was more worried that the Fox King had actually succeeded. The third level of the monster realm didn't just have the Fox Princess. There were also little piglets, little monkeys. Didn't they have parents? If the Fox King used human sacrifices to save the Fox Princess, even more monsters would capture humans to sacrifice in order to save the Piglet Princess, the Monkey Princess. The survival world would be even more dangerous from now on. Before, they only needed to be wary of non-intelligent monsters, but now, they also had to be wary of intelligent monsters. Monster Realm Ranking. First place. Li Ah, Monster Realm Level 5 Boss, HP remaining 325. Reward. Monster Restaurant Work Card X1. Second place. 18-year-old Cleaning Ant, Monster Realm Level 5 Boss, HP remaining 350. Reward. Monster Restaurant Work Card X1. Third place. Lazy Ren, Monster Realm Level 5 Boss, HP remaining 390. Reward. Monster Restaurant Work Card X1. Fifth place. Guangxiansher Jin Shigua, Monster Realm Level 4 Cleared. Reward. Backpack Expansion Slots X10. 17th place. By Bing Quan Xia, Monster Realm Level 4 Boss, HP remaining 240. Reward. Backpack Expansion Slots X6. 18th place. Ying Guai, Monster Realm Level 4 Boss, HP remaining 250. Reward. Backpack Expansion Slots X6. 20th place. Meow, Monster Realm Level 4 Boss, HP remaining 270. Reward. Backpack Expansion Slots X4. Bai Xiao suppressed his chaotic thoughts and listened attentively to the Monster Realm rankings. The 18-year-old cleaning lady's progress has reached Level 5. He could ask her later what monster was in Level 5. But before that, Bai Xiao sorted out the matter of sacrificing humans and uploaded this information to the trading center for only 3 nightmare coins. Everyone could afford 3 nightmare coins. Bai Xiao wanted everyone in Building 4, Unit 4 to know about this, so they would be careful when encountering unfamiliar monsters in the future, and hopefully, today's incident wouldn't happen again. Today, a total of 504 players participated in the Monster Realm, and 3 players died in the realm. The number of survivors in the chat lobby dropped from 3704 to 3391, including those who died outside the Monster Realm. Bai Xiao calculated that, excluding the 3 players who died in the Monster Realm, the helpful citizen and the handsome dandy, only the 308 players tricked by the fox monster died. No wonder CC suddenly changed her mind this afternoon, and agreed to let the fox monster come to Dormitory Building 4, Unit 4. Probably because there were so few players participating in the Monster Realm today, CC hoped the fox monster would clean up a wave of players. It's unclear whether 3,391 people is considered a large number compared to other dormitory buildings. Bai Xiao used a White Rabbit Monster's wedding invitation today. Like the Monster Restaurant Work card, the White Rabbit Monster's wedding invitation prevents monsters from harassing her at night. But Bai Xiao guessed that this rule didn't work on humans. Even if she used these items, she would still be attacked by other players on the merge night. This afternoon, Bai Xiao, unusually, was in her dormitory, so she sent a message to Xiao Erwi. Gray, I'm home today. You can come over. There's a level 2 treasure chest X5 in the trash can. It's been there for several days, waiting for you to collect it. Little Gray, okay, I come over after I go to work. Little Gray starts work at 5 a.m., and with an hour to go, Bai Xiao wasn't idle either, starting to exercise. It wasn't until 5 a.m., when there was movement in the trash can, that Bai Xiao stopped, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and enthusiastically said, Gray, you're here. Little Gray's familiar orange hat first peeked out from the red trash can, then the whole mouse jumped onto the trash can, deftly collecting the level 2 treasure chest X5, and said businesslike, obtained iron X8. Chapter 121. Bai Xiao obtained iron 10-8, currently holding iron 10-14 in his inventory. Little Erwi finished his work and started talking to Bai Xiao affectionately. Are you going to work at the monster restaurant today? Bai Xiao nodded. I went to a wedding today. Little Erwi said oh, and plopped down on the trash can lid, propping his cheeks up with his paws, his rat eyes sparkling with gossip. It was the wedding of the heir to the rabid monster bank, right? You even had an invitation. It's a pity I didn't receive one. I really wanted to witness their wedding too. Bai Xiao asked curiously, you know them? Little Erwi said enthusiastically, of course I know them. Sun Sun and Tian Tian are famous in our monster world. Almost every monster in the monster world knows about their dramatic love story. Watching Little Erwi get more and more excited, Bai Xiao realized that Little Erwi was actually a rat who loved shipping couples. Little Gray continued, I was so happy when I found out they were getting married a while ago, but unfortunately I'm just an ordinary little monster, and the rabid monster bank won't invite us ordinary little monsters to the wedding. A hint of regret flashed in Little Gray's eyes, but it quickly returned to its enthusiasm. Well, although I didn't get to witness their wedding, thank goodness they finally got together. Bai Xiao clicked his tongue in amazement. Was this the monster world's version of high-profile pursuit of a wife? The whole world is shipping me and the CEO? So Sun San and Tian Tian were a celebrity couple in the monster world after all. However, since they were already chatting like this, Bai Xiao felt he could learn more about the monster world through Little Gray. Bai Xiao asked casually, is the heir to the rabid monster bank really that powerful? He's so famous, everyone's paying so much attention to his wedding. Xiao Erwi excitedly recommended, of course. The most famous monsters in the monster world are the cat monster business empire, the fox kingdom, the rabbit monster family, and the mysterious owner behind the monster restaurant. Bai Xiao exclaimed, his face full of gossip. Sounds impressive, but why are the cat monster business empire and the fox kingdom ranked ahead of the rabbit monster family? Are they more powerful than the rabbit monster family? Xiao Erwi was quite happy to talk about this, just like humans enjoy gossiping about celebrities and tycoons. Although these people, monsters, had nothing to do with him, he didn't know why, but gossiping about these famous people, monsters, just felt good. Little Gray Rat chattered on, how powerful is the cat monster's business empire? Let me tell you, in the monster world, every mall or shop belongs to the cat monster empire, without exception. Bai Xiao remembered the gold VIP card for the mall that Chalas had given her. The details of this item stated that cardholders could get a 15% discount at any mall. No wonder he spoke so definitively. It turns out all the malls in this world are owned by the cat monsters. Bai Xiao didn't forget to play along. Wow, that's amazing. The cat monsters must be incredibly wealthy. Little Gray Rat raised its head, of course. There are no poor cat monsters, unlike us working rats. Bai Xiao thought about how Chalas even ate breakfast at those ridiculously expensive monster restaurants, and nodded in deep agreement. She had thought Chalas could eat at monster restaurants because they were popular. It turns out they were simply rolling in money. Bai Xiao explained, so Chalas is a rich cat. Unexpectedly, Xiao Erwi, upon hearing Bai Xiao mention Chalas' name, excitedly asked, Chalas, are you talking about the long-haired blue-gold-shaded cat monster Chalas? Bai Xiao, yes. Bai Xiao's heart pounded. She thought, could it be such a coincidence? Could Chalas be the heir to a cat monster business empire? Is being a manager just a training exercise? Then I hooked up with a golden thigh. When Chalas makes a triumphant return, as her friend, even if she doesn't become an overnight sensation, she at least benefit a little. Xiao Erwi looked at Bai Xiao with envy. You actually seen it. It's a famously beautiful cat monster. Bai Xiao hesitated. Wait, you're just a mouse. What business is it of hers whether she's a beautiful cat or not? Besides, you two are different species. Can a mouse like you really appreciate the beauty of a cat monster? Little Gray sighed dejectedly. Bai Xiao immediately said with concern, you might have a chance to meet in the future. Don't be too sad. Actually, it's a bit difficult. Even if Chalas comes to Dormitory Building 4, Unit 4, her working hours are from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., while Little Gray doesn't start work until 5 p.m. The two monsters are destined to always miss each other. Little Gray shook his head. It's normal for a working mouse like me not to see these powerful monsters. I'm sad for Princess Lele. Bai Xiao's ears perked up. Princess Lele? Could it be that Chalas is really the heir to the cat monster's business empire? Under Bai Xiao's expectant gaze, Little Gray shook his head, and Bai Xiao's heart shattered. Little Gray said worriedly, originally, there were 3 candidates for the successor of the cat monster's business empire. Chalas was the youngest, so the monsters who liked her called her Princess Lele. A while ago, Princess Lele's eldest brother inherited the cat monster's business empire, and then there was no news of Princess Lele and her twin brother. No one knew where they went. Bai Xiao knew that Kailizi was now the manager of the 4th District's mall. She hadn't thought much of it at first, but now that she knew the inside story, she felt like Lele had been banished by her older brother. Xiao Erwi chatted incessantly with Bai Xiao for a long time, until 5:30. Seeing that it still hadn't stopped, Bai Xiao finally couldn't help but remind it, you haven't done your work yet. Xiao Erwi's favorability towards the frilly mouse monster increased by 10 points. Its current favorability towards you is 50. Xiao Erwi was having a great time chatting. It had been a long time since it had chatted so happily with a monster human. Xiao Xiao was indeed the most likable mouse. Only after hearing Bai Zhao's reminder did Xiao Erwi realize that it came to work, not to gossip with friends. Xiao Erwi reluctantly said, I haven't finished yet. I tell you next time. Now I have to get busy. Bai Xiao, okay, go ahead, goodbye. Little Gray waved goodbye to Bai Xiao, then disappeared into the trash can. Bai Xiao was currently processing what Little Gray had just said. Although it was all gossip, there was a lot of useful information in it. Bai Xiao now knew the largest forces in the monster world: the cat monster business empire, the fox kingdom, the rabbit monster family, and the monster restaurant. The rest were some smaller, less prominent forces. The number 1 cat monster business empire was currently ruled by Caramel, the eldest brother of Chocolate, a short-haired golden-shaded cat monster. Caramel had no problem with humans. To it, humans and monsters were all its customers, as long as it could make money from them. The mobile game store was specifically set up by Caramel for human players, so the cat monsters in the monster world were not hostile towards humans. Chapter 122. The second-ranked Fox Kingdom possesses the largest territory in the monster world. They are extremely hostile towards humans, because all the foxes in the kingdom believe that the disappearance of the Fox Princess was caused by humans. Furthermore, Bai Xiao learned from Xiao Erwi that Princess Lily was the only child of the Fox King and Queen. She was supposed to be crowned Crown Princess of the Fox Kingdom the day after her 10th birthday, the future heir to the throne, but she disappeared before her birthday was over. Other monsters disappeared with her, including several who were also heirs or candidates for heirs, the same little monsters Bai Xiao had seen in the 3rd level of the monster secret realm. Bai Xiao remembered that among those little monsters were a little monkey monster, a little gray wolf monster, a little sheep monster, a little spotted pig monster, a little squirrel monster, a little flowery mouse monster, a little white rabbit monster, and a little goat monster. Among them, the little gray wolf monster and the little spotted pig monster were their heirs, and the little squirrel monster was one of the candidates for heir. It is known that the leader of the gray wolf monsters is imprisoned in the 2nd level of the monster realm. The gray wolf monster clan is leaderless and preoccupied with their own survival. The remaining pig monster and squirrel monster clans are highly likely to follow the Fox King's example and choose to sacrifice humans to resurrect their heirs. Therefore, the pig monsters and squirrel monsters must also be guarded against. While the other smaller monsters are not heirs, and their parents cannot command a clan to capture humans, it's best to remain vigilant. Bai Xiao previously thought the 3rd level of the monster realm was a simple story-driven dungeon, but now she realizes it's anything but simple. This level seems over, but it's not truly over, because its effects linger. Regardless of who captured these little monsters and brought them to the monster realm, their purpose is clear: to sow discord between monsters and humans, inciting the monsters to participate in the annihilation of humans. Bai Xiao feels her survival is becoming increasingly difficult. Now, when she encounters intelligent monsters, she has to be wary of whether they harbor hostility towards humans and intend to capture them for sacrifice. Rank 3rd is the Rabbit Monster Family. The Rabbit Monster Family owns banks. They control all the banks, large and small, in the monster world. They are on good terms with the cat monsters and harbor no hostility towards humans. In fact, one could say they are quite friendly towards them. Ranked 4th is the Monster Restaurant. The Monster Restaurant is the most high-end and prestigious restaurant in the monster world. Monsters of status dine there, and it's also the preferred choice for banquets. It can be said that the Monster Restaurant is on good terms with the vast majority of monster clans in the monster world. However, the identity of the owner behind the Monster Restaurant remains a mystery. No one, or rather, no monster, knows what kind of monster it is. As for other minor factions, Xiao Erwi also revealed some information. For example, the Buffalo tribe makes a living by forging weapons. but the monster world has little demand for weapons. Furthermore, due to certain reasons, only a few members of the tribe remain, making survival extremely difficult. Iron Hammer is the chieftain of the Buffalo tribe. He supports the remaining members and often takes in abandoned orphan monsters, further exacerbating the tribe's already impoverished situation. Ultimately, Iron Hammer decides to take a gamble and opens a monster weapon forging workshop catering to humans. All the employees are orphan monsters he raised, each one strong and healthy. Because they rely on humans for their livelihood, the Buffalo tribe is a small, friendly group with no hostility towards humans. The Rat tribe, to which Xiao Erwi belongs, runs a garbage dump. In the monster world, anything related to garbage falls under their jurisdiction, making them a small force. The rat monsters within the Rat tribe have long since disappeared. Bai Xiao believes they're all NPCs in the first level of the monster realm. Although there was a small flowery rat monster in the third level of the monster realm, the Rat tribe wasn't hostile towards humans. This is likely because the Rat tribe also handles the dormitory's garbage, having more contact with humans than other monsters, so they know humans are a mix of good and bad, and cannot be generalized. Xiao Erwi also mentioned the deer monster tribe, resolving Bai Zhao's previous doubts. Among the deer monster tribe, there's a type called the ghost deer, which has also disappeared. The ghost deer possesses the ability to become invisible and amplify negative emotions. During the second night of the Snake Woman's revelry, many players, including Bai Xiao, were affected emotionally, likely due to the missing ghost deer. The other deer monsters of the deer tribe have ambiguous attitudes towards humans. Bai Xiao tentatively considers them a small, hostile force. Speaking of the Snake Woman monsters, Xiao Erwi sighed deeply. Because when the survival game descended upon the monster world, the Snake Woman monsters were among the first to perish. Their entire race was wiped out, with no survivors. Perhaps, the Grey Wolf monsters also count, because the only surviving Grey Wolf monsters in the monster world were the few Grey Wolf cubs adopted by Iron Hammer. Bai Xiao took a deep breath and exhaled. In truth, for the monster world, this was all an undeserved disaster. It was already 5:30, and only half an hour until 6 o'clock. Bai Xiao quickly ate a few mung bean cakes to fill her stomach before sending a message to Swaying Lily. She wanted to confirm something. Cure all illnesses. Mind telling me your dorm number? Swaying Lily, what's wrong? Cure all illnesses. I don't know if Building 4, Unit 4 is the main building tonight. If it isn't, I want to know how much damage my side does to the door. Bai Xiao had considered experimenting on her own dorm door, but perhaps because the weapon and door were bound to her, her scythe attack on the 4444 dorm door was ineffective. The 4444 dorm door didn't even lose a drop of blood. So Bai Xiao thought of Swaying Lily, a fellow player on floor 44, and wanted to try it on Swaying Lily's dorm door. Swaying Lily, 4488, come here. Bai Xiao raised an eyebrow. This dorm number was much luckier than hers. It was already 5:30, and there wasn't a single player outside the corridor. Bai Xiao walked to the door of dorm 4488, and then messaged Swaying Lily. All illnesses gone, I arrived. Swaying Lily, go ahead and chop, I watch from inside. Bai Xiao, seeing this message, didn't hold back. He took out a scythe from his weapon bag, and slashed at the brand new level 2 iron gate of Dormitory 4488. HP reduced by 20. Bai Xiao was shocked. One hit reduced HP by 20. The level 2 iron gate only had 100 HP, however, Bai Xiao remembered that on the night of the merger, he had been uncivilized. What can you do to me? He thought, and wielded a regular long-handled axe, reducing her dormitory gate by 10 HP. Her scythe had been upgraded twice, and was now a mid-level long-handled scythe. Reducing the gate's HP by 20 with one hit was normal. Inside the Swaying Lily's dormitory, there were 3 regular repair stations. Bai Xiao had only managed to reduce her HP by 20, but it recovered by 15 the next second. However, the gate recovers 15 health points per second, while Bai Xiao can deal 20 damage to the gate per second, so breaking through the gate is only a matter of time. Chapter 123. Bai Xiao tried hacking at the door a few more times. On the third hit, she triggered her weapon's passive stun skill. Bai Xiao saw a stun circle appear on the door, but the dormitory door's health only decreased by 20. However, she discovered that with the stun circle active, the door wouldn't regenerate health. Could this stun interrupt the repair station's work on the dormitory door? Would the repair station be disabled for 1.5 seconds if the weapon triggered the stun skill? After repeatedly checking, Bai Xiao hacked and stopped, arriving at the following conclusion. Her intermediate-grade long-handled scythe consistently dealt 20 damage to the door, unlike her ability to critically hit monsters. but it could trigger the weapon's stun skill. Using the stun skill on the dormitory door would interrupt the repair station's work on restoring the door's health. Seeing that Bai Xiao had finally stopped and wasn't going to damage the dormitory door anymore, the swaying Lily opened the door with a complicated expression. Seeing Bai Xiao, she sighed, "If one of the players in my dorm room today had a mid-level weapon like you, even if that's the main building, Unit 4 of Building 4, I'd be in serious trouble. There aren't many players with low-level weapons these days, and those with mid-level weapons are even rarer. But luck is unpredictable. You might just be unlucky enough to run into a player wielding a mid-level weapon on the night of the merger. So even in the main building, players aren't necessarily safe. Sure enough, this game can't keep players holed up in their dorms forever. If they encounter a player with such powerful weapons, the dorm doors won't withstand the fierce attack, and the player will have no choice but to come out and fight. Bai Xiao, why don't you try it out in my dorm, and see how much damage low-level weapons do?" Swaying Lily took a low-level long-handled broadsword from her backpack. Yes. Bai Xiao took Swaying Lily to dorm 4444. The experiment showed that the low-level long-handled broadsword dealt 15 damage per hit, while Swaying Lily's unupgraded ordinary side dealt 10 damage per hit. Bai Xiao also had Swaying Lily try out the unupgraded long-handled axe and long-handled broadsword from his backpack. Both dealt 10 damage. Therefore, Bai Xiao and Swaying Lily deduced that unupgraded ordinary weapons deal 10 damage to the dorm door, low-level weapons deal 15 damage, and mid-level weapons deal 20 damage. Furthermore, none of the weapons would critically hit the dorm door, but skills could be triggered. The Swaying Lily's ordinary repair station X3 restores 15 HP to the main gate per second. If Building 4, Unit 4 is the main building today, as long as the player in her dormitory is using a low-level or ordinary weapon without any additional skills, they won't be able to break through the gate even after attacking all night. However, if she's unlucky enough to encounter a player like Bai Xiao with a mid-level weapon, she'd have to fight them head-on. Bai Dao's dormitory, including her backpack, has a total of ordinary repair stations X4 and low-level repair stations X1, restoring a total of 30% HP to the main gate per second. Bai Xiao's level 3 steel gate has 200 HP, and these repair stations restore 60 HP to the gate per second. If Building 4, Unit 4 is the main building today, Bai Xiao guesses that unless they have a high-level or higher weapon, with such a high recovery rate, no one will be able to break through her dormitory gate. If she's sure she's okay, she can lend the repair station to Swaying Lily, and the others to help them out. But all of this depends on the fact that their Building 4, Unit 4, is part of the main building. Bai Xiao and Swaying Lily exchanged a glance. Ultimately, they could only rely on luck. Swaying Lily, it's getting late. Let the team know what's going on. I'm going back to my dorm. Bai Xiao nodded, and after Swaying Lily turned and left, she also went back to her dorm. Bai Xiao posted her and Swaying Lily's discovery in the team chat. Coincidentally, Wei Shui Yangyang's Building 7 Unit 1 was also merging that night. The team has 4 members. Currently, the 18-year-old cleaning lady is the main attacker, Wei Shui Yangyang is a hybrid attacker/support, Bai Xiao is mostly support, and Swaying Lily is mostly protecting Bai Xiao. In short, the first team can't function without any of them. Wei Shui Yangyang, I bought some raw eggs at the monster restaurant. I didn't go to work today and fried 10 eggs at home. Share some with you guys, just in case. In this one-on-one situation, Bai Xiao's violin wouldn't work, but Wei Shui Yangyang's fried eggs were useful. If her health dropped, she could just pop an egg into her mouth. The 18-year-old cleaning lady, I don't need any. Give them to Xiao Xiao and Baihe. Wei Shui Yangyang, okay. Bai Xiao received 5 items from Wei Shui Yangyang. Opening them, she saw 5 fragrant fried eggs. She remembered that Wei Shui Yangyang's small pot could only serve 10 meals a day. Why did she get half of them? Wei Shui Yangyang shouldn't be biased, so he probably also gave 5 fried eggs to the Swaying Lily. All illness is gone. Didn't you keep any for yourself? I still have a few healthy candies in my backpack. You can have the fried egg. Swaying Lily, thank you. You're welcome. I think we need to hurry up and find teammates. Today's reward for the monster dungeon is a monster restaurant work card. Tomorrow, there will definitely be another wave of new players coming to the monster restaurant. All illness is gone. That's right. When Lily interviews new players, we can get a head start and recruit new teammates for our first team. Swaying Lily, I keep an eye out. The 4 chatted in the team until 6 p.m. Night was approaching. Tonight, you would face the second merge night, merging dormitory buildings 4, 7, and 8. 3391 survivors in 4, 7, and 8. 3249 survivors in 4, 7, and 8. The number of survivors in Unit 4 of Building 8 is 3,390. Congratulations to Unit 4 of Building 4 for having the highest number of survivors, and becoming the main building for the merge night. Unit 4 of Building 4, Unit 4 of Building 7, and Unit 4 of Building 8 are currently merging. Upon hearing the announcement from Unit 4, all the players in Unit 4 of Building 4 finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon hearing that Unit 4 of Building 8 had only 3,390 survivors, just one less than their unit, all the players in Unit 4 of Building 4 felt a wave of fear wash over them, breaking out in a cold sweat. Bai Xiao was equally terrified. If she had discovered the fox monster's capture and sacrifice of players even a little later, allowing the fox monster to trick a few more players away, their Unit 4 of Building 4 wouldn't have become the main building. However, since Unit 4 of Building 4 is the main building for tonight's merge night, Bai Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Unit 4 of Building 7, Unit 4 of Building 8, and Unit 4 of Building 4 have completed their merger. The 6,639 newly joined players, please move into your assigned dormitories. Chapter 124. Bai Dao's dormitory window is a level 3 observation window. Besides being able to see outside, the dormitory door is also transparent to her. Looking through the silver door into the corridor feels like looking at a projection. After the announcement from CC, she heard a series of chaotic footsteps outside the corridor, but so far no players have come to her side. The players from dormitory 4445 next door haven't suddenly appeared like they did on the night of the last merge, indicating that the merged units 4 and 4 of Building 7 and Building 8 haven't been linked to players from dormitory 4445. She wonders if any players from dormitory 4444 have been linked to this merge. Bai Xiao waited a while. Occasionally, players would dart out into the corridor in front of her dormitory, but no one stopped to damage her door. Bai Xiao suspected she had incredible luck tonight. She hadn't encountered any players linked to the same dormitory building as her during the merge. If that were the case, it would be a peaceful night, and she could get a good night's sleep. Bai Xiao, having waited in vain for anyone, started worrying about his teammates. All diseases cured. No players are coming over here. How's it going on your side? Wei Shui Yang Yang. Someone came, but his weapon is an unupgraded ordinary weapon, so we're not worried about him breaking down the door. We've been killing monsters in the monster dungeon these past few nights, and tonight we're actually quite bored. 18-year-old cleaning ant, one just came over here, but we already taken care of him, so we're free now. All diseases cured. You're amazing. While everyone else was worried about players breaking down the door, only 18-year-old wasn't afraid at all. She killed whoever came. Wei Shui Yang Yang, as expected of an 18th, thumbs up. By Bingquan Xiao, by the way, I noticed that on both of these merger nights, our Building 4, Unit 4, was merged with Unit 4 of other dormitories. What about yours? Wei Shui Yang Yang, our Building 7, Unit 1, was merged with Unit 1 of other dormitories on both merger nights. Does that mean only units within the same building are merged? By Bingquan Xiao, that's what I suspected too, otherwise it's too much of a coincidence. Wei Shui Yang Yang, wait a minute, I go ask the other dormitories. The players. 18-year-old cleaning lady, if we can only merge dorm buildings in the same unit, then Yang Yang won't have the chance to be in the same dorm building as us in the future. All illness is cured. It's okay, we all gather at the monster restaurant anyway. 18-year-old cleaning lady, speaking of which, why isn't Baiha saying anything in the team chat? All illness is cured. I don't know. Bai Xiao also found it strange. If Baiha didn't have any troublesome problems, she should have sent a message in the group to let everyone know she was safe. Could it be that Baiha was really unlucky and encountered a player wielding a mid-level weapon, just like Bai Xiao suspected? Bai Xiao was a little worried. Since she hadn't encountered any players coming over, she simply sent a regular repair station to Swang Lily. This way, Swang Lily now had a regular repair station X4, capable of restoring 20 HP per second. Not long after Bai Xiao sent it, Swang Lily returned the item to her. The Swang Lily, a player with a mid-level weapon, is coming over here. Then wouldn't he just break down your door? Bai Xiao didn't understand why Swang Lily had returned the ordinary repair station she sent. Players outside were dealing 20 damage per second to the dormitory door, and Swang Lily possessed an ordinary repair station X3, restoring 15 health points to the door per second. Therefore, if players outside wanted to break down the door, they only needed to swing their weapon 21 times. 18-year-old cleaning lady, you should have said so earlier. I could have lent you my repair station. Swaying Lily. I was thinking of having him break down the door to wear down the dormitory gate's stamina. Once the gate's health is down to 10 points, I go out and fight him. My chances of winning will be higher, and I can get some practice too. I only ever killed monsters, never people. All illness is cured. If you can kill him, you might get a mid-level weapon, but are you sure you can win? 18-year-old cleaning lady. While practice is important, don't take too many risks. It's safer to just grab more repair stations and guard the dormitory gate. But Swaying Lily didn't reply. All illness is gone. Has he already opened the door and gone out to fight? The 18-year-old cleaning lady. He should be fine. Lily isn't impulsive. She must have been confident before going out. At the entrance of dormitory 4488, the one who broke into the Swaying Lily's door was an average-sized boy, about 1.75 meters tall. His weapon looked like a long-handled axe, but not quite. It had a spear-like point on it. The Swaying Lily had never seen such a weapon before. This definitely wasn't a reward from the monster dungeon. This man, like her, must have opened a special item from the survival reward chest on the first night. It's no secret that the first night's survival chests contain special items. For example, Bai Xiao got 2 monster restaurant work cards and 2 succulents from his first night's survival chest. Swaying Lily got 2 long-handled sickles, and Fallen Petals got 2 soaps. These special items shouldn't exist in level 1 chests. They only appeared in the first night's survival chests of a select few new players, and each person got something different. But that's not the point. The point is, it's a mid-level weapon. Swaying Lily still hasn't received an invitation card to the monster weapon forging room, and her low-level long-handled sword was bought from Bai Xiao. She doesn't know when she have a chance to upgrade it. Now, a mid-level weapon is in front of her. Although she doesn't know if the weapon is bound to a player, it's still incredibly attractive to her. The man, wielding his weapon, relentlessly hacked at the door of dormitory 4488. As the door's health dwindled, his eyes gleamed with increasing intensity. Once he breached the door and killed the bastards lurking inside, he could bind dormitory 4488 to his control. Finally, the door was reduced to only 10 health points. Just 2 more hits, and he could break in. But at that moment, the door suddenly burst open. The man's attack missed, and he stumbled forward, dragged by his weapon. At that instant, he felt a gust of wind brush his cheek, sensing danger. Instinctively, he shifted his body slightly. The Swaying Lily suddenly opened the door, taking advantage of the man's momentary lapse in attention. She swung her low-level greatsword, aiming a vicious blow at his neck. However, at the crucial moment, she slightly shifted her position, and the blade struck his shoulder instead of his neck. The man quickly reacted, enduring the pain in his shoulder, and swung his weapon, aiming it at the Swaying Lily's neck. Chapter 125. Having prepared herself, Swaying Lily ducked to avoid the man's weapon, and in that instant, slashed him hard below the abdomen. This move was taught to her, and Xiao by 18, because 18 thought they were too weak, they might not be able to win in a direct confrontation, so it was better to use underhanded tactics during the fight. It was said that attacking a man below the abdomen would cause him excruciating pain, a form of hard control. Sure enough, as a part of his body severed, the man let out a pig-like scream. His weapon clattered to the ground, and he collapsed, pale-faced, his eyes glazed, seemingly on the verge of fainting from the pain. Seeing his agony, Swaying Lily immediately stepped forward and slit his throat, giving him a quick death. At that moment, Swaying Lily remembered the cleaning lady's words from 18. Men's weaknesses are too obvious. Yes, too obvious, it only took 1 slash. Congratulations to player Swaying Lily for defeating player Peppermint Candy, and inheriting all of player Peppermint Candy's game items. Combat power +2. Swaying Lily, Her expression was a little complicated. This man's nickname. To Swaying Lily's surprise, after Peppermint Candy's corpse disappeared, his dropped weapon was still there, so Peppermint Candy's intermediate weapon wasn't bound to him. As soon as Swaying Lily returned to the dormitory, she couldn't wait to share the good news of obtaining an intermediate weapon with her teammates. Swaying Lily mentioned in the team chat that the player outside had a somewhat unusual weapon, and the 18-year-old cleaning lady had asked her to describe its appearance. Swaying Lily, I did it. I got a new weapon. An intermediate weapon. All illness is cured. Congratulations. Lily, you're amazing. Cheers and applause. 18-year-old cleaning lady, congratulations. Tomorrow, I go to the monster weapon forging room and upgrade my weapon to intermediate 2. Then I only need Yanong. Swaying Lily, but I can't tell what kind of weapon it is. It looks like an axe, but the handle has a spearhead on top. It's quite heavy. I guess I have to break it in for a while. All illnesses cured. Sounds great. It is both a spearhead and an axe. It can both chop and stab. 18-year-old cleaning lady. It should be a halberd. All illnesses cured. Then it's an intermediate long-handled halberd. Yang. Congratulations. It seems, even if I'm the one holding everyone back, I still have to work harder. All illnesses cured. You found out? Wei Shui Yang. Yes, I asked all the players I could. It's confirmed now that dorm buildings can only be merged with buildings of the same unit. But so far, I don't know exactly how many dorm buildings there are. However, I know a player in Building 37, Unit 2, which means there are at least 37 buildings. All illnesses cured. So, in the end, if there are no more identical units, will they stop merging? Wei Shui Yang. I don't know, but I found out something else. 18-year-old cleaning ant. Stop being so mysterious. Just tell us already. Everyone's waiting. Wei Shui Yang. All the players I contacted tonight are experiencing Merge Night, so I suspect the timing of Merge Night is uniform. 18-year-old cleaning lady. ? All illnesses gone. Shock. Bai Xiao suddenly understood why 4th Bureau had been so relentlessly targeting them lately. If the merger night was the same for all dormitories, it meant 4th Bureau also had KPIs. It had to ensure that the number of surviving students in the dormitories it was responsible for was less than 4,000 before the merger night arrived. 18-year-old cleaning lady. So that's why CC scolds those players who don't participate in the monster dungeon every day. Because it has to ensure that the number of survivors in Building 4, Unit 4 is less than 4,000 before the merge night? Swaying Lily. Even if the number of survivors is less than 4,000, it won't let us go. It probably thinks our dormitory is hard to control, and wants to get rid of it. All illness is gone. So, as long as the merge night arrives, no matter how united our dormitory is to avoid player deaths, CC will use various methods to reduce the number of survivors to below 4,000, forcing us to participate in the merge night. Wei Shui Yang. Unfortunately, that's how it is. 18-year-old cleaning lady. I want to curse. The team's atmosphere began to gloom. Bai Xiao sighed. She thought that her efforts could avoid the merge night, but what was bound to happen would happen. She couldn't stop anything. She felt so powerless. Bai Xiao felt a suffocating feeling, like she couldn't escape even if she tried desperately. At the same time, she felt very tired. Living was so tiring. Struggling was so tiring. Realizing what he was thinking, Bai Xiao slapped himself hard. Ghost Deer, it must be Ghost Deer. After so long, they finally got another chance. Worried that his teammates might also be affected by the Ghost Deer's disappointment, Bai Xiao immediately sent a message in the team chat. Cure all illnesses. On the bright side, I think the intervals between merge nights will get longer and longer, because I feel this merging method is like eliminating the weak in a survival world and refining the strong, so the dormitory mortality rate will definitely decrease in the future. 18-year-old cleaning ant. But this feeling of helplessness is really unbearable. Cure all illnesses. Stay calm. Don't forget the Snake Woman's Carnival night. The invisible monsters affected the player's mentality. 18-year-old cleaning ant. I do feel a bit affected. I was so angry I was pounding the wall. Swaying Lily. Is Yang alright? Speaking of which, Wei Shui Yang, who found out about this news, should be the first among them to break down mentally. Wei Shui Yang. It's alright. I was angry and sad when I first found out, but it's not like I should die. 18-year-old cleaning ant. To survive, you have to keep getting stronger. Stop chatting. Everyone's free tonight, so get to training. Swaying Lily. That's right, practice really helps. I killed my first person by practicing the 18 sex moves. All illness is cured. Okay, I stopped chatting then, time to train. Bai Xiao closed the game panel. It was only 7 p.m. She planned to train until about 11:30 p.m., then take a shower and go to bed. The evening flew by during her training. Sweating profusely, Bai Xiao took a hot shower. These past 2 days, she'd been training and eating Wei Shui Yang's poached eggs, and her maximum health was now 51. She hadn't eaten the 5 poached eggs Wei Shui Yang had given her yet. If nothing happened tonight, she planned to eat them tomorrow when she participated in the monster dungeon, which would increase her maximum health by another 5 points. Also, she'd been fighting monsters in the monster dungeon every day for the past few days, increasing her stamina by 3 points, currently 29 plus 5, and her strength by 3 points, currently 35 plus 10. After taking a shower, Bai Xiao lay in bed, telling herself to work hard tomorrow as well, and then fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 126. The 7th night, the second merge night, has ended. Due to the addition of new players, the number of surviving players in Building 4, Unit 4 has increased to 6,740, of which 2,647 are players from Building 4, Unit 4, and 4,093 are new players. Congratulations to all players for surviving the second Merge Night. The survival rewards for the 7th night of the Merge Night, Level 3 Treasure Chest X5, Nightmare Coins X100, have been placed in your inventory. Please check. Level 3 Treasure Chest? Bai Xiao instantly woke up. So the Level 3 Treasure Chest is finally unlocked? Does the Level 3 Treasure Chest yield steel? If you're talking about that, I'm wide awake. Bai Xiao quickly got up, and without even washing his face, took the Level 3 Treasure Chest X5 from his inventory. The Level 3 Treasure Chest was silver, looking exactly the same material as the Level 3 Steel Gate. Bai Xiao figured there was an 80% chance of getting steel from recycling it. Exactly 5 treasure chests, just enough to throw into the indoor trash can. Knowing the game's nature, directly recycling a Level 3 Treasure Chest X5 would probably only yield X5 steel. Throwing it in the trash and waiting for Xiao Erwi to recycle, it would definitely yield more than 5 steel. Since it was an unopened Level 3 treasure chest, Bai Xiao felt she had to be careful. She took off her pajamas, changed into her combat suit, and then used her long-handled scythe to pry open the Level 3 treasure chest. A dark shadow darted out. Bai Xiao swung her scythe, striking the monster, which fell to the ground with a thud. Poisonous Spider Monster. Monster Level 1 Monster. Monster HP 6. Monster Classification, Speed Type, Poisonous. Toxicity 10. Bai Xiao was initially puzzled as to why the monster inside the Level 3 treasure chest was only Level 1 with such low HP. The next second, many tiny poisonous spiders, the size of flies, crawled out of the split-open belly of the poisonous spider monster. These poisonous spiders were incredibly agile, leaping at Bai Xiao like fleas. Their small size made them difficult to hit with weapons. Bai Xiao reacted quickly, taking off her coat and swatting it at the spiders that were jumping at her, knocking them down and stomping them to death. However, there were too many spiders, and some inevitably escaped. Bai Xiao felt like she was being bitten by mosquitoes every now and then, and with a slap, she killed one of the spiders. Luckily, they only had 6 health points. But these creatures had 10 points of toxicity, and with so much toxicity combined, Bai Xiao felt her health rapidly decreasing. She quickly pulled out an antidote candy from her backpack. The antidote candy granted immunity to all poison damage from Level 1 monsters for 10 minutes. After eating the antidote, when the spiders bit Bai Xiao again, her health only decreased by 0.1. With no further worries, Bai Xiao finally managed to wipe out these flea-like spiders. Recycling poisonous spider silk will yield spider silk X1. Recycle? Bai Xiao clicked yes. Poisonous spider silk. Function: added when crafting combat suits, increasing their toughness. Type: combat suit crafting material. Crafting firm: Monster Weapon Forge. Bai Xiao was currently wearing a basic combat suit and didn't know what level of combat suit this poisonous spider silk could craft. He could ask Iron Hammer next time he went to the Monster Weapon Forge. While the antidote candy's effect was still active, Bai Xiao quickly opened the chests. 5 Level 3 treasure chests, 2 of which contained poisonous spider monsters, the kind that split into smaller poisonous spider monsters when killed. As the saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant. These poisonous spider monsters were numerous, small, and highly venomous. Without the antidote candy, Bai Xiao's fate today was uncertain. Is this all there is to a Level 3 treasure chest? Bai Xiao grumbled as she opened it. Level 3 Turret X12, Junk Crafting Table X11, Low-Level Turret Crafting Table X1, Iron X5, Wood X12, Upgrade Card X7, Cotton X4, Compressed Biscuits X5, Mineral Water X4, 500 milliliters per bottle. The items weren't many, but their quality was noticeably higher. She even got a low-level turret crafting table, something that used to cost 300 nightmare coins in the mobile game store, something she couldn't afford before. However, the food selection was smaller, she could only get compressed biscuits now. Bai Xiao threw the Level 3 Turret X5 into the trash can, filling it to the brim. Hopefully, recycling these would yield steel. Bai Xiao opened her dormitory door, and went out into the corridor, to collect her daily items. She discovered a junk-making station had appeared in the corridor today. Was it because the treasure chests had been upgraded, thus improving the quality of the corridor items? Bai Xiao picked up a junk-making station and went back, encountering other players along the way. However, Perhaps because everyone was wary of the Merge Night, player versus player combat was rare. Bai Xiao felt that since the Merge Night was a unified event, and the 4-unit building had KPIs, even if players united, they couldn't escape the Merge Night. It was best not to spread the word, otherwise, the 4 buildings and 4 units would definitely revert to the old pattern of killing and looting. Back in her dormitory, Bai Xiao used 1 nightmare coin on each of the low-level turret-making stations, X2, and 30 nightmare coins on the high-level turret-making station, obtaining X100 level 1 turrets, X20 level 2 turrets, X50 level 3 turrets, and X10 level 4 turrets. She currently has 104 level 1 turrets, 39 level 2 turrets, 72 level 3 turrets, and 23 level 4 turrets. Bai Xiao has 15 junk-making tables in her inventory. She plans to use the level 1 turrets as stepping stones to successfully upgrade the junk-making tables. Level 1 turret 10104, upgraded 20 times, failed 18 times, obtained 18 wood, succeeded twice, obtained 2 level 2 turrets. Level 2 turret 1041, upgraded 8 times, failed 8 times, obtained 16 wood. Level 3 turret 1072, upgraded 14 times, failed 8 times, obtained 18 wood, succeeded 6 times, obtained 6 level 4 turrets. Junk making tables upgraded 3 times, succeeded 3 times, obtained 3 ordinary crafting tables, currently possessing 5 ordinary crafting tables. Currently, Bai Xiao possesses turrets. Level 1 turret X4, Level 2 turret X1, Level 3 turret X2, and Level 4 turret X21, including the dual-headed Level 4 turret X2. The dormitory's attack power is 792, and its toxicity is 90. The dormitory's attack power is increasing, but Bai Xiao isn't particularly happy. After all, during the previous cleanup night, there were instances of dozens of monsters overlapping and simultaneously attacking a single dormitory gate. A turret can only attack 1 monster at a time. When monsters overlap, even if the turret attacks 1 monster per second, it can't withstand their simultaneous attacks. Therefore, he still needs to upgrade the gate. Bai Xiao opened the chat lobby. Players in the chat lobby are already talking about the poisonous spider monster. Now, no one dares to open chests rashly, and is all asking for antidote candies. Bai Xiao checked the trading center, and saw that the price of antidote candies had been inflated to 1 for 5 iron. Although it's expensive, not opening chests is even more of a loss, or getting bitten and killed after opening a chest is a huge loss, so players are willing to buy them. Bai Xiao still had 12 antidote candies in her backpack, but she wasn't sure if she would encounter this kind of monster again, so she didn't upload them all, only 6. They were immediately sold out, and she received 30 iron. Chapter 127. Bai Xiao currently has 49 iron in his inventory, which he exchanged for 2 steel, leaving him with 9 iron. Bai Xiao exited the item exchange and noticed that the chat lobby seemed to be discussing something, with the nickname Luo Nanji appearing particularly frequently. Bai Xiao hadn't seen this nickname before. It must be a new player who joined from Unit 4 of Building 7 or Unit 4 of Building 8. Watercut Head. Listen up, players of Unit 4, 46th floor, Building 4. From now on, our boss, Luo Nanji, is the king of the 46th floor dormitory. Walnut is the best, that's right. If you want to keep your feet on the corridors of the 46th floor dormitory, each of you will have to pay 40 nightmare coins every day, or use items to offset 40 nightmare coins, as a tribute to our great boss, Luo Nanji. White moonlight turns into white rice grain, so the survival rule for Unit 4, Building 4 is to pay protection money to the boss? Luckily, I'm not on the 46th floor. Players on the 46th floor, good luck. Uneven concave, 40 nightmare coins? They really dare to ask for that. The survival reward for 7th night is only 100 nightmare coins. Do you guys on the 46th floor of Unit 4, Building 4, always live in such dire straits? You even have to pay protection money to this bullshit Luo Nanji? Sunflower, don't talk nonsense, okay? This has never happened in Unit 4, Building 4. This Luo Nanji and these 2 lackeys must have come from another dormitory building. Poisoned by food, what a nerve. You think you can just ask for things and expect everyone to give them to you? Asking for things is begging. Walnut is the best. Fine, you don't have to pay. If you just stay in your dorms and don't come out, we won't bother you. But if you don't pay and still want to stroll around the corridor, then you better think twice about whether you make it back alive. Bai Xiao frowned upon seeing this. Players absolutely had to leave the dormitory. Even if they didn't collect daily items, they still needed to relieve themselves. After all, not all players had access to the restrooms, like Bai Xiao. Most players used the communal restrooms in the dormitory building for toileting and washing. Lezarin, what kind of strength do you have? Saying things like that, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Hudao Zubing, what kind of strength? Come on, let's all tell them what our strength is. Anjiang, we were originally players on the 46th floor of Unit 4, Building 7. Back then, our boss Luo had already unified the 46th floor. Anyone who didn't submit to boss Luo was wiped out by him. The rest are his underlings. Zuei de Boba, that's right, there are 10 of us. We can take turns patrolling the 46th floor corridor. If we find anyone wandering around without paying protection money, we execute them on the spot. Of course, if they're beautiful women, then we consider it. Jinhuahuatui, but don't worry, as long as you pay protection money, you're one of us, and we won't make things difficult for you. When Bai Xiao saw them say they had 10 people, he felt that the players on the 46th floor were forced to pay protection money. In their previous world, 10 people would at most be a bunch of petty thugs, easily scattered at the sound of sirens, posing no real threat. But in the survival world, 10 people banding together on the same floor of a dormitory building becomes a force to be reckoned with. After all, it's only the 8th day of survival, and most people are alone. Even if they have teammates, they might not be on the same floor, and there simply aren't that many teammates. Bai Xiao did a rough calculation. The 4 dormitory buildings, each with 4 units, currently had 6,740 surviving players. With 99 floors, that averaged 68 players per floor. Even if there were 68 players on floor 46, subtracting Luo Nanji and his 10 henchmen, that left 57 players. If each paid him 40 nightmare coins daily as protection money, he could earn 2,240 nightmare coins a day. Even if the number of survivors decreased and the protection money lessened, he could still earn more nightmare coins daily without doing anything than a player working at the monster restaurant. Wouldn't some powerful players on other floors be tempted by this? It could easily develop into a situation where each dormitory floor had a leader, and all players had to pay tribute to that leader. Therefore, even though Bai Xiao wasn't on floor 46, this matter was definitely not entirely unrelated to her. Clearly, Bai Xiao wasn't the only one thinking this. In the chat lobby, the 18-year-old cleaning lady had already sent a message in the team chat. The 18-year-old cleaning lady said, Building 4, Unit 4 is going to be in chaos. A boss has appeared on the 46th floor, demanding 40 nightmare coins for protection every day. Soon, bosses will appear on other floors, demanding 80 or 100 nightmare coins. The bosses will only get stronger, and the other players won't be able to develop, and will be eliminated from the game. The other player, I think so too. If elevator cards become widely available, Luo Nanji will even lead her underlings to raid other floors. Bai Xiao had no doubt that, given the mischievous nature of the 4th floor, one day the treasure chests would yield a large number of elevator cards. Then Luo Nanji wouldn't just be ruling the 46th floor, she would definitely lead her underlings to sweep through other floors. Swaying Lily, I don't like that guy, Big Boob's lover, he's disgusting. I wish we could kill them. Bai Xiao also found the name disgusting, and his comment was even more so. Bai Xiao could guess how they used to bully everyone in Dormitory Building 7, Unit 4, they probably did a lot of beastly things. Cure all illnesses at Wei Shui Yang. Do you know this person? 18-year-old cleaning ant, they should be killed. These kinds of people are only enemies. If they don't die, once they grow stronger, they definitely exploit us, and then we be the ones who die. Cure all illnesses. Luo Nanji used to collect protection money, so he probably has a lot of nightmare coins. His weapon level might be higher than mine, and he might even have skills. 18-year-old cleaning ant, speaking of which, I went to the monster weapon forging room this morning to upgrade my weapon, but when I asked about weapon binding, Iron Hammer ignored me. I guess it doesn't like me. It tells you what level of affinity you have before it decides whether the weapon can bound. All illnesses vanished. My favorability was 10 at the time, and it only added 10 points after spending 3,800 nightmare coins. 18-year-old cleaning ant, looks like Iron Hammer's favorability is a bit hard to raise. I only spent 800 to upgrade. Wei Shui Yang, coming. I was busy just now. Huh, what kind of weird nickname is this? I never heard of it. But that Luo Nanji you mentioned, wasn't she a player from Unit 4 Building 7? All illnesses vanished. As expected of you, you even know that. Bai Xiao tagged Wei Shui Yang, thinking Wei Shui Yang knew a lot of people, but she didn't think Wei Shui Yang necessarily knew. Swaying Lily, you know her? Then tell me quickly. Chapter 128. Wei Shui Yangyang, don't rush. I just chatted with him a couple of times before. I saw him in the monster forest. His weapon was a mid-level long-handled axe. As for whether he has any skills, I don't know. I didn't observe him closely. Swaying Lily, can we kill him? If we can't, I still have one more job opening this week. 18-year-old cleaning ant, yes. All illness is cured. Then let's kill him tonight to eliminate this threat. Although they decided to kill Luo Nanji, this was something to do after going to the monster forest at night. So after the chat, everyone went about their business. Bai Xiao took 2 Orion pies from her backpack for breakfast. Because they were too sweet, she also drank half a bottle of mineral water. After eating, she started exercising. She stopped around 9:30. She had half an hour before entering the monster secret realm, and she needed to rest and recover her strength. Bai Xiao sat on the bed, opened the game interface, checked the chat lobby to pass the time, and also checked the situation on floor 46. While Bai Xiao was exercising, Lu Ziren killed 2 of Luo Nanji's henchmen patrolling floor 46. He then revealed himself as a player from floor 46 in the chat, urging other floor 46 players to join him in killing Luo Nanji and his gang, resolutely resisting this protection money collection practice. Lu Ziren's ranking on the monster dungeon leaderboard was consistently high. His reveal of his floor attracted players unwilling to pay protection money, who were willing to join him. After his appeal, some players from floor 46 privately added him as a friend. Lu Ziren now had 12 allies on floor 46, and these 13 of them resolutely resisted Luo Nanji's protection money collection. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot share one mountain. Luo Nanji, who hadn't spoken in the chat lobby until now, finally appeared and challenged Lezerin to a duel. The 2 factions clashed on floor 46. Bai Xiao didn't know the outcome, but both Luo Nanji's and Lezerin's avatars were still lit up. However, several of Luo Nanji's followers who had been speaking in the chat lobby earlier had their avatars go offline, suggesting that some of Lezerin's players had probably died. Other floors were also starting to stir. Signs of forming guilds were beginning to emerge in the chat lobby. Bai Xiao frowned as he read through these messages. Then, his friend list received another new message. Everywhere I go, boss, Lizzie lost the fight on the 46th floor. All 12 players he brought are dead. Luo Nanji's underlings all had weapons, and only 4 died. Now there are 6 left. All illness is gone. How do you know? Aren't you from the 24th floor? Everywhere I go, can I live? Told me. She's from the 46th floor. The fight happened near her dormitory, and she saw it with her own eyes. Bai Xiao felt something was wrong. Everywhere I go? Could easily say it was a player from the 46th floor he knew who told him. But now, he said it was Can I Live? Who told him? And he explicitly stated that it wasn't hearsay from Can I Live, but rather that Can I Live? Was a player from the 46th floor who saw it with her own eyes. Why would everywhere I go tell her that Can I Live? Was a player from the 46th floor? Bai Xiao didn't think Everywhere I Go had acted on his own initiative. There was only one possibility. Can I Live? Was surrendering to her. Scattered petals. Boss, I have her talk to you. All illness is cured, okay. Bai Xiao had previously made a deal with Can I Live, but she hadn't contacted her since, probably because she had her own junk-making platform and didn't need to cooperate anymore. Can I Live? Boss, hello? Calling her boss right off the bat, it's clear she's surrendering. All illness is cured. What's the situation on floor 46? Tell me. Can I Live? Lu Ziren and his men are all dead. Luo Nanji thought Lu Ziren was skilled and wanted to recruit him as a follower, but now he's surrendered to Luo Nanji. Bai Xiao hadn't expected this outcome, but it seemed normal. Even ants cling to life, who would willingly die if they could live. However, now that all the players on floor 46 who were willing to resist are dead, and Lu Ziren, the leader of the resistance, has also betrayed them, the players on floor 46 will probably have no choice but to immediately pay protection money. Can I Live? Now, Lizzie and Luo Nanji's henchmen are knocking on doors in each dormitory, demanding protection money from players. All illness is cured, I understand. Can I Live? Can you kill them? Although Bai Xiao knew it was normal for Can I Live to want to kill those people, after all, who wants to be on the same floor as these people, she was still quite surprised that she asked so directly. Can I Live? I can provide you with strength potions, agility potions, and stamina potions every day. Bai Zhao's eyes widened in shock. She wondered if she was seeing things. Just how powerful was Can I Live? How could she promise to provide her with strength potions, agility potions, and stamina potions every day. She had never obtained these items before. The dormitory where Can I Live was located originally consisted of 3 connected dormitories. Her dormitory was on the far right. Later, the 2 adjacent dormitories disappeared, creating a larger empty space. So the fight between Lizzie and Luo Nanji's groups had just taken place right next to her dormitory. She had clearly seen the entire fight through her window. After the fight ended, Luo Nanji bent down and patted Lizzie's face, looking down at him and saying, "Not bad, a wise man submits to circumstances. Now take them to collect protection money door to door, Lizzie." Lizzie was a young man with blonde hair, probably around 20 years old. He was being held down by 2 men, forced to kneel on the ground. Despite his resentment, the outcome was already decided. He couldn't possibly beat Luo Nanji. To survive, he had no choice but to obey her. Can I live? Dormitory was right next door. After Luo Nanji left, Lizzie and his 2 henchmen went to collect protection money, knocking on Can I Live? Dormitory door first. Can I live? Didn't want to open the door, but Luo Nanji's henchmen patrolled the corridors during the day. Unless she never left the house again, she would have to face it sooner or later. To Lizzie's left was a slightly overweight, oily-skinned man with a greasy face, exuding a sleazy air. Can I live? Opened the dormitory door a crack, revealing only half her face. The oily-skinned man's eyes lit up when he saw she was a girl, and he immediately rushed towards Can I Live, placing his hand on the door, intending to open it. Lizzie reached out and stopped the oily-skinned man on the left, pushing him back a few steps. The oily-skinned man glared at him defiantly. "What are you doing?" Lizzie couldn't beat Luo Nanji, but he didn't care about Luo Nanji's henchmen. He coldly said, "Collect protection money if you want, don't do anything unnecessary. Add Luo Nanji as a friend now, and transfer 40 nightmare coins to him." The first sentence was addressed to the man on his left, and the second sentence was addressed to Can I Live? Chapter 129. The man to Lizzie's right added, "Don't lie. Tell us your name after you're done. We write it down. If Boss Luo finds out you didn't do it, you're finished." Can I Live? Had no choice but to comply. "After I'm done, I say Can I Live? Can I Live?" Was very active in the chat lobby. Lizzie heard this name, glanced at her, and then turned and left. Lizzie and the man to her right left, but the greasy man didn't move. Seeing Lizzie leave, he immediately grabbed Can I Live's wrist before she could close the dormitory door and yanked her out. Can I Live, seeing the disgusting expression on his face, knew exactly what he wanted to do. She bit his hand hard. The man bled from the bite. He cried out in pain, released her, cursed something vulgar, and glared fiercely at Can I Live, raising his hand to hit her. Hearing the greasy man's cry of pain, Lezerin immediately turned around and saw him trying to hit her. She took 2 steps forward and kicked the man in the chest, knocking him to the ground. Having escaped the greasy man's attack, she didn't hesitate to immediately pull a wrench from her backpack. While the greasy man was still on the ground, clutching his chest and groaning, she swiftly and accurately threw the wrench at his head. The heavy wrench landed on the man's head, instantly splitting his skull open, and his groan ceased instantly. Lezerin was stunned for a moment, probably not expecting I Can Live to be so swift. I Can Live gritted her teeth, her body trembling slightly, but her eyes were as fierce as a wolf's. She walked over, picked up the wrench, and actually intended to finish him off. Another man, who had been watching the commotion, became annoyed and tried to stop them, but the guy with the amusement quickly grabbed him. "Our mission is to collect protection money, don't do anything unnecessary." The guy with the amusement grabbed the man by the collar and dragged him away. As for the greasy man, he got what he deserved. Were they even close? Why should he save him? He'd be happier if he died. Congratulations to player Can I Live? For killing player Most Favorite Big Boobs and inheriting all of Most Favorite Big Boobs game items. This was Can I Live? First kill, but after so many days in the survival world, she had witnessed many murder scenes. After the notification sounded, she calmly put the repair wrench back into her backpack and returned to her dormitory. After calming down, Can I Live? Opened the kill chest. Ignoring the other items, Most Favorite Big Boobs actually had a low-level long sword, but it now belonged to Can I Live? Even with weapons, she knew she couldn't survive. She was no match for Luo Nanji. Her success in killing her beloved Big Boobs today was purely by chance. As long as she remained on the 46th floor, Luo Nanji's henchmen wouldn't let her go, and what happened today would likely happen again. Liziring could help her once, but they weren't close enough to help her every time. Only when all these people were dead could she be safe. Can I survive? Pondered for a long time, then opened her inventory. Monster Dungeons drop item details. which players share in the trading center, so most items currently have known uses. However, can I survive? Inventory contained many unknown items. From the first day she transmigrated until now, every time she opened a chest, she get a potion. Perhaps this was related to her past as a medical student. She wanted to know the specific effects of these potions and how to use them, but she only had one life, and she was extremely frugal. Most importantly, she had never been pushed to the brink, so she hadn't touched these potions, saving them all. Now she decided to take a gamble. She had 21 red potions. She took one out of her backpack, uncorked it, gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and poured it down. Player used a strength potion, strength +1. At the same time, the details of the strength potion appeared. She was shocked. She had always thought her luck was terrible, but now, looking at the remaining 20 strength potions in her backpack, she felt her luck was incredible. She hadn't dared to drink it before. If she had drunk it sooner, become stronger sooner, and maybe even be on the monster dungeon leaderboard. People can't even empathize with their past selves. She had other potions. After much deliberation, she decided to try them anyway. This time it was a blue potion. Can I survive? She mumbled, eyes closed. Player uses agility potion, agility +1. Can I survive? Then tried a green potion. Player uses stamina potion, stamina +1. Can I survive? Currently has strength potion x20, agility potion x13, and stamina potion x8. Even if she drank all of these potions, she still wouldn't be a match for Luo Nanji and her group. But now she knows the effects of these potions, and she gets them from treasure chests every day. She thinks she can use these potions to cooperate with others, and have them help her kill these people. The first people Bai Xiao thought of when asked can I live? Were Cure All Illnesses and 18-year-old Cleaning Ant. Both seemed incredibly powerful, but she only had Cure All Illnesses as a friend, not 18-year-old Cleaning Ant. After contacting Wandering Everywhere, Bai Xiao decided to pledge allegiance to Cure All Illnesses and showed her sincerity. So she directly asked Cure All Illnesses if she could help her kill these people. Cure All Illnesses, how many potions do you have? Can I live? Strength Potion x20, Agility Potion x13, Stamina Potion x8, and I get potions every day from opening chests. If you help me kill those people, I can share the potions with you. Bai Xiao truly hadn't expected Can I live to have so many potions. Anyone who didn't know better would think she owned a pharmaceutical factory. They're both human, yet 18-year-old Cleaning Ant gets double-headed turrets from chests every day, while Can I live gets potions from chests every day. In that instant, Bai Xiao thought of many things. The 18-year-old cleaning lady had chosen a room with a dual-headed level 1 turret, so 80% of the time she opened treasure chests afterward, she got dual-headed turrets. All illnesses cured. When you chose your dormitory, were the items in the room potions? Can I live? No, my initial items were a level 1 turret and a repair wrench. But before I transmigrated, I was a medical student, just finished my internship, and I can go to clinical practice after graduation. Maybe that's why I've been able to get potions. Bai Xiao, eh? Okay, before she transmigrated, she was a patient and hated taking medicine, so she couldn't get potions. That makes perfect sense. All illness is cured. Our team also wants to deal with these people. We see how things go in the monster forest tonight. Can I live? Can I join your team? Chapter 130. Do you have a weapon and a monster restaurant work card? Bai Xiao didn't rush to agree. Leaving aside her strength for now, the main concern was whether she could survive. She had never been on the Monster Secret Realm rankings, so it was highly likely she didn't have a weapon or a monster restaurant work card. If she wanted to join the team, they would have to find a way to get her a monster restaurant work card and see if she could become a full member. If she couldn't become a full member, she would need a monster restaurant work card to go to the monster restaurant in the future, which would be very troublesome. I have a low-level long sword, but I don't have a work card. She was a little apprehensive. To put it bluntly, the team was for farming the monster forest dungeon, but she didn't even have the necessary items to participate. Joining the team would essentially just occupy a team member spot for nothing, and All Illnesses Can't Survive would most likely not agree. Cure All Illnesses, mind reporting your stats first? I need to discuss it with my teammates. Can I live? Strength 32, Stamina 70, Agility 50, Combat Power 30. The other stats aren't high, but Stamina 70 is already quite high. Currently, Bai Zhao's team members are the 18-year-old cleaning lady with 100 stamina, Swaying Lily with 45 stamina, and Wei Shui Yang with 55 stamina. Bai Xiao himself has 29 plus 5 stamina. Cure all illnesses, not bad stamina. Can I live? That's how it is for us clinical students. Sometimes a surgery lasts 7 or 8 hours, and we have to stay mentally alert the whole time, so our physical condition has to keep up. Bai Xiao had heard of this before. In some complex surgeries, doctors might even operate for over 10 hours straight. Bai Xiao explained the situation regarding Can I Live to the team. The 18-year-old cleaning lady said, her combat strength and power are lacking. Our team is currently short of capable fighters. Shouldn't she be considered support? Swaying Lily said, although she has a weapon, she doesn't have a monster restaurant work card. Even if she joins our team, she can't participate in the Monster Forest dungeon. Her joining won't be of much help to our team. All illnesses cured said, so you all disagree? Bai Xiao knew that 18 and Lily were right. Even if Can I Live could prescribe potions, it would only be shared with her alone, not enough to support an entire team. Members joining the team needed to provide actual assistance. If it only benefited Bai Xiao, his unilateral invitation might lead to resentment among other team members, who felt he was abusing his power as team leader. Wei Shui Yangyang, I have a monster restaurant work card here. She can use it. You might not know, but the monster restaurant has a doctor position. We don't know what items she get, but it's worth a try. If it helps us, we let her join. The 18-year-old cleaning lady, how can a restaurant have a doctor position? Bai Xiao also found it strange, but she didn't doubt Wei Shui Yangyang's words. After all, Wei Shui Yangyang was always more informed than them. Wei Shui Yangyang, the monster restaurant has a team of doctors who provide regular checkups and medical care for its employees. However, currently, the doctors are all monsters, so human employees don't have this benefit, only monster employees do. But now the restaurant already has human employees, so the medical department wants to hire a human doctor. 18-year-old cleaning lady, where did you get this information? Wei Shui Yangyang, I met a monster doctor at the monster restaurant last time, chatted with it for a bit, and it told me. I didn't think it had anything to do with us, but our captain is so lucky to have a medical student volunteering to join. All illness is cured, it has to be you. Bai Xiao felt that Wei Shui Yangyang was absolutely right. If he encountered anyone with a mouth, he would have to chat with them. Swaying Lily, in that case, let her go to the monster restaurant first, and we see what special items she gets after she joins. Anyway, we're not afraid she regret it after getting the monster restaurant work card. If she dares to back out, we give her this week's dismissal spot. Wei Shui Yangyang, our Baiha sister is so cool. Xiao's sister, I'm giving you the monster restaurant work card. Pass it on to her, so she can go for an interview at the monster restaurant today. By Bing Quan Xiao, okay. Bai Xiao received the monster restaurant work card from Wei Shui Yangyang and immediately forwarded it to Can I Live? Can I live? Boss, you approve my joining? Can I live? Was so excited upon receiving the monster restaurant work card that she almost jumped for joy. She had considered that perhaps Bai Bing Quan Xiao was interested in her potions and would defy all opposition to invite her to join the team, but she never expected Bai Bing Quan Xiao to give her a monster restaurant work card. Bai Bing Quan Xiao, it said that the monster restaurant has a doctor position. Go for an interview at the monster restaurant after you come out of the monster secret realm today. If you can join the medical department and possess special items, you can join our team. Can I survive? I definitely will. Although all illnesses hadn't agreed to let her join, the opportunity to work at the monster restaurant was already a huge surprise for Can I Survive, meaning she would have more opportunities. Moreover, if she could become a full-time employee, she wouldn't be limited to the dormitory anymore, greatly increasing her chances of survival at night. The monster realm is open, closing at 4 p.m. Come and play in the realm, all illnesses. I'm not talking anymore. Let's participate in the monster realm first, then go to the monster restaurant. Can I survive? Okay. Bai Xiao entered the vortex gate of the monster realm. Today was another day of sparring with Coach Xiong. However, Bai Xiao wasn't the only one stuck on the 4th level. It could be said that everyone in Unit 4 of Building 4 who hadn't passed the 4th level was currently stuck there. After all, this bear had an iron body and 500 HP. Bai Xiao sparred with the bear for an hour, and at 11 p.m., she exited through the vortex gate and entered the monster restaurant. This is Bai Xiao's first time using her 2 weekly entry opportunities as a full-time employee. She has one more entry opportunity left this week. The 18-year-old cleaning lady and Swaying Lily are using their last employee entry opportunity of the week, although the 18-year-old earned a monster restaurant work card yesterday after ranking high in the monster realm. Wei Shui Yangyang became a full-time employee on the same day as Bai Xiao, and today is also his first time using his full-time employee opportunity. He originally intended to give his Monster Restaurant work card to Swaying Lily, so that the four of them could enter the Monster Restaurant together again tomorrow. However, he has now given his Monster Restaurant work card to Can I Live, hoping Can I Live won't disappoint him. Can I Live used the Monster Restaurant work card and entered the Monster Restaurant. She immediately found a long queue in the waiting room. Yesterday's Monster Realm reward included Monster Realm work cards, so another wave of human players arrived at the Monster Restaurant today. Chapter 131. As soon as the Swaying Lily emerged from the Monster Secret Realm, it rushed to the Monster Restaurant. Mian Xianwan, sitting in the human HR manager's office, finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing it. Mian Xianwan looked at the Swaying Lily with sympathy. Many humans came today, you must have had a hard time. The Swaying Lily replied, not at all, thank you for your help this morning, Manager Mian. Mian Xianwan had been dealing with humans all morning, without even having lunch, let alone a nap. It was truly exhausted. Mian Xianwan, it's no trouble, I be going now. Swaying Lily, wait, Manager Mian. Mian Xianwan had already turned around, but hearing Swaying Lily call her, she turned back in confusion. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Swaying Lily, Manager Mian, do you have the medical department stamp? I heard the medical department wants to recruit more human staff. After joining the company, Swaying Lily's office was converted from Mian Xianwan's old office. The office drawers contained many stamps, such as those for the service department, the chef department, the music department. Swaying Lily initially thought the stamps were all there were, but after Wei Shui Yangyang mentioned the medical department, she realized she didn't have the medical department stamp, which was why she hadn't known the Monster Restaurant needed a doctor. Mian Xianwan suddenly realized, I forgot, there are stamps for other departments too. Mian Xianwan took out a box from her backpack. Inside the box were 7 or 8 stamps, all of which Swaying Lily didn't have. The Swaying Lily calmly accepted the stamps. It seemed there were more positions at the Monster Restaurant than she had imagined. Mian Xianwan handed several more documents to the Swaying Lily. These are the job openings for the Monster Restaurant. Write these down. The Swaying Lily replied, okay, I will. Mian Xianwan nodded and left. The Swaying Lily sat on the stool Mian Xianwan had just been sitting on, quickly getting into work mode and calling out loudly next. One by one, people lined up in the human HR manager's office. The Swaying Lily couldn't remember how many people she had interviewed. She took a sip of water to clear her throat and called out again, next. Can I live? Walked in. After the Swaying Lily told her to sit, she sat down somewhat nervously. The Swaying Lily asked skillfully, what did you do before you transmigrated? What work experience or special skills do you have? After asking, the Swaying Lily glanced at the girl in front of her. Her delicate face radiated youthful energy. She looked no more than 24 years old. She was a little worried that she was another college dropout with no special skills. Can I live? She hurriedly replied, I'm a student at Wuhan University's medical school, 2 years of clinical experience. Before transmigrating, I was preparing for my medical licensing exam. Since it was only a year-long internship, not a formal job, can I live? Was a little worried that HR wouldn't pass her. But unexpectedly, the beautiful HR woman in front of her gave her a meaningful look after hearing her finish, then took out a piece of paper, stamped it, and handed it to her. Let the monster outside take you to the medical department to report. As can I live? Left with the paper, she was still thinking about what the beautiful HR woman's look meant. It felt strange. After can I live? Left, the Swaying Lily called out again, next. The girl who walked in this time had a buzz cut. While the 18-year-old cleaning lady also had short hair, it wasn't quite a buzz cut. Swaying Lily rarely saw girls with buzz cuts, so she couldn't help but take a second look. The girl had slightly dark skin and a hint of fierceness in her eyes. She wore a light blue windbreaker and white cargo pants. Perhaps it was a bit hot, as her windbreaker was open, revealing a white long-sleeved shirt underneath. Swaying Lily had interviewed so many people, and without exception, they were all wearing short sleeves. Therefore, she guessed that everyone must have traveled through time at the same time, since it was summer before she traveled. But this girl with the buzz cut was dressed in a way that didn't seem like summer at all. The Swaying Lily asked, what did you do before you transmigrated? What work experience or special skills did you have? The girl with the buzz cut sat down and replied, I'm an extreme sports enthusiast. I'm very good at skydiving, scuba diving, rock climbing, and skiing. The Swaying Lily hesitated. Being good at so many extreme sports was indeed impressive, But the monster restaurant didn't have any positions that required skydiving, scuba diving. Wait, scuba diving? The swaying Lily took out the stamps Mianxia1 had given her earlier and searched through them one by one, finally finding one that said leisure department. The monster restaurant's leisure department had a lifeguard position. If the girl with the buzz cut could scuba dive, swimming shouldn't be a problem. That's right. As the most luxurious restaurant in the monster world, the monster restaurant had a huge leisure area behind it, with a beach and an artificial sea. Guests could choose to dine in the leisure area and play in the artificial sea afterward, so the leisure department needed lifeguards to ensure the safety of the guests. Swaying Lily's eyes flickered. This was the first time she encountered someone qualified for the leisure department since her interviews began. She wondered what kind of items they receive upon joining. Moreover, the buzzcut girl was an extreme sports enthusiast. Her strength, stamina, and combat abilities were definitely superior to the average person. Swaying Lily hadn't forgotten her promise to her teammates yesterday, to keep an eye out for suitable new teammates during today's interviews. She currently had a pretty good impression of this buzzcut girl. Swaying Lily cut to the chase. You can apply for a lifeguard position in the leisure department, but I'd like to ask, have you joined a team yet? The buzzcut girl hadn't expected HR to ask such a trivial question, and shook her head. Not yet. I plan to find a team after I join. Although it was her first time at Monster Restaurant, she had traded quite a bit of information about it. Those teams on the ranking list all required members to possess special items. Since she was at Monster Restaurant, she naturally hoped to join a top 5 ranked team and receive the Monster Forest ranking rewards. Swaying Lily, if I get the job, would you be interested in joining our team? Buzzcut girl, what's your team? Swaying Lily, Team 1. The buzzcut girl, who had been hesitant, immediately brightened up upon hearing this. You've been ranked first twice. Swaying Lily, yes, but only twice because we didn't participate in the Monster Forest dungeon yesterday. Our team has only been to Monster Forest twice. In other words, if Team 1 had participated in the Monster Forest dungeon yesterday, they would have been first place. Buzzcut girl, okay, I add you as a friend. If I get the job, I join Team 1. Chapter 132. The swaying Lily added the girl with the buzz cut as a friend and learned her name, the Elegant Pian. Elegant Pian, you can call me Pian. The swaying Lily, okay, Pian, you should report to the recreation department now. After Elegant Pian left, the swaying Lily went to the restroom and told the team about it. All illness is gone. Extreme sports enthusiasts, they must be very strong. Bai Zhao's impression of extreme sports enthusiasts was that they loved adventure, were brave, strong, and had a vibrant life force, the kind of people Bai Zhao particularly admired. If it weren't for his illness, Bai Zhao, who grew up normally, might have become an extreme sports enthusiast as well. Swaying Lily, she's wearing too many layers, so I can't tell if she has muscles, but she's definitely very tall and has a large frame. 18-year-old cleaning lady, I knew an extreme sports enthusiast before. She's very strong, quite agile, and these kinds of people are very determined. Swaying Lily, let's see if she passes the lifeguard interview first. But I don't have the authority to invite her. Xiao, I'll let you know when she passes. Add her as a friend and invite her to join the team. All illness is cured, okay. Bai Xiao was quite hoping that Can I Live? And the Elegant Pian would successfully join the team. Their team was still too small. Other teams had an average of 7 or 8 members, while their team only had 4. However, this was also because other teams weren't picky. Their team only accepted members with special equipment or skills. About half an hour later, Bai Xiao received a message from Can I Live? Can I live? Boss, I passed. All diseases cured. Congratulations. Did the doctor have a special item or a special skill? Can I live? Both a special item and a special skill. The special item is a medical kit. When carried, it increases maximum health by 10, stamina by 10, and agility by 10. The medical kit also produces 5 health potions and 5 lethal poisons daily. A health potion restores 5 health points, while a lethal poison reduces health by 5 points for 5 seconds, totaling a reduction of 25. All diseases cured. Wow, that's amazing. What about the skill? Bai Xiao thought the lethal poison was truly lethal. 1 bottle continuously reduced health by 25. 2 bottles would be enough for her. And the doctor even had a skill. She thought there would only be one between a skill and an item, since Shiba, and Yang only had items, while Baiha only had a skill. Can I live? My skill is healing. I can transfer my health to other people or monsters whenever I want, and my health will recover within 5 seconds after I transfer it. However, this skill can only be used 3 times a day. Wow, isn't that a mobile blood bank? All illnesses cured. How much health do you have? Can I live? 75 plus 10. It's not much, but I work hard to improve my health. Then, if you get injured, I can directly transfer health to you. Bai Xiao thought this skill was amazing. Right now, she needed time to play the violin, and eating Yang Yang's fried egg was more convenient. But what if one day they encountered an emergency, like getting into a fight with someone, and didn't even have time to eat a fried egg? Can I live? Skill can finally come in handy, because with just a thought, she can transfer her health points to someone else. What a talent! Bai Xiao immediately sent Can I live? A team invitation. Can I live? Accepted the invitation and joined the team. The security captain, the 18-year-old cleaning lady, who had been idle all along, noticed immediately. 18-year-old cleaning lady, newcomer. Welcome, welcome. I'm 18. What's your name? Can I live? Well, how about you call me Little Liv? 18-year-old cleaning lady. That's fine too. Actually, that's a pretty unique name. Bai Xiao copied and pasted what Can I live had just sent her and sent it to the team. 18-year-old cleaning lady. Wow, impressive. Skills and tools included. No wonder it's a popular profession in our country. No wonder so many people want their children to be doctors. All illnesses cured. Our team has 5 people now. Yang Long is in the kitchen, probably busy right now. You probably met Baiha before. She's the human resources manager, probably busy too. Can I live? The human resources manager is on our team, which means she knows me? At this moment, Can I live finally understood the beautiful HR woman's meaningful gaze. It was the look she gave her future teammate. Wei Shui Yangang. I'm here. I'm here. Finally some free time. Welcome new member Xiao Hua. You're amazing, with skills and tools. I'm Yangang, an ordinary cook. Can I live? Hello, hello? Wei Shui Yangang. Oh, by the way, I'm from Building 7 Unit 1. Can I live? What about Baiha? I saw the name 18-year-old cleaning lady in the chat lobby, and knew she lived in Unit 4 of Building 4. When she saw 18-year-old cleaning lady in her team, she exclaimed, as expected, the pros play with the pros. She was surprised that 18-year-old cleaning lady and all illnesses cured were teammates. But I haven't seen the name Swaying Lily and Radiant Water before. Now, Radiant Water says she lives in Unit 1 of Building 7, and I thought Swaying Lily was from another dorm building. All illnesses cured. Lily lives in the same dorm building as us. She doesn't usually chat much in the chat lobby, so you probably don't remember her. Wei Shui Yang. Yeah, right now I'm the only player from another region in our team. Swaying Lily, you're speaking too soon. 18-year-old cleaning lady. Is Lily finished with her work? Swaying Lily. Not yet, I'm messaging you guys from the bathroom. All illnesses cured. Thanks for your hard work. You said Yang spoke too soon. Did the charming Pian pass the interview? Swaying Lily. That's right, the special item she got is a whistle. Blowing the whistle can control a target for 2 seconds, and it can be used 5 times a day, controlling 3 targets at a time. All illnesses cured. It's a group control skill. Perfect, our team doesn't have one. I add her as a friend right now. 18-year-old cleaning ant. Great. Now our team has damage dealers, controllers, and support. Bai Xiao quickly added the elegant Pian, and after she accepted, she immediately sent a team invitation. Elegant Pian joined the first team. The elegant Pian. Hello everyone, you can just call me Pian. I'm a player from Unit 2, Building 19. My weapon is a low-level long-handled axe. My stats are Strength 72, Stamina 85, Agility 69, Combat Power 58. Can I survive? Wow, that's high. The elegant Pian. It's alright, just average. 18-year-old cleaning lady. Not bad. In our team, your overall stats rank 2nd. Looking forward to participating in Monster Forest together tonight. Chapter 133. The team member Can I live? Sent a red envelope containing items. Teammates, come and grab it. A red envelope notification suddenly popped up above the team menu, and Bai Xiao instinctively clicked it. Congratulations to the team leader cure all illnesses for grabbing Can I live? Red envelope containing a strength potion X1. Bai Xiao saw that there were 5 red envelopes in total, each containing a strength potion X5. Except for Can I live, the other teammates could each grab one. 18-year-old cleaning lady, the team can actually send red envelopes? Cure all illnesses, it seems like it was just unlocked. After the team was formed, Bai Xiao had experimented with the team's functions. At that time, the red envelope function wasn't available. Now, a red envelope function had quietly appeared at the bottom of the interface. Bai Xiao clicked on it, and a notification popped up. The team has more than 5 members. The team red envelope function has been unlocked. Can I live? I just saw this out of the blue and tried it out. Everyone, hurry up and get one. It's a strength potion. It gives you strength +1. 18-year-old cleaning lady. Already got one, thank you, Xiaohua. All illnesses cured, me too, thank you, Xiaohua. Elegant Pian. Then I won't be polite. Can I live? No need to be polite. It was a gift for you all anyway. I'm a bit weak, so I have to trouble you all to take care of me in the future. All illnesses cured. We're teammates now, so we definitely help each other out. Wei Shui Yang Yang. Wow, the newbie is so generous. Don't worry, our team is very united and friendly. Xiaohua and Pian Pian, if you want to ask me about anyone or anything, just ask me. 18-year-old cleaning lady. Putting everything else aside, when it comes to gathering information, the Yang Yang squad is number 1. Wei Shui Yang Yang. When it comes to monster killing speed, the 18th squad is number 1. 18-year-old cleaning lady. Alright, stop bragging. Bai Xiao drank the strength potion, strength +1, currently strength 36 +10. After drinking it, she saw that Can I Live? Had messaged her privately. Can I live? Boss. All illnesses cured. What's up? Your friend Can I Live? Has gifted you 18 game items, please check. Why did she suddenly send her so many items? Bai Xiao clicked check in confusion. Strength potion X7, agility potion X7, stamina potion X4. Bai Zhao's eyes widened. Can I survive? She thought. Why are they giving me so many potions? These are potions. They can boost your stats. They just gave them to me like that. Can I survive? Bai Xiao said. I said if I join the team, I share the potions with the leader. All diseases cured. You joined the team because you became a doctor, not because of me. If you hadn't become a doctor, I wouldn't have let you join. Although Bai Xiao really wanted the potions, her stance on this was firm. Bribing the captain wouldn't get her into the first team only considered ability. Can I survive? Bai Xiao said. I know, but if it weren't for you, I wouldn't even have a chance to get into the monster restaurant, let alone become a doctor. All diseases cured. I mentioned your situation to the team. The monster restaurant work card was given to you by Yang Yang. Bai Xiao felt she needed to mention it. She didn't want to take credit for someone else's work. Can I survive? Bai Xiao continued. But they know me because of you. If it weren't for you, Yang Yang's monster restaurant work card would have gone to anyone, not me. Can I live? Is quite clear. If it weren't for her knowing and contacting Cure All Diseases, she wouldn't have had the opportunity to receive Wei Shui Yang Yang's help, obtain a work card for the monster restaurant, come to the monster restaurant, become a doctor, and join the team. Can I live? Says Bai Bingquan Xiao. So this is my way of repaying you. Bai Bingquan Xiao replies, okay, I accept. Since Xiao Xiao has gone this far, she feel bad even if she refused. Those are potions after all. Who would refuse? Bai Xiao drinks all the potions, strength X7, agility X7, and stamina X4. Currently, her strength is 43 plus 10, stamina is 33 plus 5, and agility is 41 plus 10. Can I live? Also drinks the remaining potions she has. Currently, her health is 65 plus 10, strength is 34 plus 5, stamina is 74 plus 10, agility is 51 plus 15, and combat power is 25 plus 5. Everyone was busy with work, so the team quieted down after chatting for a while. Bai Zhao's workdays were usually quite relaxed. He spent most of his time exercising in the break room. It was almost 4 o'clock. Bai Xiao stopped exercising, took a sip of water to hydrate, and listened intently to CC's announcement of today's Monster Dungeon rankings. The Monster Dungeon is about to close. Players who haven't evacuated yet, please evacuate within 10 seconds. Otherwise, the Vortex Gate to the Monster Dungeon will close, and players will be trapped until it reopens at 10 a.m. the next morning. 10, 9, 1. The reward for today's top 20 players on the Monster Dungeon rankings is an expanded backpack slot. Bai Xiao raised an eyebrow. Previously, the rewards for ranking in the Monster Dungeon were either a Monster Restaurant work card or a Monster Weapon Forging Room invitation card. Today, it's only an expanded backpack slot. Such a mediocre reward. Could she interpret it as everyone being stuck on the level? Monster Dungeon rankings. First place, 18-year-old cleaning ant, Monster Dungeon level 5 boss HP remaining 390, reward. Backpack expansion slots x30. Second place, Italy, Monster Dungeon Level 5 Boss HP remaining 395. Reward, Backpack expansion slots x29. Third place, Luo Nanji, Monster Dungeon Level 5 Boss HP remaining 410. Reward, Backpack expansion slots x28. Fourth place, Lezerin, Monster Dungeon Level 5 Boss HP remaining 417. Reward, Backpack expansion slots x27. Seventh place, Crazy Tingine Watermelon, Monster Dungeon Level 5 Boss HP remaining 460. Reward, Backpack expansion slots x24. 14th place, All Diseases Cured, Monster Dungeon Level 4 Boss HP remaining 150. Reward, Backpack expansion slots x17. 17th place, Inging Monster, Monster Realm Level 4 Boss HP remaining 200. Reward, Backpack expansion slots x14. 20th place, Draw a Circle to Curse You, Monster Realm Level 4 Boss HP remaining 240. Reward, Backpack expansion slots x11. Today, a total of 5,948 players participated in the Monster Realm, and 407 players died within the realm. The number of surviving players in the chat lobby dropped from 6740 to 6283, including those who died outside the Monster Realm. After hearing the Monster Realm rankings, Bai Xiao thought, sure enough, everyone's stuck now. I wonder what kind of monster is in level 5. Even 18 is stuck. Bai Xiao decided to ask in the team. She had wanted to ask yesterday but forgot. All illness is cured. 18. What kind of monster is in level 5? Can I live? I'm curious too. 18 is stuck in level 5. Is the monster in level 5 very strong? Chapter 134. 18-year-old cleaning lady. It's very strong. The boss of the 5th level, like the manager of the monster weapon forging workshop, is a buffalo monster. It's incredibly strong. One punch from it cracks the ground. And it has a weapon, a hammer bigger than my head. Luckily, it's not very fast. Otherwise, if I hadn't dodged in time and been hit, I could have really turned into a meat pie. The boss of the 5th level is actually from the same race as the hammer? Bai Xiao suddenly recalled the time the hammer swung someone away with one arm. That strength was indeed ridiculously great. If it's from the same race as the hammer, Bai Xiao could completely understand why even 18-year-olds were stuck on the 5th level. 18-year-old cleaning lady, and it has a lot of health, 700 HP. My intermediate level long-handled axe only took away 3 HP from it without a critical hit. All diseases cured. That's indeed very troublesome. That's much more health than the black bear monster. It's definitely difficult to deal with. 18-year-old cleaning lady. I'd probably be stuck for a while. Consider it free sparring. Bai Xiao thought the same as 18. She also treated the black bear monster as free sparring. Lately, she'd been playing hide-and-seek with it every day, and her dodging skills were getting better and better, allowing her to find opportunities to seriously injure the black bear monster while dodging. She estimated that once her stamina increased a bit more, killing the black bear monster shouldn't be a problem. However, even 18 couldn't beat the water buffalo monster in the 5th level, so after clearing the 4th level, she'd definitely be stuck on the 5th. All illness is gone. 18th stuck on the 5th level, I'm stuck on the 4th. Baihe, Yangyang are the same as me. How's Pianpian and Xiao's progress in the secret realm? Elegant Pian. I'm stuck on the 5th level like 18. That water buffalo monster is indeed very difficult to kill. Can I survive? She cried. Well, I only just passed the 2nd level today, sob. I'm such a drag on everyone. She didn't want to die, but she had no weapons before, relying entirely on a repair wrench to pass the levels. She passed the 1st level by luck. Today, she killed Big Boob's favorite and obtained a low-level long sword, which allowed her to kill the Grey Wolf monster leader in the 2nd level. Because she was in a hurry to get to her interview at the monster restaurant, she didn't choose to continue to the 3rd level. 18-year-old cleaning lady. Then you have to work harder. Last time, the cleaning knight targeted players who hadn't cleared the 1st level of the monster dungeon. Next time, it might be the 2nd or 3rd level. Plus, the dorm space is insufficient, there aren't enough turrets, and it's dangerous at night. Can I live? I understand. All illness is cured. By the way, you and Pianpian need to hurry up and get your permanent positions. Monster restaurant work cards are too hard to get. If you don't get permanent positions, you can't run the forest dungeon with us. Elegant Pianpian. I already gotten my permanent position. Can I live? Huh? How did you get your permanent position? How did it happen so quickly? Elegant Pianpian. A sheep monster just fell into the water. Its wool was very heavy with water, and the monster survivors couldn't lift it out. They were even more likely to be pulled down by it. I pulled it out, and then the head of the leisure department promoted me to a permanent position. 18-year-old cleaning lady, reliable sister. All illnesses cured, besides being amazing. I have nothing to say. Can I live? I still don't know the requirements for becoming a permanent employee. I'm holding everyone back again. All illnesses cured, don't worry. What are your doctor's daily tasks like? Can I live? The departments in the monster restaurant take turns getting physicals every Monday. For example, next Monday it's the music department's turn for a physical. Besides that, I also need to take care of some sick employees, and that's about it. Honestly, if I could find such an easy doctor's job in the real world, I'd be laughing in my sleep. All illness is gone. The music department's physical exam is next Monday? Is it included? Can I live? Is Sister Xiao in the music department? As long as you're officially hired, you're included. All illness is gone. Yes, I'm in the music department. 18 is in the security department, and Yang Yang is in the kitchen. Your requirement for becoming an official employee isn't just taking a physical exam, is it? Can I live? That's terrible. I have to wait until next Monday. All illness is gone. It's Friday today, only 2 days left. 18-year-old cleaning aunt. It's okay, I still have a monster restaurant work card here. If you're not officially hired, I give it to you on Monday. Can I survive? The pressure is immense. If she hasn't been officially hired by Monday, her teammates will have to keep trying to find her a job at the monster restaurant. No! Can I survive? Clenching her fists, she has to be hired today. She go find the head of the medical department right now to get some information. The sky gradually darkened. Dear players of Unit 4, Building 4, it's 6 o'clock. Tonight's monster appearing in the corridor is the Grey Wolf Monster. Bai Zhao's heart skipped a beat when she heard Grey Wolf Monster. Could it be? Tonight is the night of cleanup, the 8th night. The night of cleanup has arrived. The number of Grey Wolf monsters has doubled, targeting all players who haven't cleared the second level of the monster realm. The countdown to the Grey Wolf monster's appearance is 10, 9, 1. The players of Unit 4, Building 4, didn't expect the second night of cleanup to come so soon. The second level of the monster realm is the imprisoned Grey Wolf monster leader. Without weapons, it's really difficult to kill the Grey Wolf monster leader, so many players haven't cleared the second level of the monster realm. When she heard the news, her heart skipped a beat. If the protection fee incident hadn't happened on floor 46 today, she wouldn't have killed Big Boob's favorite to obtain the weapon, and she wouldn't have passed the second level of the monster realm. She also wouldn't have risked everything by drinking the potion to confirm the function, and surrender to the cure-all diseases potion. Then tonight, she would be the target of the Grey Wolf monster's cleanup. Can I live? Broke out in a cold sweat. She was incredibly grateful that she hadn't been cowardly. She had chosen to kill Big Boob's favorite and risk everything to test the potion. However, can I live? Clearly remembered that wandering everywhere hadn't passed the second level. On her first day after transmigrating, can I live? Befriended wandering everywhere and Winnie Monster, who also loved abstract concepts. They often chatted privately, finding warmth in each other in this oppressive world of survival. Although Winnie Monster liked to be abstract online, in the real world she was a second-level taekwondo athlete, far more skilled than the average person, and consistently ranked high on the Monster Realm leaderboard. But Bien Di Piaoling's right forearm is disabled, and he wasn't born that way. 6 months ago, like most people, he was right-handed, barely able to use his left hand properly, when he transmigrated to this survival world. In the real world, disabled people are already a vulnerable group, let alone in this survival world. So, after the initial shock of can I live, her first thought was to worry about Bien Di Piaoling's situation. In a panic, can I live? Sent a message to all diseases cured. Boss, Xiaoling didn't pass the second level of the monster secret realm. He's the target of the Grey Wolf monsters tonight. Bai Xiao was full of questions. Didn't Bien Di Piaoling buy a low-level long-handled axe from her before? Holding a low-level long-handled axe, he couldn't even pass the second level? Isn't that a bit too much? Chapter 135. All illness is gone. Are you kidding me? Xiaoling has a low-level long-handled axe. How could he not even pass the second level of the monster realm? Can I live? Boss, don't you know? Xiaoling is disabled. He had an accident half a year ago and had his right hand amputated. Even with a weapon, he's still not used to using his left hand. He almost died the first time he entered the second level of the monster realm, and he hasn't had the courage to participate since. Bai Xiao really didn't know that Bian Di Piaoling was disabled. He had never told her. In her memory, Bian Di Piaoling was a guy who liked abstract things, loved gossip, and liked handsome guys. Moreover, Bian Di Piaoling had a very cheerful personality. Who would have thought? Wait, Bai Xiao suddenly remembered that during the Snake Woman's carnival night, when most players were affected by the ghost deer, Bian Di Piaoling seemed to have said something like, "It's okay to die, anyway, no one wants me to live." So abstraction is just a disguise? All illness is cured. Wait, I contact him. Bai Xiao exited the chat with "Can I live?" and opened the chat with "Scattered everywhere." All illness is cured. Today, the Grey Wolf monster's target is players who haven't cleared the second level of the monster realm. Did you clear the second level? Scattered everywhere. No, but I have plenty of survival items. Don't worry, boss, I shouldn't die today. If I really can't hold on, then boss, lend me a few level 4 turrets to help me, shy. All illness is cured. I help you this time, but what about the next cleanup night? Bai Xiao didn't want Scattered everywhere to die. Sometimes people are like that. If they never interacted with someone, they won't feel whether they live or die. But once their paths cross, she wouldn't want that person to die. However, Bai Xiao also knew very well that even if she helped Bian Di Piaoling today, if he didn't even have the courage to enter the second level of the monster secret realm, he would still be there during the next cleanup night. Could she help him every time? If Bian Di Piaoling couldn't adapt to killing monsters with his left hand, he would die sooner or later. Let's talk about next time. Bian Di Piaoling already sensed something was wrong. Although he couldn't see by Bing Quanxia, a character from the novel, he could feel that his boss seemed angry. Was it because he hadn't passed the second level of the monster realm? By Bing Quanxia, where's your low-level long-handled axe? Haven't you been practicing? 6 hours of sleep a day, 1 hour for eating and bathing, and the remaining 17 hours, practice like crazy. I don't believe you can't adapt to your left hand after practicing like this. You call me boss, and I consider you one of my own, but you still have to rely on yourself to survive, not on others. Bian Di Piaoling, you know everything. Bian Di Piaoling collapsed weakly onto the bed. He raised his right arm, which was now only a small part remaining. He hadn't even had time to adjust to his disabled status before being transported to this cow-dung-like world. He finally managed to buy a low-level long-handled axe from his boss, and passed the first level of the monster realm, but he almost died in the second level. He felt like a complete waste. Sometimes he thought he'd be better off dead, but he didn't want to die, he wanted to live. Floating everywhere. Boss, am I really that bad? All illness is gone. So what if you don't have a right hand? There are plenty of left-handed people in this world. As long as you're willing to practice, you'll be fine. Tomorrow you must enter the monster secret realm and pass the second level, or don't blame me for disowning you as my little brother. The deeper the bond, the more painful it is to hear of the other person's death. Bai Xiao wasn't joking with Bian Di Piaoling. If he still didn't have the courage to enter the monster realm tomorrow, Bai Xiao would truly sever all ties with him and never speak to him again. Only in this way could Bai Xiao avoid being too heartbroken upon hearing of his death later. Bian Di Piaoling didn't reply. Bai Xiao didn't know his inner thoughts. This wasn't the normal world, there was no time for him to be sentimental. If he was afraid to participate in the monster realm because he almost died, then he would still die eventually. Bai Xiao was in a bad mood because of this. She put it out of her mind and started exercising. It wasn't until 7 p.m., after she got off work, that Bai Xiao opened the game interface and saw a bunch of messages from Bian Di Piaoling. Bian Di Piaoling, I know, boss. I practice my left hand all night. I participate in the monster realm tomorrow. I won't let you down. Then, 3 minutes later. Everywhere drifting. Boss, are you still there? Boss, say something. 3 minutes later. Everywhere drifting. Boss, you're not completely disappointed in me, and don't want me anymore, are you? 2 more minutes later. Everywhere drifting. What? Boss, say something, boss. 3 minutes later yet again. Everywhere drifting. I was wrong, boss. I definitely practice like crazy from now on. Please reply to my message. 3 minutes later yet again. Everywhere drifting. What? Boss, how can I live without you, boss? Bai Xiao, eh? Okay, those abstract thoughts weren't a pretense, he really was abstract. All illness is gone, go practice your axe. Everywhere I scatter, alright, boss. All illness is gone, eh? Well, as long as they listen, that's fine. The worst thing is encountering someone who won't listen to advice. Bai Xiao changed into his combat suit, and went to find the 18-year-old cleaning lady. Wei Shui Yangyang also came over after get off work. The two of them sparred with the 18-year-old cleaning lady, who then gave them one-on-two instruction. When enough time had passed, the three of them went to find the swaying lilies. The swaying lilies were still working. "Can I live?" And the elegant PN had just finished get off work. Seeing that the swaying lilies were almost done, they simply waited for them on the side. This wasn't strange, but what was strange was that one of them was Lee. Bai Xiao looked at Shirley with suspicion. Why wasn't he in the monster forest with his teammates? What was he waiting for here? Shirley, seeing them approach, said, "I guess you guys also dislike Luo Nanji. When we got paid, I asked Baihe if you wanted to kill Luo Nanji. Count me in. Building 4, Unit 4 can't have this kind of cancer. Bai Xiao, where are your other teammates?" Shirley looked a little uncomfortable. "They're not from Building 4, Unit 4. Luo Nanji's matter has nothing to do with them." Wei Shui Yangyang bluntly exposed him. "I'm not from Building 4, Unit 4 either, but if my teammates want to kill someone, I certainly won't stand idly by." Wei Shui Yangyang practically said, "Your team's relationships are all fake, that's why I won't help you." Shirley didn't speak, but his expression was definitely not good. His teammates all disagreed when they heard he wanted to kill Luo Nanji, because someone in their team knew that Luo Nanji was the captain of the Dark Night Watchers team, the one who was ranked second in the Monster Forest before. The Night Watchers team currently consists of 7 members, each with considerable strength. It's just that Lee's teammates don't want to do this thankless task. After all, they aren't players from Building 4, Unit 4, so no matter what Luo Nanji does, it won't bother them. Chapter 136. Bai Xiao glanced at Shirley, and had no objection to Shirley wanting to get involved. After all, he was also a player from Unit 4 of Building 4, and Luo Nanji's dominance on the 46th floor affected the entire Unit 4 of Building 4. Moreover, Shirley was a person with a strong sense of justice, so it was normal for him to want to kill Luo Nanji like them. The others had no objection to Shirley following them, except for Wei Shui Yangyang, who disliked Shirley because of the exclusion of players from Unit 2 of Building 8 by the Crimson Dawn squad, and gave him a cold look. Swaying Lily quickly settled the wages for the last few human players for the day. Bai Xiao received 2,400 nightmare coins, plus a tip of 50 nightmare coins, for a total of 2,450 nightmare coins. Bai Xiao currently had 7,098 nightmare coins. After Swaying Lily finished her work, it was already past 7:40, and everyone hurriedly headed to the Monster Forest. On the way to the Monster Forest, the group chatted the whole time. For those who had just met and weren't familiar with each other, chatting was the fastest way to ease the awkwardness and get to know each other. Although they had introduced themselves in the group chat, they hadn't met in person yet, and their names didn't match their faces. They figured they could get to know each other while they were on their way. "Can I live?" was a very pretty girl with a lively personality, which explained why she could hang out with someone as abstract as drifting across the land. "When can I live?" Heard Bai Xiao say that she was cure all diseases, she was so shocked she couldn't close her mouth. She had always thought cure all diseases was a very powerful figure, and Bai Xiao looked too young. She didn't seem like a powerful person at all. "Can I live?" tentatively asked Sister Xiao. "How old are you this year?" Bai Xiao, 19. It seemed she wasn't quite old enough for "Can I live?" to call her sister, but sometimes sister was a term of respect, unrelated to age. "Can I live?" exclaimed in surprise. "I really didn't expect that. I thought someone as amazing as all illnesses cured would be like Sister 18, a reliable older sister." Her surprise was acknowledged by the Swaying Lily, who nodded. "Speaking of which, Xiao Xiao is indeed the youngest among us. It's just that Bai Xiao is usually quite reliable, making it easy to overlook her age." "Bai Xiao, eh? Let's not talk about age, we're still good friends." 17 was chatting with Piampian when she heard Xiao call her. She turned her head and overheard Lily's words, smiling. "Are you discussing age? How about we rank them?" When 18 was in the army, she ranked her teammates, sometimes calling them second oldest or third oldest. It sounded much more intimate to call them by their names. "Can I survive?" Her eyes lit up. "Are we sworn brothers? From now on, we be half-siblings, right? I should be fifth in line, right?" Bai Xiao immediately refused. "How about we just call each other 18, Baihe, Yangyang, Xiaohua, and Piampian?" "That's fine too." If they were really ranked by age, she'd definitely be last. The team currently has 6 people, and she'd be 6th. Compared to being 6th, Bai Xiao preferred them calling her Xiao Xiao or Sister Xiao. Everyone knew why she refused, and they all smiled in unison. Even the usually aloof Piampian curled her lips into a smile. Sometimes it's that easy for a group of people to get to know each other. After chatting for a while, the team members felt much closer to each other. Lee turned his head slightly, looking at the 6 of them. He felt their team had a great atmosphere, while he, as an outsider, couldn't fit in at all. He subconsciously pursed his lips, thinking of his own team. He didn't know why, but he always felt the atmosphere in his team was strange, and the players in Unit 2 of Building 8 still hadn't integrated into the team, always giving off a detached feeling. If Wei Shui Yang knew what he was thinking, she would definitely tell him without hesitation that because he was the male protagonist of a harem novel, the people in his team weren't teammates, but rather concubines vying for his favor. Why did he feel the atmosphere was strange? Because in front of him, the harem would definitely be harmonious, but behind his back, they would be fighting amongst themselves, because everyone wanted to be the one he cherished most. The group arrived at the monster forest, just in time for 8 p.m. The monster forest was open, closing at 2 a.m. Teams, come and participate in the monster forest to claim generous prizes. The transparent barrier blocking the players' path disappeared, and the players, who had been waiting, moved forward. The first team hadn't participated in the monster forest dungeon last night. They arrived today to find the owl monsters had been cleared out, and now the players needed to venture deeper into the forest. Can I survive? Looked around, her gaze finally settling on a man in a black combat suit. She pointed at him, and whispered to those around her, "That's Luo Nanji. I seen those two with him before. They were there when Luo Nanji fought with Lu Ziren. They must be his underlings." Bai Xiao and the others followed her direction. Bai Xiao's combat suit was unique to Unit 4 of Building 4, at least, they didn't have one, but now she saw it on Luo Nanji. Luo Nanji keenly sent several gazes fixed on him, and narrowed his eyes to look over. Bai Xiao finally got a clear look at his face. Luo Nanji, like Xiaoxi, had a bad boy look, but in a completely different way. Xiaoxi gave off the impression of a frivolous playboy, or as Wei Xuanjiang put it, flamboyant and peacock-like, which is why Wei Xuanjiang always called him collarbone bro. Luo Nanji, on the other hand, had long, narrow eyes with a beauty mark at the corner of one eye, a straight nose, and thin lips. Despite his refined features, his overly dark gaze gave him a sinister and dangerous, venomous aura. Wei Xuanjiang had previously commented on Luo Nanji's appearance, saying he had a classic villain's face. Luo Nanji said something to his teammates, who all turned their heads, their eyes warily fixed on Bai Xiao. Discovered, the first squad remained calm and headed straight for Luo Nanji, the 7 of them exuding an imposing aura. Luo Nanji's teammates immediately recognized that they were there to cause trouble. The Dark Night Watchers squad consisted of 7 members. 2 of them were from the same dormitory building as Luo Nanji, his recruits, while the remaining 4 were acquaintances from the monster restaurant. Clearly, the other 4 squad members didn't want to clash with Bai Xiao and his group, their expressions hesitant. However, abandoning Luo Nanji and the others to escape now risked being labeled as abandoning their teammates by the monster forest, so they had no choice but to stay. One of the teammates stepped forward to smooth things over. "You're from the first squad, right? Is there some misunderstanding? Can I live?" Scoffed. "No misunderstanding, we're looking for Luo Nanji." As long as Luo Nanji lived, the players on floor 46 wouldn't have a peaceful day, so can I live? Was the one in the squad who most wanted Luo Nanji dead. Chapter 137. Upon hearing this, the other members of the Night Watchers team were all thinking, what's going on here? They genuinely didn't want to clash with the first team. What had Luo Nanji done to offend them? If all else failed, could the first team knock them unconscious before targeting Luo Nanji? That way, they wouldn't be penalized for not helping their teammates in the forest dungeon. Luo Nanji narrowed his eyes, and spoke first. "What brings you here?" As he spoke, he gripped his intermediate-grade long-handled axe tightly. He suspected these people were players from Unit 4 of Building 4, who wanted to kill him because they disapproved of his actions. At this moment, Luo Nanji was already considering whether they could defeat him, and if not, whether he could get these people to join his side. The elegant Pian had already learned from the 18-year-old cleaning lady that they were going to kill Luo Nanji that night. They had also discussed how to kill these people as quickly as possible without delaying their monster killing time. While Luo Nanji was still brainstorming, the elegant Pian calmly took out a lifeguard's whistle from her upright windbreaker and blew it forcefully. The whistle emitted a sharp, piercing sound. Her target was Luo Nanji and his 2 henchmen. As soon as the whistle blew, the first squad's teammates immediately grabbed their weapons and slashed at the unprepared Dark Night Watchers. Bai Xiao happened to be standing in the middle of the group, facing Luo Nanji. She swung her scythe, and instead of being controlled, Luo Nanji dodged backward. His 2 controlled henchmen were instantly killed by 18 and Baiha respectively. Therefore, Bai Xiao guessed that it wasn't that Pian failed to control Luo Nanji, but rather that he possessed a special skill that granted him immunity to control. Luo Nanji's teammates died, splattering him with blood. He stared grimly at the numerous and powerful first squad. The elegant Pian, with her graceful demeanor, was holding back the other members of the Dark Night Watchers squad. Bai Xiao, the 18-year-old cleaning lady, and the swaying Lily, seeing Luo Nanji alive, were surprised and rushed to attack him. Luo Nanji was indeed skilled. Facing the attacks of 3 people, he dodged them all like an eel. But the first squad had blocked the exit of the monster forest tightly. No matter how he tried to escape, he couldn't get out of the monster forest. Seeing the 3 people closing in on him step by step, Luo Nanji's face was pale, his eyes filled with an unfathomable darkness. Bai Xiao had been watching him closely. When he saw the man throw the long-handled axe into the distance, he immediately shouted, "Watch out! He's going to kill his teammates to escape." Killing a teammate meant the squad would disband, and the squad members would be sent out of the monster forest, the only way out besides leaving through the tunnel. Hearing Bai Xiao's voice, Pian and Shirley were the first to react. Seeing the axe about to strike a member of the Dark Watcher squad, Pian threw her low-level long-handled axe. The 2 axes collided. Luo Nanji's mid-level long-handled axe knocked away Pian's low-level axe. Shirley happened to be closer to the Dark Watcher squad member about to be struck. He kicked him in, knocking him to the ground. The Night Watcher squad, who had been kicked to the ground, lay there watching helplessly as Luo Nanji's intermediate-level long-handled axe flew past them. If Li hadn't kicked him in time, his head would be gone by now. In a fit of rage, he cursed, "Luo Nanji, you son of a bitch! You dragged me into this mess, and now you want to kill me?" The other members of the Dark Night Watchers squad felt a chill run down their spines. They were lucky to be outside Luo Nanji's attack range, otherwise, who knows who that axe would have landed on. Luo Nanji was distracted when the mid-level axe was thrown, unable to dodge in time, and was chopped off an arm by 18 hands. While he was still in pain, he heard his teammates cursing him. Severely injured and alienated from his teammates, Luo Nanji knew he was doomed. He pulled a dagger from his weapon pouch and slit his own throat. His movements were too fast. In Bai Xiao and the others' eyes, it was the instant 18 hands severed Luo Nanji's arm. He used his remaining hand to pull a dagger from his weapon pouch and cleanly slit his own throat. The 18-year-old cleaning lady stared at Luo Nanji, who had collapsed limply to the ground, stunned. "Suicide?" she asked. The swaying Lily frowned. "Did he not want to die at our hands, so we could get his items?" Bai Xiao hesitated. "Possibly. Preferring suicide to dying at someone else's hands, and having someone else inherit his items?" While it made sense, Bai Xiao still felt something was off. Could someone really commit suicide so decisively? No, he's not dead. The one who said this was the very person who had just cursed Luo Nanji. He stood up, gritting his teeth. Because of his words, the entire first squad looked at him, hoping he could explain what he meant. Luo Nanji's body had disappeared. This was normal. All players who died in the game would have their bodies disappear quickly. Bai Xiao asked, "Does Luo Nanji have special abilities, like resurrection? Is that why you say he's not dead? If Luo Nanji could really resurrect, he'd be truly defying the heavens. Although everyone has various skills and items now, everyone only has one life. What kind of luck does Luo Nanji have, to have more than one life? Don't kill us, and I tell you why." The man who had just insulted Luo Nanji tried to negotiate with the first squad. Wei Shui Yangyang crossed her arms. "If you don't cut the weeds at the root, they grow back in the spring. Letting you go would just give you the chance to stab us in the back later." The first squad, including Li, remained silent. They all agreed with Wei Shui Yangyang's words. Today's commotion had already created enmity between the first squad and the Dark Night Watchers squad. Letting them go now would just be asking for trouble. The man said, "Then you can kill my other teammates. If I can't form a squad by myself, I can join your squad. Then your squad won't have to worry about me seeking revenge." The other members of the Dark Night Watchers squad, ? Is that even human language? Wei Shui Yangyang exclaimed, her expression one of utter disgust. "Do you think our first squad is a garbage can, taking any kind of trash? Can I live?" Echoed with disdain. "Exactly. You betrayed your teammates right in front of us, and you still expect to be our teammate? Our squad standards aren't that low." The 18-year-old cleaning lady scoffed. "Trying to negotiate? So what if Luo Nanji isn't dead? We can kill him once, we can kill him twice. Take it or leave it." Pian remained silent, picking up her low-grade long-handled axe from the ground and holding it directly to the man's neck. I give you 3 seconds. 3. Chapter 138. I talk. The man was terrified and immediately said, Luo Nanji does have a resurrection skill, but this skill comes at a price. Substitution. His underlings are all his scapegoats. Bai Xiao found this eerie and frowned, asking, explain in detail, how did he get this skill, and how is it used? The man, he had the resurrection skill from the moment he transmigrated. It's said that in the 7 dormitories under Chi-Chi's jurisdiction, each dormitory has a player with the resurrection skill, and Luo Nanji is one of them. Bai Xiao already knew that there was a lucky player in each dormitory building. For example, Dormitory 4444 in Building 4 has the complete game item encyclopedia, but she never expected that the lucky players would have different items. Compared to Luo Nanji's resurrection skill, her complete game item encyclopedia was really pathetic. Bai Xiao couldn't help but complain, for sister is too stingy. She's already given it away, why isn't she more generous? Look how generous Chi-Chi is, directly arranging a resurrection skill. Wei Xuanjiang, also a player from Building 7, and the administrator of Building 7, also named Chi-Chi, widened his eyes upon hearing this news. This meant that a player in Unit 1 of Building 7 also possessed the resurrection skill. The man continued, he recruits followers. As long as they agree to become his followers, he can brand them with a red mark. If he dies, one of his branded followers can die in his place, and then he will resurrect in his dormitory. Bai Xiao immediately pressed, isn't there any other cost? Simply resurrecting with the lives of others is no cost to Luo Nanji. It's practically immortality. This cheat is too overpowered. However, Bai Xiao felt there were other costs involved because Luo Nanji hadn't chosen suicide from the start. He'd rather kill his teammates and be banished from the monster forest. This meant resurrection came at a price, at least a greater one than being banished from the monster forest. Otherwise, he would have slit his own throat immediately. The man said, yes, after he resurrects, his weapons, nightmare coins, and items are all reset. Bai Xiao looked at him suspiciously. How do you know all this? Even if they were teammates, it was impossible for him to know so much. Was Luo Nanji a blabbermouth? That didn't seem likely. The man closed his eyes briefly, and then opened them again. I'm a player from Unit 2, Building 7. The guy in Unit 2, with the resurrection skill, was an idiot. He came here on his second day, and started recruiting followers everywhere, which quickly exposed him. Everyone else was just ordinary people, but he had a cheat code, so the players on his floor killed him together. Hearing this, Bai Xiao figured he must have been on the same floor as that person and had also participated in the incident. The man said, I seen that brand before. 2 of Luo Nanji's underlings have it on their necks too. And since he's a player from Unit 4 of Building 7, I knew he definitely had a resurrection skill. Suddenly, can I live? Cried out, covering her mouth, oh no, Luziren. The others didn't know why can I live. Suddenly called for Luziren, but Bai Xiao knew that Luziren had become one of Luo Nanji's underlings yesterday. Of course, Luziren wasn't the only one Luo Nanji had underlings. They didn't know who Luo Nanji would choose to die in this time, but Luziren had the brand, and sooner or later, he would become Luo Nanji's scapegoat. Luziren had helped Can I Live, so she subconsciously worried about him. Seeing the man finish speaking, Piampian swiftly and decisively chopped off his neck, followed by the other members of the Night Watcher squad. The moment Piampian swung her axe, the man resignedly closed his eyes. In that instant, he thought of those he had killed before. From the moment he killed, he knew that in this world, he would one day die at someone else's hands. Because the survival world is that cruel. Perhaps they had no prior grudges, but once a fight was fought, they could only be enemies. In the survival world, given the chance to kill an enemy, no one would choose to be soft-hearted and let them go. Because you only have one life, and if you're not ruthless, you really will die. Can I live? Open the game interface, frantically searching for Lezarin's name. Finally, her face paled, and she said listlessly, Lezarin is dead. Apart from Can I Live, none of the others present had any interaction with Lezarin. To them, Lezarin was just a stranger, so they didn't feel anything special about his death. Piampian put her arm around Can I Live? Shoulder, her cool voice softly comforting him. In the survival world, death is common. Don't be too sad. Can I live? Nose stung, and tears welled up in his eyes. But he helped me yesterday. He was still alive, and well in front of me yesterday. I can't accept it. After all, Can I Live? Was just a recent college graduate, and had only been in this survival world for 8 days. He couldn't yet calmly face the death of someone he knew. Bai Xiao sighed. Although she didn't know Lizzie, she could empathize with Can I Live? If someone she knew had died, she wouldn't be able to accept it either. The 18-year-old cleaning lady frowned and said, "You have to accept it whether you like it or not. You don't have time to be sad now. We already wasted time. We need to go kill monsters now." This statement was a bit heartless, but the 18-year-old cleaning lady wasn't wrong. The survival world doesn't have time for sentimentality. The happy man was simply less skilled and forced to become Luo Nanji's henchman, his scapegoat. Being sad is useless. Becoming stronger is what matters, and only then can you save your life. Can I live? Sniffed and wiped away her tears. I understand. Bai Xiao knew 18 had other meanings, and frowned, saying, "Xiaohua, Luo Nanji isn't dead. You're on the same floor as him. You're in great danger, you know that? Luo Ziren is dead, that's an unchangeable fact. What you should be thinking about now is what to do." The swaying lily nodded. That's right. The Dark Night Watcher's team only has Luo Nanji left. He won't come to the monster forest until he finds teammates. We don't have elevator cards now, so we can't go to the 46th floor to help you kill him. If Luo Nanji comes looking for you, you have to rely on yourself. Luo Nanji was driven to suicide today. He definitely won't swallow this insult, and will definitely seek revenge. So Can I Live, who's on the same floor as Luo Nanji, is in the most danger. Even if Luo Nanji hasn't seen Can I Live, and doesn't know for a while that Can I Live is a player on the 46th floor, he has his underlings collecting protection money every day, so sooner or later he discover Can I Live's existence. Wei Shui Yangyang, that guy, Dark Night Watcher, just said that after Luo Nanji revives, his weapons and items will be reset. Without weapons, Xiaohui should be able to kill him, right? Wakahuama, pale-faced I don't know. Chapter 139. Pianpian analyzed, he's quite skilled. Even without weapons, Xiaohua might not be able to beat him, and he has underlings. The 18-year-old cleaning lady grabbed Can I Live, saying, "Come on, let's go kill monsters." Skills are honed through practice. Can I Live? Physical strength and agility were good. If her combat power were further enhanced, she wouldn't be weak. At least until Luo Nanji discovered that Can I Live was a player from floor 46, she needed some self-defense capabilities to avoid being slaughtered. Can I Live also realized the seriousness of the situation, and was too frightened to cry anymore, letting the 18-year-old pull her along. The belated first team entered the depths of the monster forest. The territories of the leech monster and the owl monster had been cleared. In front of the owl monster's territory was a shallow lake, the territory of the crocodile monster. Crocodile monster. Monster level, level 3 monster. Monster HP, 100. Monster classification, mutant. It is said that crocodiles breathe with lungs and need to surface periodically to breathe, so they all live in shallow water. However, Bai Xiao noticed that most players were already waist-deep in the lake. It was Li who found his teammates in the lake and jumped in to help. The first team didn't rush in. They noticed many vines floating on the surface of the lake and, upon closer inspection, realized that these vines were tied around the players' waists. Players in the same team were tied together in pairs, or groups of 3. During the fight with the crocodile monster, if someone accidentally fell, the vine would instantly snap, allowing their teammate at the other end to immediately notice and provide timely assistance. Although the lake was no higher than a person, if someone lost their balance and fell into the water, they wouldn't be able to get up and would drown without help. Seeing this, Pianpian immediately pulled down a thick vine from the tree, tied the middle section around her waist, and asked, "Is there anyone who can't swim? Can I Live?" Silently raised her hand, "I can't." Swaying Lily looked annoyed, "Me too." At this moment, both of them deeply regretted not having learned to swim. Pianpian handed the left side of the vine to Can I Live? And the right side to Bai Xiao, then said to the 18-year-old cleaning lady, "The 3 of you tie yourselves together. I take care of the small tasks, and you take care of Lily." The 18-year-old cleaning lady nodded, pulled a vine from the tree, stretched it to check its flexibility, tied the middle of the vine around her waist, and handed the 2 ends of the vine to Swaying Lily and Wei Shui Yangyang. The 6 of them secured themselves with vines. Bai Xiao and Pianpian took off their coats, and the group splashed into the lake. The water was murky and cold. Bai Xiao shivered as she jumped in, the icy water reached her stomach. Can I survive? Was shorter than Bai Xiao, and couldn't swim. The water's resistance made it difficult to maintain balance. Before she even reached the crocodile monster, she had already fallen into the water, swallowing mouthfuls of muddy, fishy water. Pianpian quickly pulled her out. Baihe wasn't much better off. After all, this wasn't a swimming pool. They kept stepping on strange objects or uneven ground, tripping and falling. Since they couldn't swim, they could only thrash around, gulping water. Can I survive? Had wet hair plastered to her face. Her face was pale. Whether from the cold or shock, she couldn't tell. Even so, she couldn't help but complain, I should have learned to swim during summer vacation. Before even encountering the crocodile monsters, they almost lost half their lives. Actually, even swimmers can fall over. Swimming and walking in water are two different things. However, if a swimmer falls over, unless they're unlucky enough to get a leg cramp, they won't drown. There aren't many crocodile monsters in the lake, at least not compared to the leech monsters and owl monsters they encountered before, only a few hundred. Not long after Bai Xiao and her companions entered the water, several crocodile monsters were attracted to them and swam towards them. But these are level 3 monsters, incredibly difficult to kill. Despite only having 100 health points, hitting them is like cutting through iron. Their hides are incredibly thick. Water creates resistance. Human players need to exert effort to stand in it, but the crocodile monsters don't have this problem. For them, it's like being thrown into a pot of dumplings. Previously, very few players died in the leech and owl monster territories, but this time, in the crocodile monster territory, the lake water, which was a murky gray-black, gradually turned redder. Previously, Bai Xiao and her group would always retreat from the territory only when their stamina was completely depleted, but they couldn't do that here. They needed to conserve their energy to swim back, otherwise they'd be bitten to death by the crocodile monsters before even reaching the shore. Now that everyone was tied together, they could only retreat together. When Bai Xiao got tired, she could only hide behind Pian Pian to rest for a while, playing the violin in the water to restore the health of her teammates, who had been bitten by the crocodile monsters. The trio of Bai Xiao had been in the water for almost 3 hours. Even Pian Pian, who had the best stamina, was starting to feel the strain, so the three of them went back to rest. A little while later, Ba and the others also came ashore. Ba ate the fried egg that Wei Shui Yang handed him and complained, "Why is there a level where we have to kill monsters in the water?" Killing monsters in the water was much harder than on land. The three of them had only killed 8 crocodile monsters. Bai Xiao's trio killed slightly more than Ba, a total of 12. Because they had lethal poison, and the crocodile monsters always seemed to like biting with their mouths open, Bai Xiao and Ba would seize the opportunity to throw the lethal poison into the monsters' throats. One vial of lethal poison ignored all defenses, continuously reducing health by 25 points, more effective than their direct assault. If they had attacked head-on, Bai Xiao and Ba, both equipped with intermediate-level weapons, could only manage to reduce the crocodile monster's health by 5 points per attack. It was nighttime, and the lake water was cold. Everyone emerged from the lake soaking wet. The others were alright, but Bai Xiao and Bai He, the two with the worst physical condition, were covered in goosebumps from the cold. Bai Xiao put on his combat jacket, which at least warmed him up a bit, while Pian Pian draped her own windbreaker over Bai He. Bai Xiao sighed, "I'm afraid there will be other terrains in the future, not just land and water. It's normal for dungeons to get harder. The leech monsters and owl monsters before were just level 1 or 2 low-level monsters, so they were easy to kill. Everyone knew that." Wei Shui Yang was pondering how to start a fire by rubbing sticks together. Coming from a family of chefs, he didn't know what other boys were doing as children, but he was always playing house with little girls, making cooking games. Not those flowery, messy dishes. Wei Shui Yang strived for realism. The first step in cooking was to start a fire, but he was still in kindergarten then, and he never had the chance to touch a lighter at home. He happened to have learned about starting a fire by rubbing sticks together from cartoons, so he'd been doing it since he was little. Although he never succeeded, he had his principles. Without a fire, he only made cold dishes. But now he was older, stronger, and he felt that while he couldn't do it as a child, he could definitely do it now. Chapter 140. Wei Shui Yang rubbed her hands together frantically, almost getting blisters. Pian Pian, unable to bear it any longer, pulled a lighter from the pocket of Bai's windbreaker and handed it to Wei Shui Yang. Wei Shui Yang? Question mark. Pian Pian probably understood what he was thinking and explained, "I thought you wanted to play for a while." Wei Shui Yang took the lighter speechlessly. A pile of dry leaves and twigs quickly ignited, and as soon as the flame appeared, Bai Xiao and the others gathered around. Bai Xiao felt much warmer and asked curiously, "Pian Pian, did you bring the lighter with you when you transmigrated?" Pian Pian nodded. "When I transmigrated, nothing was missing from my pockets." Everyone transmigrated in summer. The girls' skirts didn't have pockets, and the players wearing pants did, but modern people's pockets were mostly empty except for their phones. However, in the survival world, phones could only be used to check the time. There was no internet. Pian happened to have a windproof lighter in her pocket, while Bai Xiao, when she transmigrated, was wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown, which had no pockets. Everyone huddled around the fire chatting, enjoying a rare sense of peace, as if they hadn't transmigrated to a survival world and were camping with their best friends. The peaceful atmosphere of the first squad was quickly interrupted by a roar. It was Li's voice. The members of the first squad had dealt with Li before and naturally recognized his voice. Upon hearing it, they all turned to look. Then, they saw Li angrily grabbing a man by the collar. The man, pale-faced, said in terror, "Boss, I didn't do it on purpose. Even the dungeon didn't register me as harming a teammate. She's just unlucky." Upon hearing this, Wei Shuiyang looked around again and found that all the members of the Crimson Dawn team were there, except for the player from Unit 2 of Building 8, with whom he usually worked. Wei Shuiyang jumped up and ran to the Crimson Dawn team, demanding, "Where's the person from Unit 2 of Building 8? Seeing Wei Shuiyang run off, the first team, worried he might get hurt alone, followed. Li, hearing Wei Shuiyang's question, remained silent, pursing his lips. Wei Shuiyang grew impatient. "I'm asking you a question. Don't you have mouths?" Wei Shuiyang and Unit 2 of Building 8 both worked in the kitchen and often chatted secretly during work hours. They were work partners. For Wei Shuiyang, Unit 2 of Building 8 was the person he knew best in the survival world besides his teammates. Although people die every day in the survival world, no one wants someone they know to die. Finally, one of the Crimson Dawn team members stammered, "She's dead." Although he guessed it already, hearing the news still stung Wei Shuiyang's heart. He angrily asked, "How did she die?" Like other teams, the Crimson Dawn team had its players tied together in pairs or groups before going into the water. The player from Unit 2 of Building 8 couldn't swim, and was tied to the man whose collar Li was holding. While the two were fighting the crocodile monster, another crocodile monster came to join the fray. The man, unable to defeat both monsters, instinctively ran towards the shore. In his panic, he momentarily forgot that he was still tied to the vines around his waist, connected to the non-swimmer player from Unit 2 of Building 8. The player from Unit 2 of Building 8 was pulled by the vines and lost her balance, falling into the water. She struggled to get up, but there was nowhere to hold her up in the water. The player in Unit 2 of Building 8 was dragged along by his teammate the whole way. Only when he reached the shore did he realize that the vines binding him were still attached to the player in Unit 2 of Building 8. By then, the player in Unit 2 of Building 8 had already choked on water and died. Their body had been half-eaten by the crocodile monsters chasing after them. It could be said that the death of the player in Unit 2 of Building 8 was caused by the player he was tied to. But the problem is, he truly had no intention of harming the player in Unit 2 of Building 8. While escaping, he had no thought whatsoever about killing the player in Unit 2 of Building 8. He was simply afraid of dying, and desperately swam towards the shore, caring about nothing else. Li was furious, but the culprit who caused the death of the player in Unit 2 of Building 8 was self-righteous, because the instance hadn't even marked him as intentionally harming his teammate. Upon learning what had happened, Wei Shuiyang was furious and yelled, "Are you an idiot? You didn't even remember you had someone tied to your body, causing her to drown. And you're still so self-righteous? You're the one who deserves to die." The culprit who harmed the player in Unit 2 of Building 8 was probably Li, but he wasn't afraid of Wei Shuiyang at all and immediately retorted, "What's it to you? This is our team's business. It's none of your concern." "You?" Wei Shuiyang rushed forward angrily, but was pulled back by Shiba. Strictly speaking, Wei Shuiyang and the player in Unit 2 of Building 8 weren't even friends, just colleagues. He really had no right to accuse the player's teammate in Unit 2 of Building 8 of causing her death, because that was the Red Dawn team's business. 18 pulled Wei Shuiyang back, and then comforted him, wondering if he could survive. She and Wei Shuiyang were both in the same boat. She was the person who had helped her yesterday, Lizzie, who was now dead, while Wei Shuiyang's work partner had died. Bai Xiao looked at the silent Shure inside, saying, "Yang has never liked you. He's friends with the players in Unit 2 of Building 8. Your teammates have been ignoring and ostracizing Unit 2 of Building 8. Haven't you noticed?" Bai Xiao wasn't actually questioning Shure. After saying this, she left and joined the group comforting Wei Shuiyang. The swaying Lily glanced at Shure. "Think it over carefully." Pian didn't say anything. She wasn't familiar with Shure, nor with the rest of the Crimson Dawn team. The first team sat around the campfire comforting Wei Shuiyang. Suddenly, Wei Shuiyang spoke up. Actually, Unit 2 of Building 8 wanted to join our team before. Bai Xiao and the others had no idea about this. Wei Shui Yang had never mentioned it to them. Wei Shui Anjiang continued, but she's from the kitchen like me, and she got the same special items. I didn't think a team needed 2 people with exactly the same skills, so I refused her. If, Shiba interrupted him crisply, there are no ifs. If teammates in a team have overlapping abilities, it's like taking up a spot for nothing, especially since Shiba was the only one capable of fighting in the first team of 4. The player in Unit 2 of Building 8 didn't seem to have high stats, and her ability overlapped with Wei Xuanjiang's. Even if Wei Xuanjiang had agreed, Bai Xiao, Shiba, and Baihe wouldn't have agreed to let her join. Bai Xiao understood that Wei Xuanjiang was blaming herself. She was probably thinking that if she had agreed to let the player in Unit 2 of Building 8 join the first team, the player wouldn't be dead today. Bai Xiao, I think the same way as Ba. There are no what-ifs. If you had told us her abilities were the same as yours, we wouldn't have considered having her join the first squad. Baihe nodded as well. We were looking for teammates who could fight. Chapter 141. Can I survive? Hearing Baihe's words, she shrugged uncomfortably. Pian beside her whispered comfortingly, your poison is very potent. Can I survive? She hadn't expected Pian to notice her slight melancholy. She smiled at her, and her earlier melancholy vanished. Wei Shuiyang, always cheerful, soon regained her usual smiling demeanor. However, her smile seemed different from when Bai Xiao first met her. Bai Xiao suddenly thought of a saying, growth comes at a price. After resting, the first team tied the vines together again and went into the water. This time, they persisted in the water until after 1 a.m., finally reaching the shore close to 2 a.m. Not many teams had managed to stay in the water this long. The Crimson Dawn team was also there. Bai Xiao glanced at them. It was obvious that Li had fallen out with them and was no longer traveling with them. 18 glanced at them a few times, then quickly looked away, saying, a team like that won't last long before it falls apart. The swaying Lily coldly replied, as long as Li is still a teammate, he care about them. He might get screwed over by these incompetent teammates. Therefore, be careful when forming a team, don't just take anyone. Bai Xiao and the others had barely left the monster forest when they heard the announcement that the monster forest was closing. Today's monster forest rewards, health point card X1, stamina point card X1. Bai Xiao exclaimed in surprise, there are 2 kinds of rewards today. 18 guessed, the difficulty must have increased, so the rewards have gone up too. First place, first team, cleared 42 monsters in the dungeon. Each team member received a health point card X1, 10 points, and a stamina point card X1, 10 points. Second place, Dormitory team, cleared 37 dungeon monsters. Each team member received a health point card X1, 9 points, and a stamina point card X1, 9 points. Third place, Jie Jianingwu, cleared 30 dungeon monsters. Each team member received a health point card X1, 8 points, and a stamina point card X1, 8 points. Fourth place, Shin Song, cleared 26 dungeon monsters. Each team member received a health point card X1, 7 points, and a stamina point card X1, 7 points. Fifth place, Crimson Dawn, cleared 25 dungeon monsters. Each team member received a health point card X1, 6 points, and a stamina point card X1, 6 points. Other teams received participation rewards, a health point card X1, 2 points, and a stamina point card X1, 2 points. Because the monsters were all level 3, and the terrain was in water, the number of monsters cleared by each team was not high. Bai Xiao used 2-point cards, increasing her maximum health by 10 and her stamina by 10. Combined with the 6 poached eggs she had eaten from Wei Shui Yang, her current health was 67 and her stamina was 43 plus 5. However, now that her health was at 67, eating more poached eggs from Wei Shui Yang wouldn't increase her maximum health anymore. After leaving the monster forest, the group parted ways and returned to their respective dormitories. Bai Xiao went back, washed up, and lay down. Looking at the chat lobby, she realized that today's Grey Wolf monsters were 3 times the number from the last cleanup night. Bai Xiao thought for a moment and sent a message to BND Piaoling. BND Piaoling, how are you doing? BND Piaoling, don't worry, boss. I started stockpiling supplies after the last cleanup night. I have garlic, gatekeepers, and turret speed-up cards. I definitely survived tonight. How's your axe practice going? Bai Xiao asked. Not so good, replied. It's okay to hold, but I have trouble balancing it. It's still not very smooth. Bai Xiao then realized that with only one arm, It would be difficult for everywhere drifters to maintain balance while swinging a heavy weapon. Perhaps a lighter weapon would be more suitable. I have a long-handled broadsword here, Bai Xiao said. It's not level sensitive and much lighter than the axe. It should be more suitable for you. Bai Xiao had 2 other weapons in his inventory, a long-handled axe obtained from killing someone, and a long-handled broadsword included in half of the supplies he had given her. While the broadsword also had a long handle, it wasn't as long as the axe, only 80 centimeters long. Boss, I trade you my axe, Bai Xiao said. Your friend Everywhere Drifters has gifted you a game item. Please check. Bai Xiao accepted the low-grade long-handled axe that had fallen from the sky and gave him the long-handled broadsword. Although the low-grade long-handled axe was more valuable than the long-handled broadsword, it was more suitable for Bian Di Piaoling, so the two tacitly avoided mentioning the price difference. Bian Di Piaoling, it's so light. Bian Di Piaoling was a sports student, and he was quite strong. That's why when Bai Bing Quan Xiao said he had a weapon, he chose the heaviest long-handled axe, but he didn't expect it to be so heavy, he couldn't maintain his balance. Now, with the long-handled broadsword, he felt it was very light in his hand, but it was much easier to handle than the long-handled axe. He could chop or hack without feeling unbalanced or staggering. All illness is gone. Is it working well? Fallen Everywhere. It's alright. I practice with it a bit, and tomorrow I take it to the monster realm. Bai Xiao was already sleepy. Seeing that Fallen Everywhere said it was alright, she closed the game interface and quickly fell asleep. Bai Xiao didn't sleep well that night. After being in this world for so many days, she had her first dream, and it was a nightmare. In her dream, she was in a monster forest. The ground was littered with corpses. The closest corpse was indistinct, but it was missing its right arm, only its left arm, and its left hand was holding a long-handled sword. Although Bai Xiao had never seen Fallen Everywhere before, she inexplicably felt that the person missing its right arm was Fallen Everywhere. Bai Xiao wanted to go over and take a look, but almost tripped over a corpse. Looking down, she saw a pale, familiar face, Yang Yang's face. He was clearly dead. Bai Xiao stared in disbelief at the vast corpse. She stumbled back a few steps, then felt herself step on something. Instinctively she turned and saw Baihe lying on the ground, her face also pale, already dead. In her dream, Bai Xiao was on the verge of collapse. She couldn't believe it was real. She knelt on the ground, hugging Baihe's shoulders, trying to shake her awake, but found corpses beside Baihe, Shiba, Pianpian, and Xiaowu. Everyone was dead, only she was left. The next second, Bai Xiao woke from the nightmare in despair. Feeling an itch on her face, she reached up and touched it, finding it damp. She stared blankly for a long time before letting out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness it was just a dream. Thank goodness it was just a dream. Perhaps it was because she had heard so many news of deaths today that she had such an ominous dream. Bai Xiao comforted herself that dreams are always the opposite of reality, and forced herself to go back to sleep. Chapter 142. The 8th night, the second cleanup night, has ended. Currently, 5,417 people survive in Unit 4 of Building 4. Those who luckily survived shouldn't be too happy. There will be another cleanup night, and the fate of trash is only to be cleaned up. Amidst the sarcastic remarks of CC, Bai Xiao groggily woke up. She had spent nearly 6 hours in the icy lake yesterday, and had a nightmare last night. She felt like she had a fever. Bai Xiao touched her burning forehead. It was strange, she had thought that people wouldn't get sick after transmigrating to a survival world. But then she thought, getting injured here is normal. 8th night, cleanup night survival reward. Level 3 treasure chest X10, nightmare coins X120, placed in player's inventory. Please check. Bai Xiao ignored the survival reward and first opened the game panel to check her stats, wanting to see how much health she had lost due to illness. Player profile. Nickname, all illness is cured. Age, 19. Bound dormitory, 4444. Health, 50-50 firsts, negative status, health is continuously decreasing. Strength, 43 plus 10, not bad. Stamina, 33 plus 5, you should practice more when you have time, poor stamina will make you sick. Agility, 41 plus 10, no problem dodging normally. Combat power, 43.5 plus 5, not bad. Equipment, complete game item encyclopedia, basic combat suit, intermediate side weapon, skill 1. Stun, 30% chance to trigger stun skill after hitting the target 3 times. Stun duration 1.5 seconds. Compared to when he first transmigrated, Bai Xiao's stats are much better now, and the comments that seem to be from CC are no longer sarcastic. Bai Xiao's health stat showed a negative status, continuously decreasing. She currently had 50 health points, which was only restored by her small bed for every point she lost. She was currently sleeping on a level 4 comfort wooden bed, which restored 30 health points daily. Combined with the 5 points restored by her pajamas, she had a total of 35 points. However, Bai Xiao didn't know how long the fever would last. Without medication, a fever could potentially kill someone. Bai Xiao got up and washed. Her level 2 bathroom was fully equipped, including sanitary napkins for women, though she hadn't used them. Before she got sick at age 15, she hadn't had her first period. Her mother had taken her to the doctor, who said it was normal. Some girls get their periods late. After her illness, her health deteriorated, and she stopped menstruating altogether. Now that she was better, she didn't know when it would return, but she was just trying to survive, so not having it was probably for the best. Bai Xiao unwrapped the sanitary napkin she hadn't touched. She heard before that soaked sanitary napkins could be used as fever-reducing patches, with the best effect when applied to the carotid artery. Since she didn't have any fever reducers, she had no choice but to try it. She couldn't stay in this feverish state indefinitely. After applying it to her carotid artery, Bai Xiao ate a piece of flatbread to fill her stomach, then laid down on the bed intending to rest for a while. However, due to her fever and dizziness, she fell asleep after a short time. She was unaware that the chat lobby was bustling with activity, and messages were constantly being sent in the team chat. Last night, Luo Nanji decisively slit his own throat, choosing Lezerin as his scapegoat. Although he resurrected in his own dorm, his backpack and dorm room were completely empty. Even the backpack expansion slots he had previously received were gone, returning him to his initial backpack. So, the penniless Luo Nanji raised his protection fee today, demanding 200 nightmare coins from each player on floor 46. Only 8 days have passed, and the total nightmare coins awarded for survival are only 390. These 200 nightmare coins are a huge loss for anyone, especially considering he only collected 40 yesterday. The players on floor 46 felt like weeds in a field, constantly being cut down as soon as they sprouted. At this rate, no one on that floor could develop. But yesterday Lezerin led a resistance, and they all died, including Lezerin himself. He died last night, which, in the eyes of the other players, meant the entire team opposing Luo Nanji was wiped out. The players on floor 46 dared not speak out, forced to obediently pay their protection fees when Luo Nanji's henchmen came knocking. Players on other floors, not on the same floor, didn't have as many reservations. They rallied in the chat lobby, fiercely criticizing Luo Nanji. They even gave Luo Nanji a nickname, Drowsy Dog. Pinafantondu. To put it bluntly, Drowsy Dog just bullies the fact that there's no one on the 46th floor. If there were a few strong people on the 46th floor, I guarantee he wouldn't dare utter a sound. Huajiquan Quanzuni. He's too ruthless. Leaving no way out for others will bring retribution. Huazubing, what's it to you? Mind your own business. The 46th floor is Luo's territory. We can collect as much protection money as we want. It's none of your concern. Quankswinchigen Daxigua. What kind of bullshit Luo boss is he? He's just a drowsy dog. Others may not know, but didn't we players in the monster forest yesterday know? Drowsy Dog was almost killed by the first squad. I don't know how he escaped, but his team was wiped out. His teammates were all killed by the first squad. If he's really that tough, why doesn't he go get revenge on the first squad? What can he do besides bully lower-level players? He's just a bully among his own kind. Lazy king of green grassland. Exactly. Everyone knows the Night Watcher's squad got wiped out by the first squad yesterday. And this last guy is still acting tough. It's hilarious. Anjiang, don't talk nonsense. It's because the teammates were too bad. Our boss was dragged down by them. It's good they're all dead. Our boss can find stronger teammates. Can I live? Don't be ridiculous. Who would dare be your boss's teammate? Last night, your boss almost killed his teammates to save his own life. I admire you guys for being willing to be Luo Nanji's underlings. Don't you know his underlings are all scapegoats? Alcohol, what scapegoat? Explain yourself. Luo Nanji lost 2 underlings in the monster forest yesterday. Now, only 4 of his underlings remain, Walnut Best, Ayong Yang Yang, Jinhua Ham, and Alcohol. Can I live? Seriously? You guys are so oblivious. You really don't know about those huge scapegoat marks on your bodies? Swaying Lily, looks like you don't know. You really think Luo Nanji is your big brother? Draw a circle to curse you. Maybe it's because there's profit to be had with Luo Nanji. He collects so much protection money every day, he must share it with them. No one else could be so loyal. Poisoned by good food at Can I Live? Bro, what did you find out? Can you explain in detail? I'm so curious. What does scapegoat mean? Can I live? No, bro. Poisoned by good food. Good sister, tell us. Chapter 143. Can I live? After thinking about it all night, she finally decided to tell Luo Nanji what happened. Yesterday, she killed Luo Nanji's underling, most favored Big Boobs, but Luo Nanji didn't cause her any trouble. She guessed it was because Luo Ziren had interfered, silencing the person who collected protection money with him. So Luo Nanji had no idea she killed most favored Big Boobs. After all, that wasn't just an underling, it was Luo Nanji's life. If Luo Nanji knew she killed most favored Big Boobs, he would have come after her yesterday, made her pay with her life, or made her his underling too. But now Luo Ziren is dead, and someone else will definitely tell Luo Nanji about killing most favored Big Boobs. Moreover, Luo Nanji suffered a loss in the Monster Forest dungeon last night. He must have guessed that the first team included players from Building 4, Unit 4, otherwise, the first team wouldn't have bothered him without any grudge. Whether he wants revenge or to gain an advantage, he definitely looked for members of the first squad in Unit 4 of Building 4. And can I survive? Yesterday, when paying protection money, she showed her face, gave her name, and most importantly, killed Big Boob's favorite. Luo Nanji will definitely come looking for her. Whether she killed Big Boob's favorite or Luo Nanji discovers she's a member of the first squad, she won't let her go. Rather than waiting for Luo Nanji to come knocking, can I survive? Choose to strike first, reveal Luo Nanji's skills, and let them fight amongst themselves. She doesn't believe that once this is exposed, Luo Nanji's underlings will still be on her side and betray her. Can I live? At Walnut's best at Ianjiang at Gina Waham at Alcohol listen up. Luo Nanji has a special skill. Resurrection. But the price of his resurrection is someone to die in his place. And you underlings with the mark on your bodies are his scapegoats. Last night, he already died once. So Lezerin was his scapegoat last night. Walnut's best. Why should we believe you? You think it's true just because you say so? You can't fight back. So you choose to sow discord? 18-year-old cleaning ant. Are you all pigs? After Luo Shuego resurrects, his items, weapons, and nightmare coins are all reset, which is why he's charging such a high protection fee today. I don't believe you followed him, and didn't notice anything amiss. Swaying Lily, if you're willing to be scapegoats, then pretend we never said anything. Luo Nanji's 4 underlings stopped sending messages in the chat lobby. They were already in the corridor preparing to collect protection fees from the player on the 46th floor, but now that they heard this news, they forgot about collecting the fees and hurriedly gathered together to discuss the matter. Hu Tao was one of the earliest followers of Luo Nanji. In his eyes, Luo Nanji treated him exceptionally well, sharing nightmare coins, items, and weapons with him. He felt that at least half of his survival was due to Luo Nanji, so he genuinely considered Luo Nanji his elder brother. Hu Tao looked at the group in front of him with annoyance. You all see how good our boss is to us. Do you really believe those people in the chat room, who are trying to sow discord? What nonsense about scapegoats? I don't believe it. A Yang frowned. But it's true we have a mark on us. Old Luo. Luo Nanji has never explained the mark. Besides, last night was the cleanup night, and the Lazy Man monster secret realm was already at level 5. He wasn't the Grey Wolf monster's target, so his death was indeed unreasonable. Hu Tao retorted, maybe he didn't want to be controlled by others, so he committed suicide. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the other 3 looking at him like he was an idiot. He realized what was happening. Luo Ziren had been defeated yesterday, and to save his life, he had acknowledged Luo Nanji as his leader. How could he have committed suicide just because he didn't want to be controlled by someone else? His explanation didn't hold water. Gina Waham lifted the corner of his shirt and rubbed the red brand on his stomach. The brand was small, resembling a plum blossom if not looked closely. He rubbed his stomach until it was red, but the brand was still there. He said angrily, I always felt this thing was weird. I agreed to be his underling, and this thing immediately grew on my stomach. Do you think if I took a dagger and cut this piece of flesh, the brand would disappear? Aang touched the brand on his shoulder. I'm afraid this thing is engraved on the soul or something. Even if you cut the flesh, the effect will still be there. Seeing their reactions, Hu Tao, clearly convinced they believed the brand was a substitute mark, angrily retorted, what do you guys mean? You believe just because someone said a few words? Have you forgotten all the favors Boss Luo did for you? Ungrateful wretches. Hu Tao knew there was something suspicious about the branding, but the benefits Luo Nanji had given him were real. Being a lackey in the survival world meant survival, and he didn't know what others thought, but he was quite happy with it. As for whether the brand was a substitute mark, perhaps because he was Luo Nanji's earliest follower, and among all his lackeys, Luo Nanji was the closest to him, Hu Tao had a strange confidence that even if the brand on him was truly a substitute mark, Boss Luo wouldn't let him die as a substitute, someone else would definitely die instead. Alcohol, who had remained silent until Hu Tao called them ingrates, finally shouted, "What favor? It's just raising pigs. Do you think pigs should be grateful to their farmers?" His voice was rough, and his sudden outburst startled the three men. Alcohol snorted coldly, his voice softening. Around 8 p.m. last night, he suddenly messaged me, asking me to send him the weapon. I was initially puzzled. He has intermediate-level weapons. Why would he suddenly want my low-level ones? Turns out, they've been reset. I think what they said in the chat is probably true. A Yang gritted his teeth. That bastard. I'm going to find him. The four men stormed to Luo Nanji's dormitory door. They were still afraid of Luo Nanji. They looked at each other, none daring to be the first to knock. Finally, Luo Nanji, who could see outside, opened the door herself. Luo Nanji looked at the four men coldly. What's wrong? The four men had initially come with great confidence to question him, but their spirits deflated the moment they saw Luo Nanji. They had previously regarded him as their leader, naturally holding him in both respect and fear. Finally, it was Alcohol who looked directly into Luo Nanji's eyes and questioned, "Is what they said in the chat room true? You're treating us as your underlings, just to prepare scapegoats for yourself." Luo Nanji didn't know where the first squad got their information. He thought that last night's actions would at most expose his ability to resurrect, but he hadn't expected the scapegoat issue to be revealed as well. In this situation, no one would believe him even if he stubbornly denied it, because last night, the lazy people, who weren't within the Grey Wolf monster's elimination range, died. That was an indisputable fact. Chapter 144. Luo Nanji readily agreed. Seeing the four men's expressions change simultaneously, she said quietly, "So what? You want to kill me? Don't forget, if you kill me, you be the ones who die." Luo Nanji was right. What could they do, no matter how angry they were? Could they really kill him? Killing him was suicide. Only a fool would do that. Hu Tao was extremely disappointed. He rather Luo Nanji lied to him than admit that she accepted them as her underlings and treated them well, so they could die in her place. The other three were furious. Jin Huahuatue, in his rage, tried to attack Luo Nanji, but she kicked him away. Only then did they realize they couldn't beat her. They were truly helpless against her. A Yang helped Jin Huaham up, while Alcohol looked at Luo Nanji sarcastically and said, "You're right, we can't do anything to you, but you've been exposed now. No one will be your underling anymore. You only have the four of us left." Alcohol pointed a finger hard at Luo Nanji's chest, and under Luo Nanji's murderous gaze he said, word by word, "Now, if the first squad wants to kill you, you only have 4 lives left." The implication was that they couldn't kill Luo Nanji, but they were his last 4 lives. If Luo Nanji felt he had enough, he could kill them, but would he? A Yang understood this, and was no longer afraid of Luo Nanji. After glaring at him, he resolutely said, "We won't listen to you anymore. If you want to collect protection money, go collect it yourself, one by one. Let's go." He picked up the Jin Huaham and turned to leave, with Alcohol and Alcohol together. Only Walnut, the best, stayed behind. Luo Nanji knew very well that his underlings had broken ties with him. Now that his trump cards were exposed, finding new followers was impossible, and he probably wouldn't be able to rebuild his power anytime soon. Walnut, the best, cautiously glanced at Luo Nanji's expression, remembering how Luo Nanji used to always share protection money with him, how he even given him supplies on nights of cleanup to prevent him from getting through them, and how he even given him a low-level weapon despite having a mid-level one himself. If it weren't for the substitution incident, Luo Nanji would truly be a top-notch boss. But he believed that Boss Luo treated him differently, and Boss Luo would never let him sacrifice himself. Walnut, the best, whispered comfortingly, "Boss and the others are all ungrateful wretches. They don't remember anything good. You still have me." Luo Nanji thought to himself, "What use are you? You're the dumbest and most useless underling. Taking you in was always a worry that you died before I even got to use you. I regretted taking you in a long time ago." But now that he was the only one left, Luo Nanji swallowed her innermost thoughts and looked at Hu Tao Zuebang with gentle eyes. "I knew you were different. Hu Tao, transfer all your nightmare coins to me." Hu Tao Zuebang was slightly touched by the first sentence, feeling that he was indeed different from the other underlings in Boss Luo's heart. But upon hearing the second sentence, he felt something was wrong. Was it too late for him to catch up with Jiao Chun and the others? Seeing that Hu Tao Zui Bang, that idiot, hadn't followed and didn't react, Jiao Chun and the others had already guessed that the idiot was still hopelessly devoted to Luo Nanji. After all, he was just a useless piece of trash. Without Luo Nanji, he would have died long ago, and he probably wouldn't even know how to survive independently. Gina Waham looked distressed. What do we do now? Even though we've fallen out with Luo Nanji, the mark is still there. If something happens to him, we still be the ones who die. Alcohol glanced at him. Then you go back and protect him closely. Gina Waham rubbed his stomach, which had been kicked, and felt nauseous. Isn't that still death? Protecting him would make him a scapegoat, and falling out would also make him a scapegoat. Was he born to be worthless? Either way, he was going to die, and he was still serving Luo Nanji faithfully. Anjiang didn't speak, but suddenly he seemed to remember something and opened the game interface. He was about to search for the name Can I Live? When he saw that Can I Live had sent him a friend request. Anjiang clicked to accept, and Can I Live immediately sent him a message. Can I live? I have a way to remove the scapegoat mark from your bodies. Ayan, what do you want me to do? Ayan wasn't overjoyed. He knew perfectly well what they had done. They were universally hated in Building 4, Unit 4. No one would willingly help them. They must have ulterior motives. Can I live? I just want to save my life. If I had sent this message to Gina Waham or Alcohol, they probably wouldn't have understood what she meant by saving my life. But Ayan knew what she was talking about because he was the one who had collected protection money with Big Boobs yesterday. Big Boobs died yesterday. He had originally wanted to complain to Luo Nanji, but Lezerin stopped him, threatening him not to speak. He figured that since Big Boob's favorite was dead, he'd just work with Lezerin from now on. While Lezerin couldn't beat Luo Nanji, beating him wouldn't be a problem. Anyway, his relationship with Big Boob's favorite wasn't great, and wanting to avoid trouble, he simply gave Lezerin face, and didn't reveal the incident. Later, Lezerin took the blame in front of Luo Nanji, saying he killed Big Boob's favorite because he couldn't stand him. Luo Nanji was so angry she almost killed Lezerin, but ultimately didn't, though Lezerin was badly injured. At the time, Anjiang thought Luo Nanji spared Lezerin's life because she valued his skills. Now, thinking about it, Luo Nanji sparing Lezerin's life probably had nothing to do with his skills. It was purely because Big Boob's favorite was dead, and Luo Nanji, having already lost one life, couldn't bear to lose another. Ayan, he didn't know you killed him. Lezerin said he did. As long as you tell me how to remove the brand, I won't tell him it was you who killed Zui de Boba. Can I live? She never expected that adding one person randomly from the 4 would actually include the person who was present yesterday. Seeing his message, Lezerin said he killed him. Can I live couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. She hadn't expected Lezerin to take the blame for her, but now she didn't even have a chance to thank him, because Lezerin was dead. Can I live blinked, holding back her tears. She didn't have time for sentimentality. If she couldn't convince Ayan, she could just wait to be killed by Luo Nanji today. Can I live? How can you guarantee you won't say one thing and do another? What if I tell you how to remove the brand, and then you turn around and sell me out to Luo Nanji? Of course, Can I Live didn't know how to remove the brand, but if she didn't say that, she couldn't control Ayan. Chapter 145. Ayan, I give you my weapon as collateral, a mid-level long sword. Is that enough sincerity? Can I live? Send it over first. Weapons are a player's lifeline in the survival world, but thinking about the substitute death mark on him, who knows when he die inexplicably like the other players? So Ayan still sent his weapon to Can I Live. Can I live? He quickly accepted the weapon. Can I live? It's unclear yet, but we're still investigating. Ayan's face immediately darkened. You bastard, you're messing with me. He suddenly said this out of the blue, and Gina Waham and Alcohol both looked over. Gina Waham looked utterly bewildered. I called you just now, but you didn't respond. Who are you messaging? Who's messing with you? Anjiang didn't have time to deal with Gina Waham right now, and with a dark face, sent the words that had just slipped out. Can I live? Why would I mess with you? Our team is players from Building 7. Otherwise, how do you think we know about Luo Nanji's skills? But regarding how to remove the mark, my teammates are still investigating. I'll let you know as soon as I find out. Can I live? Wasn't entirely lying. Wei Shuianjiang was indeed a player from Unit 1 of Building 7. Yesterday, after learning that each dormitory building in Building 7 had a player with the resurrection skill, he had already been inquiring about information in Unit 1 of Building 7. Yang was half convinced, but now that the weapon had been used, he really couldn't do anything about the mark, so he could only believe. Can I live? Jinhua Ham and Alcohol were still asking him who he was chatting with, but he dodged the question. After all, they only been transported for 8 days. Before that, they were strangers. What kind of feelings could they possibly have? He had a way to save himself, but the lives of others were none of his concern. Meanwhile, can I survive? Breathed a sigh of relief and shared what had happened in the team chat. Swaying Lily, so you're safe for now, but you still need to be careful. Try to stay in the dorm as little as possible to avoid attracting Luo Nanji's attention. This morning, the first team had been discussing this matter. After all, it concerned Xiaohua's survival. 18-year-old cleaning lady. There's only one Luo Nanji left. He's not much of a threat on the 46th floor anymore. If word gets out, the players on the 46th floor should dare to rebel, right? Elegant Pien, not necessarily. Although they betrayed us because of the substitution, they're the ones who will die if Luo Nanji is in danger. If you incite the players on the 46th floor to kill Luo Nanji, they definitely protect him. If they can't kill him in one go, they band together again, and Xiaohua will be in danger. Swaying Lily. So we still need to find a way to remove the mark, so Luo Nanji won't have a substitute. 18-year-old cleaning lady. By the way, where's Xiao Xiao? Everything's a mess. Hasn't Xiao Xiao gotten up yet? Or is she in some danger? Swaying Lily. Something's not right. Don't worry, I go check. Wei Shui Yang didn't speak in the team chat because he was busy gathering information. This morning, Wei Shui Yang mentioned in the chat that there was a lucky person who could be resurrected in each of the 7 dormitory buildings. To put it bluntly, nobody wants to die in someone else's place for no reason, so all the players in Unit 1 of Building 7 are searching for the lucky one. Actually, people in the chat room of Unit 4 of Building 4 are also discussing why Luo Nanji is different from the other players, and why he has a resurrection skill. But the people in Unit 4 of Building 4 don't know that this is a skill he had from the beginning of his transmigration, so they didn't speculate whether anyone else in Unit 4 of Building 4 had a special skill. They just assumed that Luo Nanji had some other opportunity. The Swaying Lily didn't find anything unusual when she got to Bai Zhao's door, so she shouldn't be in danger. The Swaying Lily knocked on the door of Dormitory 4444. Bai Zhao, who was fast asleep, heard the noise and instantly woke up. She first touched her forehead. The fever-reducing patch made from a sanitary napkin had worked, her temperature had gone down, and she no longer felt dizzy, although her nose was still a little stuffy. Bai Zhao opened the game interface and checked her health value. Health value, 67. There were no negative statuses displayed after that, so it seemed her fever had subsided. But she slept so long, it was almost 9 o'clock. Bai Zhao cautiously got out of bed, wondering who had come to her door. Xiao Xiao, are you in the dorm? Bai Zhao recognized Bai He's voice. Although they lived on the same floor, Bai He had never contacted her before. Why was she suddenly looking for her today? Bai Zhao opened the dorm door, puzzled. Bai He, standing outside, visibly relaxed. It's good you're alright. You didn't send any messages all morning, we thought something had happened to you. Bai Zhao, I overslept. What happened? Her voice still had a slight nasal tone from a cold, but Swaying Lily thought she had just woken up, so her voice was a little hoarse. Swaying Lily, you have no idea, while you were sleeping, Building 4, Unit 4 was in complete chaos. Bai Zhao was full of questions, and after being pulled aside by Swaying Lily for a while, she finally learned what had happened during the 2 hours she slept. Bai Zhao listened with concern for Xiaohua. Xiaohua was too reckless. Swaying Lily, there was no other way. She was unlucky enough to be on the 46th floor. If she hadn't taken the risk, she might have been exposed. Bai Zhao, luckily, a Yang believed her. The person we should thank most is Luziren. If it weren't for him, Xiaohua might have had an accident yesterday. Bai Zhao had never met Luziren, but he had helped Xiaohua twice, and Bai Zhao had developed a good impression of him, so she couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him. The Swaying Lily nodded. I have to say, I think Xiaohua is pretty lucky. Bai Zhao, but Yang needs to find out more information first, otherwise, if it goes on for too long, a Yang will definitely become suspicious. Although Xiaohua's avatar and name were lit up, Bai Zhao felt that Xiaohua was now flickering, especially after the ominous dream she had yesterday. The Swaying Lily chatted with Bai Zhao for a while before going back. Bai Zhao checked the messages sent by the team. All ailments gone. I'm fine, I just overslept today. Lily came to find me, and I just woke up. 18-year-old cleaning lady. That's good. You must be very tired lately. Elegant PN. Are you going to the Monster restaurant today? Swaying Lily. I used up my chances to go to the Monster restaurant this week, and I don't have a Monster restaurant work card anymore, so I can't go today. 18-year-old cleaning lady. I also used up my chances this week. I only have one Monster restaurant work card, but Xiaohua hasn't been promoted yet. I'm planning to save this card for her to go to the Monster restaurant next Monday. Chapter 146. The Elegant PN entered the Monster restaurant yesterday, Friday, and was promoted to a full-fledged member. She has 2 more opportunities to enter the Monster restaurant this week. All illnesses cured. Yanong and I have 1 more chance to enter the restaurant this week. The Elegant PN. Then it'd just be the 3 of us today. All illnesses cured. It's okay. We participated in dungeons when our team had 4 members before, and it's been several days now. Other teams probably don't have many members left to enter the restaurant. Can I live? But Piampian won't be able to participate in the Monster Forest dungeon tomorrow. It would be great if I were promoted. The Elegant PN. Don't blame yourself. Even if you can't enter the dungeon, working is good too. You can earn nightmare coins. While chatting, Bai Xiao didn't forget to pick up items in the corridor. She picked up a junk crafting table. The treasure chests haven't been opened yet today. The survival reward for the 8th night is a level 3 treasure chest x10. Bai Xiao took the treasure chests out of her backpack. Remembering the poisonous spider monster that split in 2, she ate an antidote candy beforehand before opening them. The first level 3 treasure chest opened without incident. Bai Xiao continued opening until the 4th chest, when something flew out. Bai Xiao felt like she had developed muscle memory. Before her brain could even process it, her scythe had already struck. But what flew out of the chest wasn't a single monster, but a swarm. Roving insect monsters. Monster level, level 1 monster. Monster health 3. Monster classification, poisonous, speed type. Toxicity, 15, it was a swarm of rove insects. Bai Xiao remembered that even if these insects crawled over a person, they would cause a festering sore. She wondered if they were even more poisonous in the monster world. Luckily, Bai Xiao had eaten the antidote candy beforehand, making her immune to the poison. The scythe wasn't effective against a swarm of rove beetles. It couldn't reach them at all. They were too small. Bai Xiao simply used his coat to pounce on them and kill them. Of the 10 level 3 treasure chests, 4 contained rove beetle monsters. Rove beetle monsters can be recycled to obtain Elytra X1. Recycle? Bai Xiao looked at the pile of rove beetle corpses on the ground. There must have been at least several thousand. Bai Xiao clicked yes. Elytra. Function. Added when crafting combat suits, increasing their waterproof function. Type. Combat suit crafting material. Crafting location. Monster weapon forge. Bai Xiao obtained Elytra X 2000, but rove beetle wings are tiny. Even 2000 isn't much. Bai Xiao estimated that this wouldn't be enough to make even 1 combat suit. 10 level 3 treasure chests yielded the following items. Level 3 turret X35, junk crafting station X24, regular repair station X2, iron X10, wood X40, cotton X1, upgrade card X20, and mineral water X1, 500 milliliters per bottle. After opening the chests, Bai Xiao spent 32 coins, investing them into 2 low-level turret crafting stations and 1 high-level turret crafting station. He obtained Level 1 turret X100, Level 2 turret X20, Level 3 turret X50, and Level 4 turret X20. Currently, Bai Xiao can upgrade the following items. Level 1 turret X104, Level 2 turret X39, Level 3 turret X69, Level 4 turret X33, Junk crafting station X25, and regular repair station X6. Level 1 and 2 turrets continue to serve as stepping stones for other turrets. A level 1 turret has 104 upgrades. After 20 upgrade attempts and 20 failures, it yields 20 wood. A level 2 turret has 39 upgrades. After 7 upgrade attempts and 7 failures, it yields 14 wood. Level 3 turret X69, upgraded 13 times, failed 10 times to obtain X39 wood, succeeded 3 times to obtain level 4 turret X3. Scrap crafting table X25, upgraded 5 times, succeeded 5 times to obtain common crafting table X5. Common crafting table X10, upgraded 2 times, succeeded 2 times to obtain low-level crafting table X2. Low-level crafting table. Function. After collecting all upgradable items, they can be synthesized and upgraded using the low-level crafting table, with a success rate of 20%. Type. Upgradable auxiliary item. Upgrade material. Low-level crafting table X5. Finally, A new level 1 crafting table is unlocked, upgrading from a 10% success rate to a 20% success rate. Currently, Bai Xiao possesses turrets, 4 level 1 turrets, 4 level 2 turrets, 4 level 3 turrets, and 33 level 4 turrets, including 2 dual-headed level 4 turrets. Her dormitory has an attack power of 1232 and a poison level of 90. After recycling 10 level 3 empty treasure chests, Bai Xiao received 5 steel. She strongly suspects that CC embezzled the money, otherwise, why would recycling 10 level 3 treasure chests only yield 5 steel? Tomorrow she can't go to the monster restaurant, so she wait in her dormitory for Xiao Erhui to come and recycle the 5 level 3 treasure chests she threw in the trash yesterday, to see how much steel Xiao Erhui will give her back. Bai Xiao currently has 59 iron, which she can exchange for 2 steel. She has 19 iron and 9 steel remaining. She needs 11 iron and 1 steel to upgrade the gate. Wood X154, exchanged for latex X3, remaining wood X4, still needing wood X96, cotton X19, and latex X2 to upgrade the small bed. After finishing these tasks, Bai Xiao heard the announcement that the Monster Secret Realm had opened, and she immediately plunged into the vortex gate of the Monster Secret Realm. Welcome to the 4th level of the Monster Realm. Kill the Black Bear monster to clear the level. Bai Xiao calmly dodged the Black Bear monster's pounce. After seeing it for several days, upon closer inspection, the Black Bear monster's ferocious face had taken on a different kind of charm. Bai Xiao, good morning. The Black Bear monster roared, which Bai Xiao took as a response. Having increased her health and stamina yesterday, Bai Xiao was confident she could kill the Black Bear monster today. She had long wanted to get rid of the 4th level. Finally, after a splatter of blood, the Black Bear monster collapsed like a small mountain, its health bar empty, unable to rise again. Congratulations to player, all illnesses cured for clearing the 4th level of the Monster Realm. Reward, Dormitory Expansion Card X1, added to player's inventory. Congratulations to player, all illnesses cured for unlocking the 5th level of the Monster Realm. Continue clearing? Bai Xiao clicked no. She had to go to the Monster Restaurant today, and didn't have time to attempt another level. After leaving the Monster Realm, Bai Xiao used her Dormitory Expansion card. Each card expands the dormitory by 10 tiles. This was Bai Xiao's 4th use of the card. After the expansion, her dormitory would have 54 tiles, enough to hold 54 items. Today is Saturday. Bai Xiao and Yang Yang both became full-time employees this Wednesday. On Thursday, she and Shiba attended the White Rabbit Monster's wedding, so they didn't go to the Monster Restaurant. Yesterday, Friday, she used her employee entry to enter the Monster Restaurant once. Today is her last chance this week. Tomorrow, Sunday, she plans to go to the Monster Weapon Forging Room to upgrade her weapon, and then go shopping in the mobile game store. Only Bai Xiao, Yang Yang, and Pian are working today. Shiba and the others are free, so the team is chatting enthusiastically. Bai Xiao occasionally glances at the team to make sure she doesn't miss anything her teammates are saying. Wei Shui Yang Yang. Breaking news. I found out about the substitute branding. I found out. Can I live? Thank you so much, Brother Yang. Tell me quickly. 18-year-old cleaning ant. Ha ha ha, Yanko dance. Chapter 147. Wei Shui Yang Yang. No puns allowed. 18-year-old cleaning lady. Okay, no problem, Yanga. Wei Shui Yang Yang. Can I live? Brother Wei, just tell me already. Wei Shui Yang Yang. Let me start from the beginning. I told everyone about this in Building 7, Unit 1 today, and they actually found someone with a resurrection skill there. This person has always been number 1 on the Monster Secret Realm leaderboard, but he's usually very low-key and extremely cautious. All diseases cured. How cautious? Wei Shui Yang Yang. If other people had this skill, they would definitely be recruiting followers everywhere like Luo Nanji, but he hasn't. He probably doesn't dare use players from the same dormitory building, afraid of being exposed, so he only started recruiting players from other dorm buildings as his followers after entering the Monster Restaurant. Brother. Can I live? Since you're from another dorm building, how did they know you were saying this in Unit 1 of Building 7? Wei Shui Yang Yang. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Because he's too cautious, he doesn't recruit players from the same dorm building as his underlings, so he didn't find any information about Unit 1 of Building 7. Wei Shui Yang Yang. Then I thought, I can't just ask Unit 1 of Building 7. I have many friends here, so I sent this to a group chat. Then, there's that mixed-race beauty, Xiao Chui. I don't know if you guys remember her. 18-year-old cleaning ant. Yes, the big beauty with blue eyes and plastic Chinese. All illnesses cured. The one who smiled in the afterlife? She was a member of Brother Collarbone's team, the Eternal Determination team. Elegant PN. It seems this happened before Xiaohua and I joined the team. We didn't know each other. Wei Shui Yang. Yes, it was her. She told me she's seen some members of the Lucky team with red marks on their bodies. Coincidentally, one of the Lucky team members works in the kitchen. She's a cool, aloof girl who usually ignores me. All illness is gone. So you went to chat her up? 18-year-old cleaning aunt. Yes, without even thinking, I knew he'd go and chat her up. Wei Shui Yang. What are you talking about? I was just trying to gather information. Do you think it's easy to be rejected? Can I live? Brother Wei, you worked hard. Tell me quickly, Brother Wei. Wei Shui Yang. At first, when I tried to chat her up, she still ignored me. She only reacted when I mentioned the red marks. When I told her, she didn't believe me. Later, I found out that all the members of the Lucky team had red marks on their bodies. They have this mark. All illness is cured. Don't you think it's strange that they have this mark? Wei Shui Yang. They thought it was unique to the team members because they didn't know other teams didn't have it. Can I live? So she believed it? Wei Shui Yang. She believed it, questioned the leader of the Lucky team, and threatened him that if he didn't remove the mark, she would spread the news and kill him. Swaying Lily. Teams that harm each other will disband. Even if he can regroup, once this news spreads, probably no player will want to team up with him. 18-year-old cleaning aunt. So he told you how to remove it? Wei Shui Yang. That's right. The skill of resurrecting a substitute victim originates from an item called the Substitute Death Seal. This item can be equipped, and when the other party agrees to submit, the resurrection seal will appear on their body, making them a substitute victim. This substitute death stamp, like Bai Zhao's complete game item encyclopedia, is directly equipped and cannot be taken away. Bai Zhao suspects that the lucky ones in the other dorms probably also have these items directly equipped. Wei Shui Yang. The removal method is simple in some ways, but difficult in others. Because it's a stamp, to remove it, you can only stamp it with a void mark. Just like an official seal, you need to stamp it with a void mark. Can I live? I don't think just any stamp will work, right? Wei Shui Yang. The void stamp is also an item, sold in the mobile game store for 100 nightmare coins. Can I live? But how do I get to the mobile game store? This void stamp. If I can't bring them back, Aeyong will eventually team up with Luo Nanji again. All illness is cured. I go to the mobile game store tomorrow. Tell me what you need, and I bring it for you. Can I live? Really? Thank you so much, Sister Xiao. You're my god. 18-year-old cleaning aunt. I don't know what to buy yet. When you get there, just bring me whatever you think is good. Swaying Lily. I wonder if the mobile game store has fresh vegetables. I'm planning to give some fresh vegetables to Mian Xianwan to increase her favorability. Can I live? Alcohol, Jinawaham. She could probably guess that Aeyong was only thinking of herself, because Aeyong kept coming over to ask if there was any news about removing the mark, never mentioning anyone else. Hu Tao, being the best, was still following Luo Nanji, so I didn't add him, afraid he caused trouble if he found out. Alcohol and Jinawaham approved my request. Without further ado, I told them how to remove the brand, then asked each of them for 300 nightmare coins. Although the invalidation stamp costs 100 nightmare coins, she told them this didn't require payment. Sister Xiao helped them carry the props without payment. The three of them had drunk quite a bit of soup with Luo Nanji, so 300 nightmare coins were nothing to them. They all obediently transferred 300 nightmare coins to me. I got a total of 900 nightmare coins. I kept 300 for myself and transferred the remaining 600 to Bai Xiao, asking her to buy 3 invalidation stamps. Bai Xiao accepted the transfer. To be honest, if it weren't for wanting to take a few of Luo Nanji's lives, she really wouldn't want to bother with these lackeys. Perhaps because it's Saturday, Bai Xiao was quite busy today. Even when the monster dungeon closed at 4 p.m., she was still playing the violin for her guests. Today's reward for the top 20 players on the monster dungeon leaderboard is backpack expansion slots. Backpack expansion slots again. Bai Xiao immediately guessed that no one had unlocked any new levels today. Everyone was still stuck on level 5. So the rewards hadn't refreshed. Monster Dungeon Leaderboard. First place, 18-year-old cleaning aunt, Monster Dungeon Level 5 Boss HP remaining 250, reward, Backpack Expansion Slots X30. Second place, Italy, Monster Dungeon Level 5 Boss HP remaining 270, reward, Backpack Expansion Slots X29. Fifth place, Crazy Tenjin Watermelon, Monster Dungeon Level 5 Boss HP remaining 320, Reward. Backpack Expansion Slots X26. 11th place. Fallen Branch. Monster Realm Level 5 Boss HP remaining 450, Reward. Backpack Expansion Slots X20. 12th place. All Illnesses Cured. Monster Realm Level 4 Cleared, Reward. Backpack Expansion Slots X19. 15th place. Crying Monster. Monster Realm Level 4 Cleared, Reward. Backpack Expansion Slots X16. 20th place. Poisoned After Piecing Together Food. Monster Realm Level 4 Boss HP remaining 180, Reward. Backpack Expansion Slots X11. Chapter 148. Today, 5,197 players participated in the Monster Realm, and 306 players died within it. The number of surviving players in the chat lobby dropped from 5417 to 4904, including those who died outside the Monster Realm. Bai Xiao finished playing her violin piece without changing her expression and left. In reality, she was silently calculating that, excluding those who died in the Monster Realm, over 200 players from Unit 4 of Building 4 had died today. These days, player versus player combat is rare. Those who died during today's loot box openings were the main cause. At this rate, the next Merge Night will be coming soon. Although she knew the Merge Night couldn't be changed by human intervention, Bai Xiao still specifically asked Chocolate in the mobile game store tomorrow if she could buy a large quantity of antidote candy. She estimated that many players from Unit 4 of Building 4 would buy it. Today, swaying lilies didn't work. Mian Xianwan was the one settling wages for the human employees. Bai Xiao played 10 violin pieces today, earning 6,000 nightmare coins, plus a 200 nightmare coin tip. Bai Xiao's savings have now exceeded 10,000, totaling 14,018 nightmare coins. Tomorrow, he can go to the monster weapon forging room to add a few more skills. Today, the first team consisted of 3 people. They had agreed to come to the monster restaurant together at the same time, and they would also leave work at the same time. After meeting up, they would head to the monster forest. The monster forest hadn't opened yet, so the 3 waited behind the transparent barrier. Wei Shui Yang pointed in a direction. That's the lucky team over there. Bai Xiao and Pian looked over. A team was standing in the distance, 4 men and 3 women. The atmosphere among them was clearly off. If they weren't standing together, one would have thought they were teammates. Bai Xiao asked, "Who's the captain?" Wei Shui Yang replied, "The one who's the fairest." "You can't tell, can you? He looks so clean and innocent, but he's actually quite cunning." In the Lucky Stars team, there was indeed a boy who was so fair he seemed to glow. He wasn't very tall, had delicate features, and even looked somewhat frail. From his appearance, he certainly seemed harmless, not like someone with malicious intentions. Bai Xiao nodded, pondering. The player with the resurrection skill in Unit 1 of Building 7 is the leader of the lucky team. The player with the resurrection skill in Unit 2 of Building 7 is already dead. The player with the resurrection skill in Unit 4 of Building 7 was Luo Nanji, who is now in Unit 4 of Building 4 after the merger. So what about the players with the resurrection skill in Units 3 and 5 of Building 7? Wei Shui Yang said, "I already spread the word. Unit 3 of Building 7 is probably also looking for someone. As for Unit 5 of Building 7, it seems to have merged with Unit 5 of Building 11, and they're also looking for someone. They have this skill. If they're exposed, they die." Bai Xiao didn't speak. She thought about how she possessed the complete game item encyclopedia. Items that others needed time to understand. She could tell at a glance what their function was. She could ensure she wouldn't be exposed. But what about the players in the other units of Building 4? She didn't know how many were still alive. She just hoped no fools would implicate her. The elegant Pian only glanced at the lucky team. She wasn't interested in other people's affairs, and didn't care whether they would have their marks removed. The monster forest is now open, and will close at 2 a.m. Come and participate to win ranking rewards. The transparent barrier disappeared, and Bai Xiao and the others immediately headed deeper into the monster forest. Upon reaching the lake, Pian, as usual, tore vines from a tree and tied them in the middle, with Bai Xiao on the left and Yang on the right. Bai Xiao didn't tell her teammates that she had spent the entire day in the lake yesterday and had a fever this morning. She was afraid they would urge her to rest. Bai Xiao didn't want to rest. Her stats were too low, and the monster forest offered stat rewards. She didn't want to miss any more chances if she needed to go. When she jumped into the icy lake, Bai Xiao couldn't help but shiver. Pian seemed to notice, but since she was already in the water, she didn't say anything. Bai Xiao was fine in the lake yesterday, but after soaking for 3 hours today, her body felt numb with cold. When she returned to shore, she was shivering uncontrollably. Yang Yang gathered some dry leaves and branches, borrowed Pian Pian's lighter, and started a fire. Once the fire was burning, Bai Xiao felt a little better. Pian Pian touched Bai Xiao's forehead. You seem to have a slight fever. Wei Shuiyang was greatly shocked. He hadn't expected to have a fever in the survival world. Then came worry. Why didn't you say you had a fever? You said you overslept this morning. Could it be a fever? Bai Xiao put on her coat, and Pian Pian draped her own windbreaker over her shoulders. Luckily, her combat suit was waterproof and fireproof. She was only cold after coming out of the lake, not completely soaked. Bai Xiao touched her forehead. She was certain her fever had subsided this morning. It was probably because she had been in the water again that it had spiked again. Bai Xiao, it's okay. The music department has a physical exam next Monday. I think the medical department will treat me then. Bai Xiao had specifically asked Xiu Xiu today, and Xiu Xiu told her that the monster doctors in the medical department could only treat monsters. Treating human players required human doctors. Currently, the medical department only has Xiaohua as a human doctor, but Xiaohua wasn't officially promoted yesterday. The only other person in the team is the 18-year-old cleaning lady, who still has a monster restaurant work card. Xiaohua doesn't yet know the requirements for becoming a full-fledged doctor. Since Bai Zhao's fever had already subsided, she thought it best to be on the safe side, and let Xiaohua use the monster restaurant work card on Monday for her medical checkup. Maybe then she could be promoted. Wei Xuanjiang leaned over and touched Bai Zhao's forehead, saying anxiously, "This game shouldn't kill you, right? I don't want you to die." Bai Xiao glared at Wei Xuanjiang. "Can't you wish me well?" The elegant Pian, based on her experience, judged, "It's probably just a low-grade fever. Don't go in the water, stay on shore and help us. When you get back, take a hot shower and get some sleep. See if the fever goes down by tomorrow." Bai Xiao nodded. "I made fever-reducing patches with sanitary napkins. I should be fine. I can get through the physical exam on Monday." The elegant Pian paused. "Sanitary napkins? You have some? Can I borrow some?" Bai Xiao. Although she had never menstruated, she knew other girls had their periods once a month. Could Pian Pian not be menstruating yet? Then why was she soaking in such dirty lake water? The elegant Pian Pian understood Bai Zhao's gaze and explained, "I haven't gotten my period yet, but it'd be soon, so I wanted to borrow some." Bai Xiao nodded. "I have 1 pack of overnight and 1 pack of daytime in my bathroom. I restock when I run out. I send them to you when I get back, and also mention it to the team. Shiba and the others might not need them either." Wei Shuiyang's expression was complicated. "Actually, I have some in my bathroom too. I was wondering why I had these, since I didn't need them. Turns out they're standard bathroom supplies. I can bring some for you guys too." Chapter 149. The three chatted for a while. Pian Pian wouldn't let Bai Xiao go into the water anymore, so Bai Xiao stayed by the lake, occasionally restoring the health of the injured Yang Yang and Pian Pian. The monster forest was about to close, so the three prepared to leave. Wei Shuiyang wrung out the water from her clothes, a little envious of Bai Zhao's combat suit. "Your combat suit is great. It's waterproof too." Bai Xiao thought of the spider silk and elytra he had recently acquired and said, "The monster weapon forging room should be able to customize them. I ask next time. It would be great if they could be sold with the weapons." Wei Shuiyang. "Okay, if they really have them, I buy a set even if it's expensive." The elegant Pian frowned. "The rankings will be announced soon. It's a pity there are only 3 of us today. We didn't kill as many monsters as yesterday." Wei Shuiyang thought for a moment. "We should be on the list. The Dark Knight Watchers have disbanded. Lee's Crimson Dawn team didn't come today, and we didn't see Collarbone Bro either. The Eternal Determination team probably didn't participate either." Bai Xiao. "Yeah, the teams that were on the list before should have used up their attempts. We shouldn't have any problem getting on the list." As soon as Bai Xiao finished speaking, the announcement from the Monster Forest was heard. Today's Monster Forest rewards include 1x Stamina Point card and 1x Strength Point card. Bai Xiao was delighted to hear there were 2 rewards. It was worth coming despite her illness. First place, Jie Ninghua, cleared 28 monsters in the dungeon. Each team member received 1x Stamina Point card, 10 points, and 1x Strength Point card, 10 points. Second place, Shin Song, cleared 24 monsters in the dungeon. Each team member received 1x Stamina Point card, 9 points, and 1x Strength Point card, 9 points. Third place, Team 1, cleared 20 dungeon monsters. Each team member received a Stamina Point card X1, 8 points, and a Strength Point card X1, 8 points. Fourth place, Creating Miracles, cleared 18 dungeon monsters. Each team member received a stamina point card x1, 7 points, and a strength point card x1, 7 points. 5th place, Invincible Charge, cleared 15 dungeon monsters. Each team member received a stamina point card x1, 6 points, and a strength point card x1, 6 points. Other teams received participation rewards. A stamina point card x1, 2 points, and a strength point card x1, 2 points. After listening to the broadcast, Wei Shui Yangyang immediately analyzed, these team names sound unfamiliar. They must be from the second wave of players coming to the Monster Restaurant. Bai Xiao and Wei Shui Yangyang were among the lucky few who obtained the Monster Restaurant work card from opening a chest on the second day of survival. The first wave consisted of players who received the Monster Secret Realm ranking reward on the 4th day of survival, earning the Monster Restaurant work card, and then came to the Monster Restaurant the following day. For example, Shiba and Baiha were in the first wave of players to enter the Monster Restaurant. The second wave consisted of players who received the Monster Secret Realm work reward on the 7th day of survival, earning the Monster Restaurant work card, and then came to the Monster Restaurant the following day. For example, Pian was in the second wave of players to enter the Monster Restaurant. So far, there hasn't been a third wave because the recent ranking rewards from the Monster Secret Realm don't include the Monster Restaurant work card. Bai Xiao used stamina and strength point cards. Currently, his stamina is 41 plus 5, and his strength is 51 plus 10. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but after her physical strength increased, she seemed to feel a bit better, and her right nostril, which had been blocked, suddenly cleared up. After the three returned home, Bai Xiao took a hot shower and lay in bed for a while, checking her messages. She remembered that Bian Di Piaoling had sent her a message that afternoon, but she was busy and hadn't opened it. Bian Di Piaoling, boss, I practiced until 2 p.m. today before entering the Monster Realm, and finally passed the second level just before it closed. Bian Di Piaoling, keep up the good work tomorrow, pass the 3rd level, and the Grey Wolf monster won't bother me on the next cleanup night. By Bingquan Xiao, yeah, good luck. Bian Di Piaoling, boss, did you just come back from the monster forest? By Bingquan Xiao, yeah, tonight was the night of poisonous insects. What kind of poisonous insects appeared? Bai Xiao remembered that CC had said that poisonous insects could corrode the dormitory door, and she was quite curious about how corrosive they were. Everywhere you look, there are all sorts of poisonous insects. Luckily, the dormitory door doesn't have any cracks, otherwise I'd be afraid they crawl out through them. And these things are disgusting, their sprayed liquid corrodes the door. Even if the turret kills them, the door keeps losing health as long as the liquid doesn't disappear. Bai Xiao, how long does the continuous damage last? Everywhere you look, the liquid from one poisonous insect can cause the door to lose health for 5 minutes. Although they don't do much damage, there are huge numbers of them, hundreds at a time, each time they come at once, dealing 30 damage per second. Luckily, my repair station can hold them off. That's indeed very troublesome. Bai Xiao guessed that many players would probably die tonight. The two chatted for a while, then Bai Xiao got really sleepy and closed the game interface to go to sleep. 9th night, the night of poisonous insects has ended. Currently, there are 4,471 survivors in Unit 4 of Building 4. Not bad, not bad. At this rate of garbage cleanup, the next merge night will be here soon. Garbage, struggle and scream to your heart's content, hee 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 hee. Bai Xiao, eh? She just woken up to hear 4-4 hee hee hee, and she felt uneasy. Bai Xiao sprang out of bed, and quickly left the dormitory to collect her daily supplies of items. The items in the corridor were the same as before. Bai Xiao picked up a junk crafting table, just like yesterday. 9th night, night of poisonous insects survival reward. Level 3 treasure chest X15, nightmare coins X150, already placed in player's inventory. Please check. Bai Xiao wasn't in a hurry to open the chest. She wasn't going to the monster restaurant today. She planned to wait until 5 p.m. to open the chest, and then give the empty chest to Xiao Erwei for recycling. She spent 32 nightmare coins as usual, investing in 2 low-level turret crafting stations, and 1 high-level turret crafting station, obtaining 100 level 1 turrets, 20 level 2 turrets, 50 level 3 turrets, and 10 level 4 turrets. Bai Xiao wasn't in a hurry to upgrade, planning to do so after opening the chest that evening. As for what to do now, Bai Xiao decided to take a nap. She planned to go to the mobile game store first, then the monster weapon forging room. But Chala's wasn't open yet, so she could sleep a little longer. Bai Xiao didn't wake up until after 8 a.m. Chala's had already started work by 8 a.m. She washed up, ate a flatbread to fill her stomach, and then took out the lucky cat from her backpack. Bai Xiao pressed the lucky cat's raised paw. The lucky cat was successfully used. The dormitory door was now connected to the mobile game store. Bai Xiao sent a message in the team chat. All illness is gone. I'm going to the mobile game store. What's your budget? Yesterday, Sheba and the others said that if she found any item she liked, she would bring them some. So Bai Xiao didn't ask them what they wanted, she just asked them what their budget was. Chapter 150. Wei Shui Yangyang. My budget is 3,000 nightmare coins. I transfer it directly to you. 18-year-old cleaning ant. Same here, my budget is also 1,000 nightmare coins. Swaying lily. My budget is 2,000 nightmare coins. Can I live? Well, my budget is 500 nightmare coins. Flips fingers. Elegant Pian. I have 800. Bai Xiao understood. Yangyang's salary was 500, 250 before becoming a full-time employee. Although he only earned 1,000 nightmare coins in 4 days, he usually sold information, so his savings should be considerable. 18-year-old salary was 600. She became a full-time employee on her first day, worked for 3 days, and earned almost 2,000 nightmare coins. However, she upgraded her weapon at the monster weapon forge last time, so she probably only has a little over 1,000 in savings now. Lily's salary was 800, and she was promoted to a full-time employee on her first day. After working for 3 days, she earned 2,400 nightmare coins. With the survival bonus, she had about 3,000 nightmare coins. She probably wanted to save 1,000 to upgrade her weapon, so her budget was 2,000. As for the side jobs, she only worked for 1 day and wasn't promoted yet, so her salary was only 300. With the survival bonus, she had less than 1,000 nightmare coins. Pian was promoted to a full-time employee on her first day, earning 500. After working for 2 days, she earned 1,000 nightmare coins. With the survival bonus, she should have over 1,000 in savings. However, if she had been to the monster weapon forging room, she probably wouldn't have that much. All illness is gone, understood. Bai Xiao accepted their transfer, replied, and then opened the door to dormitory 4444. The familiar white staircase appeared before her. The mobile game store was already open. Bai Xiao walked up the stairs and noticed a man sitting in the waiting room. He looked vaguely familiar. Collins was attending to the previous customer. The man sat in the waiting room, idly drinking tea. He glanced at the man as he sensed someone enter, and then looked away. However, he quickly realized he recognized him, and looked over again. The man's eyes lit up. He stood up and greeted Bai Xiao. Hello, you're the captain of the first squad, right? The manager is still attending to the previous customer. We have to wait in line. The man was tall, with thick eyebrows and large, well-defined features. The more Bai Xiao looked at him, the more familiar he seemed. She must have seen him in the monster forest. What surprised Bai Xiao was that he knew she was the captain of the first squad. Knowing she was from the first squad wasn't unusual, but not many people knew she was the captain. Usually, they all called her Xiao Xiao, not captain. It seems only Xiaoxi, the guy with the collarbone, and the mixed-race beauty Xiao Chui know she's the captain of the first squad. Did they spread the word? They must be pretty bored. Bai Xiao hummed in agreement, and chose a small table to sit at. Seeing this, the man proactively sat down opposite Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao was a little puzzled. Even if he'd seen this man before, he definitely wasn't familiar with him. This guy was being overly friendly. The man was indeed very friendly, saying to himself, Luo Nanji isn't dead yet. How is your squad planning to deal with him? Bai Xiao was speechless. That's none of your business. Those who come to the mobile game store are all players from Building 4. This man might be from Unit 4 of Building 4, which is why he's concerned about Luo Nanji. However, how their team dealt with Luo Nanji was none of his business. A flash of hatred crossed the man's eyes, then he introduced himself. I'm from the Eternal Determination team. Bai Xiao immediately recognized him. It was the team of Xiaoxi, the guy with the collarbone. Of their team, Bai Xiao only remembered Xiaoxi and Xiao Chui. He didn't recognize the other members, but they looked familiar. No wonder Bai Xiao felt he looked familiar at first glance. They had indeed met a few times in the monster forest, but that was all. The man said, I can provide an elevator card, as long as you're willing to let me join you in killing Luo Nanji. Bai Xiao asked why. Luo Nanji currently had no recollection of Building 4, Unit 4. Part of the reason their first team wanted to kill Luo Nanji was because of Xiaohua, since Xiaohua lived on the same floor as Luo Nanji. Another reason was that they had a grudge against Luo Nanji, and in this world, enemies must be eliminated completely. But why was this person so ruthless towards Luo Nanji? Why did he want him dead? The man clenched his fist. Because Luo Nanji killed my friend. Bai Xiao frowned. Luo Nanji only killed one player on the 46th floor who resisted him in Unit 4 of Building 4, including the substitute, Lu Ziren. Bai Xiao, who is your friend? Sure enough, the man replied, Lu Ziren. To join Xiaoxi's team, he must have been a player on the Monster Dungeon rankings. Since he was friends with Lu Ziren, he was most likely a player from Unit 4 of Building 4. Bai Xiao recalled the previous Monster Dungeon rankings and guessed, Are you Kuang Xianshi Jin de Shiguo? The man shook his head. Bai Xiao looked at his thick eyebrows, large eyes, and well-proportioned features, and for some reason, she suddenly thought of the whiny guy who liked to do abstract things, but was actually very serious in private. So she asked again, Are you the whiny guy? The man nodded silently. Yes, I'm the whiny guy. Then, Bai Xiao learned some more about Lu Ziren from the whiny guy. After the substitute mark appeared on Lu Ziren's body, he noticed it not long after. He felt uneasy about this suddenly appearing mark, feeling that something was controlling him, or something else bad. Especially since he confessed to killing Zuei de Bo Ba in front of Luo Nanji. Logically, since he killed Luo Nanji's underling, Luo Nanji should be wary of him, fearing that he would kill her underling again, or even kill him to eliminate future troubles. But Luo Nanji didn't kill him. Therefore, Lu Ziren became even more uneasy, so he told the whiny guy about it. No one knew that Lu Ziren and Ying Yingwei were friends, not just in the survival world, but in real life. One was a young, blonde guy who acted like a rascal all day, the other a level 2 taekwondo athlete. They seemed completely unrelated, but in reality, they were fellow disciples, having known each other since they were 12 or 13. On Ying Yingwei's first day after transmigrating, Lu Ziren recognized him in the chat lobby. He knew his senior's character. He liked to act like an abstract, whiny guy online, but in real life, he could easily defeat anyone. However, he disliked Ying Yingwei's abstract online persona, so he usually pretended not to know him online. Lu Ziren told Ying Yingwei about this, and Ying Yingwei also felt something was off, but he didn't know what this mark meant. But Lu Ziren, perhaps driven by a sixth sense or something, always felt uneasy, so at night, he gave all his items, nightmare coins, and weapons to Ying Monster. Chapter 151. Ying Yingwei was in the Monster Forest dungeon. After finishing the dungeon, he checked his messages and discovered that Lu Ziren had given him all the items, and shortly after, he died. It was the night of cleansing, so Lu Ziren shouldn't have died. Therefore, Ying Yingwei suspected it was due to the brand and kept inquiring about it. Later, Weishui Yangyang spread the news, and he also learned about the substitute brand. So, he wanted to kill Luo Nanji to avenge Lu Ziren. The elevator cards in Unit 4 of Building 4 had previously been bought up at high prices by helpful citizens, but they were later killed by someone, and there are currently no elevator cards for sale in Unit 4 of Building 4. Therefore, Ying Yingwei sought help from his teammates in the Eternal Determination team, who have been helping him collect elevator cards. Considering he might be a casualty of the game if he played alone, they hope other players in Unit 4 of Building 4 can help him. The first squad was targeting Luo Nanji, which clearly meant that 4 players from Unit 4 of Building 4 were in the squad. Originally, the Eternal Determination squad planned to have Xiao Chui contact Wei Shui Yangang. But today, Ying Yingwei happened to run into Bai Xiao, and simply told her. Bai Xiao had a friend of Ying Yingwei, but they had only made a deal once, when they first arrived in the survival world, so they weren't exactly close. However, she knew that Ying Yingwei had a good relationship with Xiao Ling and Xiao Hua. Bai Xiao, how many elevator cards do you have? Ying Yingwei immediately raised her hand, holding up 3. I use one, and give your squad 2. Now that Luo Nanji has been exposed, and many of my underlings have died, the 3 of us should be able to kill Luo Nanji without any problem. Bai Xiao didn't immediately agree. I need to discuss it with my teammates. How about we add each other as friends, so we can stay in touch? Ying Yingwei asked. Bai Xiao refused without hesitation. No need. I have Yangyang and Xiaocui contact you. Ying Yingwei was already on her friend list, so there was no need to add her again. Ying Yingwei didn't say much after being rejected and obediently sat down on the other side. Bai Xiao opened the game interface and mentioned it in the team chat. Can I live? I agree. Ying Yingwei is Lu Ziren's friend, so he definitely wants to kill Luo Nanji to avenge Lu Ziren. 18-year-old cleaning lady. I agree too. Give me one of the elevator cards. He got away last time. This time we must kill him. Xiao Xiao and Baihe don't need to go. I can go alone. Besides, Xiao Hua is on Luo Nanji's floor, so 3 people are enough. Wei Shui Yanong. Do you know Ying Yingwei? Could it be a trap? Can I live? I met Ying Yingwei on my first day after transmigrating. He's a good person, though that's just my opinion. I trust him. Besides, if I go with 18, he'd definitely think I'm using an elevator card and won't guess that I'm on the same floor as Luo Nanji. Swaying Lily. Okay, let's wait until Xiao Xiao buys the invalid stamp. Only Walnut is truly the best in Luananzi. 18, Xiaohua, and Ying Yingwei are enough. Sending more would only embellish his reputation. Beibing Quangxiu. I have no objection. We have them give both elevator cards to Yang to give one to 18, and you keep the other for whoever needs it. Wei Shui Yang. No problem, I contact Xiaotsui and tell her about it. Just as Bai Xiao was about to leave the team after finishing this, he saw a message from Pianpian. Pianpian, one of my lucky ones has been exposed. Can I live? Oh? Is it also a resurrection skill? Tell me about it. Wei Shui Yang. If I remember correctly, Pianpian is from Unit 2, Building 19, right? Pianpian. Yes, the Luo Nanji incident has caused quite a stir recently. We in Unit 2, Building 19 are also worried that there might be such players in the dormitory, so we've been investigating recently. Pianpian. We caught a player today. He has the ability to duplicate items. For example, he picked up a junk crafting table on his first day after transmigrating, and he can duplicate 10 junk crafting tables every day. He developed very well in the early stages by selling junk crafting tables. Pianpian. Recently, there's been a lot of talk about substitution. The scandal had been making headlines until someone noticed something was off about him. He sold 20 junk crafting stations on his second day after transmigrating. However, his skill wasn't harmful, it was purely self-serving, so no one wanted to kill him yet. Nobody wants to kill him, but someone definitely wants to capture him and take him for themselves. Probably, said the elegant woman. Anyway, since his skill isn't harmful, I don't care. The other dorm buildings in Building 19 will probably be looking for someone too, since it's speculated that each unit in the same building has a player with the same ability. We don't know who our lucky guy in Unit 4 of Building 4 is, or what his ability is. If he's also harmful, we have to strike first once we find out. Bai Xiao guiltily touched her nose. Luckily, she had hidden it well, and hadn't given herself away so far. Moreover, the ability she gained wasn't harmful, and it wasn't particularly beneficial to her at the moment, since the details of most items had already been figured out. In summary, Bai Zhao's acquisition of the complete game item encyclopedia was only useful in the early game. Now that it's mid-game, its usefulness is actually limited, not as great as someone else's resurrection or copying abilities. 7 dorm buildings, special ability, resurrection, 19 dorm buildings, special ability, copying. We don't know what the special abilities of the other dorm buildings are, and so far, we don't even know how many dorm buildings there are in total. Wei Shui Yang. Yeah, each building has 5 units. I recently met a player with 4 units in Building 36. Even if there are only 36 buildings, with 5 units per building, that's 180 dorm buildings. If each dorm building has 1 player with a special ability, that's 180. Even if half of them are dead. There are 60 of them too. How can ordinary players compete with cheaters? Cure all illnesses. Look on the bright side, not all of them are harmful skills, like falling branch. 18-year-old cleaning auntie, in the face of absolute power, everything else is just fancy tricks. Who cares about cheats? We crush them all. Elegant and charming, agreed. Wei Shui Yang. Question mark. Click. Bai Xiao heard the door open, looked up, and saw Chala seeing a guest out. Bai Xiao instinctively smiled at Chala's. When Chala saw Bai Xiao, a hint of surprise flashed in her round, cat-like eyes. Ignoring Xiaoxi's expectant gaze, she walked straight to Bai Xiao. Xiao, you're here. Wait a moment. I serve you after I see the last customer. The ignored whimpering boy stammered, eh. He weakly raised his hand. Manager, I was here first. Chalice politely replied, yes, sir. Although you were here first, this lady is a gold VIP of our mall, and doesn't need to queue. Chapter 152. Under the astonished gazes of the whiny girl and another player, Bai Xiao maintained a composed smile, as if she had known all along that she had special privileges. After seeing off the player she had just greeted, Chala's invited Bai Xiao into the item display room. Chala's currently had a 70% favorability rating towards Bai Xiao. Perhaps because it was so high, Bai Xiao hadn't heard Chala's increase her favorability rating in a long time. But she still gave Chala's gifts as usual, X10 fries and X10 spicy snake strips. Even if giving these wouldn't increase favorability, maintaining the existing relationship was important. Upon entering the item display room, Chalas enthusiastically took Bai Zhao's arm. Xiao Xiao, what are you going to buy today? If you spend over 5,000, I can give you another lucky cat. You can come again next time. It wouldn't say this to other humans, because very few human players could afford 5,000 nightmare coins these days, but it believed Xiao Xiao definitely had that many. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao knew she absolutely had to give Chalas the lucky cat. She was definitely spending more than 5,000 today. Just buying items for her teammates would cost more than that. Bai Xiao hadn't forgotten about the invalidation stamps and asked, Lei, do you sell invalidation stamps here? Chala's already round cat eyes widened even more, seemingly nervous about Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao immediately explained, I bought it for someone else. Kai Lizi visibly breathed a sigh of relief. If Xiao Xiao had been tricked into becoming a scapegoat, she probably wouldn't have lived much longer. Whether Xiao Xiao was its customer or friend, Kai Lizi didn't want Xiao Xiao to die and hoped she could live as long as possible. Collets, of course, 100 nightmare coins each. Bai Xiao, give me 3. Collets went to a cabinet and took 3 stamps. Since Bai Xiao hadn't paid yet, Collets placed the stamps on the counter. Invalid stamp. Function, can overwrite substitute brand. Type, non-upgradable auxiliary item. Price, 100 nightmare coins. Collets, that's 300 nightmare coins in total. 255 nightmare coins after the VIP 8.5% discount. Bai Xiao, thanks Lei. By the way, the crafting station shouldn't be a limited purchase item, right? Last time she spent 1200 nightmare coins on an advanced turret crafting station. She thought that giving one to her teammates would be a huge hit. Chalas pulled Bai Xiao to the display case near the turret manufacturing station and said, no purchase limit. How many do you want, Xiao Xiao? Low-level turret manufacturing station. 300 nightmare coins, daily consumption x1 nightmare coins, can manufacture x50 level 1 turrets and x10 level 2 turrets. Intermediate level turret manufacturing station, 600 nightmare coins, daily consumption x10 nightmare coins, can manufacture x50 level 2 turrets and x10 level 3 turrets. Advanced level turret manufacturing station, 1200 nightmare coins, daily consumption x30 nightmare coins, can manufacture x50 level 3 turrets and x10 level 4 turrets. Currently, there are no higher level turret manufacturing stations than the advanced one, but Bai Xiao thinks it's just that they haven't been unlocked yet, not that higher level turret manufacturing stations don't exist. After all, the advanced turret manufacturing station can only produce level 4 turrets at most, but Bai Xiao felt that there should be more than 4 levels of turrets. Bai Xiao pondered how many manufacturing stations to buy. Yang transferred 3,000 nightmare coins to her, and Bai He transferred 2,000 nightmare coins to her. Buying one advanced turret manufacturing station for each of them was no problem at all. 18 transferred 1,000 nightmare coins to her, and Pian transferred 800, enough to buy each of them a mid-level turret crafting station. As for Xiaohua, enough to buy her a low-level turret crafting station. After deducting the transfers from her teammates, Bai Xiao had 14,168 nightmare coins left. She planned to buy 10 low-level turret crafting stations and 5 mid-level turret crafting stations and upload them to the trading center. This way, she could earn some money back. She needed nightmare coins to go to the monster weapon forging room later. Bai Xiao, I want 2 high-level turret manufacturing stations, 7 mid-level turret manufacturing stations, and 11 low-level turret manufacturing stations. Xiao Lizi's eyes lit up as she listened, silently calculating the prices in her mind. Then, with a delighted expression, she said, 2 high-level turret manufacturing stations cost 2,400 nightmare coins, 7 mid-level turret manufacturing stations cost 4,200 nightmare coins, and 11 low-level turret manufacturing stations cost 3,300 nightmare coins, totaling 9,900 nightmare coins. After the VIP 8.5% discount, it's 8,415 nightmare coins, for a total of 8,670 nightmare coins. Xiao Lizi was overjoyed. Xiao Xiao was indeed a generous human. She never disappointed her when she came to spend money. She really loved Xiao Xiao. Bai Xiao nodded. The discount did save her a lot of nightmare coins, but her eyes remained fixed on the display case. The crafting station also includes a jump crafting station, a regular crafting station, and a low-level crafting station. A jump crafting station costs 20 nightmare coins, a regular crafting station costs 40 nightmare coins, and a low-level crafting station costs 60 nightmare coins. Bai Xiao already has a low-level crafting station, but if he only opens chests, he estimates it will be difficult to upgrade it to a higher level. Therefore, Bai Xiao plans to buy some more to upgrade. A higher-level crafting station increases the success rate of item upgrades. Bai Xiao, give me 70 more low-level crafting stations. Xiao Lizi immediately calculated 70 low-level crafting stations for 1,200 nightmare coins each, 3,570 nightmare coins after VIP 8.5% discount, totaling 12,240 nightmare coins. Bai Xiao didn't forget to buy antidote candy. The price of antidote candy in the trading center had recently skyrocketed, but there wasn't any on display, so she asked, Lele, do you have any antidote candy here? Xiao Lizi shook her head. The mobile game store doesn't sell potion items. If Xiao Xiao wants to buy potion items, she needs to go to the pharmacy. Bai Xiao hadn't expected this rule. She had originally planned to buy more antidote candy to upload to the trading center and make some money. But since she couldn't buy it, she decided to give up. Besides the crafting station, the repair station is also important. Bai Xiao currently only has a low-level repair station, which reduces the gate's health by 10% per second. She hasn't accumulated enough upgrade materials for the gate yet, so she's thinking of upgrading the repair station first. However, the repair station is also an upgradable auxiliary item, so the mobile game store only offers regular and low-level repair stations. A regular repair station costs 10 nightmare coins, and a low-level repair station costs 20 nightmare coins. Bai Xiao calculated her balance and said, I want 100 low-level repair stations. Xiao Lizi became even happier. Okay, 100 low-level repair stations cost 2,000 nightmare coins in total. With the VIP 8.5% discount, it's 1,700 nightmare coins, for a total of 13,940 nightmare coins. Xiao Xiao, do you need any other items? Bai Xiao looked around again, and found that there were no one-time use items in the display case. She hadn't seen any one-time use items in the display case before. Bai Xiao couldn't help but ask, Lele, don't you have any one-time support or one-time attack items? Kai Lizi explained, yes, we do, but one-time items and the Monster Restaurant work card you uploaded and purchased, Xiao Xiao. Same here, limited to one purchase per week. What does Xiao Xiao want? I go get it for you. Bai Xiao was immediately disappointed. Limited purchase? What's the point? But she still asked, how many nightmare coins is a Monster Weapon Forging Workshop invitation card? Although she had a VIP card for the Monster Weapon Forging Workshop, allowing her to enter once a week, it was still the Monster Weapon Forging Workshop. Who would complain about going too often? Chala's twitched her cat ears. 500 nightmare coins each. Bai Xiao was shocked. So expensive? A Monster Restaurant work card only costs 100 nightmare coins. Chala's explained somewhat embarrassedly, the price of the Monster Weapon Forging Workshop invitation card wasn't set by our mobile game store. It was set by the Monster Weapon Forging Workshop manager himself. Bai Xiao, Iron Hammer, as expected of you, setting such a high price. Bai Xiao, give me one. 500 nightmare coins. Even after the discount it's still 425 nightmare coins. But this thing is really valuable, worth the price. Chapter 153. Bai Xiao glanced at the turret display case again. Previously, the highest turret level in the mobile game store was level 3, but now level 4 turrets were unlocked, and the price wasn't expensive, 6 nightmare coins each. Bai Xiao generously bought a level 4 turret X400. Since level 1 turrets only cost 1 nightmare coin each, she bought a level 1 turret X1000 as upgrade materials, spending 3,400 nightmare coins, which came to 2,890 nightmare coins after the discount. Thinking about inviting Xiao Erwi over to collect empty treasure chests in the afternoon, Bai Xiao bought 10 bags of freeze-dried vegetables, which came to 17 nightmare coins after the discount. A total of 17,017 nightmare coins were spent, of which 3,315 were for her teammates. Bai Xiao spent 1,3702 nightmare coins, leaving her with 467 nightmare coins in her balance. However, she could earn back some nightmare coins by uploading some later. Going to the Monster Weapon Forging Room would be a complete loss. After Bai Xiao paid, Xiao Lizi asked to take back her gold VIP card. Bai Xiao was initially confused. She had spent so much money, why would Xiao Lizi want her VIP card back? However, looking at Xiao Lizi's adorable kitten-like face and her clear eyes that seemed to love her, it couldn't be that she had upset Xiao Lizi. After a moment of realization, Bai Xiao belatedly remembered that upgrading to the gold VIP card seemed to require accumulating 10,000 nightmare coins, and she had already met that requirement today. Bai Xiao handed the gleaming gold VIP card to Qiao Lizi, who, as expected, exchanged it for a shiny new card. After Bai Xiao received hers, Qiao Lizi clapped her hands happily. Congratulations, Xiao Xiao, on becoming our mobile game store's first human diamond VIP member. When Bai Xiao previously possessed the gold VIP card, Chala's never mentioned that she was the first human gold VIP member, meaning other players must have had it before her. However, Chala's didn't specify the 4th division, only the mobile mall, so it's highly likely a player from another dormitory building. Mall Diamond VIP Card. Function: this card allows you to enjoy a 20% discount on purchases in any mall. Type: upgradable auxiliary item. Upgrade method: accumulate 50,000 nightmare coins. Current progress: 7,017 nightmare coins. Mall reminder: this card holder starts with 20 favorability with mall staff. Oh right. Chala's took out a gleaming golden lucky cat and handed it to Bai Xiao. This is a gift for a single purchase of 5,000 nightmare coins. Welcome to visit again. Bai Xiao took the lucky cat, put it and the mall's diamond VIP card into his backpack, and then said to Chala's, "Thank you for your hospitality, Lele. You still have guests, so I won't disturb you any longer. I head back now." The two of them came out, and the whiny monster immediately looked over expectantly. Chala's ignored the whiny monster's gaze and escorted Bai Xiao to the car door, then sweetly said goodbye. Bai Xiao replied with a goodbye, opened his dormitory door, and went back. After returning, Bai Xiao sent the crafting table he had bought for his teammates, explained the item details, and returned their remaining nightmare coins. The crafting station is really useful, so I bought one for each of you. You can produce and upgrade turrets every day. Wei Shui Yang Yang. Thank you, Sister Xiao, this tool is amazing. 18-year-old cleaning lady. I already got it. I don't need to go to the trading center to exchange for regular turrets anymore, I can produce them myself. Elegant lady. Thank you. Cured of all illnesses. I also bought 400 level 4 turrets for 6 nightmare coins, 70 low-level manufacturing stations, and 100 low-level repair stations for 60 and 20 nightmare coins respectively. Let you buy them first, then I upload them to the trading center. 18-year-old cleaning lady. I want 20 level 4 turrets and 3 repair stations each. Me. Can I live? I want 10 level 4 turrets, and 1 of each type of crafting station. Swaying lily. I want 30 level 4 turrets, and 5 of each type of crafting station. Elegant grace. I want 20 level 4 turrets, and 1 of each type of crafting station. Vast water. 50 level 4 turrets, can I have 10 of each type of crafting station? All illnesses cured, sure. The teammate requested 130 level 4 turrets, 20 ordinary crafting stations, and 20 low-level repair stations, transferring 2,380 nightmare coins to Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao then asked Fallen Everywhere, who requested 30 level 4 turrets, and 5 of each type of crafting station, transferring 580 nightmare coins to Bai Xiao. Actually, she made a small profit, since she got a discounted price, while her friends bought them at full price. However, the main expense was still the trading center. Bai Xiao opened the trading center and uploaded the items he had just purchased from the mobile game store. Low-level turret manufacturing station X10, original price 300 nightmare coins. Bai Xiao's price is 400 nightmare coins, limited to 1 per player. Intermediate level turret manufacturing station X5, original price 600 nightmare coins. Bai Xiao's price is 800 nightmare coins, limited to 1 per player. Of the 400 level 4 turrets, Bai Xiao kept 100 for himself and uploaded the remaining 300 to the trading center. Originally priced at 6 nightmare coins, Bai Xiao set the price at 10 nightmare coins, with a limit of 5 turrets per player. He had 45 low-level crafting stations and 67 low-level repair stations remaining. Bai Xiao planned to upgrade these first, and then sell the rest on the trading center. Bai Xiao used the turrets as stepping stones, alternating between upgrading the crafting stations and the level 4 turrets. Level 1 turrets X1000, upgraded 200 times, failing 182 times, yielding 182 wood. Succeeded 18 times, yielding a level 2 turret X18. Low-level crafting stations upgraded 9 times, succeeding 9 times, yielding a low-level crafting station X9. Adding to Bai Xiao's original low-level turret crafting station X2, he now had a total of low-level turrets X11. Upgraded 2 times, succeeding 2 times, yielding a mid-level crafting station X2. Intermediate crafting table. Function: upgradable auxiliary items can be combined and upgraded using the intermediate crafting table after collecting all required items, with a success rate of 30%. Type, upgradable auxiliary item. Upgrade materials, intermediate crafting table X5. The crafting table is finally upgraded. Bai Xiao uses the intermediate crafting table to upgrade the low-level repair table, checking the effect of the 10% increase in success rate. Level 1 turret X100, 20 upgrades, 18 failures, obtained X18 wood, 2 successes, obtained level 2 turret X2. Level 2 turret X45, 9 upgrades, 9 failures, obtained X18 wood. Low-level repair table X67, 13 upgrades, 13 successes, obtained low-level repair table X13. Adding to Bai Xiao's original low-level repair table X1, a total of low-level repair table X14, 2 upgrades, 2 successes, obtained intermediate repair table X2. Intermediate repair stand. Function, restores 20% of the gate's health per second. Type, upgradable auxiliary item. Upgrade materials, intermediate repair stand X5. This restores 20% of the gate's health per second, and there are 2 of them. There are 3 low-level repair stands, so together they restore 70% of the gate's health per second. No matter what demons or monsters there are, they can't break through her gate. Chapter 154. After upgrading her items, Bai Xiao opened the trading center and found that all the items she uploaded had been sold out. 10 low-level turret crafting stations, 5 mid-level turret crafting stations, and 300 level 4 turrets, earning her a total of 1100 nightmare coins. Bai Xiao now had a balance of 14,427 nightmare coins, slightly more than before she went to the mobile game store, meaning she essentially bought a bunch of things without spending any money. Bai Xiao checked the time. She had gone to the Monster mobile game store around 8 p.m., a trip that took half an hour, and it was only 9 p.m. now. Weapon upgrades take 2 hours, but she didn't have to work at the Monster restaurant today, so entering the Monster secret realm a little later wouldn't make a difference. Before opening her dormitory door, Bai Xiao mentally prepared herself. Even if she came back penniless, she still had to upgrade her precious scythe and stack its skills. Bai Xiao resolutely opened her dormitory door, unable to resist adding a voiceover to herself. Come out, pay-to-win player. Bai Xiao didn't see Iron Hammer this time. Instead, he saw a group of tall, muscular monsters working. The yellow dog monster, seeing Bai Xiao arrive, glared at him with its big, watery eyes, and happily came to greet him. Bai Xiao noticed its tail was practically wagging like a propeller. The yellow dog monster was incredibly enthusiastic. Welcome. It's our VIP guest. Please come in, let me get you a glass of water. Perhaps he's seen Iron Hammer's cold, aloof face too many times, so this warm welcome at the monster weapon forging room flattered Bai Xiao. Rural yellow dog monster. Name, Kai Kai. Monster level, level 3 monster. Monster HP, 200. Monster classification, intelligence type. Rural yellow dog monster Kai Kai's favorability plus 10, currently at 10 favorability towards you. Bai Xiao's gaze towards Kai Kai had changed. If she hadn't spent money, Tai Chui wouldn't have gained her any favorability. Kai Kai's mere presence was enough to improve her impression. Kai Kai ushered Bai Xiao into the waiting room and quickly poured her a glass of warm water. Bai Xiao took the water, said thank you, and then asked, "Where's your manager?" Kai Kai was still wagging its tail. Although it was quite large, its puppy dog eyes were irresistible. Bai Xiao found it charming and adorable. Bai Xiao, eh? Wait, what was she thinking? 2.5 meters tall, cute. Kai Kai looked at Bai Xiao innocently, its tail mimicking a propeller. Bai Xiao gave up after just one glance. Okay, who says big guys can't be cute? Although Kai Kai was 2.5 meters tall, it was still an adorable repair dog. Kai Kai tilted her head. The manager went out to purchase materials. Just tell me what you need. Bai Xiao found Kai Kai's head tilt adorable. Though saying so was a bit much, she seemed to prefer Kai Kai to Tai Chui. Was this something she could say? At least not in front of Tai Chui. Bai Xiao placed the intermediate grade long-handled scythe on the seat. Kai Kai sat opposite her, picked it up, and said, "The customer wants to upgrade?" Upgrading to a high-grade weapon requires 1600 nightmare coins. After upgrading, the weapon's critical hit rate will be higher, and it will be sharper. Bai Xiao upgrade. Bai Xiao had expected this price. After all, upgrading to intermediate level last time cost 800 nightmare coins. It just goes to show that weapons aren't something the average person can afford. Bai Xiao, I also need to its skills. What attack skills are available? Kai Kai thought for a moment. There's electric shock, which can reduce the target's health by 20% after triggering. Fighting people doesn't require skills. A hit to a vital spot is enough to instantly kill even with a weapon of low level. But fighting monsters is different, especially those with extremely high defense. Bai Xiao struggles to land hits. Even with critical hits, he barely loses any health. So when Kai told him that this skill could reduce the target's health by 20% after activation, Bai Xiao immediately said, "Add this." Kai was overjoyed. Although Bai Xiao couldn't see its tail after it sat down, its joy was palpable. Kai, the electric shock skill costs 4,000 nightmare coins. Bai Xiao blurted out, "Isn't the skill 3,000? Kai, don't worry, sir, I won't lie to you. Skills have several price tiers. The cheapest is 3,000, then there are 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 and up, and the most expensive skill is 100,000 nightmare coins." Bai Xiao became curious about the most expensive skill. What skill could be worth 10 nightmare coins? Kai dared to say that price, but she didn't dare to hear it. Bai Xiao couldn't help but ask, "What's the most expensive skill?" Kai, it's weapon recognition. The weapon will possess a portion of its consciousness. You can think of it as a weapon spirit. The weapon spirit will protect its master. If the master is in danger, the weapon spirit would rather break, be destroyed, or disappear than let the master die. Bai Xiao admitted she was tempted. In the survival world, even if you have friends you can trust, if something unexpected happens, and your friends die and you're separated. But if the weapon she's bound to has a spirit, it will stay with her forever and become her most reliable and trustworthy partner. But her interest was useless, because she simply didn't have 100,000 nightmare coins. It was so expensive, she had to save for ages to afford it. Kai, should we buy the electric shock skill? Bai Xiao said helplessly, "Yes. Do you have any other attack skills?" Kai's favorability is now +5, currently at 15. Kai, the burn skill. Each attack inflicts a burn effect. Normal attacks with the weapon are doubled, critical hits are not. Price, 3,000 nightmare coins. Bai Xiao, buy. Kai's favorability is now +5, currently at 20. When Bai Xiao heard the favorability increase, her heart couldn't help but clench. Upgrading the weapon and the two skills together had already cost her 8,600 nightmare coins. But I came prepared to bleed a lot of money today, so let the storm rage on. Kai, freezing skill, doesn't conflict with burning. Each attack inflicts a freezing effect, slowing the target by 30%. Price, 3,000 nightmare coins. Bai Xiao, buy. Kai's favorability with you has increased by 5, currently at 25. This can be used to deal with speed-type monsters. So far, Bai Xiao hasn't encountered any speed-type monsters in the monster realm, but that doesn't mean she won't in the future. Her agility isn't high, so she doesn't have much of a chance against speed-type monsters. But with this skill, it's different. As long as she hits the target once, it will slow her down by 30%. Kai, petrification skill, after triggering, solidifies the target for 2 seconds. During petrification, all attack effects are doubled, except for critical hits. Price, 3,000 nightmare coins. Bai Xiao, buy. Kai's favorability with you has increased by 5, currently at 30. Kai was very excited. The manager wasn't here today, so it made a big sale. Kai wanted to continue, but Bai Xiao immediately held out her hand. "Okay, that's enough." Her balance was 14,427, and she had already spent 14,600, exceeding her limit. She could use materials to make up for some, but it was impossible to spend any more money to upgrade her skills. Chapter 155. Kai looked at Bai Xiao innocently. "Okay, it's 14,600 nightmare coins in total. VIP members get a 9.5% discount, so it's 13,870 nightmare coins. By the way, our monster weapon forging room has a new rule. Full payment is required. The previous deposit and final payment rule has been abolished. Please pay." Bai Xiao could roughly guess that it was because of what had happened before that Iron Hammer abolished the deposit and final payment rule and required full payment. Paying wasn't the priority. Bai Xiao took out 1,000 spider silk and 2,000 elytra from her backpack and asked, Kai, these are the materials for making a combat suit, right? I want to ask how many materials are needed to make one." Kai glanced at them and said, "A basic combat suit requires 100 cloth, 3,000 spider silk, 5,000 elytra, 20 steel." Seeing Kai still listing materials, Bai Xiao immediately reached out. "Alright, stop talking. Just tell me the price of the combat suit." Gathering all these materials to make a combat suit would take forever. Buying them at the trading center wasn't realistic either. Who would trade steel? Everyone was short of steel right now. Buying directly would save her some trouble. Kai obediently shut up and then said, Basic combat suits cost 3,000 nightmare coins. Low-level combat suits cost 6,000 nightmare coins. Mid-level combat suits cost 9,000 nightmare coins. And high-level combat suits cost 12,000 nightmare coins. The basic combat suit requires 20 steel as raw material, yet it only costs 3,000 nightmare coins? That means steel shouldn't be too expensive. Bai Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but ask, Kai, do you sell steel here? How much does it cost? Kai immediately shook her head and refused. Steel is a raw material. Our monster weapon forging shop prohibits the sale of raw materials. We only sell finished products. However, if you have raw materials, we can buy them. Bai Xiao wasn't too disappointed. She knew this game wouldn't give her any loopholes. Now she knew that collecting materials was less efficient than working to earn nightmare coins and buying combat suits. These spider silk and elytra were better sold to the monster weapon forging shop. Bai Xiao pointed to a large pile of spider silk and elytra on the table. If I want to buy combat suits, how much are these worth? Kai, spider silk x 1,000, worth 100 nightmare coins. Elytra x 2,000, worth 200 nightmare coins. That's too little. She wondered if anyone would be willing to trade with her in the trading center using nightmare coins. Kai looked at Bai Xiao expectantly. Does the customer want to buy a combat suit? Bai Xiao, no, maybe next time. This is fine for now. Bai Xiao reluctantly paid the money. She had brought 14,427 nightmare coins, and now, after paying, she only had 557 left. Compared to the pained expression on Bai Xiao's face, Kai, having received 13,870 nightmare coins, was genuinely delighted. It quickly took Bai Xiao's side, and said, I have the manager personally upgrade your weapon and add skills. Please come back in 2 hours to pick it up. Bai Xiao nodded, okay. By the way, Kai, do you upgrade musical instruments over there? I have a violin. Bai Xiao took out her violin. Although she didn't have many nightmare coins left, she could ask and bring enough next time. Kai took Bai Xiao's violin, treating it like a little toy the moment it touched him. Under Bai Xiao's anxious gaze, Kai examined the violin closely before returning it. Only after Bai Xiao took it did Kai speak, it can be upgraded. Upgrading will improve its functions, but I don't know the exact improvement. In our monster weapon forging workshop, only the manager can upgrade musical instruments. Bai Xiao thought of the nearly extinct buffalo tribe, with only Iron Hammer remaining as an adult monster. He guessed that's why many techniques were only known to Iron Hammer. Bai Xiao, how much does it cost to upgrade an instrument? Kai, 1,000 nightmare coins. Bai Xiao nodded. Compared to weapon skills, upgrading an instrument wasn't expensive. After finishing her personal matters, Bai Xiao didn't forget business and said, Kai, you should know I'm an agent for our monster weapon forging studio, right? Last time, Iron Hammer gave me a batch of weapons, saying that if I could sell them, there would be another batch. She had suffered heavy losses at the monster weapon forging studio. At least she could resell the weapons to make some money, and soothe her wounded wallet. Kai replied, oh, the manager isn't here. I can handle this. The weapons for sale have already been forged. The price is the same as the manager set before, and your commission will still be 10%. Please wait a moment. I go get the weapons for you. Bai Xiao watched Kai leave. A moment later, it returned, followed by 2 monsters, each pushing a small cart, both carts loaded with weapons. Kai explained, we make 10 low-level long-handled axes, 10 low-level long-handled broadswords, and 10 low-level long swords. We didn't make short swords or daggers. Long weapons are more suitable for you here. Bai Xiao nodded. Why are they all low-level weapons? Are mid-level weapons very expensive? Leaving aside the other players, those working at the monster restaurant probably have considerable savings, but they lack the opportunity to enter the monster weapon forging room. Therefore, Bai Xiao felt that selling mid-level weapons should have a good market. Kai scratched her head. Mid-level weapons are twice the price of low-level weapons. We're not sure if anyone will buy them, so we haven't done it yet. Besides, I don't have the authority to make this decision. If you want to sell mid-level weapons, you need to discuss it with our manager. Bai Xiao nodded understandingly. Okay, then I take these with me. Bai Xiao put the 30 weapons into her weapon backpack, and Kai wagged its tail enthusiastically, seeing her off all the way. After returning to her dormitory, Bai Xiao immediately uploaded the 30 weapons to the trading center, setting a limit of 1 per player. The prices remained the same as Iron Hammer had mentioned last time. A low-level long-handled axe for 500 nightmare coins, a low-level long-handled great sword for 450 nightmare coins, and a low-level long sword for 400 nightmare coins. Players relying solely on survival rewards definitely couldn't afford these weapons, but those with surplus meat or jobs at the monster restaurant could certainly afford them. Furthermore, after this merger, the players in Unit 4 of Building 4, as well as those in Unit 4 of Building 7 before, were all new clients of Bai Xiao, and presumably had accumulated nightmare coins. Sure enough, as soon as Bai Xiao uploaded the weapons and announced it in the chat lobby, people immediately started trading. Because the prices were relatively high, they weren't sold out instantly, but they were selling slowly. Today, Bai Xiao had a rare moment of leisure, so he opened his team chat to see what his teammates were talking about. Looking through the chat history, he learned that 18 had already used the elevator card to go to the 46th floor. Chapter 156. After receiving the invalidation stamp from Bai Xiao, Xiaohui gave it to a Yang and the other two. As for Hu Tao, they didn't care about him at all. Using the invalidation stamp, the three of them, now free from Luo Nanji, sold her out, telling Xiaohui her dormitory number. Yang had already received the 2 elevator cards from Xiao Chui. Once a Yang's matter was resolved, Ba asked Yang for the cards, and went straight to the 46th floor. Bai Xiao checked the chat history. It was about 10 minutes ago. He didn't know what was happening on the 46th floor, as neither Ba nor Xiaohui had sent any messages in the team chat. Bai Xiao could only wait for news, hoping that Ba and the others could successfully deal with Luo Nanji, so that Xiaohui wouldn't have to live in fear on the 46th floor anymore. With 2 hours until they could get their weapons, Bai Xiao hadn't had this much free time in a long time, so he chatted with his teammates in the squad chat. All illness is gone. I'm actually a little unaccustomed to suddenly having nothing to do today. Wei Shui Yang, who isn't? We're all destined to be busy. Even a day of rest leaves us feeling tired. Let's get to training. Feng Du Pian, we've been training all morning, let's take a break. Yao Yi de Bai Hua, there's really nothing fun to do. Nothing new in the chat lobby either. Let's chat for a bit. We only have an hour left before entering the monster realm. We have enough time today. I don't believe we can't get past the 4th level in 6 hours. Wei Shui Yang, that's what I think too. Even if we have to wait until the monster realm closes, I'm going to get past this 4th level. I've been stuck for days. The elegant Pian said, I'm having a tough time on the 5th level. It would be great if I had a mid-level weapon. My low-level weapon has a low critical hit rate and low critical hit damage. Currently, only Bai Xiao and Shiba have mid-level weapons in the team. The other team members still have low-level weapons. Once Bai Xiao sells her batch of low-level weapons, she mentioned manufacturing mid-level weapons to Tietue, allowing her teammates to choose first. However, Bai Xiao doesn't plan to say anything yet. She doesn't want to reveal anything unless she's 100% sure, to avoid disappointing herself and others. Bai Xiao practices the fighting techniques taught by Shiba, checking on the team and chatting with her teammates when she gets tired. An hour passes quickly. The announcement that the monster realm has opened rings out, and the team falls silent. Except for Bai Xiao, who hasn't gotten a weapon yet, Shiba and Xiaohui are still on the 46th floor, unaware of the situation. The other teammates have all entered the monster realm. With no one to chat with, Bai Xiao silently practiced the 18th sex fighting techniques. Although she was quite skilled with weapons, she was still at a disadvantage in close combat. However, the 18th sex fighting techniques were well suited for close quarters combat. These were practical skills learned by 18th sect in the military, so every move was essential. At 11 o'clock sharp, Bai Xiao wiped her sweat, opened the dormitory door, and entered the monster weapon forging room. This time, as soon as Bai Xiao entered, she saw Iron Hammer coldly hammering iron beside the forge. It seemed Iron Hammer had already purchased the raw materials. Although Bai Xiao's approach was silent, Iron Hammer keenly sensed her arrival. His large bull-like eyes looked over, and seeing Bai Xiao, Iron Hammer put down his forging hammer and walked towards her with his cold, bull-like face. Bai Xiao spotted Kai working among the blacksmith monsters. Kai grinned at her, its yellow tail wagging like a propeller, truly an enthusiastic repair dog. Then, looking at Taichui's cold, unyielding face, Bai Xiao felt a significant drop in mood. Manager, can we get a different monster to greet me? Of course, Bai Xiao was only joking inwardly. She was actually quite happy to see Taichui. Seeing him approach, she immediately greeted him with a smile. Taichui is back. I didn't see you this morning, and I missed you terribly. Hearing Bai Xiao's expression of longing, Taichui's expression remained unmoved. He slowly replied, I know you're here. I went out to buy raw materials this morning. I came back shortly after you left. I upgraded your weapon. Sit in the waiting room for a while, and I go get your weapon. Tai Chui turned and left. Bai Xiao obediently went to sit in the waiting room. During this time, Kai Kai even came over to pour her a glass of water. Its eager eyes made Bai Xiao unable to resist touching Kai Kai. Of course, because Kai Kai was too tall, Bai Xiao couldn't reach its head, so she touched its tail, which wobbled like a propeller, very lightly. Kai Kai, its tail touched, instantly became shy, transforming from an enthusiastic dog trainer into an introverted one. Bai Xiao then realized that although Kai Kai was a training dog, it was an intelligent monster, and her actions seemed a bit impolite. Bai Xiao said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, it's just that you're so cute." Kai Kai said shyly, "It's okay." Kai Kai's affection level is now +5, currently at 35. Hearing that Kai Kai had increased her favorability, Bai Xiao finally felt relieved. It seemed Kai Kai didn't mind being touched. She really was a good groomer. After Kai Kai shyly left, Tai Chui returned, carrying Bai Xiao's long-handled scythe. Bai Xiao immediately saw the details of the long-handled scythe. This time it was much longer than before. Intermediate long-handled scythe. Type, long weapon. Appearance, overall length 1.6 meters, blade length 45 centimeters. Attributes, blade poison 15 points, player strength 5 points, player agility 5 points, combat power 5 points. Skills, 1. Stun, 30% chance to trigger a stun skill after 3 swings, stunning the target for 1.5 seconds. 2. Electric shock, deals 20% damage to the target upon hit, cooldown 20 minutes. 3. Burn, each attack inflicts a burn effect, doubling attack damage. 4. Freeze, each attack inflicts a freeze effect, slowing the target by 30%. 5. Petrification, 10% chance to trigger with each attack. Upon triggering, the target is petrified for 2 seconds. While petrified, attacks deal double damage. High-level weapon, triple critical hit rate, and 5 skills. Bai Xiao was confident she could clear the 5th level today. Wouldn't every strike be fatal? Bai Xiao took the scythe, thinking that one day she would add all her skills to this weapon, because her goal was to be a one-hit wonder, eliminating any monster with a single strike. Bai Xiao sincerely praised, "The monster weapon forging room is truly amazing. The weapons they make are always so satisfying." She remembered that forging was a skill of the Water Buffalo tribe, and all the monsters here were adopted by Iron Hammer. Everything they knew was taught to them by Iron Hammer. It could be said that the monster weapon forging room was Iron Hammer's life's work. Hearing Bai Xiao's praise, Tietue slowly said, "Thank you." Although it was only a 2-word thank you, Bai Xiao noticed that Tietue's bull-like eyes softened. Although his face was still cold, he seemed much warmer. Actually, Tietue was a very kind bull. Chapter 157. Seeing that Iron Hammer was in a good mood, Bai Xiao thought there was no time like the present, so why not discuss the sale of intermediate weapons with Iron Hammer today? Bai Xiao put the scythe into his weapon bag and said, "Kai Kai has already given me the batch of low-level weapons to sell, but I think the Monster Weapon Forge can also manufacture some intermediate weapons. Some players aren't short of money, what they lack is the opportunity to enter the Monster Weapon Forge." Iron Hammer sat down opposite Bai Xiao and remained silent for a while before slowly saying, "Weapons are expensive to produce, and intermediate weapons are even more expensive. If they don't sell, the Monster Weapon Forge will suffer a huge loss." Bai Xiao remembered that Little Gray had told her that Iron Hammer not only raised the Water Buffalo tribe's monsters, but also took in many orphan monsters to raise. Although Bai Xiao didn't know exactly how many monsters Iron Hammer raised, she estimated there were quite a few, and the monsters relied on Iron Hammer for food, water, and shelter. I wonder if monsters need to go to school. They probably do. Since those monsters all have jobs, they can't be illiterate. The cost of feeding, cleaning, and educating a bunch of monsters, plus their schooling, is definitely not small. Bai Xiao estimates that Iron Hammer's expenses for raising monsters must be huge, so she doesn't dare take too many risks. Bai Xiao thought for a moment, how about trying pre-sales? Iron Hammer thought for a long time before slowly asking, "What's a pre-sale?" Bai Xiao, She thought Iron Hammer was considering whether to do a pre-sale, but it turns out Iron Hammer has no idea what a pre-sale is. This guy definitely doesn't go online. Bai Xiao explained in simple terms. It's when I post a message that you can pre-order weapons from me and pay a deposit. Then in, say 3 days or 5 days, I can give them the weapons. But don't worry, I definitely make them pay the balance before giving them the weapons. If they back out, the deposit is non-refundable. Bai Xiao looked at the hammer and finally nodded. Okay, then I leave this to you. This is indeed a bit troublesome. If Bai Xiao wants to sell intermediate weapons, It would be best to sell them to the human employees of the monster restaurant, since they earn money from their jobs. But Bai Xiao doesn't know many of these human employees. Does he have to add them all as friends one by one? Bai Xiao is a little reluctant, but how else can he contact them? How will they pay the deposit? Iron Hammer noticed Bai Xiao's predicament and slowly asked, "What's wrong?" Although Iron Hammer's reaction was still slow, Bai Xiao could tell that Iron Hammer was quite anxious. That's understandable. After all, it still has so many monsters to raise. If there's a way to earn more nightmare coins, it definitely wants to earn more. This isn't just Bai Xiao's problem, so Bai Xiao thought it was worth talking about. Maybe Iron Hammer would have a good idea. Bai Xiao, I want to sell intermediate weapons to the human employees of the monster restaurant, but I can't get the contact information of all the human employees in the monster restaurant in a short time, so I'm a bit stuck. If we can solve this problem, I think our weapon sales will be no problem at all. Iron Hammer thought for a moment, then said, "That's not a problem, I can solve it." Bai Xiao asked curiously how? She couldn't get the contact information of all the human employees of the monster restaurant in a short time. Did Iron Hammer have a way? Iron Hammer, I know the owner of the monster restaurant. I can persuade him to open the chat room there. You can message and trade with human employees in the chat room. Bai Xiao gave a thumbs up. Amazing, Iron Hammer. As expected of one of the smaller factions in the monster world, they even know the owner of the monster restaurant. Bai Xiao has nothing to worry about now. He can just wait for the monster restaurant to open the chat room and trading center. However, Bai Xiao thought of a new idea. By the way, Iron Hammer, could we implement a trade-in program? If players buy a new weapon, their old weapon can be used to offset part of the cost. That way, even players who don't have enough money can still buy our weapons. Bai Xiao suggested this because the Monster Weapon Forge already allows players to use weapons and materials to offset part of the cost, so these items should be useful to the Monster Weapon Forge. Iron Hammer nodded. Okay, I send you a detailed breakdown of the weapon trade and costs. Bai Xiao, alright, I head back now. I'll let you know if there's any news. Bai Xiao had already taken a few steps when she suddenly heard Iron Hammer say behind her, "Wait a minute." Bai Xiao had no choice but to go back and ask, "What's wrong? Is there anything else?" Iron Hammer held out his hand to Bai Xiao, who was completely confused when she heard Iron Hammer say, "I need to upgrade your VIP card. Give me your old VIP card." Oh, it's good news. Bai Xiao immediately took out her Monster Weapon Forging Room VIP card from her backpack and handed it to Iron Hammer. After accepting it, Iron Hammer took out a black card with gilded details and gave it to Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao took it and glanced at the details. Monster Weapon Forge SVP card. Function: this card grants you 2 entries to the Monster Weapon Forge per week, and a 15% discount on all purchases. Type: non-upgradable auxiliary item. Monster Weapon Forge reminder: with this card, you become the most esteemed customer of the Monster Weapon Forge. Seeing that the type was a non-upgradable auxiliary item, Bai Xiao finally understood why the upgrade method on the previous VIP card depended on the manager's mood. Because the Monster Weapon Forge only had 2 types of VIP cards, VIP and SVIP, there were no higher ones. Bai Xiao felt that if she couldn't generate revenue for the Monster Weapon Forge, she probably wouldn't have obtained this SVIP card no matter how many nightmare coins she spent there. Bai Xiao solemnly put the Monster Weapon Forge SVIP card into her inventory and then thanked Iron Hammer. Iron Hammer's favorability towards you increased by 30, currently at 50. This morning, Bai Xiao was lamenting the difficulty in increasing her affinity with Iron Hammer, but now Iron Hammer has suddenly increased it by 30. It seems Iron Hammer really believes she can make money at the monster restaurant, and the pressure of supporting his family is immense. After seeing Bai Xiao off, Bai Xiao returned to her dormitory, intending to grab a quick bite before heading into the monster realm. But before she even entered, she heard CC's announcement. Announcement: the monster restaurant chat room is now open. Human employees within the monster restaurant can communicate in the chat room. Announcement: the trading center in the monster restaurant chat room has been unlocked. Human employees within the monster restaurant can trade in the trading center. Bai Xiao was surprised by Iron Hammer's speed. She had only been back for less than 5 minutes, and it had already convinced the monster restaurant owner to open the chat room and trading center. It seems that aside from speaking slowly, Iron Hammer is incredibly fast at everything else. Chapter 158. Human players working at the monster restaurant had all unlocked the monster restaurant chat lobby in their game interface. This was quite sudden. As soon as the chat lobby opened, people started chattering. Pink Starfish: I was still killing monsters in the monster secret realm. How come the monster restaurant chat lobby and trading center suddenly unlocked? What happened? What did I miss? It's him. It's him. It's him. It's good. It makes it easier for us human employees to communicate, but you're joining in this in the monster secret realm. Isn't that a bit outrageous? Be careful. Rough-haired Lion King. I thought it was something serious, just this. The monster restaurant chat lobby and trading center are open. What's this for? To make it easier for us to trade items? We don't even have enough for our own teammates. What a useless feature. Back to killing monsters. Bye-bye. Bai Xiao opened the trading center in the monster restaurant chat lobby, selected custom items, and titled a pre-sale intermediate weapon. Bai Xiao listed several of the most common mid-level weapons, setting the trading limit to 10 times, with each player allowed only one trade. The price was 20% of the weapon's price, serving as a deposit. For example, a mid-level polearm cost 1,000 nightmare coins, requiring a 200 nightmare coin deposit. However, Bai Xiao noted in the listing that this was only a deposit. The balance would be paid upon arrival of the weapon. After uploading, Bai Xiao sent a message in the chat lobby to remind users. All illness is cured. I'm currently pre-selling mid-level weapons. Those interested can pay a deposit at the trading center. Rattling Lion King. But then again, the trading center is definitely useful. It's not useless. It's him! It's him! It's him! Since you're in the monster realm, then you better kill some monsters properly. Angry Lion King. It's okay, I have a terrain advantage. I can hide in the small cave. That clumsy bear is too big to fit in. Pink Starfish. Fellow traveler. I also live in mountainous terrain. I always rest in that small cave when I'm tired. Little Frog. Forest terrain is a nightmare. There's nowhere to hide. But I haven't entered the realm yet. Angry Lion King. Hey, we're going off topic, aren't we? Isn't the point that it by Bing Quan Xiao is selling mid-level weapons? Please give me good luck. Is this real? If it's real, I definitely buy it. But what if it's a scam? Are pre-sale items guaranteed? They won't just take our nightmare coins and run away, will they? Eating grapes without spitting out the skins. Yeah, this is a survival world. Pre-sale items have no guarantee at all. How can we trust you? Always sleepy at by Bing Quan Xiao. If you can get your hands on the weapons, could you trade them after you get them? Pre-sales in survival world seem too unreliable. It's hard to believe. Bai Xiao had already anticipated skepticism. After all, previous transactions were barter or direct delivery, but this was a pre-sale. It's understandable that some might worry about empty promises. These things are difficult to resolve. Even if you explain, those who don't believe will still not believe. But Bai Xiao believed that among so many people, some would be willing to take the gamble. Once the first batch of customers received the weapons, other players would eventually be unable to resist. Believe it or not is your choice. This pre-sale only includes 10 mid-level weapons, first come, first served. Sleepyhead all day long. It's not that we don't trust you, it's just that we haven't seen the weapon, so we're not sure. Ethereal Junior Sister, I already traded. It's only a couple hundred nightmare coins. If I got scammed, that's just bad luck. But if there really is a mid-level weapon, I won't miss it. Raging Lion King, this delay leaves only 3 trading opportunities. Okay, you all talk and no action. Luckily, I managed to grab it. This game requires a bit of adventure. Although there's a risk of being scammed, if it's real, I have a mid-level weapon. After all, even the waiters at Monster Restaurant earn 300 nightmare coins a day after they're promoted. The most expensive item in the Cure All Illnesses pre-sale only costs 200 nightmare coins. They can easily afford it. So, some people questioned and doubted, while others chose to take a gamble. Go to the dock for some fries. You don't need to doubt whether it's real or not. It's already sold out in seconds. At All Illnesses Cure, couldn't you have made a little more? Get a bowl of spicy noodles. Sold out so fast. Didn't even know if it was real and still went to get scammed. So stupid, so rich. Didn't know what to do with their money. Bai Xiao ignored these people and withdrew his deposit, preparing to transfer it to Iron Hammer. Of the 10 pre-sale weapons, 3 people chose the intermediate level polearm, with a deposit of 600 nightmare coins. 5 people chose the intermediate level polearm, with a deposit of 900 nightmare coins, and 2 people chose the intermediate level long sword, with a deposit of 320 nightmare coins, totaling 1820 nightmare coins. Before Bai Xiao could transfer the money to Iron Hammer, he received a friend request. Bai Xiao's first thought was, could it be someone who bought it and then regretted it, wanting a refund? This person's nickname was Fairy-like Junior Sister. Bai Xiao remembered that she had indeed mentioned in the chat lobby that she had traded weapons. Bai Xiao accepted her friend request. Fairy-like Junior Sister, Hello, I already traded, but I like to ask if it's possible to customize other intermediate weapons. All illness is cured. What kind of weapon do you want? So she wasn't here for a refund. Although Iron Hammer hadn't mentioned customizing weapons, Bai Xiao thought it was better to ask what she wanted first, and then ask Iron Hammer if it was possible. Very like junior sister. Intermediate long staff. All illness is cured. Can I ask why? Just curious, you don't have to answer. Bai Xiao found it strange. Why would this person choose an intermediate long staff? A staff isn't on the same level as an axe, broadsword, or sword in terms of attack power. However, she was just curious, and no one was obligated to satisfy her curiosity, so replying or not didn't matter. The ethereal junior sister. I'm a Wudong disciple. I've been practicing the 8 immortal staff since I was little. The staff is more comfortable for me, and it's the best. Besides, don't intermediate weapons have double critical hits? It shouldn't be worse than those knives or swords. All illness is cured. How much was your deposit? The ethereal junior sister. 160 nightmare coins. All illness is cured. Understood. Wait a moment. The ethereal junior sister. Okay. Bai Xiao turned and told Iron Hammer about it, and Iron Hammer replied quickly. Iron Hammer. Okay, the price of an intermediate long staff is 800 nightmare coins. The deposit was also 160 nightmare coins, so it seemed the ethereal junior sister's deposit wouldn't be refunded. The deposit was 1820 nightmare coins. Bai Xiao took 10% as a fee, which was 182 nightmare coins. The remaining 1638 nightmare coins were transferred to Iron Hammer by Bai Xiao. All diseases cured. 3 intermediate handle axes, 5 intermediate handle great swords, 1 intermediate long sword, 1 intermediate long staff. Iron Hammer, received. These weapons will be sent to you before 6 p.m. tonight. All diseases cured. Really fast, impressive. We're saying that aside from speaking slowly, Iron Hammer is perfect. After Iron Hammer finished speaking, Bai Xiao replied to the ethereal junior sister, who thanked him. Bai Xiao announced in the chat that the weapons would be available before 6 p.m. tonight, then ignored what others said in the chat, and plunged into the vortex gate of the monster realm with his scythe. Chapter 159. Welcome to the 5th level of the monster realm. Kill the buffalo monster to pass. Bai Xiao entered a grassland terrain this time. The grass under her feet was strangely shaped, reaching above her knees, and upon closer inspection, the blades were serrated. If Bai Xiao hadn't been wearing long pants in her combat suit, walking here would probably have been painfully scratched and itchy. CC's announcement had already faded, and Bai Xiao was ready for battle, but the 5th level's boss didn't pounce on her immediately like the black bear monster in the previous level. Bai Xiao looked around. The grassland had no obstacles, and she easily spotted the 5th level's boss. The 5th level's boss was focused on its own task, wielding a huge hammer and repeatedly smashing a large rock, completely ignoring Bai Xiao's arrival. Although Bai Xiao had heard from Sher Ba that the 5th level's boss was a buffalo monster, seeing it in person still startled her, because it looked exactly like Iron Hammer. It had a pair of black bull horns on its head, was all muscle, stood 3 meters tall, and was as big as a small mountain. It held a hammer exactly like Iron Hammer's, and was hammering a stone repeatedly. Its appearance perfectly matched Iron Hammer's usual weapon forging antics. If Bai Xiao hadn't just messaged Iron Hammer, she would have suspected it was him. If there was any difference, it was that Iron Hammer had a pair of lantern-like black bull eyes, while this buffalo monster had red eyes, just like all the monsters Bai Xiao had encountered in the monster realm before. Furthermore, although Iron Hammer usually does dirty and tiring work for blacksmithing, it's a clean ox, at least Bai Xiao has never thought it was dirty. But the buffalo monster before her had filthy black fur, matted and tangled, with patches of scabs on the matted fur. Buffalo monster. Monster level, level 4. Monster HP, 800. Monster category, strength. 44 alert. Defeated buffalo chieftain, status at %#. This was the first time Bai Xiao had seen garbled text in the monster details. She didn't understand what it meant. The imprisoned gray wolf monster leader also had a 44 alert, indicating extreme hunger. But why was this buffalo monster status garbled? Was it that 44 couldn't determine its current status either? It was indeed strange, and this was the first time Bai Xiao had encountered a monster that wouldn't attack humans, aside from the 3rd level of the monster realm. Bai Xiao gripped her scythe tightly, and cautiously approached the buffalo monster before her. The buffalo monster completely ignored Bai Xiao's approach, continuing to smash the rock. Bai Xiao was bewildered. The monster was ignoring her. Should she fight or not? Upon closer inspection, Bai Xiao realized the buffalo monster wasn't smashing a rock at all. On the rock was a piece of iron ore full of impurities, which it had picked up somewhere and was now smashing. Because there was no forge, the unrefined iron ore was shattered into many small pieces by the buffalo monster's hammer. The buffalo monster paused, put its hammer down, and picked up the broken pieces from the rock, seemingly unable to understand why it had smashed the iron ore. Perhaps it had forgotten some step? What was it? Why couldn't it remember? The buffalo monster looked dejected, and Bai Xiao couldn't help but ask, "Are you forging weapons?" The buffalo monster then turned its gaze to Bai Xiao. Although its eyes were also scarlet, they lacked a bloodthirsty glint. Perhaps it was because it resembled Iron Hammer so much, and Bai Xiao had a soft spot for Iron Hammer, finding it honest and docile, at least more pleasing to the eye than the other monsters she had encountered in the monster realm. Bai Xiao guessed that perhaps this buffalo monster, like the previous fox princess, possessed some consciousness. Perhaps that's why it didn't attack humans, but Sheba and Piampian hadn't mentioned this was part of the storyline. Sheba said she always attacked directly, and Piampian was similar, always striking first. Bai Xiao tried to communicate with it. "Can you understand me?" The buffalo monster ignored Bai Xiao, but it didn't turn its head, still looking at her, seemingly curious about her. It has countless clones in the monster realm. Everyone who enters the 5th level immediately seeks to fight it. Although it has high HP, it still feels pain, so naturally it won't just take the beating. Even if it doesn't understand why people are attacking it, it will retaliate without hesitation. The buffalo monster found it strange that this person hadn't attacked it, and was even talking to it. So it stared at Bai Xiao curiously. Bai Xiao felt that this buffalo monster didn't seem to want to attack her, at least not proactively. Moreover, the more it looked at this buffalo monster, the more it seemed to resemble Iron Hammer. They were both from the Buffalo clan. Perhaps they were actually relatives. Although Bai Xiao hadn't completely let her guard down, her voice softened, and she asked softly, "Do you know Iron Hammer?" "He's my friend." Bai Xiao thought, maybe this buffalo monster really is conscious, different from the other red-eyed monsters? Perhaps she could get some information out of it. At the mention of Iron Hammer, the buffalo monster finally reacted. Its already large red eyes widened even more, and huge tears welled up in its eyes. Its nose twitched, and the whole buffalo looked extremely sad. A buffalo that looked exactly like Iron Hammer was shedding tears in front of Bai Xiao, and Bai Xiao panicked instantly. "Don't cry. Tell me what's wrong. Do you know Iron Hammer?" Bai Xiao realized that the buffalo monster had suddenly cried so sadly upon hearing Iron Hammer's name. It must know Iron Hammer, and perhaps they were even very close. The buffalo monster silently shed tears, remaining utterly silent. Just as Bai Xiao was wondering if it was incapable of speaking, the buffalo monster rasped, "Iron Hammer, I know him." Bai Xiao? ? Although somewhat inappropriate, Bai Xiao couldn't help but want to complain. "Are all the buffalo monsters this slow to speak?" Bai Xiao immediately asked. "What's your relationship with Iron Hammer? Why are you in the monster realm? Who captured you? Are you still alive? Can you get out?" Bai Xiao remembered that Sinsen had previously said that monsters could fall, and fallen monsters would appear in the monster realm, becoming NPCs there, experiencing death repeatedly. But Bai Xiao wasn't sure if fallen monsters were still alive. The gray wolf monster and black bear monster he encountered were mindless, attacking anyone they saw. But this buffalo monster was different. It seemed more like an intelligent monster. The buffalo monster slowly shook its head. I don't remember." Bai Xiao frowned deeply. How could it not remember? Bai Xiao, then do you remember your name? The buffalo monster slowly nodded. "My name is Tai." Chapter 160. Warning! 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 Player, all illnesses cured has violated the rules of the monster realm and is immediately sent back to the dormitory. Penalty: banned from participating in the monster realm tomorrow. We hope the player learns from this lesson. The next violation will result in a 3-day ban from participating in the monster realm. Bai Xiao felt like she had just ridden a drop tower. Before the weightlessness had even subsided, she was back in the dormitory. Bai Xiao stared with a dark face as the vortex gate on the wall gradually disappeared. She had thought that with her high-level weapon and 5 skills, she could directly pass the 5th level. But after only exchanging 2 words with the 5th level's boss, she was sent back to the dormitory and banned from participating in the monster realm tomorrow. That bastard, always doing such rotten things. Bai Xiao was both angry and suspicious. She was certain that the buffalo monster knew something the survival game didn't want the players to know. That's why CC suddenly panicked, afraid that if she delayed even a second, she would learn something from the buffalo monster, and sent her back to the dormitory without a second's delay. But scolding CC now was useless. When Bai Xiao left, although she didn't hear the buffalo monster's voice, she stared intently at its mouth. What character could that mouth shape be? It should be sure tin? Real? Or stone? Bai Xiao simply opened Iron Hammer's chat interface and asked directly. All diseases cured. Iron Hammer, did your tribe ever have a buffalo named Iron Tin, Iron Real, or Iron Stone? Iron Hammer, why are you asking this? Who did you see? All diseases cured. I did see a buffalo in the monster secret realm, but I didn't even hear its name clearly before the administrator sent me back. Oh right, it's the chieftain of the buffalo tribe. Luckily, Bai Xiao had the game item encyclopedia, which allowed him to see some information about the monster. Otherwise, without even knowing its name, he wouldn't have known how to ask. Iron Hammer, it's my mother, Iron Stone, the previous chieftain of our buffalo tribe. All illnesses cured. I'm sorry. No wonder Iron Stone cried so sadly upon hearing Iron Hammer's voice. So that's their relationship? Bai Xiao remembered Xiao Erwei saying that the buffalo tribe was almost wiped out, leaving only Iron Hammer as an adult monster and some smaller monsters. What happened? Was it a conspiracy by the survival game? Iron Hammer, you don't need to apologize, you didn't hurt it. I already guessed it would be in the monster secret realm level, but thank you for telling me anyway. Although Iron Hammer didn't say it, Bai Xiao sensed longing in its words. Iron Hammer must miss its mother terribly, so hearing news of her, even old news, from her was incredibly moving. Can I know what happened to the Water Buffalo clan? I can't say I'm sorry. I understand. You don't need to apologize. I know you all had no choice. Bai Xiao sighed. She understood Iron Hammer. Revealing certain things might lead to punishment in the survival game. Besides, Iron Hammer wasn't alone, it had so many monsters to raise. It couldn't take risks. What would happen to its monsters if something happened to it? Bai Xiao dejectedly opened the party chat. The other members were in the monster realm, the party was quiet now, and Bai Xiao didn't even have anyone to complain to. Bai Xiao lay sprawled on the bed, utterly dejected. What kind of trick was this survival game playing? Why bring human players in? Did they find it amusing to watch them die all the time? Although she had recovered her health here, Bai Xiao was quite content, but no one likes being kept in the dark. Not knowing what the other party was up to made her feel uneasy. Bai Xiao's mind raced, even speculating about aliens and other supernatural beings. Although she hadn't come to any conclusions, there was a new message from her team on the game interface. Luo Nanji is dead. Bai Xiao sat up in bed. Since she couldn't figure it out right now, she could check what 18 said about Luo Nanji first. All illness is gone. As expected of 18, your work is always reliable. 18-year-old cleaning ant. Sigh, I really don't deserve that compliment. Bai Xiao keenly sensed something was wrong. Why did 18 seem so downcast? Logically, killing Luo Nanji should have made 18 happy. And why wasn't Xiao speaking? Weren't they acting together? 18 sent a message in the team chat, meaning she was already back on the 18th floor. Xiao should have been back in her dorm long ago. Why was 18 the first to speak in the dorm? Where was Xiao? Bai Xiao had a bad feeling. She immediately checked Xiao's profile picture in her friend list. Seeing that the picture was still lit up, Bai Xiao finally relaxed. She's not dead, that's good. She's not dead. All illness is gone. Why isn't Xiao saying anything? Is she injured? The 18-year-old cleaning lady said, she's probably not in the mood right now. Let her have some peace and quiet. Bai Bingquangxiu asked, what happened? The 18-year-old recounted her morning's experience on the 46th floor to Bai Xiao. This morning, 18 got an elevator card from Yang Yang and immediately took the elevator to the 46th floor, where she met Xiaohua and Ying Yingwei. Because Yang Yang and the others had given Xiaohua Luo Nanji's dormitory number, the three of them hid in the corner of the corridor, not far from Luo Nanji's dormitory. Luo Nanji couldn't see them from her dormitory. Finally, after waiting for half an hour, Luo Nanji came out. 18 immediately rushed out, kicked Luo Nanji away, and then blocked his exit from his dormitory. Otherwise, if he had hidden inside the dormitory building, he would have been like a turtle retreating into its shell, probably never to come out again. Luo Nanji reacted quickly, immediately getting up from the ground. He pulled a low-grade long sword from his weapon pouch, gritting his teeth. It's you again. He was seething with hatred. If it weren't for the first squad relentlessly haunting him, he'd still be a powerful figure on the 46th floor, a boss with a bunch of underlings. But his hatred was useless. 18 had come to recruit him. 18 wielded a mid-grade long sword, while Luo Nanji held the low-grade longsword he gotten from alcohol. Although weapons didn't have critical hits, an axe was much heavier than a sword. Although Luo Nanji was skilled, he was far inferior to 18, especially since their weapons were in completely different weight classes. After only a few exchanges with 18, Luo Nanji was so shaken by 18's mid-grade longsword that he lost his grip on his longsword. His low-grade longsword fell to the ground, and before he could even pick it up, 18 seized the opportunity and killed him with a single axe blow. But his best subordinate is Hu Tao, who has a chance to revive after dying, and his revival point is his dormitory. Chapter 161. After Luo Nanji died, his body quickly disappeared, but the three people present all knew he wasn't truly dead. When Luo Nanji opened the door earlier, he was kicked away by Shiba. The dormitory door hadn't even closed yet. While Shiba and Luo Nanji were fighting, Xiaohua had been guarding the dormitory door to ensure it wouldn't suddenly close. If the dormitory door closed and Luo Nanji revived inside, their trip today would have been for nothing. Yingyingwei had originally wanted to join the battle, but he hadn't had a chance. Shiba was too aggressive. He was afraid Shiba would accidentally hurt him. However, he had agreed with Shiba that he would kill Luo Nanji himself to avenge his junior brother. As for the item chest dropped by Luo Nanji, it would belong to Shiba. Shiba understood. After all, Luo Nanji had killed his junior brother, and it was understandable that he wanted to avenge him. So Yingyingwei and Xiaohua waited outside Luo Nanji's dormitory, ready to deliver the final blow and exact revenge. After Luo Nanji died, his substitution resurrection skill was triggered. He then discovered that his only remaining option was Hu Tao is the best, meaning this was his last chance to revive. These people had silently dismantled his underlings. Luo Nanji had just been thinking that since he controlled a Yang and the others, and that even if they didn't want to help him, they would surely come if he called for it. Because if something happened to him, they would be the ones to die. But now he knew it was impossible. Without the substitution mark, a Yang and the others wouldn't care about his life or death. So, Luo Nanji's first reaction after reviving was to close the dormitory door. He had previously exploited a bug in the trading center, uploading items at extremely high prices, thus preventing anyone from trading with him. After dying and resurrecting, he could undo his uploaded trades. He had previously uploaded a low-level repair station X3 to the trading center. As long as he closed the main gate and returned the low-level repair station X3 to his dormitory, no one outside could touch him. If he could think this way, Xiaohua and Yingyingwei, who were guarding the door, certainly thought the same. Almost simultaneously, the three grabbed the doorknob. One tried to close it, while the other two prevented him from doing so. Since she had just fought with Luo Nanji, Shiba was now standing further from the door. Just as she was about to approach, Luo Nanji's eyes flashed with terror and madness upon seeing her. After all, he had died twice at this woman's hands. Seeing Shiba was no different than seeing the King of Hell. Then Luo Nanji did something no one expected. He abandoned the doorknob and grabbed Yingyingwei, who was closest to him. Caught off guard, Yingyingwei was pulled over. Before he could react and try to throw Luo Nanji over her shoulder, Luo Nanji saw through his intention, neutralized the throw, and grabbed his neck, instantly turning Yingyingwei into a hostage. Yingyingwei's face flushed red from the choking. He heard Luo Nanji whisper, "Taekwondo? You're just a show-off, like that idiot." Thinking of Lezarin's tragic death, Yingyingwei was so angry he wanted to tear Luo Nanji apart, but Lezarin was no match for Luo Nanji, and neither was he. Seeing this, Xiaohua immediately shouted, "Let him go." Shiba watched coldly. She didn't care about Yingyingwei, but she knew he was Xiaohua's friend, so she didn't act immediately. 18. If you know what's good for you, let him go. Luo Nanji had endured 18 for a long time. Now, he glared fiercely at 18, finally revealing a sinister smile. "I won't let him go. You two get out of here now, or I kill him." At this moment, the low-grade longsword in Ying Monster's hand was now in Luo Nanji's grasp. This longsword originally belonged to Lezarin, who had entrusted everything to Ying Monster before his death. Ying Monster had originally intended to use Lezarin's sword to kill Luo Nanji himself, but now Luo Nanji held the sword to his neck. Luo Nanji said fiercely to 18 and Xiaohua, who were clinging to the dormitory door, preventing it from closing, "Get out of the way, or his blood will splatter on you." Xiaohua bit her lip. If they missed this opportunity, they didn't know when they would get an elevator card again. She and Luo Nanji were on the same floor. That was an undeniable fact. As long as Luo Nanji was alive, she could be killed by him. However, if they didn't leave, Yingyingwei would be killed by Luo Nanji. Sheba sneered. You know he's not in our team, right? What makes you think threatening me with him will work? I don't know him at all. That's right. Sheba was someone who would side with her own people regardless of right or wrong. To her, Xiaohua's safety was far more important than Ying Yinghuai's life. She genuinely didn't care whether Ying Yinghuai died or not. The reason she was still willing to waste words with Luo Nanji was entirely because she wanted to save him if possible. After all, it was a human life. If she couldn't save him, so be it, but she had to protect Xiaohua. Luo Nanji's smile vanished. He remembered every face in the first squad clearly, and besides, the first squad only had one man, who didn't look like the one he was holding hostage at all. Therefore, he was indeed not a member of the first squad. Furthermore, Luo Nanji recognized Ying Monster. He was likely a member of the Eternal Determination Squad. He and the first squad had come to find him today, probably to avenge Lezerin. After all, he and Lezerin both practiced Taekwondo, and seeing his skill, Luo Nanji guessed they were connected. Luo Nanji held her sword to Ying Monster's neck, while 18 pointed her long-handled axe at Luo Nanji, threatening, "Kill him, and you die too." Luo Nanji immediately laughed, a very exaggerated, villainous laugh, leaving the three present somewhat bewildered. As the laughter subsided, Luo Nanji suddenly spoke, "I'm the kind of person who never suffers a loss." He knew his death was inevitable. Whether he killed Ying Monster or not, 18 would kill him anyway, so why should he let Ying Monster go? Luo Nanji swung the long sword from Ying Monster's neck and plunged it into Ying Monster's throat. The blow was so powerful that the sword pierced through Ying Monster's neck and into his own throat. He even wanted to take someone down with him in his death. To 18's astonishment and Xiaohua's shock, Luo Nanji yanked the long sword out to the right. Blood splattered, and Ying Monster's neck was severed in half, his head almost falling off. Luo Nanji was the same, his severed neck twisted, as he clung tightly to Ying Monster like a water ghost, whispering in his ear, "Don't even think about using items. I want you to go to hell with me." The light in the madman's eyes immediately dimmed after he said this. Ying Monster was in a worse state, his eyes had already lost their color, when the sword severed half his neck. Xiaohua hurriedly tried to use her healing skill to transfer her health points to Ying Monster, but she heard a notification. "Please select a healing target." The corpses of Ying Monster and Luo Nanji disappeared. Dead players could not be healed. Chapter 162. Doctor Skill, Rescue. Instantly transfer 70% of your own health to another person, the monster. Your own health will recover within 5 seconds. Limited to 3 uses per day. Xiaohua's health was 85 plus 10. Instantly transferring 70% of his health would give him 66.5 health. Ying Monster's nearly depleted health was instantly restored by more than half, and the wound on his neck healed and disappeared at a visible speed. Although the wound was healed, his face was as pale as paper, as if he hadn't recovered yet. Seeing that the rescue was effective, Xiaohua instantly burst into tears. A strong sense of lingering fear made her legs go weak. If Sheba hadn't noticed something was wrong and supported her, she probably would have fallen to the ground. Ying Monster shook off Luo Nanji, who was holding him, and stood up, supporting himself on his legs. Luo Nanji was not dead yet, but his throat and trachea were severely damaged. He couldn't even breathe normally. He was like a fish out of water, enduring immense pain every second. The whining monster picked up the blood-stained sword from the ground. He had intended to use it to end Luo Nanji's life, just as he had planned, to avenge the Lizi people. But as he prepared to pierce Luo Nanji's heart, he saw a glimmer of light in Luo Nanji's eyes, and the whining monster didn't strike. He suddenly understood. Rather than giving Luo Nanji a quick death, it was better to stay by his side, watching him slowly lose his health and end his life in agony. Luo Nanji stared painfully at the whining monster's cold face. The light that had just appeared in his eyes dimmed. He knew that no one here would give him a quick death. He didn't regret his actions. Whether he killed or used others for blackmail, everything he did was simply to survive. He admitted he wasn't a good person, but he believed that anyone else with that skill would choose to use it, because everyone fears death, and everyone wants to live. His regret was that he wasn't strong enough to eliminate all threats. The wailing monster stayed until Luo Nanji breathed her last, until his body disappeared, until the dormitory she was bound to vanished. The wailing monster was covered in blood, some his own, some Luo Nanji's. He thought Luo Nanji's death would bring him some relief. But he found no relief, not at all. Because a lost life cannot be regained, and revenge could not bury the resentment in his heart, nor change anything. Moreover, only today did he realize how weak he truly was. He could handle straightforward monsters, But against someone like Luo Nanji, he was utterly powerless. Yingyinghuai's determination to become stronger reached its peak. He was silent for a moment before saying in a hoarse voice, "Thank you." If he had come here alone today, he would have died at Luo Nanji's hands. It was all thanks to them. Shiba held Xiaohua in her arms. She seemed stunned, clinging to Shiba's waist, burying her face in Shiba's shoulder, tears streaming down her face without making a sound. "Shiba, no need to thank me. I killed Luo Nanji only to ensure Xiaohua's safety. It has nothing to do with you." After saying this, Shiba paused, comfort Xiaohua. If there was anything in this world that Shiba found difficult, it was comforting people. She was completely at a loss, at most able to pat Xiaohua's head and back, like soothing a child. But it seemed her actions were futile. Yingyinghuai remembered how terrifying Luo Nanji's attack had been, especially since it was her friend who had been harmed. These images must have been quite a shock to Xiaohua. Although they had been in the survival world for 10 days, witnessing the injury and death of strangers was a completely different feeling from witnessing the injury and death of loved ones. He deeply understood this feeling. Yingyinghuai patted Xiaohua's shoulder, trying to sound relaxed. "I'm alright, aren't I? Your skills are amazing. You saved me instantly. But don't worry, I keep this a secret." Currently, all players with special skills and items in the Monster Restaurant uniformly stated that their skills and items could only be used on teammates. But today, Xiaohua acted without thinking to save Yingyinghuai, thus revealing that her doctor's skill could be used on anyone. But Xiaohua saved him, and he would absolutely not tell anyone about it. Xiaohua finally let go of Ba, wiped away her tears, and turned around. But seeing Yingyinghuai covered in blood, pale and weak, the image of Yingyinghuai having her throat pierced by a sword flashed through her mind. Xiaohua finally burst into tears, screaming in despair, "What kind of shitty world is this? Why did I transmigrate here? Why do people die every day? Why is human life so worthless here?" Her initial motivation for studying medicine was because she believed life was priceless, every life was incredibly important, and every death was a tragedy. But here, death had become an easy thing to do. Even someone like her, who used to value life above all else, had killed people in this world. In this world, death has become a cold, numerical count, updated daily. Hundreds die every day in a single building. She had no idea when those cold numbers would include people she knew, people she cared about. Xiaohua tried hard to adapt, to integrate into this world, forcing herself to accept it. But today, seeing Yingyinghuai almost die, it was safe to say that without her medical skills, Yingyinghuai wouldn't have almost died, he really would have. This possibility brought Xiaohua's long-suppressed fear, anxiety, and unease to a breaking point, finally causing her emotions to erupt. Shiba and Yingyinghuai were at a loss. After much comforting, Xiaohua stopped crying, but her emotions remained low. She said she wanted some peace and quiet. Everyone has moments of vulnerability, times when they want to think quietly. After taking Xiaohua back, Shiba went home himself. Bai Xiao, after hearing all this, also felt heavy-hearted. She'd been hearing a lot of bad news about death lately, but then it dawned on her. It wasn't that she was hearing so much death lately, but rather that she was meeting more and more people in the survival world. Before, she didn't know anyone. Death, to her, was simply a decrease in the number of survivors in the chat room. As she met more people, death became concrete. It wasn't just a string of numbers anymore, but so-and-so died. Bai Xiao thought of the nightmare she had before, in which she felt despair, collapse, and suffocation. Even though she knew it was just a nightmare, thinking about it still made her heart clench, and she still felt a tightness in her chest, unable to breathe. She felt this way even in her dreams, so she understood Xiaohua's feelings about witnessing her friend almost die. Chapter 163. The 18-year-old cleaning lady. Sigh, actually, I'm not happy either. I used to be alone, but now I have you all. Although the whining doesn't affect me much, if any one of you were in my shoes today, I feel like I'd be even more devastated than Xiaohua. Hearing the 18-year-old cleaning lady's words, Bai Xiao had another guess surface in her mind. Bai Xiao had thought about this before. Why do forest dungeons require teams? And why can't teammates hurt each other? It can't really be to allow players to find reliable teammates and trustworthy people in the survival world, right? Bai Xiao didn't believe that the people behind the survival game would be so kind, but seeing what the 18-year-old said today, she suddenly seemed to understand something. Human players vary in strength, but even the strongest player, as long as they are still human, will have normal emotions. And sometimes, emotions are a burden, even becoming a weakness for the strong, making them vulnerable. So, this game is still finding ways to kill human players, afraid that if you're too strong, you won't be on the death list, so they create a weakness for you? and then give you a chance to exploit it? Bai Xiao started to doubt it. At this rate, will there really be any survivors in the end? Forget it, thinking about such things will affect her mindset. Bai Xiao decided not to delve into it further, because it was pointless. She could only try to survive until tomorrow, then try to survive until the day after tomorrow, and then try to survive until the day after that. Thinking too far ahead would generate anxiety, and once influenced by emotions, she would lose her calm judgment and decisiveness. Bai Xiao chatted with Sheba for a while, offering her some comfort. Sheba was a very determined person, and quickly composed herself before heading off to participate in the Secret Realm dungeon. Bai Xiao then privately messaged Xiaohua to see how she was doing. I know everything. Are you alright? Can I live? Boss, do you think I'm useless? When Sheba and Luo Nanji fought, I couldn't even help. Someone as weak as me, how can I survive in this world? I feel so lost. Compared to you guys, I have no confidence at all. As long as we're not dead, we have a chance to become stronger. Besides, your skills are amazing. Didn't you save Ying monster? If I were really strong, my friends wouldn't have gotten hurt. I wouldn't have needed to save them. Don't overthink it. I can customize weapons. Your weapon is a low-level long sword, right? Do you want a mid-level weapon? Really? Xiaohua was still immersed in sadness. Just as Bai Xiao said, she was overthinking. But seeing Bai Xiao ask her if she wanted a mid-level weapon, she instantly snapped out of her negative emotions. Indeed, the only way to dispel sorrow is to become stronger. All ailments vanished. Of course it's true. Tell me, what intermediate weapon do you want? Bai Xiao had been worried that Xiaohua, constantly immersed in negative emotions, would be affected if the ghost deer appeared at night. But seeing her interest in intermediate weapons now, he was instantly relieved. It seems her unhappiness stems from her own lack of strength, that all she needs to do is become stronger. Can I survive? I'm used to long swords. I want a low-level one, but mid-level weapons must be expensive. How many nightmare coins would that cost? All illnesses cured. Mid-level weapons cost 3 times as much as low-level ones, 1,200 nightmare coins each. Can I survive? I don't even have a fraction of that. Crying? All illnesses cured. A deposit of 200 nightmare coins. Is that enough? Can I survive? Yes, but what about the balance? All illnesses cured. I cover the balance for you first. You can pay me back when you have the money. Bai Xiao currently only has 557 nightmare coins, but once the weapon arrives tonight, she receive a commission, which she can use to cover the balance for Xiaohua. Can I live? Boss, you're so good to me, I love you. All illnesses cured. Just stop overthinking it. Can I live? Yeah, I won't anymore. Everyone cares about me so much. I feel so happy now, and I have the strength to face this shitty world. All illnesses cured. Okay, by the way, after you get the intermediate long sword, do you still want your low-level long sword? If not, it can be used to offset part of the cost. Can I live? How much is it? All illnesses cured. 120 nightmare coins. Can I live? Then I think I pass. My weapon isn't bound yet. I'm afraid I lose it later, so I want to keep a spare. Bai Xiao doesn't handle weapon binding. Players have to go to the monster weapon forging room to find iron hammer to bind their weapons. All illnesses cured. Okay. Xiaohua transferred 200 nightmare coins to Bai Xiao, and Bai Xiao transferred 190 to Iron Hammer, telling him to add an intermediate weapon. Hammer knew Bai Xiao was going to customize weapons for his teammates, so it replied received. All illnesses cured. There should be a few more later. After 18, and the others came out of the dungeon, Bai Xiao would have to ask them if they wanted any weapons. Hammer, received. Hammer, comforted by Bai Xiao, entered the monster dungeon. Now Bai Xiao had no one to talk to, so he could only bury himself in practicing the fighting techniques taught by 18. It wasn't until 2 p.m. that the team members started to speak up again. Can I live? I come out of the secret realm dungeon. I passed the 3rd level and reached the 4th. But that bear is really tough, it almost ate me. All illness is cured, take it slow. When your weapons are upgraded, and you get more skills, you'll be able to beat it. Wei Shui Yang, I'm out too, but I'm stuck on the 4th level. I'm at my wit's end. All illness is cured. I have a channel to buy intermediate weapons. Do you want to change your weapons? Wei Shui Yang, wow, that's great. Amazing, Sister Xiao. How much are intermediate long swords and nightmare coins? Can I live? I know the answer to that. 1,200 nightmare coins. Wei Shui Yang, what about advanced ones? All illness is cured. 3 times that, 3,600 nightmare coins. Iron Hammer gave Bai Xiao a weapon price list, so Bai Xiao really knows the prices of advanced weapons. However, upgrading an intermediate weapon to advanced only requires 1600 nightmare coins. Actually, buying it directly would be more cost-effective. But in the survival world, this kind of bargain isn't anything special. Many people, as long as they have enough nightmare coins, are willing to acquire higher-level weapons early, because weapons are one of their key survival skills. However, Yang Yang's nightmare coins aren't enough to buy a high-level long sword. Wei Shui Yang Yang. Then I order the intermediate long sword first. Nightmare coins are yours. Can I survive? What? I discovered the wealth gap in this game is huge. The wealth gap between me and my teammates is so big. Wei Shui Yang Yang. Do you have any nightmare coins? The monsters are getting stronger at night, and nightmare coins produced by nightmare coins are increasing. I think this item is quite important. Chapter 164. Can I survive? Bai Xiao thought to herself, yes, but actually I don't earn much. Not as much as I do at part-time jobs. Unlike her, whose dorm attracts monsters, she figured she'd make a fortune tonight. Wei Shui Yang Yang. Even if it's not much, it's still a sum of money. I wonder if Pian has any. Pian, I do. Wei Shui Yang Yang. Pian's out. We were talking about buying weapons. 18-year-old cleaning lady. I just came out too. I haven't even passed level 5 yet. That buffalo monster is incredibly tough. We're talking about weapons, right? What's the price of a high-grade long-handled axe? 18 looked at the chat history, and noticed that Xiaohua's comments were much more lively now. She felt much relieved inside, realizing she really wasn't good at comforting people. She wondered how Xiao had comforted her. She'd be fine in a bit. Cure all illnesses, advanced handle axe, for 1,500 nightmare coins. 18-year-old cleaning lady. I have to save up for a few more days. I hold off for now, and just use the intermediate one. Swaying lily. I don't have that many nightmare coins either, but I really like my intermediate axe. I want to upgrade it, and don't want to buy any other weapons. Elegant Pian. I want an intermediate handle axe. How much does it cost? Cure all illnesses, 1,500 nightmare coins. Elegant Pian. I save up a bit more too. Today, Bai Xiao went to the mobile game store. His teammates had already spent a lot of money, and now they were all short on cash. Swaying lily. Did Xiaohua and Yang Yang buy it? Can I live? Quick answer. We both bought it. Wei Shui Yang Yang. Damn it, I was still a step too late. Swaying lily. Then only Pian has a low-level weapon. That won't do. I cover the nightmare coins for Pian's weapon purchase. Elegant Pian. No need. Swaying lily. I already transferred it to Xiao. You don't need to be so polite. We're all teammates. Helping each other is only right. Besides, I'm just covering it for you. You can pay me back when you saved up enough. Elegant Pian. Thank you. All illness is gone. Okay, Yang Yang and Xiaohua's intermediate long sword, and Pian's intermediate polearm. I give them to you later. Yang Yang and Lily paid in full, plus Xiaohua's 200 nightmare coins deposit, totaling 2,900 nightmare coins. Bai Xiao took 290 nightmare coins, and transferred 2610 nightmare coins to Iron Hammer. Iron Hammer replied with received as usual. Bai Xiao thought Iron Hammer was sometimes really like a bot. All he knew was recovery. After discussing the weapons, Baihe and the others scrolled through the chat history. After reading about what happened on floor 46 as described by 18, they all felt a pang of sadness. Wei Shui Yang Yang. Is Xiaohua feeling better now? Can I live? Much better. Although I still hate this world, I will try my best to live each day well and cherish everyone who is with me. 18-year-old cleaning ant. That's right. The future is unpredictable. What we need to do is live well in the present. And with me here, no matter what happens, I will protect you all. Elegant Pian. Me too, I will protect everyone too. All illness is gone. Let's protect each other. We will all live well, definitely. Can I survive? Yes, according to the novel's formula, this broken survival world is the big villain, and we are the righteous protagonist team. We will definitely overcome all the obstacles, find the source of this survival world, defeat the big villain, and achieve a happy ending. Yay! Wei Shui Yang Yang. Well said, applause. Swaying lily. Then isn't our protagonist team still missing 4 people? Can I survive? Probably, so our primary task is to gather the protagonist team members. Swaying lily. Then I'm the HR for our team. Finding new members is my responsibility. Bai Xiao looked at the team chat history, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her face. She loved this lively feeling of being with her friends. Pian, the elegant one. I have someone I'd like to recommend. She's in the same dorm building as me. I done a few transactions with her, and her character is impeccable. She's also frequently on the rankings in the secret realm, so her strength should be decent. All illnesses cured. What's her name? Pian, the elegant one, a fairy-like junior sister. She entered the monster restaurant on the same day as me, and is currently in the security department. 18-year-old cleaning aunt. Is she a girl with double buns, wearing a pink Hanfu top and green lantern pants? She looks incredibly sweet and cute, but she's really ruthless when she gets going. Pian, the elegant one. I never seen her. I don't know what she looks like. 18-year-old cleaning aunt. I'm just guessing. Her outfit seems to fit the fairy-like junior sister image. All illnesses cured. Does she practice with a staff? 18-year-old cleaning aunt. Yes. She was carrying a wooden staff during the assessment. I asked her, and she said she practiced staff techniques when she transmigrated, so she brought it with her. She showed me a set of staff techniques, wielding them with great power, very similar to the 8 immortal staff from Wudong Online. You know her too? Is she famous? All illnesses cured. She's a Wudong disciple. I just met her today. She asked me to customize a mid-level long staff as her weapon. Wei Shui Yang. She entered the monster restaurant on the same day as Pian. Hasn't she joined any other teams yet? Elegant Pian. She originally wanted to join the Crimson Dawn team, but she hesitated for some reason. Then, a female member of Crimson Dawn was almost killed, so she didn't join. Wei Shui Yang. Luckily she didn't join. Unit 2 of Building 8 almost got killed by those incompetent teammates. And now she can't even leave the team? There's no leave function. But that's Lee, she is still a decent person. They already banned her from participating in the Forest Dungeon. The rewards for the Forest Dungeon are team rewards. Even if she didn't participate, as long as her team participated, she would still receive the rewards. Swaying Lily, if she can handle it, I have no objection to her joining. Wei Shui Yang, I have no objection. If the ethereal junior sister really does have double buns, and wear Hanfu lantern pants, then I should have talked to her. Appearances can be deceiving. 18-year-old cleaning aunt, then I have even less objection. She's one of my subordinates. I invited her before, but she told me she joined another team. Since she didn't, then she's a member of our team. Can I live, strong, powerful, and sweetly cute? Is she really that charming? I'm already looking forward to it. Xiao, go invite her quickly. If she agrees to join, we can see her in the Forest Dungeon tomorrow. Junior Sister. Chapter 165. All illnesses cured. Let Pian talk to her first. If she agrees, I send her a team invitation directly. Bai Xiao wasn't familiar with the ethereal junior sister and felt it was more appropriate for Pian, who was more acquainted with her, to talk to her. The elegant Pian. Okay, I go talk to her first. Bai Xiao chatted with everyone in the group for a while, and before he knew it, it was 4 p.m., the time for the dungeon settlement. Because no one had cleared the 5th level today, the dungeon leaderboard reward was still backpack expansion slots, and the players on the leaderboard didn't change much. Today, a total of 3,596 players participated in the monster dungeon, and 154 players died in the dungeon. The number of players in the chat lobby dropped from 4,471 to 4,293, including those who died outside the monster dungeon. At this survival rate, the 3rd merge night is probably coming soon. The players in the chat lobby, like Bai Xiao, were discussing how to survive the day, maintain a survival count above 4,000, and postpone the merge night. Bai Xiao knew perfectly well that the merge night was beyond human control, but given that CC hadn't caused any trouble recently, he figured the 3rd merge night wasn't imminent. Pian sent a message in the team chat saying that fairy-like junior sister had agreed to join the first team, and Bai Xiao sent her a team invitation. Fairy-like junior sister. Hello, I'm Piao, health 78, strength 60, stamina 75, agility 59, combat power 70. Can I survive? Welcome Piao to the team. Those stats are amazing. But Piao, don't you have any weapon bonuses? Weapons can provide a +5 bonus to strength, +5 to agility, and +5 to combat power, but this bonus is not explicitly stated in the numerical values. Fairy-like junior sister, I'm more used to using a staff. I always use the ordinary staff I brought from when I transmigrated, so it doesn't have any weapon bonuses. However, I already had a mid-level long staff custom made at the Cure All Illnesses shop. Cure All Illnesses, just call me Xiao. Wei Shui Yang, right? We're all teammates now. Using nicknames is too formal. Just call me Yang. Everyone, why don't you all come out and introduce yourselves to Piao? Elegant Pian, Just call me Pian Pian. Very like junior sister. Okay, Yang Yang. Okay, Pian Pian. 18-year-old cleaning aunt. Just call me 18. Very like junior sister. Okay, boss. Pia Piao and 18 are both in the security department. 18 is the security captain, and she's a regular security guard. Usually, she and the other members of the security department call 18 boss. Piao Piao had a good impression of Sherba, and also of Pian Pian, with whom she had made several transactions. So, upon learning they were both members of the first team, Piao Piao considered it briefly and agreed. Especially with Bai Bing Quan Shao, she had bought weapons from him and joined the team. Surely Bai Bing Quan Shao wouldn't betray his own people. Furthermore, she felt that since Bai Bing Quan Shao could customize intermediate weapons, he must have some opportunity in the monster weapon forging room. Invitation cards to the monster weapon forging room were extremely rare. Piao Piao had never obtained a single one. But becoming teammates with Bai Bing Quan Shao was different. Perhaps she could even obtain high-level weapons in the future. Swaying Lily. Welcome, Pia Piao. Just call me Lily. I'm the HR manager of Monster Restaurant. You should remember me. Very like junior sister. Yes, who doesn't remember a beautiful HR lady? Can I live? Xiao Xiao and Pian Pian are friends with Pia Piao. Sherba is in the same department as Pia Piao. Yang Yang has chatted with Pia Piao, and Lily and Pia Piao have met. So am I the only one who doesn't know Pia Piao? Very like junior sister. Don't you know her now? Can I live? That's true. I'm Xiaohua, our team support. Pia Piao and Xiaohua are cheerful and quickly struck up a conversation. Bai Xiao checked the time, left the team, and opened Xiao Er Hui's chat interface. Gray, I'm in the dorm today. Little Gray, really? You've been so busy, you haven't been in the dorm much this week. I should be less busy next week. Bai Dao's Monster Restaurant work card is used up. Next week, employees only have 2 chances to enter the Monster Restaurant. Even if she buys another Monster Restaurant work card from Chocolate, it's only 3 times. Little Gray, okay, then I come chat with you. Okay, I bought you some snacks, you can chat with me while you eat. Little Gray, really Xiao Xiao, you're so good to me. I'm friends, it's only right. Little Gray, hee hee, I have so much gossip to tell you. I focus on your work first, then come chat with me after you're done, otherwise I'm worried you miss work. Xiao Erwi, okay, don't worry, I work very fast, I can definitely finish within 20 minutes, then we can chat for a long time. All illness is cured. Okay, then I wait for you. Bai Xiao already knew in the chat lobby that the monster in today's treasure chest was a swarm of poisonous bees. She planned to open the chests after 5 p.m., so that when Xiao Erwi finished, she could give him the empty chests. This was unavoidable. Once the treasure chests were emptied, they were considered trash by the backpack. Trash couldn't be piled up in the dormitory. There were only 2 options. Throw it in the trash can or recycle it directly. After 5 p.m., Bai Xiao ate an antidote candy and started opening the chests. Level 3 Treasure Chest X15, a total of 7 chests containing swarms of poisonous bees. Recycling them yielded bee stings X3500, a poison-making material. Next time she upgraded her weapon or added skills, she could add the bee stings to the iron hammer, which would likely add a significant amount of toxicity to the weapon. 15 level 3 treasure chests yielded a total of 48 level 3 turrets, 35 scrap crafting tables, 5 regular repair tables, 12 iron, 50 wood, 3 cotton, 3 cloth, 30 upgrade cards, 3 bottles of mineral water, 500 milliliters per bottle, and 5 small bread rolls. All items were added to the inventory. The total number of turrets is now 104 level 1 turrets, 45 level 2 turrets, 102 level 3 turrets, and 73 level 4 turrets. Tonight, Bai Xiao will be participating in the dormitory night event, so he plans to upgrade the turrets to level 4 today. The dormitory currently has 54 tiles. Unnecessary items such as the crafting table, trash can, and toilet should be removed and placed in the inventory. The dormitory will only need turrets, repair tables, and a few succulents. Bai Xiao planned to place a level 5 intermediate repair table, which would restore 200 HP to the gate per second, so she wouldn't have to worry about monsters breaking down the gate, no matter what happened outside. She planned to place the remaining 48 tiles all into turrets, creating a level 4 turret with 83 HP. Bai Xiao took out 35 of these to upgrade. Ultimately, Bai Xiao used a level 1 intermediate crafting table to upgrade, obtaining 68 wood and a level 5 turret with 7 HP. Chapter 166. Level 5 Turret. Function: fire shells, dealing 64 damage to the target. Type, upgradable attack item. Upgrade materials. Level 5 turret X5. The level 5 turret's appearance is that of a cleaning agent, leading Bai Xiao to suspect its shells are cleaning fluid. If the dormitory only contains the turret, repair station, and succulents, its attack power will be 1696. Bai Xiao felt that getting through the night shouldn't be a problem. After finishing these tasks, Bai Xiao heard a noise from the trash can. Little Gray had finished cleaning the trash can on the 44th floor and came to find Bai Xiao. As soon as Little Gray emerged from the trash can, it saw 15 empty level 3 treasure chests piled on the dormitory floor. Without hesitation, it collected them all. It knew that these treasure chests were definitely left for it by Xiao Xiao. Otherwise, why wouldn't Xiao Xiao open them in the morning or at noon, but wait until it arrived? Xiao Erwi, you obtained 15 steel from recycling. Xiao Xiao, this is yours. 15 steel suddenly appeared on the ground. Bai Xiao knew that CC had definitely embezzled the recycling materials. She had previously given CC a level 3 treasure chest containing 10 steel, and CC only gave her 5 steel. Currently, Bai Xiao has 24 steel and 31 iron, enough to upgrade the main gate. Bai Xiao said Xia, and took out the 30 iron, 10 steel, and 10 upgrade cards needed for the level 3 steel gate upgrade. After gathering all the upgrade materials, they floated towards the dormitory gate, and the gate instantly upgraded successfully. Level 4 solid steel gate HP, 400 type, dormitory facility upgrade materials, 40 steel, 40 upgrade cards. The next upgrade doesn't need iron? Is level 5 pure steel. Bai Xiao currently has 1x iron, 14x steel, and 85 upgrade cards left. It will probably take a long time to save up for the next gate upgrade. Xiao Erwi praised, you already reached level 4. Xiao Xiao is amazing. Bai Xiao laughed, it's all thanks to Hui Hui. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to gather enough steel. Bai Xiao took out 2 packets of freeze-dried vegetables from his backpack and handed them to Xiao Erwi. Weren't we going to gossip? Eat some snacks while you eat. Xiao Erwi's favorability with the frilly rat monster has increased by 10, currently at 60. Bai Xiao had already analyzed that once a monster's favorability reaches 60, it's very difficult to increase it further. Xiao Erwi happily took the freeze-dried vegetables, tore open the packaging, grabbed a freeze-dried carrot with its little paws, stuffed it into its mouth, and chewed away. Bai Xiao instantly understood the joy of raising a rat. The way the rat chewed and ate was just too cute. Little Gray sat on the lid of the trash can, and Bai Xiao simply sat cross-legged next to it, listening to Little Gray talk. Little Gray chewed as it spoke, Xiao Xiao, let me tell you, those foxes seem to have gone mad lately. Bai Xiao knew Little Gray was probably referring to the Fox Kingdom. As a human, her knowledge was limited. She only heard a whisper from her monster colleagues at the monster restaurant. They said that recently, the nobles of the Fox Kingdom hadn't been dining at the monster restaurant. Bai Xiao had suspected something was wrong in the Fox Kingdom, but she had no way of finding out. She hadn't expected Little Gray to be so gossipy about these things. Bai Xiao countered, oh, is that so? How did they go mad? Little Gray chewed again, who knows? Those foxes were never normal, but they become even more abnormal since the princess went missing. I heard they captured a lot of humans, trying to exchange human lives for the princesses. I think they should just accept reality. Their princess is already dead. Bai Xiao? But isn't their princess in the monster realm? I encountered her. She didn't attack humans, and could even talk. Doesn't that mean she's alive? Xiao Erwi shook her head. No, monsters that enter the monster realm are just corpses. Maybe a corpse still retains some emotions from its previous life and hasn't completely lost its mind, but dead is dead. In our human world, don't we also have creatures called zombies? They're similar, right? Do you think humans who become zombies are still alive? Bai Xiao frowned, troubled. If it still has reason, doesn't harm people, and even remembers its family, I don't think it's dead. Maybe it's just being controlled. Bai Xiao thought of Taisher. It remembered some of the weapon forging processes. When she used the hammer, Taisher would even shed tears. So it had its own thinking ability, and the emotions of a normal monster. It was more like it was being controlled, suffering from amnesia. Little Gray, one paw supporting its chin and the other holding a snack, said, what you said makes sense, but the fox killed so many humans, and the princess still couldn't be saved. But their king said that killing enough humans wasn't enough, because the princess's life is precious, and human lives are too cheap. He said it would take 100,000 or 200,000 human lives to bring the princess back. Bai Xiao felt a chill run down her spine. She angrily retorted, 200,000 human lives for one fox princess's life? Does it even deserve to be king? How could it say such a thing? It was clear the Fox Princess was beyond saving. Bai Xiao didn't know how the Fox King had come to this conclusion, but it was obvious that whoever told it this method was just offering empty promises, trying to get it to kill humans. As the king of a nation, couldn't he even recognize such a crude lie? Seeing Bai Xiao's anger, Xiao Erwi stopped chewing, sighed, and said, "So those foxes are all madmen. You humans, like us monsters, can speak and have emotions. I think your lives are just as precious." Bai Xiao hurriedly asked, "How does the Fox King plan to capture 200,000 humans?" Xiao Erwi, "He's trying to persuade other monster tribes. As far as I know, the Pig Monster Tribe and the Deer Monster Tribe have already allied with the Fox Kingdom. Our Rat Monster Tribe, the Rabbit Monster Tribe, the Cat Monster Tribe, and the Buffalo Monster Tribe have explicitly rejected the Fox Kingdom's alliance. The other monster tribes are currently neutral." Bai Xiao kept this in mind. He would be careful when encountering fox monsters, pig monsters, and deer monsters in the future, and he would also be wary of other neutral tribes. Xiao Erwi looked at Bai Xiao worriedly. Xiao, you have to be careful. The foxes wish all humans in the world were dead. They definitely cause trouble." Bai Xiao nodded. "I know, I be careful." Xiao Erwi said dejectedly, "Actually, that old fox, the Fox King, used to be quite normal. He only went crazy after the Fox Princess disappeared. But he only had the Fox Princess as his child, and his queen died a long time ago. He probably broke down because he became lonely. In the end, it's all the people who kidnapped the Fox Princess's fault, otherwise, the Fox King would still be fine." Bai Xiao fell silent. She could scold the Fox King for disregarding human life and being cruel and bloodthirsty. But she couldn't refute the fact that the Fox King went crazy because he lost his child. Ultimately, it was the survival game's fault. Xiao Erwi took a big bite of freeze-dried radish. "Okay, let's not talk about that anymore. Let's chat about some happy gossip. Xiao, did you know? Sun, the heir to the Rabbit Monster Bank, has recently officially inherited the family business." Chapter 167. Little Erwi said enviously, "First, you won the heart of a beautiful rabbit, and now you become the chairman of the Rabbit Monster Bank and the patriarch of the Rabbit Monster Clan. Truly a remarkable young monster." Bai Xiao replied, "Is that so? Congratulations, Sun." Although Bai Xiao wasn't very familiar with Sun, she remembered how generous Sun had been back then. Moreover, Sun was clearly not on the side of hostility towards humans. It couldn't be better for it to inherit the Rabbit Monster Clan. However, little Erwi's envy made Bai Xiao wonder if it was male. Otherwise, why would it keep calling her Big Meow and Beautiful Rabbit? Upon hearing Bai Xiao ask about her gender, Xiao Erwi exclaimed, "I'm female." Bai Xiao immediately praised, "No wonder you're so cute. We must be a famous beauty among the rats." Xiao Erwi blushed, "I'm not that beautiful." Xiao Erwi chatted with Bai Xiao for a while longer, mostly about gossip about various races in the monster world. Bai Xiao wrote it all down. Perhaps this information wasn't useful to her now, but it might be useful later. After all, it was only her 10th day of survival. She would definitely encounter other monsters in the future, and knowing more wouldn't hurt. It was almost 6 o'clock, and Xiao Erwi had to leave. While chatting, Xiao Erwi had finished 2 bags of freeze-dried vegetables. She wondered how such a small creature could eat so many snacks. Bai Xiao took out 2 more bags of freeze-dried vegetables for Xiao Erwi to take back. This time, Xiao Erwi accepted the vegetables, but it didn't earn her any favor. After Xiao Erwi left, Bai Xiao opened the game interface and found that Tai Chui had sent her a message and sent over all the crafted weapons. "You're so punctual. You said before 6, and you were right on time. Thumbs up. Iron Hammer is awesome, so amazing." Bai Xiao used to only think Iron Hammer was awesome, but now, compared to the Fox King, Bai Xiao felt Iron Hammer's values were incredibly upright. Since they were both from the monster realm, Iron Hammer must have heard about the human sacrifice to resurrect monsters. Even if he hadn't, the Fox King had previously allied with the Water Buffalo Monster Clan, so Iron Hammer must have known about it. But Iron Hammer refused the Fox King, clearly not believing in such absurd things as human sacrifice. Therefore, Iron Hammer's values were much more upright than the Fox King's. Iron Hammer, Bai Xiao, eh? It's a bit of a stretch. She showered Iron Hammer with praise, and he just replied with him. After receiving the weapon, Bai Xiao uploaded it to the pre-sale item she had previously posted. Bai Xiao had set the transaction limit for this item to 10 times, and it had already been reached last time, so other players could no longer trade it. Bai Xiao is now uploading items again as a restock, and only players who purchased them last time can trade again. There's no need to worry about them getting mixed up weapons, because they can only trade the same weapons they bought last time. This time, Bai Zhao's pricing is the final payment for the weapon. For example, the intermediate polearm costs 1500 nightmare coins, the initial deposit was 300 nightmare coins, so the final payment is 1200 nightmare coins. After uploading, Bai Zhao sent a message in the Monster Restaurant chat lobby. All illnesses cured. The weapon has been uploaded. Those who paid the deposit last time can pay to purchase the weapon. Angry Lion King. It's true. I paid nightmare coins, and I got the intermediate weapon. Little Frog. I was just a step too slow last time, and it's actually real. I'm crying my eyes out. At Cure All Illnesses, please give me another chance, please. Please give me good luck at Cure All Illnesses. I never doubt you again. I want to ask if I still have a chance. Seeing them trading weapons, I can't click to trade. I'm so jealous I'm unrecognizable. Eating grapes without spitting out the skins at Cure All Illnesses. Please buy a spot. I do anything. Pink Starfish. Really? I command you to curl up into a ball and lick your own skin like a swallow. Eating grapes without spitting out the skins. You scoundrel, I never forgive you. Prepare to die? Bai Zhao, EW. How disgusting. These two must know each other. They're teammates, right? This is too abstract. Angry Lion King. Put on some pants, please. Sleepyhead at Cure All Illnesses. Can I still buy it? I admit I'm kicking myself. Of course you can. The first pre-sale only had 10 items, designed to attract gamblers. Seeing others win would naturally increase their belief and encourage more purchases. However, they couldn't release too many, otherwise Iron Hammer and the others would be overwhelmed. Therefore, Bai Zhao set the pre-sale limit to 20 transactions. She had barely uploaded them, and before she even mentioned it in the chat, they were all sold out. Sleepyhead, you bunch of animals, how are your hands so fast? I fight you. Eating grapes without spitting out the skins. The one who snatched it just smiles without saying a word. So satisfying. Pink Starfish, you scoundrel, it's your turn to pay the price. Finally, the Ethereal Junior Sister's weapon, being custom-made and different from everyone else's, was sent directly to Bai Zhao. Bai Zhao received the final payment of 10,920 nightmare coins, and a deposit of 8,190 nightmare coins, totaling 19,110 nightmare coins. She received a 10% commission, which should have been 1,911 nightmare coins, and 17,199 nightmare coins to Iron Hammer. However, she still needed to advance the final payment for Xiaohua, so she transferred 18,063 nightmare coins to Iron Hammer. Bai Zhao earned 1,047 nightmare coins, currently holding 1,878 nightmare coins. Iron Hammer received the transfer instantly. All diseases cured. Customized intermediate level long-handled axes X9, intermediate level long-handled broadswords X15, intermediate level longswords X6, a total of 30 weapons. Iron Hammer, received. Although Iron Hammer replied with received as usual, she added an exclamation mark. Bai Zhao thought Iron Hammer must be quite happy right now. After all, she earned 18,000 in a day, she would be even happier. All diseases cured. Tell me the maximum number of weapons the monster weapon forging room can produce in a day, so I can set the quantity when pre-selling later. Iron Hammer. The maximum number of intermediate level weapons produced per day is 50. Currently, only I can forge advanced level weapons, so the maximum is 5 per day. Bai Zhao immediately saw something was wrong. The monster weapon forging room had 15 employees. Even with Iron Hammer, they could only produce 50 intermediate level weapons per day. But Iron Hammer, a single ox, can forge 5 high-level weapons a day? Although Bai Zhao didn't understand the weapon forging process, high-level weapons were definitely more difficult and time-consuming to forge than mid-level weapons, right? Just looking at that number, she could tell that Iron Hammer was literally working himself to the bone, probably without sleep, when he said he could forge a maximum of 5 high-level weapons a day. Bai Zhao silently reduced her target for high-level weapons to a maximum of 3 a day. She couldn't let Iron Hammer kill her. All illness is gone, understood. Chapter 168. With 6 o'clock fast approaching, Bai Zhao immediately began dismantling the other items in her dormitory, installing the level 5 turret, level 4 turret, and intermediate repair station. However, after installing the 4th intermediate repair station, Bai Zhao couldn't install the 5th. Prompt: each dormitory can only have 4 repair stations. Bai Zhao hadn't installed so many repair stations in her dormitory before. She had planned to install more during the last merge night, but she hadn't encountered any other players with the same dormitory account, so she gave up. So, the dormitory can only have 4 repair stations. She thought, how can the game have such a big bug? If there were no limit to repair stations, then there's no need to upgrade. Just install more ordinary repair stations, and the effect will be the same. Currently, her dormitory door has 400 HP. Each intermediate repair station restores 20% HP, so 4 intermediate repair stations can restore 80%. That's fine, it shouldn't be a problem. Night is falling, players. Tonight you will face the night of 100 monsters. All the monsters that have appeared at night before, except for the Grey Wolf, will appear in the dormitory corridor tonight. You must try your best to survive tonight. Countdown to the appearance of the 100 monsters. But when Bai Xiao heard CC say that the 10th night was the night of 100 monsters, her heart skipped a beat. Not for herself, but because she felt that the number of survivors would definitely drop drastically tonight. She looked out the window at the corridor. After CC's countdown ended, various noises came from the corridor, and soon Bai Xiao saw the monsters that had appeared tonight. Snake woman monsters slithered down the corridor, their tails undulating. Scorpion monsters, their tails raised high, crawled along the corridor, followed by rats, cockroaches, flies, mosquitoes, and various poisonous insects that had appeared on the night of the 4 pests. They were clearly targeting dormitory 4444. Bai Xiao counted 5 snake woman monsters, and over 20 scorpion monsters, while the 4 pests and poisonous insects came in droves. Moreover, Bai Xiao noticed that their health bars had increased. She didn't know about the other monsters, but the snake woman monsters, which previously had 100 health, now had 200. They had gone from level 2 to level 3. Bai Xiao suspected that at least 1/6 of the monsters on floor 44 had come to her dormitory. She remembered that on the night of the snake woman monsters revelry, there were 30 snake woman monsters appearing in the corridor, but now 5 had come to dormitory 4444. Dormitory 4444 was truly a blessed place. The monsters quickly reached the entrance to dormitory 4444 and attacked it. Bai Xiao then realized that their initial attack power was twice that of their previous appearance. It seems that as players level up and become stronger, these monsters haven't lagged behind. They definitely become even stronger in the future. The turrets take 3 seconds to react to the attack. In those 3 seconds, Bai Xiao saw his dormitory door lose 300 health points per second, then be quickly restored by the repair station, only to lose another 300. The dormitory door's health bar danced around, sometimes long, sometimes short. The nightmare coins produced by the compensation succulent were the same as those taken from the door, but Bai Xiao only discovered today that the compensation succulent also had a production limit. It should only be able to produce a maximum of 100 nightmare coins per second. Because Bai Xiao saw the compensation succulent continuously gaining plus 100, plus 100. She instantly gained 300 nightmare coins in those 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, the turrets inside the dormitory finally reacted and began attacking the monsters outside, taking down 1 monster per second. But at the forefront were the poisonous insects, flies, and mosquitoes clinging to the dormitory door. While their attack power wasn't high, their sheer numbers provided a meat shield for the high-attack snake woman monsters behind them. However, Bai Xiao's repair station was efficient enough that not being able to quickly eliminate these monsters was actually a good thing for her, allowing her to watch the compensation succulent continuously gain plus 100, plus 100. In the end, Bai Xiao earned a total of 2,100 nightmare coins, and all the monsters outside were eliminated. Bai Xiao opened her team chat, checking on her teammates' situation, and didn't forget to leave behind the fallen petals. Wei Shui Yang, it's alright. Although it's called a night of 100 monsters, it's just a scary name. Just now, only a dozen or so scorpion monsters came over, and the gate only lost a little over 100 HP each time. Can I live? I had fewer. I just had 6 rat monsters come over. 18-year-old cleaning ant, I had more. Just now, a dozen cockroach monsters and fly monsters came. Luckily, there was a repair station, otherwise they almost overwhelmed us with sheer numbers. Bai Xiao was speechless. Your night, my night, it seems different. The monsters they encountered combined didn't even equal the number she had just encountered. All diseases cured, have you noticed? These monsters are dealing more damage. Swaying Lily, yes, and when they go berserk, their damage is even higher. They attack in clusters, and the gate's HP is almost gone in no time. If it weren't for the repair station, it would have been easy to break down the gate. Can I survive? Lily is right. Besides, the dormitory can only hold a maximum of 4 repair stations. If the repair station level isn't high, and there are many monsters outside, the repair station's recovery speed can't keep up with the monster's destruction speed, and the monsters can easily break down the door. Very like Junior Sister, your main gate should all be upgraded to level 3 by now, right? 18-year-old cleaning ant, level 3. Upgrading to level 4 will be a bit difficult with the materials. I collected enough steel through exchanging and recycling treasure chests, but I'm still 12 pieces short of iron X30, and no one at the trading center is willing to trade iron. All illness is cured. Do you just directly recycle empty treasure chests? 18-year-old cleaning ant, otherwise what? Swaying lily, is there another way? Cure all illnesses. At 5 p.m., a sanitation worker monster appears in our dormitory. Befriending the sanitation worker will get you an indoor trash can. Throwing an empty treasure chest into the indoor trash can will yield twice the amount of recycled items compared to direct recycling. 18-year-old cleaning ant, there's such a thing. Swaying lily, I think I've seen it before. I thought it was a monster, and just as I was about to attack, it disappeared. Then I heard a notification that my favorability decreased by 10. Bai Xiao finally understood why he was the only one in Unit 4 of Building 4 who had befriended Xiao Erwi, because he could see the monster's details. When he first encountered Xiao Erwi, he knew it was an intelligent monster, and that players shouldn't harm intelligent monsters. But players who didn't know this would instinctively be on guard when suddenly seeing a monster appear in the dormitory corridor trash can. After all, the first level of the monster realm was full of rat monsters, and many players had developed muscle memory for it. Fortunately, Little Gray could disappear into the trash can, otherwise it might have been killed as a monster long ago. Chapter 169. All illness is cured. Next time you run into it, apologize and coax it. I give you 2 bags of its favorite snacks. Bai Xiao thought that Little Gray was a kind mouse, and if Bai He sincerely apologized and made amends, Little Gray should forgive it. Besides, Little Gray certainly wouldn't refuse a business offered to it. After all, Little Gray was also a working mouse. Swaying lily, who knew it was a sanitation worker. I only realized later that it was wearing a hat, and looked different from the rats in the monster realm. Wei Shui Yang Yang, next time we're not going to the monster restaurant, let's squat in the trash cans in the corridor. Can I live? Yeah, that way we definitely upgrade the gate faster than everyone else. Elegant Pien, it seems like the monsters are coming more frequently tonight. Before, it was every 20 to 30 minutes, or even longer, before a monster came. Today there are more monsters. 2 came within 5 minutes of me. Very like Junior Sister. Agreed, a second wave came to my side too. Bai Xiao didn't get a second wave, probably because too many died at once before. If the monsters come this frequently, she might have cleared them all out before dawn. Bai Xiao didn't receive a second wave, probably because too many monsters died at once before. If the monsters came again so frequently, she might have wiped them all out before dawn. However, BND Piaoling hadn't replied to her messages, which Bai Xiao was concerned about. She sent him a few more messages to inquire about his situation. I'm fine, boss, don't worry. Bai Xiao was relieved. She bought a repair station from BND Piaoling before, so everything should be alright. Bai Xiao stopped worrying about others. Nothing happened in dormitory 4444. She went to sleep at 10 p.m. and didn't wake up until 5 p.m. when she heard noises outside again. Bai Xiao instantly became alert. So many monsters. Was it because dawn was approaching, and all the monsters that hadn't been eliminated on floor 44 had come to her dormitory 4444 for a final attack? Bai Xiao immediately realized that the repair station might not be enough to handle so many monsters. She dismantled 2 turrets and replaced them with the middle repair station. She had just finished when the monsters arrived. In an instant, the dormitory door was covered with poisonous insects and rats, and the figures of the 7 Snake Woman monsters at the entrance overlapped. The Snake Woman monster's attacks, the poisonous insect monster's corrosion, the rat monster's bites, and the scorpion monster's venom caused the 4444 dormitory gate to lose 320 health points per second. Fortunately, Bai Xiao had enough repair stations, and the gate was always fully healed in the next second. Despite the large number of monsters, Bai Xiao was unharmed and even earned 3,000 nightmare coins, which she considered a gift of warmth. She just didn't know if the other players in the 4444 dormitory in the other 4 buildings had survived tonight. After all, Bai Xiao was confident that her survival was entirely due to spending money, but that kind of money wasn't something most people could afford. Bai Xiao also had her own selfish motives. If all the other players in the 4 dormitories who possessed the item encyclopedia died, she wouldn't be at risk of being exposed. The 10th night of the 100 Monsters Night Parade has ended. Currently, 3,549 people survive in Unit 4 of Building 4. Congratulations. Tonight you will face the third merge night. Hope you all have some trouble tonight, hee. The merge night is coming so soon. Bai Xiao isn't worried about herself. She has high-level weapons, and so many skills. Unless the opponent's gate is ridiculously high-level, she doesn't believe she can't break through it. But what about Xiaohua and the others? Bai Xiao can't stop the merge night from coming. She can only silently pray that Unit 4 of Building 4 will remain the main building tonight. Survival reward for the 10th night of the 100 Monsters Night Parade. Level 3 Treasure Chest X20, Nightmare Coins X200. These have been placed in the player's inventory. Please check. Bai Xiao is going to the monster restaurant today, and can't wait for Xiao Erhui, so she started opening the chests as soon as she received the survival reward. 20 Level 3 Treasure Chests yielded, Level 3 Turret X50, Scrap Manufacturing Station X30, Regular Repair Station X10, Iron X6, Wood X20, Upgrade Card X50, Mineral Water X3, 500 milliliters per bottle, Instant Noodles X2, Packs, and Antidote Candy X3. Recycling empty treasure chests yielded Steel X10. Killing the poisonous insect monsters inside treasure chests yielded Venom X1000, which could be used to synthesize poisonous insect agent X10, which could be added to the turret for upgrades. Killing monsters at night yielded Level 1 treasure chests X30. Only the Snake Woman monster dropped a Level 1 treasure chest X1 upon death. Other monsters only dropped a Level 1 treasure chest X1 when a group of them died. 30 Level 1 treasure chests yielded Level 1 turret X45, Upgrade Card X5, Repair Wrench X10, and Instant Noodles X5 packs. Bai Xiao went out again and collected a junk-making station X1. Tonight was the night of the merger, and even if she encountered other players, they wouldn't attack her due to the number of survivors. After returning, Bai Xiao spent 32 nightmare coins to create a turret. After finishing these tasks, Bai Xiao upgraded her items while munching on instant noodles. Upgrading the turret yielded X74 wood and X20 level 4 turrets. Currently, she has X78 advanced turrets, X78 level 4 turrets, and X7 level 5 turrets. Bai Xiao plans to accumulate more level 4 turrets before upgrading to level 5. Upgrading the junk-making station yielded X4 iron and X11 ordinary crafting stations. She also obtained X3 tin wood, which she exchanged for X3 latex. Currently, she has X10 wood and X6 latex. She still needs X90 wood and X19 cotton to upgrade her bed. Bai Xiao finished her morning tasks and checked the team chat for messages. Can I live? Sister 18 gave me my work card. I'm so nervous. What if I don't get a permanent position today? 18-year-old cleaning auntie. Don't worry, aren't you supposed to be giving physicals to the music department staff today? Maybe the physical will be your chance to get a permanent position. Wei Shui Yang. Maybe doctors, like chefs, like good reviews. I asked Xiao Xiao to give you a good review. All illnesses cured. If that's the case, I definitely give a good review, but do doctors really need good reviews? Fairy Aura. Junior Sister Piao. Lil Hua, haven't you been officially hired yet? Don't be nervous. Actually, I think getting hired at Monster Restaurant is pretty easy. You'd definitely be fine. Swaying Lily. I'm the one processing the hiring for human employees now. Don't worry, as long as someone from the medical department brings you here, I make sure you get hired as quickly as possible. Can I live? Wah, thank you everyone for your encouragement. I definitely work hard. After chatting with the team for a while, at 7 o'clock, Bai Xiao used her Monster Restaurant work card and went to the Monster Restaurant. She didn't want to go so early, but CC forbade her to participate in the Secret Realm dungeon today. If she stayed in the dormitory, she would have nothing to do, so it was better to go to Monster Restaurant early. Chapter 170. Because Bai Xiao arrived so early, she was the only human employee on the 5th floor of the Monster Restaurant. Everyone else was a monster. When Bai Xiao wasn't playing the violin, she was usually in the break room. The other monsters had to work, so she hadn't chatted with them much, but she knew most of them by name. But today, she arrived early and saw several unfamiliar monsters as soon as she stepped out of the elevator. This was normal, as the Monster Restaurant served breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and was open from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. With such long hours, there were bound to be more than one group of employees. As far as Bai Xiao knew, the monster employees at the Monster Restaurant worked in morning, afternoon, and evening shifts, and their working hours were shorter than human employees, only 6 hours a day. The monsters on the morning shift finished get off work at 11 a.m., while human players usually came to the monster restaurant after completing the monster dungeon, so Bai Xiao naturally hadn't seen any of the monsters on the morning shift. This morning at 7 o'clock, Bai Xiao arrived at the monster restaurant and saw a Sika deer waitress. Normally, the monster restaurant had a wide variety of monsters, so seeing any kind wasn't unusual. However, Xiao Erwi had told Bai Xiao yesterday that the deer monster clan had allied with the Fox Kingdom and were hostile towards humans, warning him to be careful. Sika deer monster. Name, Made Indian. Monster level, level 2 monster. Monster HP, 80. Monster classification, intelligent. When Made Indian saw Bai Xiao, a clear hint of hostility flashed in her clear, beautiful deer eyes, which Bai Xiao noticed. The deer monster clan used to rely on ghost deer to weave illusions to treat the psychological illnesses of other monsters. While other deer monsters didn't have the special ability to weave illusions and amplify emotions, they could assist the ghost deer. The deer monster clan, relying on this ability, ran the largest psychological clinic in the monster world, living a wealthy and happy life. However, since the clan lost their ghost deer and could no longer treat other monsters' mental illnesses, the clinic closed down. Many deer monsters were forced to leave their clan and their closest monster kin to find work elsewhere. And all of this stemmed from the despicable humans. Made Indian knew the monster restaurant was hiring human staff, but this was the first time she had seen them in person, and it was just as the fox monster had said. Humans looked disgusting and repulsive to monsters. They were clearly no good. These creatures shouldn't even exist in the monster world, since they disappeared there. The fox monster told them that when they encountered humans, they had to cut their veins and drain their blood little by little. Only this sacrificial method could bring back their lost kin. Thinking of the missing ghost deer monsters, remembering how happy they once were with their clan, and now seeing the clan scattered across the land, Made Indian's hatred for humans intensified. Made Indian slowly pushed her cart full of cutlery, and Bai Xiao followed suit, passing by her. Suddenly, Made Indian grabbed a silver cutlery knife from the cart and stabbed Bai Xiao in the back. Bai Xiao had been on guard ever since she realized Made Indian was a deer monster, but since Made Indian hadn't done anything, and the monster restaurant didn't allow harming others, it was a monster, she could only continue walking towards her lounge. However, Bai Xiao remained vigilant. Sensing the footsteps behind her suddenly grow louder and more hurried, she immediately dodged to the side, and turned to see what was happening. Made Indian missed its target, staggered a few steps with all its might, and then fell to the ground. Warning: Employee Made Indian has violated the rules of the monster restaurant by harming a human employee. She is immediately repatriated to the deer monster clan, and is permanently banned from entering the monster restaurant. Made Indian vanished instantly, leaving only a silver cutlery knife where she had fallen. Bai Xiao bent down to pick up the cutlery knife and placed it in the trolley. Although she was unharmed, she now truly realized that some races genuinely hated humans. Even if it meant losing their jobs, they would still attack humans on sight. A penguin monster came running over and took the trolley. Bai Xiao glanced at it. It was also an unfamiliar monster named Bai Bai. Its uniform was the same as the monster supervisor Bai Xiao had seen before, so it was probably the supervisor of the morning shift. Bai Bai was chubby and wobbled as it pushed the trolley, looking clumsy yet endearingly silly. It looked completely bewildered. What's wrong with Made Indian? Why did she suddenly attack her colleague? Now look what happened, she's been deported. Are you alright? Bai Xiao shook his head. I'm fine. It probably just doesn't like me. Bai Bai was even more confused. Just because it doesn't like you doesn't mean it kill you. It's not like that between colleagues, is it? Bai Xiao pondered. Because I'm human? Bai Bai disagreed. Aren't humans great? Cheap labor, working 2 hours more than us monsters every day, earning less than us, and we don't even have to feed them. Humans are so great. Bai Xiao, huh? Bai Xiao didn't know how much the monster restaurant's monster employees were paid. He only knew that monster employees worked 2 hours less than human employees. Hearing Bai Bai's words, Bai Xiao couldn't help but twitch his lips. So, the monster restaurant is hiring human employees because humans do more work, get less pay, and don't even need meals? But Bai Bai just blurted it out so casually, without any hesitation? Well, it seems there's no need for hesitation. Even if human employees knew about this, they wouldn't quit because the pay wasn't as high as the monsters. Perhaps that's why Bai Bai dared to say it so directly, because she wasn't afraid of losing the job. Besides, there are plenty of human players scrambling to get into the monster restaurant. It's a genuine case of if you don't want it, plenty of others will. Bai Bai sighed. I don't know what's going on lately, but more and more monster races seem to hate humans. On the monster website, I keep seeing videos of monsters shouting slogans about killing all humans. Like a cult, it's terrifying. You humans should be careful from now on. You're safe in the monster restaurant, but outside of it, things might be different. Bai Xiao nodded, but she was still curious about the monster website Bai mentioned, so she asked, Manager, can humans access the monster website you mentioned? Bai was just a junior supervisor, and being called manager by Bai Xiao was quite flattering. Bai's favorability is plus 10, currently at 10 favorability towards you. Bai was a little shy, coughed, and said, of course not. The monster website is only for monsters. There's some information on it that you humans can't know. Actually, Bai spoke very directly, just like Xiao Erhui. Bai Xiao was curious about what the monster website could possibly know that humans couldn't access. Chapter 171. Bai definitely wouldn't tell anyone about this, and besides, it was work time, so Bai Xiao couldn't very well keep asking her questions. Bai pushed the cart, then suddenly remembered something and said to Bai Xiao, by the way, the music department has a group physical exam at 2 p.m. this afternoon. The monsters have already been notified, but you humans will be notified a little later. I'm letting you know in advance. Bai Xiao, thank you, manager. Bai, you're welcome. Bai Xiao returned to his break room, changed into his formal attire, and got into work mode, but no one requested any violin pieces so early in the morning. Normally, Bai Xiao would practice the violin or martial arts whenever he had free time, but thinking about how the number of survivors had dropped below 4,000 today, and that tonight was definitely the night of the merger, Bai Xiao felt very uneasy. Bai Xiao opened the team chat and spoke in the chat. All diseases cured. The number of survivors has dropped below 4,000 today. Tonight is the third merge night. Although we all have low-level repair stations and aren't afraid of others breaking down the doors, what if our dormitory isn't in the main building but in a corridor? We need to plan ahead. The probability of getting a regular repair station from a level 3 treasure chest is actually not high. Only a small number of people in the 4 buildings and 4 units have managed to get one. However, it's quite dangerous for some people to have a regular repair station, because it restores 5% of the main gate's health per second. My teammates just bought intermediate weapons yesterday. But intermediate weapons only deal 20 damage per second to the main gate. Most dormitories now have level 3 steel doors with 200 health, while 4 regular repair stations can restore 20% health per second, which is 40 health points. If they only have mid-level weapons, they simply can't break down the door of a dormitory with 4 ordinary repair stations, or even more advanced ones. Wei Shui Yang. After the number of survivors in Unit 1 of Building 7 dropped below 4,000 today, many players on the same floor in the chat lobby are seeking cooperation. If it's not the main building, several people can work together to break down the door. I already found 3 people to team up with, and it's still early, so I should be able to find a few more. Wei Shui Yang. I already told them to wait until I leave the forest instance around 2 a.m. before we act. That late, they definitely think no one will come, and we can catch them off guard. Wei Shui Yang. So even if Unit 1 of Building 7 isn't the main building at night, I shouldn't have much of a problem. You guys can try it too, find teammates. 18-year-old cleaning lady. I also have people asking me to team up. I picked a few with weapons. If Building 4, Unit 4 isn't the main building today, we team up to break down the door. Can I survive? There are people asking to team up in the Building 4, Unit 4 chat lobby, but I'm really afraid of teaming up with strangers. I have no idea if they're good guys or bad guys. Can I survive? Maybe 1 second they're partners, the next they stab you in the back and steal all your items. That kind of thing happens too often in the survival world. And even if I don't get backstabbed, if we team up to break down the door, others will know my dorm room number. I feel like I'd be afraid someone will be lurking outside when I go in and out of the dorm. It's so unsafe. Can I survive? Ugh, should I team up with strangers to break down the door? I've been agonizing over this all morning. It's so annoying. Can I survive? Sigh, I wish I were as strong as 18. It's because I'm too weak that I'm worried about being betrayed and exposed. The elegant Pian. Little Hua, I want to comfort you, but special times call for special measures. If tonight is the night of the merger, and our dormitory building isn't the main building, then we can only stay on the same floor, and try to choose players we trust to team up and break down the door together. If you're worried about being exposed, and try to break down the door alone, without high-level weapons, it'd be really difficult. The fairy-like junior sister, yes, this game isn't going to let you avoid any risks. Breaking through doors without high-level weapons is difficult. It's probably designed to make us team up to increase the danger. The 18-year-old cleaning lady said, "Be brave, little one. At least get through tonight before thinking about tomorrow." The swaying lily said, "Then I'm the luckiest one among us. Xiao Xiao and I are on the same floor. Xiao Xiao's weapon is so powerful, she should be able to break through any door except a level 5 one. Bai Zhao's high-level weapon has details about its damage to doors listed on the weapon price list. High-level weapons deal 40 damage to doors per hit, and her weapon also has 5 skills. The stun skill can stun the repair station for 2.5 seconds, preventing it from regenerating door health. The electric shock skill, once triggered, can directly reduce the door's health by 20%. The burn skill doubles the damage, meaning a weapon with the burn skill deals 80 damage to the door per hit. The freeze skill slows down the repair station's regeneration speed, changing it from regenerating every second to every 2 seconds. Petrification petrifies the repair station for 2 seconds, rendering it unusable. It's safe to say that so far, there's no door Bai Xiao can't break through. Her teammates all think her advanced side is practically a cheat code. Bai Xiao thought to herself, of course. It doesn't matter how many nightmare coins I spent. If I can't even handle a dormitory door, then I wasted my money. However, Bai Zhao's weapon is already bound to her. No one else can use it. Therefore, she can't lend it to her teammates to help them through the merge night. The most she can do is help Lily, who lives on the same floor. All illness is gone. It's a pity I don't have an elevator card, otherwise I could help Xiaohua. Xiaohua wouldn't have to force herself to cooperate with strangers. Bai Xiao understands Xiaohua's reluctance to take risks, because when she was weak, she was afraid to take any risks, fearing she would die. Wei Shui Yangyang. Yes, I still have an elevator card from the Eternal Determination team. I transfer it to you. Xiao Xiao can go help Xiaohua tonight, and it'd be a perfect solution. Only after Bai Xiao mentioned the elevator card did Wei Shui Yangyang remember that she had one in her backpack. She figured things would work out in the end. By Bingquan Xiao. Okay, then Xiaohua doesn't need to worry tonight, because your strong one is here. Bai Xiao also remembered that when Ying Guai wanted to kill Luo Nanji, Eternal Determination gave Yang Yang 2 elevator cards. Sure, Bai used one, and now she had one left. So she could use the elevator card tonight to go to the 46th floor and help Xiaohua break down the door. Can I live? Great. Now I don't have to be afraid anymore. Thank you, Chong, you're my god. I'm so sorry, I'm always dragging everyone down. All illness is cured. Don't say such discouraging things. You're a top-tier support. Supports should be the team's darlings. 18-year-old cleaning lady. Exactly. Supports should be protected. This isn't dragging everyone down. Swaying Lily, if something happens to us in the future, and our lives are in danger, we need you to save us. Our safety depends on your survival. Don't say things like that again. Very like junior sister, although I just joined, Lily and I think the same way. Protecting the support is everyone's responsibility. All illness is cured. In that case, I'm relieved. Bai Xiao hadn't looked at the chat lobby, and had no idea that all the players were discussing their team's plan to break down the door tonight. Now that she knew her teammates had their own ideas, she finally felt relieved. However, she wasn't worrying unnecessarily. This solved Xiaohua's concerns. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how long she would have hesitated before telling the team that she was afraid to work with strangers. Chapter 172. The monster dungeon opened at 10 a.m., and the first team finally quieted down. Bai Xiao was thankful everyone was stuck on a level. The rewards for ranking on the dungeon leaderboard were increased backpack slots. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to participate in the dungeon today, and wouldn't get the ranking rewards, which would have been infuriating. It wasn't until after 11 a.m. that the team members gradually entered the monster restaurant. As Bai Xiao had expected, 18 was still stuck on the 5th level. 18, did that buffalo monster attack you first? 18-year-old cleaning lady. It seems not. I always attack first. But it's a monster, you know. Am I supposed to wait for it to attack first? 18-year-old cleaning lady. I suspect it still retains some rationality, which is why it doesn't attack humans first. 18-year-old cleaning lady. Even if it has rationality, we still have to kill it to clear the game. We can't stay stuck on level 5 forever. 18 is right. That's how this survival game works. Nobody knows when the next cleanup night will come, or when players who haven't cleared level 5 of the dungeon will be eliminated. So regardless of whether the level 5 boss has rationality or not, human players still have to kill it to clear the game and survive. The swaying lily said, Xiao Xiao, you can't be foolish and do something stupid just because you're soft-hearted. Regardless of whether the monsters in the secret realm have any sense, We have to kill them to clear the level. If they don't die, we be the ones who die later. The disease-free one replied, I know. Bai Xiao understood, but she still felt a little uncomfortable. This game clearly wanted humans and monsters to be at odds, but humans' lives were controlled by the game. If they didn't follow the game's guidance, they would die sooner or later. It can only be said that there's no right or wrong in survival games. To survive, even if it's uncomfortable, you have to do it. The elegant Pian, Xiao Xiao can't bring herself to do it because the game's boss looks like the manager of the Monster Weapon Forge, right? Pian had been to the Monster Weapon Forge once and seen the Iron Hammer, so she knew the Iron Hammer looked the same as the boss in the Secret Realm dungeon. Considering that Bai Xiao had a way to sell weapons, Pian was almost certain that Xiao Xiao had a good relationship with the manager of the Monster Weapon Forge. All illness is cured, that's one reason. Elegant and charming, Xiao Xiao, your own life is the most important. Can I live? I understand Xiao Xiao's feelings. If someone looked like my friend, I wouldn't be able to bring myself to do it either. Very like junior sister, what if one day, a monster turned into someone you're close to and trust? Can I live? Is that possible? That insidious? But I'm probably not that stupid. My family and friends definitely wouldn't hurt me, only a monster would. 18-year-old cleaning lady. That's right, we wouldn't be that stupid. Wei Shui Yang Yang. I reached level 5 too. I haven't been to the Monster Weapon Forge, but the boss of level 5 is definitely different from other games. It wields a hammer, but it doesn't hit people, it only hits rocks. But anyway, our condition for passing the level is to kill it. This isn't our fault, it's the game rules' fault. Besides, none of us participated in this game voluntarily. We were forced into it, so there's no need to be so hard on ourselves. By Bing Quan Xiao, I understand. Bai Xiao knew everyone was comforting her, she was just trying to survive, and shouldn't feel guilty. But Bai Xiao always felt that this game was gradually eroding human emotions, using life as leverage to constantly lower the bar for humanity. Perhaps, in the end, she really would become a heartless person. 2 o'clock in the afternoon arrived quickly. The music department employees went to the medical department for physical examinations in batches. There weren't many human employees, so they were in one batch, queuing up with the human doctors. Counting them up, there were only 14 humans in the music department. Bai Xiao was in the middle of the line, peeking ahead. Although it was the human medical department, the monster nurse at the front was performing full-body examinations on patients. It seemed the human medical department was still short-staffed. The monster nurse was a chubby polar bear named Shaved Ice. Its thick paws were very flexible. After pressing a few buttons on the examination machine, the player stood on it and waited for about 10 seconds, and a full-body report was generated. Soon it was Bai Xiao's turn. She stood on the machine, green light sweeping from her head to her feet, and then the test report was output. Shaved Ice handed Bai Xiao the test report and said gently, "Go see the doctor in the clinic to see the report." The medical department had 2 doctors' offices. Bai Xiao secretly peeked in and saw Xiaohua in office number 2, then queued outside office number 2. While waiting, Bai Xiao glanced at the report. He couldn't understand the numbers, except for the health value, which was listed as 70. Player stats, except for health, weren't shown on the report, so there was no need to worry about revealing one's stats to the doctor. Can I live? Next. Bai Xiao went in with the report. Xiaohua smiled when she saw him. Bai Xiao had barely sat down when Xiaohua excitedly said, "The head of the medical department just told me that after the physical exams are over, they take us human doctors to become full-fledged employees. I can finally become a full-fledged employee. Bai Xiao, congratulations. But there are other doctors in the medical department?" Xiaohua's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a dejected look. "He just arrived today. He's a 10-year veteran doctor, much more advantageous than me. The head of the medical department intends to make him the head of the human medical department. Sigh, why was I born so late? If I had been born 10 years earlier, I would have been a doctor for 10 years too." Bai Xiao comforted her. "What are you saying? I'm just an ordinary employee in the music department, and I haven't become a head yet. Not everyone has the luck of Shiba and Baiha." Xiaohua hummed in agreement, and helped Bai Xiao look at her medical report. Bai Xiao stared intently at Xiaohua in her doctor's white coat. Finally, Dr. Xiaohua spoke. "No problem, you're very healthy. If you get sick in the future, you can come directly to the medical department. Monster restaurant employees receive free medical treatment." Upon hearing the first part of the sentence, Bai Xiao felt a tingling in her ears, and in a daze, Xiaohua's face seemed to transform into her former attending physician. Bai Xiao used to dream of hearing news of her good health from her attending physician. But this momentary daze lasted less than a second before Bai Xiao snapped back to reality and solemnly said, "Thank you, doctor." Xiaohua didn't understand why Bai Xiao was suddenly so serious and calling her doctor, thinking she was joking or teasing her. Xiaohua said embarrassedly, "Oh no, it's making me a little embarrassed." Bai Xiao smiled, "Get back to work. I'm off now." Xiaohua, "Okay, bye-bye, see you in the forest dungeon tonight." At 4 p.m., the dungeon rankings came out. Except for Bai Xiao, who hadn't participated and wasn't on the list, the names on the list were similar to before. And because no one had cleared the 5th level, the reward for being on the list was still an expanded backpack slot. Because the number of survivors had dropped below 4,000, the players in Building 4, Unit 4 were extra cautious today. After the dungeon, there were still 3,520 survivors. Bai Xiao had already left work. She started work at 7 a.m. today, was delayed a bit by a medical checkup at noon, but still left around 3 p.m. Since Bai Xiao had some free time after get off work, he went to see Xiu. Although Xiu was the music department manager, it was quite old and usually spent its time resting in the manager's lounge, except for managing the music department's assessments. Bai Xiao discussed music and sheet music with Xiu, played several violin pieces for it, and even performed a duet with it, successfully raising Xiu's favorability from 20 to 40. Chapter 173. Xiu spent the afternoon with Bai Xiao today, and was very happy with his flattery. Whether on a whim or not, it actually said it wanted to take Bai Xiao as its student. However, it hesitated immediately after saying it, since Bai Xiao was a human, and no monster had ever taken a human as a student before. Bai Xiao wouldn't give Xiu a chance to hesitate. Hearing Xiu's words, Bai Xiao immediately shamelessly called a teacher, poured a cup of tea, and handed it to Xiu, saying respectfully, "Teacher, please have some tea. Having you as my teacher is a blessing I accumulated over 8 lifetimes." As long as she acknowledged it quickly, Xiu wouldn't be embarrassed to back out. Xiu was overjoyed to hear Bai Xiao's words, took the tea, and said good 3 times in a row. Xiu's affection for the golden monkey monster increased by 30 points. Its current affection for you is 70. Xiu also understood. It was rare to meet a junior who was compatible with it, whose understanding of music was similar to its own, and they felt like they had known each other for a long time. Most importantly, it had witnessed Bai Xiao's efforts. She had been practicing the violin even in the waiting room. In this survival-driven world where every second counts, her ability to play a violin piece with genuine emotion without distraction showed a true love for the instrument. Based on this love for the violin, whether she was a monster or a human, it accepted her as a student. No monster had ever taken a human as a student before, but from today onwards, it had. From now on, Bai Xiao would be Xiu's student. Bai Xiao was astonished to hear that her favorability rating had increased by 30 points. She had racked her brains, using flattering words, playing the violin, analyzing the score, and even playing a duet with Xiu, and after all that effort, she had only gained 20 favorability points. Just by becoming a student, my score increased by 30? If I known becoming a student was this effective, I would have shamelessly begged Xiu to be my apprentice the first time I met her. Of course, this was just a joke. Xiu's willingness to take her as a student was inseparable from her recent efforts. The newly minted teacher, Xiu, took Bai Xiao's hand, her face full of kindness. Xiao, your teacher is getting old. Now that I've taken you as a student, you have to help me share the burden. Bai Xiao's heart pounded. What did Xiu mean by that? It couldn't be that she wanted her to be the music department manager, could it? Was this teacher really that helpful? She'd just become a student, and she was already giving her preferential treatment. Bai Xiao's eyes widened, filled with admiration for her teacher. Of course. As a student, I should definitely share your burdens. Whatever you want me to do, I will do my best. Give it your all. Xiu patted Bai Xiao's hand with satisfaction. Since that's the case, you won't have to be a violinist on the 5th floor anymore. I apply for an office for you later. You be the manager of the human music department in the 1st floor office. From now on, you be in charge of all human employee onboarding and promotions. Bai Xiao replied sincerely, "Thank you for your trust, teacher. I will definitely do my best." Bai Xiao hadn't expected that she had previously comforted Xiaohua, saying that not everyone had the luck of becoming a manager or department head like Shiba and Baihe, but now she herself had become one. If she told the team about this later, Xiaohua would probably turn into a screaming chicken. After her promotion, Bai Xiao quickly got her own office, but her salary changed from charging per piece to a fixed salary of 2,000 nightmare coins per day. Although the salary was less, the human music department manager still had some power. First, New employees undergo evaluation to determine their eligibility for a position at the Monster restaurant. Second, an employee's promotion to a permanent position also requires the music department manager's approval. Third, the music department manager also has the right to dismiss employees, though not as unrestricted as the human resources manager. The music department manager can only dismiss music department employees twice a week. Most importantly, after becoming the music department manager, Xiutu took back Bai Zhao's violin and replaced it with another one. Xiutu explained that this violin is a rare instrument, restoring 40 health points per use, twice that of Bai Zhao's previous violin, with a daily limit of 8 uses, 3 more than before. Bai Zhao immediately accepted the reduced salary for owning this violin. This was a life-saving item, more important than nightmare coins. The human music department manager's office was newly built. Bai Zhao had just sat down in her office chair when she heard CC's voice. Night is falling, dear players of Building 4, Unit 4. Congratulations. Tonight is the third merge night, merging Building 4, Unit 4, Building 10, Unit 4, and Building 44, Unit 4. Building 4, Unit 4, 3,520 survivors. Building 10, Unit 4, 3,479 survivors. Building 44, Unit 4, 3,570 survivors. Congratulations to Building 14, Unit 4 for having the highest number of survivors, becoming the main building for the third merge night. Building 4, Unit 4, Building 20, Unit 4, and Building 44, Unit 4 are currently merging. The hearts of all the players in Building 4, Unit 4 have finally died down. No one's luck is always that good. Building 4, Unit 4 was the main building for the second merge night, but the third time it finally failed. The merger of Building 4, Unit 4, Building 10, Unit 4, and Building 44, Unit 4 is complete. The 6,999 newly joined players, come and move into your assigned dormitories. Bai Zhao frowned. Building 4, Unit 4 had already been merged into Building 44, Unit 4, so why was the administrator's voice still CC? Or were all the administrators' voices the same? You bunch of annoying good-for-nothings, you're like a leech, impossible to get rid of. How did you end up in my dormitory again? CC's exasperated voice immediately cleared up Bai Zhao's confusion. However, she was still a little curious, so she asked in the team chat. All illness is gone. Pian, Piao, what's the name of the dormitory manager in Building 19? Very like junior sister, EY? 18-year-old cleaning aunt, not 19? Swaying Lily. So there might only be 9 dormitory managers? For buildings starting with 1, like Building 19 where Piao lives, the manager is EE. And for buildings starting with 4, like 44, the manager is CSI. Wei Shui Yangang, did your dormitory merge into another dormitory building? 18-year-old cleaning aunt, yes, it's now merged into Building 44 Unit 4. Great, it's gone from Building 4, Unit 4 to Building 44 Unit 4, with an extra 4. I guess we're destined to be associated with the number 4. Can I live? I'm so angry. Building 44 even called us sticky pests. Do we really enjoy staying in its managed dormitory building? The elegant Pian, that's not important. Building 19, Unit 2 is the main building. What about you? Pian and Piao are in the same building. They both have ordinary crafting tables. Pian even bought a low-level repair table from Bai Zhao. They should be fine tonight. If they're unlucky enough to get their doors broken into, they already found partners to take back their dorm after leaving the forest instance. Wei Shui Yangyang, Unit 1 of Building 7 has been merged into Unit 1 of Building 21. I found 7 people on the same floor to break down the door. We didn't talk until after 2 a.m. to break down the door, catching them off guard. It should be fine if nothing unexpected happens. Swaying Lily, Unit 4 of Building 4 has been merged into Unit 4 of Building 44. Xiaohua and I, with Xiao Xiao's help, will have no problem breaking down the door. How's it going with 18? 18-year-old cleaning aunt, I'm fine. I found 4 players to help me break down the door, and we also agreed to break down the door around 2 a.m. All illness is cured. Okay, if you have any problems, just tell me. I have a cursed crystal ball here, maybe it can help you. Chapter 174. After finishing her team chat, Bai Zhao messaged Bian Di Piaoling again, asking about her situation, but received no reply. Bai Zhao had asked Bian Di Piaoling earlier that morning, and she said she had teamed up with 2 other people on the same floor and told her not to worry. So the lack of a reply now probably means she's busy arranging dorm rooms. Anyway, her avatar is online, so she's definitely alright. Bai Xiao went to Bai He's account to settle her wages for the day. Because of her promotion, her salary was 2,000 nightmare coins, plus the 30 weapons she had deposited at the trading center. Iron Hammer had already given them to her. They were quickly claimed after she uploaded them. The final payment was 32,760 nightmare coins, with a deposit of 8,190. Bai Xiao took 4095 nightmare coins, transferred 36,855 nightmare coins to Iron Hammer, and informed Iron Hammer of the weapons purchased by the players who had paid deposits that day. Bai Xiao currently possesses 13,041 nightmare coins, but it's only Monday, and she doesn't plan to go to the monster weapon forging room so early. After 7 p.m., the members of the first squad gradually left work. Bai Xiao was already waiting outside Baia's office when she saw Shiba approaching with a strange girl. Bai Xiao guessed that this strange girl must be the ethereal junior sister. Just as Shiba had described, Pia Piao had round eyes, a small round face, and cherry lips. She was very sweet and cute, like an enlarged version of a New Year's painting doll. She wore a pink top, green lantern pants, and green cloth shoes. However, she wore a black security guard stab-proof vest over her hanfu, and a security guard riot helmet, so Bai Xiao couldn't tell if she had her hair in double buns. Yesterday, she held the custom-made intermediate-grade long staff in her hand. It was about 1.6 meters long, roughly her height, and entirely of shimmering silver. The 18-year-old cleaning lady stepped between the two and introduced them. This is Xiao Xiao, and this is Piao Piao. They greeted each other and shook hands. Bai Xiao smiled and said, "Welcome to our team, Piao Piao. From now on, we be teammates fighting side by side." The ethereal junior sister's voice was also sweet. She smiled back. "I joined the team too late, so please guide me." The three exchanged pleasantries for a while, then Xiaohua and Yang Yang arrived, and a little while later, Pian Pian joined them. Xiaohua, upon seeing Pia Piao, exclaimed dramatically, "You look like a lucky doll straight out of a painting. You're so cute, I really want to pinch your cheeks." The ethereal junior sister, holding her round face in her hands, widened her eyes and refused, "No way." They chatted for a while longer until the line outside the HR office was completely finished before they went to collect their wages. Baiha finished get off work, and the first team assembled and set off for the forest dungeon. When Bai Xiao and the others arrived at the forest dungeon, it wasn't yet 8 o'clock. The transparent barrier of the forest dungeon wasn't open yet, but through the barrier, they could see that the scenery inside had changed. Well, it wasn't exactly changed. Before, behind the barrier were the leech forest, the owl forest, and then the crocodile lake, but now the two forests were gone, and behind the barrier was directly the crocodile lake. The swaying lily frowned. "The forest is gone. Can I live?" "Guessed, is it because we cleared all the previous levels, so it disappeared?" Bai Xiao nodded. "It's not impossible. After all, we be venturing deeper into the world. If the previous maps don't close, we spend a lot of time just traveling to the later stages of the game." Wei Shui Yangyang said, "Without the forest, we won't find any vines, and we can't tie ourselves together to go into the water." Feng Dupiampian said, "Then those who can't swim shouldn't go in the water, otherwise accidents could happen." Before, when everyone was tied together, Baiha and Xiaohua, who couldn't swim, would often choke on water and be rescued by their teammates. Now that there are no vines, if someone who can't swim accidentally falls and their teammates don't notice in time, they drown. What can live? Her face wasn't looking too good. She already felt like she was holding everyone back, and today she thought that since she couldn't swim, she could only watch her teammates kill monsters from the shore, unable to help much. The swaying lily nodded. "Then Xiaohua and I won't go into the water, so you won't be distracted by worrying about us." After saying that, the lily patted Xiaohua's arm reassuringly. "It's okay, we have plenty of opportunities to contribute on land later." "Can I live?" replied guiltily It was Monday, and most of the human staff had arrived. The other teams were all present, some even having 10 members. Xiaohua was worried that with 2 fewer people contributing, the top team wouldn't be able to make the rankings, or their ranking would be low. The elegant Pian glanced at Xiaohua and said, "Don't worry, other teams definitely have people who can't swim." They chatted for a while, and at 8 o'clock sharp, the forest instance opened, and the transparent barrier disappeared. Bai Xiao and the others went in, jumping into the lake like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Many players, like Baiha and Xiaohua, were left on the shore because Baiha had been swimming. Once Bai Xiao entered the water, she was like a cheat code. The crocodile monsters that used to fight her for ages were now easily defeated in just 3 or 4 strikes with her high-level scythe. now equipped with 5 new skills, a complete annihilation. Baihe and Xiaohua watched in stunned silence from the shore. Although they knew Bai Zhao's weapon was powerful, they had never seen it in person. Now, seeing it for themselves, they understood the true value of paying for weapons, and the huge difference between a weapon's basic attack and those with skills. Xiaohua felt she had worried for nothing. Her team was guaranteed to be on the leaderboard today. While the players who had gone into the water hadn't even killed their first monster, Bai Zhao had already taken down 2 and was heading for the 3rd. Furthermore, the crocodile monsters that used to chase and bite were now all turning tail and fleeing in panic at the sight of Bai Zhao, terrified of being caught. Indy rose in Baihe and Xiaohua's eyes. At this moment, they vowed to themselves that they too would save up money to buy weapons. Normal attacks were exhausting. Watching monsters kill with skills was so satisfying. There weren't many crocodiles left in Crocodile Lake, and today they encountered Bai Zhao, a formidable opponent. By 11 p.m., all the crocodile turtles in Crocodile Lake had been wiped out. Behind Crocodile Lake, smoke swirled, obscuring the location. Now that the crocodile monsters were cleared, the players participating in the forest dungeon could only continue forward. Bai Zhao and the others returned to pick up Baihe and Xiaohua. The 7 of them split into 2 groups, holding hands. Baihe and Xiaohua, who couldn't swim, were in the middle so they wouldn't fall and drown. Xiaohua had Bai Zhao on her left and Pian on her right. She was thrilled watching Bai Zhao's rampage, and was now excitedly chattering in his ear, full of endless admiration. Chapter 175. Bai Zhao helplessly called out, "I know you're excited, but don't get agitated." Xiaohua gradually calmed down, not because Bai Zhao's words had any effect, but because the lake water was getting deeper and deeper, gradually reaching above Baihe and Xiaohua's necks. If they accidentally stepped into a deep hole, they would be completely submerged. If it weren't for their teammates protecting them, Xiao Baihe and Xiaohua, who couldn't swim, would probably have drowned long ago. Even with their teammates protecting them, the 2 of them still choked on water several times, their noses and throats burning from the dirty water. From time to time, Bai Zhao and the others could hear cries for help from other drowning people, either because they couldn't swim or because they had leg cramps. But Bai Zhao and the others didn't turn back. The lake water became increasingly icy cold as they went further back. They had already been in the lake for 3 hours, and now they were starting to feel the strain themselves. They also had to take care of their 2 non-swimmer teammates. They simply didn't have the energy to attend to anything else. Finally, after walking for an hour in the lake, Bai Zhao and the others saw the shore. Upon seeing this, Bai Zhao and the others immediately quickened their pace. Pian was the first to reach the shore. She was the best swimmer in the team. Once ashore, she pulled her teammates out of the lake one by one. Except for Bai Zhao and Shiba, the other teammates were soaking wet. Bai Zhao's combat suit was waterproof. Shiba had previously killed Luo Nanji and obtained some of Luo Nanji's items, including a combat suit. Everyone was pale with cold and shivering, especially Xiaohua and Baihe, whose teeth were chattering. Wei Shui Yangyang wanted to find some branches and dry grass to start a fire and warm everyone up, but there were no branches on the ground. Looking up, she saw only a few large blades of grass. Wei Xuanjiang noticed something was wrong. He examined the surroundings closely. They were all common wild grasses, but these grasses were magnified many times over. Compared to these enormous grasses, they looked like ants, smaller than even the tiny eyes of insects. Bai Zhao, though shivering from the cold, also surveyed her surroundings. She hesitated and said, "This seems to be a thicket of grass?" Wei Xuanjiang jumped up, grabbed a blade of grass, flipped over, stood on it, tore off a withered leaf, and jumped down. The withered leaf, held in Wei Xuanjiang's hand, looked like a parachute. While crushing the withered leaf, Wei Xuanjiang replied to Bai Zhao, "It's a jungle, but a giant jungle. We don't know what monsters are in here. Let's dry our clothes first." The withered leaf, crushed into pieces, formed a large pile. Seeing this, Pian took out a lighter from her backpack and lit the withered leaf. With a warm fire, the group felt much warmer. The 18-year-old cleaning lady said, "It's already midnight, and the forest dungeon will close in 2 hours. Will we have to swim back?" The swaying lily looked at the players still swimming towards the shore in the lake and said, "Probably not. I reckon Crocodile Lake will disappear after everyone swims over." After warming themselves by the fire for a while, when their clothes were almost dry, the other players from Crocodile Lake finally reached the shore. Just as Lily had predicted, after everyone was ashore, Crocodile Lake disappeared, and now the giant jungle they were in was at the very front of the forest dungeon. Those who had reached the shore were all chattering amongst themselves, wondering where they were and why the weeds, so common in the real world, were growing bigger than trees. 18, and the others dried their clothes and prepared to go ahead to see if there were any monsters, wanting to figure out what kind of monsters' territory lay ahead. After walking for a while, Bai Xiao suddenly heard a strange noise. She immediately asked, "There's a sound. Did you hear it?" The elegant Pian listened carefully, then frowned in confusion. "That sound. It sounds like a helicopter." "Can I survive?" exclaimed in horror. "Are you kidding me? How could there be a helicopter in a place like this?" In the survival world, things that appear out of place don't arouse curiosity, only fear. At this moment, the first team was uneasy, thinking it was the sound of a helicopter. Bai Xiao looked up. The moon in the forest instance was always full, and the surrounding scenery was very bright under the moonlight. Suddenly, a dragonfly entered Bai Xiao's field of vision. Monsters in the monster world are inherently larger than animals in the real world, and even the weeds here are excessively large, so the dragonfly's size is naturally extraordinary, roughly the size of a helicopter. Dragonfly monster. Monster level, level 3 monster. Monster HP, 300. Monster classification, mutant. Bai Xiao immediately shouted, "It's not a helicopter, it's a dragonfly monster. It's coming at us. Run!" The dragonfly swooped down, and the group quickly scattered. The dragonfly missed its target. Such a large dragonfly, and a level 3 monster at that. Bai Xiao and the others dared not act rashly. They all found a place to hide, observing its movements, preparing for a sneak attack. In the chaos, Bai Xiao heard Bai's voice say, "Have we entered the dragonfly monster's territory? Why didn't the instance warn us?" Unable to find its target, the dragonfly monster flew towards other players. Bai Xiao saw that the dragonfly monster was actually flying towards the shore where the most people were. She was bewildered. What was going on? Wasn't it because they had trespassed into the dragonfly monster's territory that they were attacked? Before Bai Xiao could even think about why the instance hadn't warned them about entering the dragonfly monster's territory, and why the dragonfly monster could fly to the shore, how was its territory calculated? She heard an even louder helicopter roar. The sound was so loud that all the players heard it. They all looked up, and saw a dense swarm of dragonflies flying in the sky. The huge helicopter roar was the sound of their flapping wings. These suddenly appearing dragonfly monsters were clearly targeting the humans. Each one was the size of a helicopter, a far cry from the leech monsters, owl monsters, and crocodile monsters they had faced before. Their presence was incredibly oppressive. Those with quick reflexes swiftly sought cover, while others frantically fled towards the outside of the secret realm, trying to escape the dragonfly monster's territory. Of course, some were unlucky enough to be captured by the dragonfly monsters. Those captured screamed as they were carried into the air by the dragonfly monsters. They struggled desperately, trying to slash at the dragonflies with their weapons, but could only manage to cut the monsters' legs. However, the dragonfly monsters had 6 legs, and losing 1 or 2 legs didn't affect their ability to capture people. The dragonfly monsters were incredibly fast, quickly reaching altitudes of thousands of meters. They would toss their captured humans down from the sky, the humans crashing heavily to the ground, turning into pools of bloody flesh. These weren't isolated incidents. Bai Xiao watched helplessly as dragonflies rained people down from the sky like stones, the loud crashes like popping firecrackers. One body even landed less than half a meter from Bai Xiao, blood splattering on him, the resulting mass on the ground completely unrecognizable as human. Chapter 176. The first squad had just hastily taken cover, their positions scattered. Only Baihe was currently hiding with Bai Xiao. Like Bai Xiao, she was splattered with blood and gore, her face pale as she asked, "What do we do? These dragonfly monsters don't seem to have any territory." Players who ran out of the barrier were all caught by them. Judging from their appearance, they seem to want to kill all humans. There are so many of them, they're so big, and they can fly. Can we kill them? Although Bai Xiao didn't want to say it, she still replied no. 1 or 2 might be possible, but this was a swarm of level 3 monsters, at least 200 or 300 of them, covering the sky. Going out to kill them would be suicide. Bai Xiao finally realized that the leech monsters, owl monsters, and crocodile monsters they encountered before were just beginner challenges. Now they were experiencing the cruelty of the forest dungeon. No territory, no rules. Even if players left the barrier, as long as they hadn't entered the tunnel entrance of the forest dungeon, they would be caught by these dragonfly monsters. Bai Xiao stared at the swarms of dragonfly monsters, his voice trembling with fear. "Forget killing them, it's questionable whether we can even leave the forest instance safely tonight. Dragonflies are said to have around 30,000 compound eyes, making their vision incredibly sharp, and their hunting success rate nearly 100%. If they leave their hiding place now, they'd be immediately spotted by the dragonflies. If they're unlucky enough to be caught, they suffer the same fate as those players who fall from great heights. But if they keep hiding, the forest instance closes at 2 a.m., their dormitories will be raided, and they still die. Although Bai Xiao didn't say it aloud, Bai He knew perfectly well. She reached out and grabbed Bai Xiao's hand, her voice both fearful and resolute. No matter what, we have to leave today. We have to fight. They exchanged a glance and ran forward with all their might. Seeing this, the other teammates hiding nearby also ran out, and soon several dragonfly monsters noticed them. Bai Xiao immediately shouted, 7 people are too big a target. Let's split up. The 7 scattered, and the dragonfly monsters chasing them also split up, each pursuing a target. 2 dragonfly monsters followed behind Bai Xiao. Seeing one about to pounce, Bai Xiao immediately used his electric shock skill, his side striking the dragonfly. A basic attack plus poison plus electric shock plus burn plus freeze took down 100 of the dragonfly's health, and a thin layer of ice appeared on its wings, slowing its speed by 30%. However, the electric shock skill has a 20-minute cooldown, meaning the next attack will only reduce the dragonfly monster's health by 40 points. The freeze skill only lasts for 3 seconds per hit, and the dragonfly monster seemed to know Bai Xiao is a tough nut to crack. 2 dragonflies chasing her couldn't handle her, so 3 more immediately flew in. 5 dragonflies relentlessly pursued her. Even though Bai Xiao's basic attacks had a freezing effect, slowing the dragonflies, she couldn't possibly injure all 5 simultaneously within 3 seconds. She was quickly caught by the dragonflies. The dragonflies charged forward, and a feeling of weightlessness washed over her. Bai Xiao watched as the huge weeds below slowly shrank until they were the same size as the weeds she remembered. She knew that if the dragonflies threw her off at this moment, she would be reduced to a bloody mess. Bai Xiao didn't want to be thrown to her death. She didn't attack the dragonfly monster. The moment it grabbed her, she put her side back into her weapon pouch and clung tightly to its leg. After reaching a certain height, the dragonfly monster stopped its charge and released Bai Xiao, intending to throw her off the plane. But Bai Xiao held on tightly to one of its legs. Then the dragonfly monster kicked desperately, trying to kick Bai Xiao off. Bai Xiao took several kicks to her face and shoulder, but she refused to let go. Driven to desperation, she even used her mouth, biting down hard on the dragonfly monster's leg. This wasn't a helicopter, and there was no parachute. Being thrown down like this would be certain death. Unable to shake off Bai Xiao, the dragonfly monster charged again, soaring higher into the sky. Bai Xiao, clinging to its leg, swayed precariously in the air, seemingly about to fall at any moment. It was almost 1 a.m., and Bai Xiao had been in the forest instance for 5 hours. Her stamina was already low. If this continued, she would eventually collapse from exhaustion and be smashed to pieces. The dragonfly monster's speed gradually slowed. Although it was still flying upwards, it wasn't charging forward anymore. Bai Xiao didn't dare look down. She was afraid that seeing it would only increase her fear. Now that the dragonfly monster had slowed down, perhaps she could try grabbing its leg with only one hand. Thinking this, Bai Xiao boldly did just that. She released one hand and grabbed the dragonfly monster's leg with only her left. Now, her entire weight was supported by her left arm. Her arm, which had little muscle, not only had to bear her entire weight, but the dragonflies swaying during flight also gave her arm a violent pulling sensation, as if it were about to break. Bai Xiao quickly pulled a high-grade scythe from her weapon pouch and swung it upwards with all her might, the blade plunging deep into the dragonfly monster's body. The dragonfly monster, in pain, shook violently, desperately kicking Bai Xiao with its legs. With each shake and kick, Bai Xiao lost her grip on the scythe, and the pressure on her left arm increased many times over. An unbearable pain surged through her, causing Bai Xiao to cry out in agony. The bones in her arm had been torn apart, but her overwhelming will to survive kept her from letting go. The dragonfly monster swayed, the broken bones piercing Bai Xiao's skin, blood flowing down her arm to her shoulder, dripping onto her face. Bai Xiao's face was ashen. She clenched her teeth so tightly they were almost broken, blood trickling from the corner of her lips. She knew that if this continued, even if the dragonfly monster kicked her down, she would eventually give way and fall. Bai Xiao wanted to live. She reached out and grabbed the scythe embedded in the dragonfly monster's body, shifting her entire weight onto the suspended scythe. The scythe, pressed down by Bai Xiao, seemed to plummet downwards. For a moment, her heart pounded in her throat. Fortunately, the scythe didn't completely fall from the dragonfly monster. Bai Xiao climbed up the scythe, but because she had lost an arm, the process was extremely difficult. The dragonfly monster noticed Bai Xiao's intention and frantically circled, trying to shake the scythe and Bai Xiao off its body. Bai Xiao could only cling tightly to the scythe, hoping it would hold its ground. The dragonfly monster continued to circle in the air, but Bai Xiao had no time to wait any longer, and she would run out of strength. She recklessly climbed up the scythe, her vision blurred by the spinning dragonfly monster. Thankfully, she managed to climb onto its back. Chapter 177. Bai Xiao pulled the scythe embedded in the dragonfly monster's body, put it in her weapon pouch, and then lay back, exhausted, on the monster's back. She opened her backpack. Inside were 2 fried eggs given to her by Yang Yang and 2 health potions given to her by Xiaohua. She consumed them all, restoring 20 health points. Her previously fractured arm, with the bone protruding from her flesh, immediately returned to normal, and the pain in her face and shoulder, injured by the dragonfly monster, subsided. Although her body had recovered, Bai Xiao was completely drained of energy, and since she was currently on the dragonfly monster's back, killing it would cause her to fall and die. Bai Xiao sat cross-legged on the dragonfly monster's back, ate some food, and drank some water. While resting and recovering her strength, she observed the dragonfly monster's movements. The monsters in the forest dungeon were all mutated monsters, not normal intelligent monsters, so the dragonfly monster Bai Xiao was riding was clearly not very intelligent. Its scythe disappeared, and so did Bai Xiao. It thought it had thrown Bai Xiao off and killed him, so it flew downwards again, searching for other targets. Bai Xiao clung tightly to the fur on the dragonfly monster's back. Bai Xiao had never known dragonfly monsters had fur before, but now that the monster had grown to the size of a helicopter, Bai Xiao realized that it had white fur on its back, belly, and head. The dragonfly monster gradually descended. Bai Xiao saw swarms of dragonfly monsters below, still chasing the humans in the forest instance. Suddenly, a familiar voice caught Bai Xiao's attention. She looked in the direction of the sound. After separating from her team members, a dragonfly relentlessly pursued her. She tried her best to dodge, but was eventually caught by the dragonfly monster and carried into the sky. "Can I live?" She cried out for help, her desperate struggle reaching Bai Xiao. The dragonfly monster, clutching "Can I live?" flew upwards, while Bai Xiao's dragonfly, believing her dead, swooped down to grab its next target. Bai Xiao watched as "Can I live?" flew past, carried by the dragonfly monster, and soared higher and higher. Without hesitation, Bai Xiao pulled a scythe from her weapon pouch and stabbed the dragonfly monster in the back. Feeling the pain, the dragonfly monster realized the human hadn't died, but had climbed onto its back. It immediately began swaying and flying upwards, trying to throw Bai Xiao off and kill her. Bai Xiao clung tightly to the dragonfly monster's back feathers. She was truly thankful that the dragonfly monster couldn't rotate 360 degrees while flying. She was now sitting on its back. Even if it swayed, as long as she held on tightly, she would be safe. This feeling was similar to the Tron Light Cycle Power Run ride at Shanghai Disneyland. Bai Xiao had ridden it before. She knew she wouldn't die, but she was still terrified. But now, she didn't know if she would die, yet she wasn't afraid at all. The dragonfly monster Bai Xiao was riding was getting closer and closer to the one holding onto her. At this moment, the dragonfly monster, feeling it had reached a sufficient height, released her and tried to kick her off. Just like Bai Xiao before, she clung tightly to the dragonfly monster's leg, too afraid to look down, so she didn't know Bai Xiao was below her. Bai Xiao shouted, "Xiaohua," jumped down at the right moment. Hearing Bai Xiao's voice, she dared to look down, and then she saw a dragonfly monster swaying from side to side below, with Bai Xiao sitting on its back. "Can I live?" She squinted, judging the dragonfly monster's swaying frequency. For a brief second, as the dragonfly monster flew to the right, it was level with the one she was holding. Theoretically, if she jumped and the dragonfly monster below was in the same position as her, she could land on its back. Of course, she only had one chance. If she missed, it was over. There was no choice but to risk it. Finding the right moment, "Can I live?" let go, closed her eyes, and plummeted through the air. She heard the wind whistling in her ears, and her heart pounding like a drum. A few seconds into the fall, her arm was suddenly grabbed. The sharp pain of being pulled made "Can I live?" open her eyes abruptly. The bad news was that she hadn't landed on the dragonfly monster's back at the right moment. The good news was that she hadn't fallen too far. Just as she landed, Bai Xiao had caught her arm. Bai Xiao grabbed the dragonfly's back feathers with one hand, and "Can I live?" arm with the other. It was a close call. She saw Xiaohua brush past the dragonfly monster she was riding, but thankfully she reacted quickly and grabbed her, otherwise, Xiaohua would be a meat pie by now. A cold sweat broke out on Bai Zhao's back. She quickly pulled Can I Live up. Can I Live? Climbed up with Bai Zhao's help and sat behind her. She gripped the dragonfly's back feathers tightly with both hands. Having survived such a close call, she felt her heart had never been beating so fast. Can I live? Said, her face pale and trembling slightly. That scared me to death. I thought I was going to die. Bai Zhao's complexion wasn't much better, but now that she and Xiaohua were on the dragonfly monster and out of immediate danger, she was more concerned about her teammates. Bai Xiao, did you see Baihe and the others? Can I live? Shook his head. No, but I saw Pian throw Piao out. Piao is safe now. Can I live? Was just caught by the dragonfly monster. When they flew up, I saw Pian and Piao not far from the exit of the forest dungeon tunnel, but they were still caught by the dragonfly monster. Piao is small, and Pian did something unexpected. She picked Piao up like a sandbag and threw her into the tunnel. Once players enter the tunnel, the dragonfly monsters won't chase them, so Piao is definitely safe. But I don't know about Pian. Because she was already flying very high with the dragonfly monster, the dragonflies below blocked her view, and she couldn't see Pian anymore. So right now, only Bai Xiao, Xiaohua, and Piao are confirmed to be alive. The other teammates' situation is still unknown. Can I live? The dragonfly monster they were riding was trying to toss them off, swaying and rocking back and forth. Bai Xiao and Xiaohua couldn't even free their hands to check the game interface to see if their teammates were still alive. Bai Xiao tried hard not to think about the final consequences. The two clung tightly to the dragonfly monster's back feathers, silently understanding each other. Finally, the dragonfly monster below seemed to have gotten tired and stopped thrashing around, beginning to fly steadily. Bai Xiao opened the game interface to check if his teammates' avatars and names were lit up. Can I live? Stared blankly at Bai Xiao, her face pale, awaiting his verdict. Several long seconds passed. Bai Xiao checked each teammate's condition one by one, then breathed a sigh of relief and said, "They're all alive." Chapter 178. Hearing Bai Zhao's words, "Can I live?" also breathed a sigh of relief, her face no longer so pale. At this moment, she was truly grateful that she was alive, and that the people she cared about were alive too. Bai Xiao felt the same way, but she knew that the fact that her teammates were alive didn't mean they had left the forest instance. Currently, only Piao was confirmed to have left. The ethereal junior sister, Pian, was thrown into the entrance/exit tunnel by Pian, and she was completely stunned. She never expected that Pian would throw her out at such a crucial moment. She and Pian had done a few transactions, but they could only be considered acquaintances. Even as teammates, this was only her first day in the team, and there was no deep bond between them. But like the Secret Realm instance, once you leave the forest instance, you can't re-enter. After getting up from the ground, she could only watch helplessly as Pian was snatched away by a dragonfly monster. She couldn't do anything now. All she could do was repeatedly inquire about her teammates' situation. Although they were all unsafe and the chances of them replying were slim, it was her only way to contact them, so she kept sending messages, otherwise, she would break down. All illness is gone, Baihe and I are fine. We find a way out. After Bai Xiao sent the message, Piao, who had been frantically sending messages, finally stopped. She wiped away her tears. Although it wasn't news from Pian, any good news made her feel a little better. No one wanted to be the only one left alive in their team. Very like junior sister, have you seen Pian? How is she? All illness is gone. No, but I'm looking for them too. The dragonfly monster's voice sounded like a helicopter, and Bai Xiao, with a burst of inspiration, decided to use it as a helicopter. These creatures, lacking intelligence, were easy to control. Bai Xiao used it like a horse, wrapping his arms around its neck to control its flight path, and if necessary, stabbed the dragonfly monster's head a few times. The dragonfly monster, its head stabbed, would sway back and forth, giving Bai Xiao the opportunity to adjust his direction, riding on the dragonfly to search for his teammates. "Can I survive?" she cried out, pointing in a direction and shouting, "Xiao, look over there." Bai Xiao looked in the direction she pointed and saw Lily wielding a mid-level axe, fighting the dragonfly monster. As the swaying Lily fled, whether by luck or bad luck, she stepped on a dead leaf. The dead leaf was brittle, and it cracked as she stepped on it. It turned out there was a pit beneath the dead leaf, and she fell straight into it. The pit wasn't as big as the withered leaves above it, completely covered by them. Now, the swaying lily had cracked it, but it still provided excellent cover. The swaying lily fell heavily into the pit, enduring the pain without uttering a sound, remaining hidden inside. She could hear the dragonfly monster flapping its wings outside. It was probably searching for her. She didn't dare breathe. But hiding forever wasn't practical, so after the dragonfly monster's voice disappeared, the swaying lily crawled out of the pit. But she was incredibly unlucky. Although the previous dragonfly monster that had been chasing her was gone, she encountered another one not long after leaving the pit. The swaying lily was now fighting fiercely with the dragonfly monster, and just when she was about to be captured, she heard the sound of another dragonfly monster flying towards her. It's completely over. There's no way out, the swaying lily thought in despair. But then she heard Bai Xiao and Xiaohua's voices. The swaying lily glanced over, and saw that the dragonfly monster flying towards them was carrying two people on its back. Bai Xiao hugged the dragonfly monster's neck, tightening her arms. The dragonfly monster, almost suffocating from her grip, fluttered its wings less and less, gradually getting closer and closer to the ground, and closer to the swaying lily. Bai Xiao reached out to the swaying lily, and she immediately grabbed her hand. Bai Xiao didn't pull the lily onto the dragonfly's back. They simply exchanged a glance, and instantly understood what the other wanted to do. Bai Xiao seized the opportunity, and forcefully swung her arm, throwing the lily off. The lily cooperated, releasing her grip and being flung onto the back of the dragonfly monster that had just attacked her. Bai Xiao said to Lily, who was riding another dragonfly monster, "Split up and go find 18, Pian and Yang Yang. Piao has already escaped safely." The swaying lily replied, "I understand." A dragonfly monster can only carry a maximum of 3 people, but they still had 3 teammates missing, so Bai Xiao didn't pull Lily onto her dragonfly monster. Instead, she tossed her onto another one. She believed that Lily could definitely control the dragonfly monster's flight, increasing their chances of finding the other teammates by splitting up. Bai Xiao controlled the dragonfly monster to fly to the right, and Lily, after a few tries, also piloted her dragonfly monster to the left. During this time, Bai Xiao encountered other players who had been captured by dragonfly monsters. They pleaded with her for help, but Bai Xiao ignored them. Currently, in the forest instance, only the dragonfly monster's back is safe, but it can only carry 3 people. If she saves someone else and then encounters 18 and her group, there won't be any room left. Seeing the light in the eyes of the person who saw Bai Xiao didn't hesitate to pilot the dragonfly monster away. The light in that person's eyes shattered, and they screamed in despair, "You heartless beast, you just watch me die. You're just going to watch me die? You black-hearted, rotten dog, I never forgive you, even if I die." Hearing these words, Bai Xiao only clung even tighter to the dragonfly monster's neck, her eyes growing increasingly dark. Just then, Xiaohua, standing behind Bai Xiao, freed one arm to hug her waist, saying urgently and firmly, "Don't listen to him. You're not a savior. Why should you save them? Even if it were them, they would prioritize saving their friends and teammates." "Can I live?" Xiaohua replied, "In any situation, people think of their loved ones first. No one would choose to save strangers first." "You're right. Let's go find Sherba and the others." Bai Xiao understood the logic, but Xiaohua's comfort still warmed her heart and made her feel a little better. "Bai Xiao, I know I won't mind. Hold on tight, don't fall. Every life is unique, but humans possess emotions. The lives of loved ones naturally take precedence over strangers." Bai Xiao didn't regret not saving the strangers. She would only regret it if she saved strangers and failed to save her friends. Bai Xiao controlled the dragonfly's flight, while Xiaohua wished she had eyes on the back of her head to see 360 degrees. She watched the humans being captured by the dragonfly monsters, not daring to miss a single face. Suddenly, "Can I live?" pointed in a direction and said, "Yang Yang, it's Yang Yang. He's been thrown down." Chapter 179. Wei Shui. Yang Yang persevered for a long time, finally being kicked off the dragonfly monster's 6 legs when his strength was exhausted. He never expected that after fighting for survival for 11 days, his final fate would be to fall to his death. He was so unwilling. "Can I live?" Looking up at Wei Shui, Yang Yang already falling, in desperation, she fiercely stabbed the dragonfly monster's long rear with her intermediate long sword. The dragonfly monster, stabbed in the rear, charged forward frantically, finally catching up and catching the falling Wei Shui Yang Yang. Having been slammed heavily by Wei Shui Yang Yang, the dragonfly monster, already severely injured by Bai Xiao and Xiaohua, with only 50 health points left, was almost knocked off the cliff. Fortunately, it eventually stabilized, but its flight speed noticeably slowed down, as if it was running out of energy and about to die. Having survived the ordeal, Wei Xuanjiang stared in shock at Xiaohua and Bai Xiao before him. He almost thought he was dreaming. Had he already died before seeing them? Wei Xuanjiang was overjoyed. My God, I thought I was going to die. I'm so incredibly lucky to have such loyal teammates like you. I love you all so much. Bai Xiao cautioned, hold on tight, don't fall. Wei Xuanjiang had already grabbed onto the dragonfly monster's back feathers, but that didn't stop him from replying with a okay. Bai Xiao said, our dragonfly monster only has 50 HP left. I think it's almost too weak to fly. I try to control it to fly towards the tunnel. Bai Xiao only hoped that Baihe could find Shiba and Pian. Her dragonfly monster was failing, and with so many dragonflies below, the chances of them catching another one were slim. They could only try to fly towards the tunnel first. When Bai Xiao flew near the tunnel, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She saw 18 riding a dragonfly, with 2 people on the back, along with Lily and Pian. The 3 of them controlled the dragonfly and flew closer to talk. The 18-year-old cleaning lady shouted, I was looking for you, but Lily told me you were all alright, so I rescued 2 security guards. The 18-year-old cleaning lady was afraid Bai Xiao and the others would misunderstand that she rescued others instead of her teammates, so she immediately explained why there were 2 people on the back of her dragonfly monster. Bai Xiao shouted, it's almost 2 o'clock. Let's get the dragonfly monster down and get out of here. The dragonfly monster Bai Xiao was riding had low health. Xiaohua had stabbed it several times, and the dragonfly monster was almost dead. It struggled to flap its wings, but flew lower and lower. Finally, it landed beside the tunnel, and Xiaohua finished it off with another blow, killing the dragonfly monster completely. The 3 jumped off the dragonfly monster and quickly ran into the tunnel, giving the dragonfly monster outside no chance to escape. After entering, Bai Xiao saw Pian. It turned out that Pian hadn't left and had been waiting for them inside the tunnel. The tunnel's limited visibility meant Pian couldn't see the sky above the forest instance. Seeing Bai Xiao and the others enter, she breathed a sigh of relief and then hurriedly asked, Xiao, have you seen Pian? Is she alright? Bai Xiao held her arms and reassured her, Pian is fine. She's right behind us and will be out soon. Calm down, calm down. Hearing that Pian was alright, Pian finally relaxed, muttering, it's good that she's alright. It's good that she's alright. It's completely safe now. Am I even alive? She patted her chest. Tonight was unbelievable. It went from beginner difficulty to hell. Thankfully, we're all alright. What a scare. The 18-year-old cleaning lady and 2 players from the security department also entered. Pian, who had been waiting anxiously, finally saw Baihe and Pian come in. Pian immediately went over, her eyes reddening, and questioned, why did you throw me in here? The elegant Pian glanced down at Pian and said matter-of-factly, if I hadn't thrown you in, we would both have been captured by the dragonfly monsters. Throwing you in at least saved your life. 1 life versus 2 lives, of course I choose 1. This was the truth from the elegant Pian, but it only applied to people she considered friends. If it had been a stranger beside her, she wouldn't have cared about their life, even if she was about to die. But if they were teammates, Pian, Bai Xiao, 18, they were all her friends, and she would have done the same. The ethereal junior sister pursed her lips. Sent to Wudong Mountain to learn martial arts by her parents at a young age, she had seen her parents and other relatives very few times in the past 20 years, so there was no real familial affection involved. While her Wudong masters and senior brothers and sisters were kind to her, this junior sister sent there by her parents at the age of 3, they were certainly not so kind as to care for her even when they were on the verge of death. It can only be said that the elegant and aloof Pian, though usually reserved and quiet, was actually a very loyal and sincere friend. The ethereal junior sister hugged Pian and said in a muffled voice, thank you. Seeing this, can I live? Immediately hugged Bai Xiao as well. Xiao, I also want to thank you. If it weren't for you saving me, I would be dead. Seeing this, Wei Xuanyang silently raised her hand. Can I be included? I want a hug too. The 18-year-old cleaning lady put one arm around Wei Xuanyang and the other around Baihe beside her. Come on, hug everyone. The 7 of them, arms around each other's shoulders, formed a circle, heads touching, and suddenly burst into laughter through their tears. They were all alive tonight, that's so good. However, their sentimentality lasted only a short while before they had to get back on their way. After all, tonight was the night of the merger, and they still had to go back to grab their dormitories. The 7 of them walked from the tunnel all the way to the monster restaurant. It was already 2 a.m. when the announcement of the Monster Forest instance closing sounded. Monster Forest is about to close. Players who have not yet evacuated, please evacuate within 10 seconds, otherwise Monster Forest will expel you. 10, 1. 126 players failed to evacuate within the specified time. Monster Forest has expelled these 126 players. These 126 players have automatically left the team and cannot re-enter Monster Forest. Bai Xiao and the others were stunned. Although they already knew that failing to evacuate in time would result in expulsion from the forest, they were still quite surprised to learn that players expelled would automatically leave the team and be unable to re-enter the Monster Forest. However, after a moment's thought, Bai Xiao said, perhaps this is a good thing for them. Failing to evacuate in time meant they were likely entangled or captured by the dragonfly monsters. Now that the monster realm was closed, their fate was unlikely to be good. Now that the Monster Forest had expelled them, they could at least save their lives. As long as they lived, there would always be other opportunities in the future. The Swaying Lily agreed, saying, being expelled from the forest instance doesn't mean being expelled from the monster restaurant. They can still work at the monster restaurant to earn nightmare coins. They just can't participate in the forest instance and receive its rewards. Overall, it's definitely better than losing their lives. However, there weren't many players entering the forest instance to begin with, roughly a little over 1,000. Today, many players died in the forest instance, and another 126 were expelled. It's estimated that at least 30% of the players in the forest dungeon have decreased. So is this a clearing out of the monsters, or the players in the forest dungeon? Chapter 180. Forest Dungeon Reminder. Today's rewards only include the number of dragonfly monsters cleared. Today's Monster Forest drop rewards. Agility Point Card X1, Monster Forest Dungeon Card X1. The 7 were all surprised. Initially, the dungeon reminder only counted dragonfly monsters, which had kept them relatively calm. But today's rewards included a Monster Forest dungeon card. Was the card's function what they thought? The 18-year-old cleaning lady crossed her arms and guessed, could it be that too many players died tonight, so they're rewarding the forest dungeon with this card to replenish its supplies? It has to be said, this guess was very likely correct. The other 6 all thought so too. Monster Forest Dungeon Card. Function, only for players who have never entered the forest dungeon. With this card, one can enter the forest dungeon twice per week. Type, non-upgradable auxiliary item. Forest Dungeon Reminder. Players using this card will enter the forest dungeon through a separate passage, different from the monster restaurant tunnel. The players who heard this were stunned. This wasn't a one-time use item? With this card, even without the monster restaurant work card, they could enter the forest dungeon when it opened at night. In the past, they would have been excited because with the Monster Forest dungeon card, they wouldn't just be limited to the monster restaurant when looking for teammates, they would have a wider selection and a higher chance of ranking high. But now, the forest dungeon is fraught with danger. They can't even handle a single dragonfly monster, let alone the other terrifying monsters they encounter as they progress. Some players themselves are backing out, afraid to come back, let alone invite more people to the forest dungeon. After all, there's nothing to worry about even if you don't participate in the forest dungeon, unlike the Secret Realm dungeon, which has a cleansing night. First place. Team 1 cleared 3 dragonfly monsters in the dungeon. Each team member received 1x agility points, 10 points, and the team received 5x Monster Forest invitation cards. First place. Team Composed cleared 3 dragonfly monsters in the dungeon. Each team member received 1x agility points, 10 points, and the team received 5x Monster Forest invitation cards. Third place. Crimson Dawn cleared 2x dragonfly monsters in the dungeon. Each team member received 1x agility points, 8 points, and the team received 4x Monster Forest invitation cards. Fourth place. Eternal Determination cleared 1x dragonfly monster in the dungeon. Each team member received 1x agility points, 7 points, and the team received 3x Monster Forest invitation cards. Fifth place. Waiting Vacancies. Bai Xiao didn't expect that 2 teams would tie for first place in this ranking. Agility points cards were distributed among everyone in the first squad, but all 5 Monster Forest invitation cards remained with the squad leader, Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao used an agility points card, gaining plus 10 agility, bringing his current agility to 51 plus 5. As he put away the remaining Monster Forest invitation cards, Bai Xiao said, "Keep these with me for now. If you find reliable candidates later, ask me for them." No one objected. Although they didn't usually say anything, no one had ever questioned Bai Xiao when he was the leader. Bai Xiao, it's past 2 o'clock. There are still more than 3 hours until dawn. Let's hurry back and grab our dorm rooms. Although tonight was terrifying, and everyone had narrowly escaped death, they hadn't forgotten that it was the night of the merger, and they still needed to get back to the dorm building to fight for their rooms. The group hurried back. Bai Xiao opened the dormitory door above the monster restaurant, but this time she didn't go into dormitory 4444. Instead, she entered the corridor of dormitory building 44, unit 4, floor 44. Behind Bai Xiao was a row of elevators, presumably the starting point for players after the merger. Lily, who had returned with her, was beside her. The swaying Lily pulled Bai Xiao back. This is closer to dormitory 4444. Let's go check if any players have moved in. It was already 2:30 a.m., more than 8 hours since 6 p.m. Most of the dormitories were now occupied, and the corridor was quiet. But the filthy floor was increasingly sticky, stained with the blood of countless players tonight. The two walked to dormitory 4444, encountering several players along the way. They were slumped on the ground, leaning weakly against the wall, their eyes vacant and lifeless, staring into the distance. If it weren't for their rising and falling chests, they would definitely be mistaken for corpses. Bai Xiao noticed that their fists were covered in blood and gore, clearly indicating they were players without even ordinary weapons, forced to rely solely on their physical strength to break down the door. Over 8 hours had passed. They pounded on the door with their fists, rammed it with their shoulders, and kicked it, exhausting themselves in the process. But their fate was one of blood and gore, broken bones, yet they still couldn't breach the sturdy dormitory door. They went from despair to utter hopelessness, ultimately ending up in this state of resignation. Bai Xiao and Bai He looked away. From the beginning, the rules of this game were clear. Only 2 types of people would survive, the lucky ones and the strong. Players, who had been traversing for 11 days without even a basic weapon, were clearly neither lucky nor strong, destined to be eliminated from the survival game. One of them saw Bai Xiao, a glimmer of hope appearing in his eyes. You just came out of the forest dungeon, right? Do you have any weapons? Can you help me? Bai Xiao coldly interrupted. No. Bai He, fearing they would pester her, drew her axe and held it in front of her. These people were already exhausted and wounded, posing no threat to Bai Xiao and Bai He whatsoever. They knew they couldn't possibly defeat 2 players from the forest dungeon. Most of the forest dungeon players had weapons. So the one who had pleaded for help said nothing more, but the light of hope in his eyes faded again, returning to darkness and emptiness. Bai Xiao and Bai He left without hesitation. They couldn't help them, they were strangers, and they couldn't agree to help them break down the door out of momentary pity. The most important thing is that breaking down the door won't solve the weapon problem. It just means the players inside the dormitory will die instead. From a dying, it becomes be dying, but whose life isn't a life? Even if Bai Xiao and Bai He agree to this person's request, all the others who fail to break down the door will probably pin their hopes on them, surrounding them and begging for their help. At that point, Bai Xiao and Bai He might not even be able to do their own thing. Bai Xiao and Bai He arrived at dormitory 4444. The door to dormitory 4444 was tightly closed, clearly indicating that players were already living inside. Bai Xiao examined the door of dormitory 4444 and said, Level 3 door, 200 health. A level 3 door is very easy for Bai Xiao to break. Chapter 181. Advanced weapons deal 40 damage to the gate each time, with the added burning skill doubling the damage to 80 points per hit. Furthermore, the freezing skill slows down the repair station's recovery speed. After 2 hits from Bai Xiao, the gate's health dropped by 160 points before the repair station even began repairs. Bai Xiao only managed 4 hits before the gate to dormitory 4444 burst open with a bang. The players inside the dormitory were dumbfounded. He had noticed Bai Xiao and Bai He when they arrived. After all, it was the night of the merger, and everyone was on high alert. But he truly hadn't expected that these two, with only one person attacking, could break through his level 3 gate in just a few moves. He had previously worked with 3 others to break down the gate, one of whom had a mid-level weapon, but the damage wasn't this high. So this person was wielding at least an advanced weapon. And her weapon definitely had a skill, because he saw a layer of shaved ice forming on the repair station. With 2 opponents and such powerful weapons, could he, an ordinary player, really win? The moment he stepped out, Bai Xiao's scythe appeared right before his eyes. Terrified, he retreated hastily, swallowing hard, and trembling, pleaded, Please don't kill me. I give you room 4444, just let me go. I just want to live a little longer, to say goodbye to my friends. Please grant my request. He avoided Bai Zhao's side and walked out of the dormitory, making a gesture of invitation, his attitude extremely humble. But in reality, he secretly gripped the low-level short sword slung across his back. He thought to himself, young women are usually soft-hearted. If I offer my seat, and then use some moral blackmail, they definitely won't make things difficult for me. Giving them time to say goodbye to their friends will give me the opportunity to call for reinforcements. He guessed that the woman with the high-level weapon was probably the player bound to Dormitory 4444. He planned to ambush and severely injure her as she approached. Once his accomplices arrived, they could kill the two of them together. After all, strength in numbers. He refined his plan in his mind, but he hadn't expected Bai Zhao to have no intention of letting him go from the start. The moment he bowed respectfully, a snap, and his head fell to the ground. His body slumped to the ground with a thud, the low-level short sword he had been clutching falling with a crisp sound. Swaying Lily stepped forward, picked up the low-level short sword, and said coldly, the old saying is still true, better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free. He was probably thinking about how to ambush you. Upon hearing the kill notification, Bai Zhao obtained all the deceased player's items, and the low-level short sword Lily was holding immediately vanished. Bai Zhao, putting herself in his shoes, said, if he gives me the dorm, he die by dawn. His eyes don't look like those others, completely desperate. He still wants to live, so he fight to the death, not ask me not to kill him and give it to me. If it were her, as long as she had even a shred of strength to fight back, she would have tried every means to take back the dorm. The fact that the other party resigned himself to his fate so quickly was already strange. As she said before, there was no right or wrong between them, everyone was just trying to survive, so it was either you die or I live. Bai Zhao walked into dorm 4444 with a heavy heart. The broken-down dorm room 4444 instantly changed. The door, the small bed, and the props inside all became familiar to Bai Zhao. This meant that she had won this night of merging, but Bai Zhao couldn't be happy at all. The victor is king, the loser is villain, but no one can predict who will be the loser next. Since Bai Zhao transmigrated, she has killed many people for various reasons, and she always feels uneasy. This unease is particularly pronounced today, and she doesn't know why. Perhaps it's because death is too easy here? Or something else? Bai Zhao tries not to think about these things. She opens the door to dormitory 4444 and walks out. Seeing Lily outside, she forces a smile. Let's go rob your dormitory 4488. The swaying Lily probably understands Bai Zhao's feelings. She jokes, you already gotten a kill today. I take care of the players in dormitory 4488 later. Bai Zhao smiles. Okay, it's up to you then. Bai Zhao naturally knows that Lily is trying to comfort her, and she knows that in this survival world, she shouldn't have these unnecessary emotions. But perhaps because she's too tired tonight, she's a little vulnerable, and therefore more emotionally sensitive. Bai Zhao and the swaying Lilies hurried towards dormitory 4488. On the way, they encountered two more players with deathly pale faces, but this time the players didn't even glance at them and quickly walked past. The door to dormitory 4488 was also closed, indicating that someone had already moved in for the night. Like dormitory 4444, it had a level 3 door, which Bai Zhao quickly broke down as well. The players inside didn't immediately surrender like the players in dormitory 4444. Instead, their eyes were fierce, ready to fight Bai Zhao to the death to defend their dormitory and their lives. Because Baiha had just said she would handle this, Bai Zhao didn't interfere, watching Baiha and the other person fight. The players entering the forest dungeon had stats far superior to ordinary players, especially the first team, who almost always came in first place, earned the most points, and improved their strength the fastest. The other person was probably just an ordinary player, even their weapon was ordinary, not even a low-level one. They quickly died under Baiha's axe. Bai Zhao watched everything, and for some reason, she suddenly felt a deep sense of sorrow. Was that person wrong? Was Baiha wrong? But they were forced to kill each other. Everyone here was like that, like puppets on strings, manipulated by this survival game. After the swaying Lily killed the man and watched his body disappear, she turned to Bai Zhao and said, I'm fine here, I can go back to the dorm. Xiaohui is still waiting for you. Hurry up and help her on the 46th floor. Bai Zhao nodded and hurried towards the elevator. She opened the game interface, intending to tell Xiaohui she was coming over. But before she could even open Xiaohui's chat, she saw a message from Bian Di Piaoling in her friend list. Bian Di Piaoling hadn't messaged Bai Zhao before, so this late-night message was probably to let her know she was safe. Bai Zhao clicked on the message, and her breath caught in her throat when she saw the content. Everywhere I go, boss, are you out yet? I think I'm going to die. Bai Xiao found a secluded corner to hide in, and scrolled up Everywhere I Go's messages to see what had happened, and why he said he might die. But Everywhere I Go hadn't sent any other messages, only this one, which made Bai Xiao very uneasy. All illness is gone. What happened? Why did you say that? What's wrong with you? Did you not get a dorm room? Chapter 182. Today, BND Piaoling found 4 players on the same floor in the chat lobby to break into the dormitory building together that night. At 6 p.m., the 3 dormitory buildings merged, and BND Piaoling was deployed to the 46th floor corridor. He contacted the other 4, and the 5 of them arranged to meet. However, BND Piaoling didn't mention his physical condition. After all, it was only a temporary collaboration, and they might not have any further contact, so there was no need to reveal his physical condition. These 4 didn't expect that BND Piaoling, who was collaborating with them to break into the building, was actually a disabled person missing an arm. This is a survival world. It's not easy for normal people to survive, let alone someone with a disability. Seeing BND Piaoling's empty right sleeve, the 4 men's eyes instantly changed, becoming extremely contemptuous, as if they had already decided that BND Piaoling was a burden, a useless piece of trash. When choosing a partner, everyone naturally prefers players with weapons. Without weapons, it's not cooperation, it's about having players with weapons help break down the door. Since it's about helping, you need to offer some kind of reward to the players willing to take on this difficult task. BND Piaoling initially claimed to have weapons, which is why he partnered with 4 other players who also had weapons. But now, these 4 have backed out. They all feel that since BND Piaoling is disabled, it's not cooperation anymore, it's BND Piaoling deceiving them to get their help to break down the door. They not only verbally abused BND Piaoling, but also tried to steal his low-level long-handled sword. Although BND Piaoling is disabled, he is still an athlete, with better physical abilities, greater strength, and quicker reflexes than the average person. Moreover, recently inspired by Bai Xiao, he's been constantly training the dexterity of his left hand, and now it's just as good as his right. While BND Piaoling can't beat level-up players like Bai Xiao, he can easily handle ordinary players, and his weapons level gives him an even greater advantage. He fought 4 people, sustaining some injuries himself, but he also managed to injure the 4 villains, who had changed their expressions, forcing them to flee and hide. However, he could only break down the door alone. It was a level 3 gate, and his low-level weapon only dealt 20 damage per hit, while the enemy's repair station regenerated 15% of its health per second. That means he was dealing 20 damage per second, and the repair station was regenerating 30 health per second. He hacked away until his left arm was numb and lost all feeling, but he still couldn't break down the door. As for asking for help, that was even more impossible. In everyone else's eyes, he was a weakling, wielding a low-level weapon. When he asked for help, they looked at him like he was prey. He was isolated and helpless, utterly desperate. He knew that after dawn he would die, just like all the other players who had failed to breach the dormitory door. He huddled in a corner, crouching there for a long time, finally deciding to send a farewell message to his friend in the survival world. All disease is gone. Can I live? Sobbing monster. The first reply to his message was from All Disease is Gone. Fallen Everywhere wiped away a tear, and replied to All Disease is Gone. Fallen Everywhere. I'm sorry, boss, I let you down. I can't break down the dormitory door. I die at 6 o'clock this morning at dawn. Fallen Everywhere. I saw on TV that when others encounter this situation, they tell their friends to forget about them, but I'm different. Drifting Everywhere. I hope you remember me, don't forget me. Drifting Everywhere. Boss, I never told you this before, but my parents divorced when I was little, they didn't want me. My grandma raised me, she passed away when I was in college, and since then I always been alone, without any ties. Drifting Everywhere. I never had many friends growing up. They mocked me as a wild child, didn't want to play with me, and bullied me, but I always fought back. Drifting Everywhere. After I grew up, I was ridiculed and treated as an outsider because of my sexual orientation. Drifting Everywhere. No one in this world loves me, no one cares about me. Even if I die, no one will remember me. So I really hope, boss, you can remember me, don't forget me. BND Piaoling. Actually, I'm not that afraid of death. I'm just afraid that if I die, there will be no trace of me, and no one will remember me. I hope someone can remember me. As long as someone remembers me, that's enough. BND Piaoling sobbed as he rambled on. How could anyone not be afraid of death? He was actually terrified of dying, but he hoped his few friends wouldn't be too heartbroken after his death, so he said he wasn't that afraid. But his hope that they would remember him was genuine, and everything else he said was also genuine. Actually, he had so much more to say, but he only had a few hours left, so he just said whatever came to mind. Bai Zhao's mind was buzzing. Her eyes were fixed on the messages Bien Di Piaoling had sent, her breathing becoming rapid. Not long ago, she was secretly pleased that everyone she cared about was safe and sound, none of them dead. Now, this has suddenly happened? Bai Zhao gritted her teeth, unconsciously tightening her grip on the elevator card, the square card digging painfully into her skin. She now had one elevator card, but could she survive on the 46th floor, while Bien Di Piaoling was on the 24th floor? She couldn't save both of them at the same time. Could she survive waiting for her on the 46th floor? She had promised to help her. If she didn't go to the 46th floor, could she survive or die? She couldn't not go. But if she went to the 46th floor, then at 6 a.m. this morning, Bien Di Piaoling on the 24th floor would die. Bai Zhao had never faced such a difficult choice. Looking at the only elevator card in her hand, she didn't know which floor she should go to. Whom should she choose? Could she survive or perish? Which floor should she go to? The 46th or the 24th? Bai Zhao had guessed before that the game had a team system, intended to create emotional bonds and weaknesses between players, giving them vulnerabilities and weaknesses. But she hadn't expected it to happen so soon, so suddenly. In the forest instance, she had let go of the dragonfly monster's leg, gambling on whether her scythe could embed itself in its body, climbing thousands of meters in the air along the scythe. Even in such perilous situations, she hadn't hesitated for a moment. Faced with the pleas for help and insults from strangers, she hadn't hesitated either to help or not. Her choices had always been firm. But now, faced with two people pleading for help and an elevator card, she hesitated. It wasn't so much that she didn't know how to choose, but rather that she wanted both of them. She wanted them both to live, but she had to make a choice. Chapter 183. Bai Zhao arrived at the elevator. After swiping her elevator card, the doors slowly opened. This was only the second time she had ridden an elevator since arriving in this world. After she entered, the doors slowly closed. One wall inside had buttons numbered 1 to 100. Bai Zhao pressed button 46 and sent a message to Xiaohua. The elevator slowly ascended. Bai Zhao took the opportunity to open the kill chest in her backpack, hoping to find an elevator card. However, this level 2 chest contained only upgradable items like turrets and repair stations, some food and water, a low-level short sword as a weapon, and a few antidote candies as a one-time use item. Without an elevator card, Bai Zhao coldly retrieved the level 2 chest, obtaining Iron X1. Floors 44 and 46 were only 2 floors apart, so the elevator quickly reached and stopped on the 46th floor. Can I survive? Paced back and forth beside the elevator, her brow furrowed, her face filled with anxiety. Finally, she heard the elevator approaching and rushed towards it. The elevator doors opened as Bai Zhao stepped out, and Xiaohua grabbed her hand. Bai Zhao noticed Xiaohua's hand was icy cold, and her expression was one of extreme anxiety. Can I live? Xiaohua cried urgently. Xiao, I received a message from Xiaoling. He's saying goodbye. I asked Ying Yingwei, and he sent it to her too. What should I do? What should I do? Xiaohua kept asking what should I do, repeatedly, as if addressing Bai Zhao, yet also seemingly talking to herself. Bai Zhao had already composed herself in the elevator. She said in a low voice, Xiaohua, calm down. It's only 3 a.m. I help you break down the door quickly. We still have time to figure out how to rescue Xiaoling. Perhaps it was Bai Zhao's resolute gaze and tone that calmed her anxious heart. She nodded, yes, you're right, we still have time. It's not dawn yet. She led Bai Zhao quickly to their bound dormitory, which also had a level 3 gate. Without a word, Bai Zhao began attacking the gate. Just as the gate had only 10 health points left, it was suddenly opened by a player inside. A tall, stern-faced woman emerged, wielding a mid-level long sword. Coincidentally, Bai Zhao and Xiaohua had met this person in the forest dungeon. She was the captain of the dormitory team. Many players entered the forest dungeon daily, but the first team rarely interacted with other teams. Therefore, any player Bai Zhao and Xiaohua remembered must have something special about them. The dormitory team captain was special because she had dyed her hair a striking wine red. However, after being in the world for over 10 days, her black hair had grown out a bit, leaving a small section of black hair on top, making her particularly noticeable. The dormitory team didn't enter the forest dungeon today. They were previously ranked at the bottom, with a significant gap in strength compared to the other ranked teams. Therefore, their team planned to wait until other teams used up their attempts before participating, hoping to improve their ranking. Many other teams shared this idea. After the forest dungeon closed, they learned that so many people had been expelled, with the top-ranked team only managing to kill 3 dragonfly monsters. Although they hadn't witnessed it firsthand, they could imagine how dangerous tonight's forest dungeon would be, and they were even more grateful they hadn't gone. The dormitory team leader hadn't expected that while she avoided the forest instance tonight, she hadn't avoided the first squad. Her dormitory account number was the same as a member of the first squad. Seeing her door about to be breached, the dormitory team leader didn't dodge anymore. She opened the door and, without a word, struck first. Bai Xiao blocked the dormitory team's mid-level longsword with his scythe. The two started fighting without exchanging a single word. Xiaohua watched from the sidelines. She wanted to help, but hesitated. Although she had killed before, it was only when the person offended her, and she didn't know them. But the person before her, she heard her teammates call her sister Xia Xia, and she seen her rush to save her teammates despite her own injuries. Although they were strangers, she had memories of her and felt she was a kind, compassionate person. Can I survive? She hesitated, but only for 2 or 3 seconds before joining Bai Xiao. Even if she's a good person, she has to die, because only one of them can live tonight. Besides, maybe killing her and inheriting her items would yield an elevator card, which could save DND Piaoling. Something seemed to shatter inside her. She knew what it was. It was her bottom line. The dormitory team leader, who had already been at a disadvantage against Bai Xiao, quickly found herself overwhelmed after Can I Live? Joined. Soon, Bai Xiao's scythe was against her neck, and her head fell to the ground the next second. Upon hearing about the kill reward, Bai Xiao immediately checked the treasure chest, wanting to see if the 2 people he killed at night had any elevator cards in their backpacks. But after opening his backpack, Bai Xiao blurted out, "What? A level 1 treasure chest?" The level 1 treasure chest appeared on the ground. Bai Xiao hurriedly opened it, and inside was only a mid-grade longsword, all alone. Can I Live, who had been cautiously observing their surroundings, turned around when she heard Bai Xiao say, "What? A level 1 treasure chest?" and said incredulously, "Isn't she the captain of the dormitory team? How could she only have a level 1 treasure chest?" Bai Xiao took out the mid-grade longsword and said with a complicated expression, "Maybe it's because she's the captain of the dormitory team. Don't forget, she came out before the dormitory door was even breached. Perhaps while she was inside the dormitory, she had already seen Bai Xiao and Xiaohua through the dormitory door and recognized them as members of the first squad. Perhaps she knew she was doomed today, so while she was inside the dormitory, she might have distributed all her items to her teammates, keeping only one weapon for herself, preparing for a desperate fight. Can I survive?" Her lips twitched, but she ultimately didn't utter a word. She wasn't stupid, of course. She understood the meaning behind Bai Xiao's words. Although they weren't close, she knew the dormitory team leader was a good leader. Her team members were loyal and righteous, just like their first team. She knew she was going to die, so she gave all the items to her teammates beforehand. It was perfectly reasonable for her to do that. Can I survive? She stared at the ground. The dormitory team leader was gone, leaving only a pool of blood. She suddenly felt suffocated, even more suffocating than when she fell into the crocodile lake. She desperately wanted to say, "Is it meaningful to keep killing to survive?" But she didn't dare say it. She was already mentally unstable. She didn't want to affect Bai Xiao's mental state. "Bai Xiao, I'm going back now. You should go back to the dormitory." Chapter 184. After speaking, Bai Xiao left hastily before Xiaohua could respond. She still needed to find a way to save Xiaoling. She didn't have time to be vulnerable, time to waste, or time to overthink. Besides, dwelling on these things was pointless. She wanted to survive. She wanted the people she cared about to survive. So she had to face reality. The reality was that if the people she cared about survived, others would die. But she wasn't that noble. She couldn't care less about others' lives. She could only care about herself and try her best to protect the people she cared about. The elevator Bai Xiao was in was still on the 46th floor. After swiping her elevator card, the doors opened, and the card disappeared from her hand. Once she stepped inside, she didn't need to press any buttons. The elevator would return her to the building she had just come from. After entering the elevator, Bai Xiao went to the trading center in the chat lobby, and the trading center in the monster restaurant to buy elevator cards at high prices. Can I survive? Entered the dormitory, which became her dormitory. She sat on her bed and told her team about it, hoping for help. The 18-year-old cleaning lady, along with 3 other people from the same building, broke down her dormitory door, and then helped the other 3 break down theirs. She had just returned to her dormitory to rest when she saw the message from Can I Survive? Wei Shui Yang, like the 18-year-old cleaning lady, had just finished her work and also saw the message. The elegant Pian and the ethereal junior sister lived in the main building. Their dorms hadn't been broken into, so they went straight back to their dorms after leaving the monster restaurant. The 18-year-old cleaning lady said, I asked some players in the security department if they have any elevator cards. Wei Shui Yang, don't worry, I also checked the trading center and see if my list has any elevator cards. Swaying Lily, there's still time, it should be enough. Don't be too anxious. Elegant Pian, I also go to the trading center to buy elevator cards. Although everyone was trying to find a solution, everyone knew the situation was far from optimistic. Elevator cards have always been quite expensive at the trading center because they are rare items, appearing only once as a survival reward on the 3rd night, and only a very small number of players obtain them from treasure chests. Now it's the 11th night, 8 days have passed in total. Players who have elevator cards have either already used them or traded them for other items or nightmare coins. Very few players still have elevator cards. Back when Ying Yingwei wanted to kill Luo Nanji, the Eternal Determination team went to great lengths to obtain 3 elevator cards. Today is a chaotic night of mergers, and many players like Bai Xiao need help. Those with elevator cards have already used them to assist their friends. Besides, it's already past 3 a.m. Most players have been exhausted all night and are probably resting. How many people are still paying attention to the trading center? The difficulty of trading for an elevator card in the remaining 2 hours is extremely high. Bai Xiao is aware of this, but there's no other way now unless she can get another high-level weapon with a skill and give it to Bian Di Piaoling. Otherwise, this situation is unsolvable. But at this point in time, even if Iron Hammer worked its hardest, it would have already stopped. Time ticked by, and there was still no movement from either trading center. Bai Xiao waited until 4 in the morning before finally replying to Bian Di Piaoling's message. By Bing Quan Xia, I remember you, Xiao Hui too, and Ying Guai too. Bian Di Piaoling, thank you, boss. That's enough for me. Bian Di Piaoling had been waiting for Bai Bing Quan Xia's message. He knew his boss was a very good person, and wouldn't intentionally ignore his messages. The fact that he hadn't replied for so long meant he was definitely trying to save him. Now that he suddenly replied, it probably meant things had settled down, and there was no way to save him. Bian Di Piaoling wasn't exactly sad or disappointed. He had already prepared for the worst. So what if he died? How many people had died in this game? Actually, compared to others, he was lucky. There were still 2 hours until dawn. He had plenty of time to say goodbye to his friends. Some players died instantly, without a chance to do anything or say anything. Falling Everywhere divided his items and nightmare coins into 3 parts, sending them to cure all illnesses, Can I Live, and Sobbing Monster, his only 3 friends in the survival world. He didn't want to die without leaving anything behind. Falling Everywhere, boss, don't be sad for me. If it weren't for your help, I might have starved to death long ago. Keep these things for you, don't waste them. Bai Xiao choked back tears, her hands trembling as she clicked accept. At that moment, she really hoped someone would trade her an elevator card so she could return Falling Everywhere's items to him. Everywhere I go, boss, if this game really can be completed, I believe you'd definitely be one of the players who succeeds. Can you grant me a small request? All illness is gone. Okay, I promise. Everywhere I go, next year on Qingming Festival, please offer incense to my grandmother for me. She's in Guiyuan Cemetery in Wuzhou City. Everywhere I go told Bai Xiao his grandmother's name and the exact location of her tombstone. Actually, I'm quite lucky. I still have time to make arrangements for my affairs and say my last words. Everywhere I go not only message Bai Xiao, but also Can I Live, and Sobbing Monster. The 4 of them were in different places, but all were sobbing. Wei Shui Yang knew that Xiaohua and Bai Xiao must be feeling terrible right now, so he mobilized his network of contacts, contacting everyone he could. He even contacted Li, whom he usually dislikes the most. He had almost deleted Li from his contacts because of the incident in Unit 2 of Building 8, but thankfully he hadn't, because Li replied to his message. Li, I went to kill a player called Helpful Citizen. He bought all the elevator cards for 4 buildings, for units, but then someone suddenly appeared and killed him. That person inherited all his items, which definitely included elevator cards. Wei Shui Yang, do you know who that person is? Li, I don't know. Wei Shui Yang, have you seen him in the forest instance? Describe what he looks like, maybe I recognize him. Lee, a very ordinary-looking man, buzz cut, wearing a white tank top, black shorts, and blue flip-flops. Oh right, his tank top had barbecue grease stains. He must have been wearing it while eating skewers outside. Lee, but I haven't seen him in the Forest Instance or the Monster Restaurant. He's probably just a regular player. He's never been on the Instance leaderboard. Chapter 185. Wei Shui Yang was extremely troubled. Although Lee's description was quite detailed, he hadn't been to the Forest Instance, so there was no way he had ever seen this person. But some information was better than none. Wei Shui Yang posted the message in the team chat, hoping someone might remember this man. Swaying lilies, although we have some news, unless it's someone from the same building, we couldn't have seen this person before, and we can't find them. 18-year-old cleaning ant, wait, I think I vaguely remember this person. Wei Shui Yang, it can't be such a coincidence, right? They're in the same building? 18-year-old cleaning ant, I don't know, but I definitely saw this man dressed like this on the 18th floor. Even the barbecue grease stains on his vest are exactly the same, but I don't know which dormitory he lives in. Can I live? 18, could you help us look for him? Please. 18-year-old cleaning ant, don't talk about helping or not. Your problems are my problems. I go ask around. All illness is cured, thank you. Bai Xiao knew that when the 18-year-old cleaning ant said ask around, she meant knocking on doors and asking everyone. And even then, people might not answer her. This was truly a last-ditch effort. Time ticked by again. Neither Bai Xiao nor Can I live tacitly agreed not to tell Bian Di Piaoling about it, because they were afraid of giving hope only to be followed by despair. That feeling was too painful. In this world, if an 18-year-old cleaning lady, a muscular woman, went to someone's door at 4:30 in the morning to ask if they were wearing a white tank top with barbecue grease stains on their chest, most people would pretend to be asleep and ignore her. The 18-year-old cleaning lady asked around to no avail. She couldn't possibly break down all the doors on the 18th floor just to help someone like Bian Di Piaoling and drag out the man in the white vest. At 6 in the morning, the administrator's notification sounded. Bai Xiao received a goodbye message from Bian Di Piaoling, and immediately his avatar and name turned gray. Bai Xiao didn't cry, perhaps because she had waited too long and cried too long. Bai Xiao, goodbye. Notification. This player is dead. A red exclamation mark popped up next to Bai Xiao's message. Bai Xiao stared at it for a long time before finally exiting the chat with Bian Di Piaoling. Other players were awakened by the administrator's notification. Bai Xiao's post in the trading center offering 500 nightmare coins for an elevator card started receiving transactions. Bai Xiao hadn't cried before, but seeing these messages made her cry. 5 transactions were successful, costing her 2,500 nightmare coins, but yielding 5 elevator cards. But now, more elevator cards were useless, the scattered cards were already dead. She stopped trading elevator cards, leaving those who missed out with only regret. They didn't know what Bai Xiao had experienced that night. In their eyes, they were just a step too late, missing out on a sucker and 500 nightmare coins. The 11th night, the third merge night, has ended. Due to the addition of new players, the number of surviving players in Unit 4 of Building 44 has increased to 7,787, including 2,170 players from Unit 4 of Building 44 and 5,617 new players. Congratulations to all players for surviving the third merge night. The survival reward for the 11th night of the merge night, Level 3 Treasure Chest X25, Nightmare Coins X300, has been placed in your inventory. Please check. Bai Xiao remained hidden under the covers, not getting up. Previously, Yang had nearly died and lost control because of the near-death experience in Unit 2 of Building 8, and Xiaohui had almost collapsed because of the whining monster. Although she could understand, she couldn't fully empathize. But now, she was the one who had lost a friend, and she knew how painful and self-reproachful that feeling was. She imagined many what-ifs. What if she had acquired the elevator card earlier? What if she hadn't given the elevator card she obtained to Shirley? What if? Would Bian Di Piaoling not have died? But no matter how many what-ifs she had, the fact was that Bian Di Piaoling was dead. The person who called her boss, liked to be abstract, liked to joke, and sent her messages every day was dead. Bai Xiao even began to regret it. Why did she, a weakling, develop feelings and ties with others? If she had known Bian Di Piaoling, she wouldn't be so sad about his death. She kept recalling the nightmare she had, and she was terrified that the nightmare would come true, that everyone around her, everyone she cared about, would die. If she hadn't gone to the forest instance, hadn't cooperated with anyone, and hadn't made friends with anyone, would she still be all alone, with no one else matter except her own life and death, if... Suppose... Xiao Xiao, are you alright? The swaying Lily knocked on the door of dormitory 4444, pulling Bai Xiao out of her reverie. Bai Xiao got out of bed and opened the dormitory door. She tried to act nonchalant, but her red eyes betrayed that she had been crying. The swaying Lily didn't speak, but simply reached out and hugged Bai Xiao. The swaying Lily gently stroked Bai Xiao's back, saying softly, Xiao Xiao, you have to look forward. You tried your best. Feeling the body trembling slightly in her arms, the swaying Lily felt a pang of sadness. This was the first time she had seen Bai Xiao so heartbroken, the first time she had seen her cry. In her memory, Bai Xiao had always been a very strong person. The swaying Lily paused, then said in a low voice, Xiao Xiao, there's something I have to say. It might be hard to hear, but it's true. All the players in this game are not in control of their own lives, including us. Bai Xiao looked up, her red eyes filled with tears, staring at the lily. The swaying Lily knew she had taken it to heart and continued, anyone in this world can die, including us. These words struck Bai Xiao's heart like a heavy blow, a dull pain spreading through her. It felt as if someone was strangling her, making even breathing incredibly difficult. The swaying Lily didn't stop. I don't know if anyone will survive to the end in this game, but I hope that no matter who among us dies, those who survive won't stop trying to live. The swaying Lily's eyes were devoid of joy or sorrow. She calmly stated the fact. I've long been prepared to die, but as long as I can live, I will fight with all my might. If one day I really die, I hope you can all complete this game. Bai Xiao stared blankly at the lily, unsure what to say. The swaying Lily, you don't need to blame yourself. You're not a god. How could you possibly save everyone? If you were really that powerful, you wouldn't be trapped in this game. Acknowledge that you're just an ordinary person. Don't carry so much burden. Chapter 186. Bai Xiao had experienced a lot since transmigrating. She possessed advanced weapons that others didn't have, and gained advantages by befriending some monsters, but ultimately, she was just an ordinary player controlled by an invisible hand. Bai Xiao's mind was in turmoil, but now she had calmed down and was organizing her thoughts. Suddenly Bai Xiao spoke, I want to find out the truth. The seemingly unrelated sentence left the swaying Lily confused. What truth? Bai Xiao pursed her lips. Humans in the survival game are victims, and monsters in the monster world are also victims. I want to know who orchestrated all of this, who tried to kill humans and monsters. As she spoke, Bai Xiao's reddened eyes grew increasingly resolute. Before, she only wanted to survive, but now she felt that living in this muddled state was too painful. She wanted to find out the truth. She wanted to understand why so many people and so many monsters had died. What kind of truth was worth so many lives? She wanted to find out, for herself, and for those who had perished. The swaying Lily took Bai Xiao's hand, looked into her eyes, and said, Okay, I support you, I be with you. Bai Xiao composed herself, everything returning to normal. It wasn't that she wasn't sad anymore, but rather that she suppressed her sadness, turning it into motivation to uncover the truth. She was determined to find out the truth, determined to complete this game. Seeing Bai Xiao return to normal, the lily went back reassured. Bai Xiao opened the game interface. Her team had sent her many messages, all comforting her, and Xiaohua had also sent her many private messages. All illness is gone. I'm fine now. Thank you everyone for your help last night. 18-year-old cleaning lady. It's nothing, I'm just glad you're alright. Elegant and charming. This world is truly cruel, anyone can die, but as long as you're alive, don't give up. Vast and beautiful. To put it bluntly, you must live on with that spirit of being adrift everywhere. You must live a long, long life. Fairy-like junior sister, I'm not good at comforting people, but don't let anything defeat you. Keep moving forward. All illness is gone. Thank you everyone. How's Xiaohua? With being adrift everywhere dead, Xiaohua's condition might be even worse than hers. Can I live? I'm fine, I'm doing great. Xiao Ling shared his items with me, and said goodbye, telling me not to be sad. I won't be sad, but I promised him I always remember him. 18-year-old cleaning lady. Really okay? She remembered how Xiao Ling had cried so much last time she almost died, but now Xiao Ling was dead everywhere, and she was so calm about it. Can I live? People grow up. Don't underestimate me, I'm incredibly strong now. Wei Shui Yang Yang. How strong? After the misunderstanding, the atmosphere in the first team improved again. Bai Xiao chatted with her teammates for a while, ate something to fill her stomach, and then went out to pick up a level 3 turret. She didn't open the chest because she didn't plan to go to the forest dungeon today. She planned to wait for Xiao Erhui to arrive, and then inform the team. All illness is gone. Let's not go to the forest dungeon tonight, it's too dangerous. Let's think of a plan first. 18-year-old cleaning lady. Agreed, the death rate in the forest dungeon is too high. Let's observe it further. Wei Shui Yang Yang. Many players on my team are saying they won't go tonight, they all want to observe. It feels like not many teams will go to the forest dungeon tonight. 18-year-old cleaning lady. I don't know if we can clear the 5th level of the secret realm today. I feel like tonight is the night of cleanup. Swaying Lily. I think so too. The 7th night was the 2nd merge night, and the 8th night is the 2nd cleanup night. Elegant PN. Then tonight's elimination target is players who haven't cleared the 3rd level. Can I survive? Thank goodness I cleared it, and our team all cleared it. Can I survive has always been the slowest progressing player in the team. Now she's the only one stuck on the 4th level, while everyone else is already on the 5th. 18-year-old cleaning lady. You also need to try your best to pass the 4th level, otherwise the next cleaning night will be for players who haven't passed the 4th level. Can I live? I will try my best. Elegant PN. Xiao Xiao, can you participate in the secret realm dungeon today? All illness is cured. Yes, I can participate today. 18-year-old cleaning lady. Your weapon is so powerful, you definitely pass today, good luck. All illness is cured. I think so. Thinking of the 5th level's boss, Iron Stone, Bai Xiao still hesitated a little. Swaying Lily. Don't say I think so, be determined, you can definitely kill the boss and pass. Bai Xiao knew that Lily was saying this to tell her not to be soft-hearted. No matter who the boss was, she had to kill him to pass. She couldn't stay stuck on the 5th level. All ailments cured. Okay, I definitely clear it. At 10 o'clock in the morning as promised, the vortex gate appeared on the dormitory wall. Although Bai Xiao said she would definitely clear it, when she entered the grassland of the 5th level and saw Taisher, she still didn't choose to attack. This time, Taisher didn't use a hammer to smash things, but sat silently on the grass, its huge figure looking very lonely. When Bai Xiao walked to its side, it glanced at her, and Bai Xiao felt that it must remember her. Bai Xiao, Taisher, do you remember me? Hearing Bai Xiao call its name, Taisher's bull-like eyes widened. Although it had said its name last time, Bai Xiao had already been expelled at that time, so it shouldn't have heard it. Seeing its expression, Bai Xiao knew that it definitely remembered her. Bai Xiao plopped down next to Taisher. Seeing Taisher's puzzled expression, Bai Xiao asked, What are you thinking about? Taisher, thinking about things I don't remember. Bai Xiao, do you remember? Taisher shook its head. I can't. Bai Xiao had mentioned the name Tai Chui, but it didn't remember who Tai Chui was. Even though the memory was gone, lingering emotions remained. It knew Tai Chui must be a monster very important to it. But no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't remember. Bai Xiao sensed Taisher's distress and wanted to change the subject, but didn't know where to begin. Finally, Bai Xiao spoke. A friend of mine passed away last night on the night of the merger. Her tone was calm, but Taisher could feel her sadness and listened intently. Bai Xiao, I don't know who planned this game, what their purpose was, or when I will die, or when the others I care about will die. I'm really confused. But everyone's suffering, and I don't want to complain to them. Perhaps it was because Taisher was a familiar yet strange monster to Bai Xiao. This feeling of not being close, yet not completely distant, made her suddenly want to confide in Taisher. Taisher slowly said, You want to find out the truth? Bai Xiao didn't expect Taisher to ask this. Shouldn't the normal procedure be to comfort her? But Taisher was right, so Bai Xiao nodded in agreement. Bai Xiao, yes, I want to find out. I don't want to die one day without knowing why. Although the secret realm dungeon restricts Taisher's speech, Taisher is currently Bai Xiao's only way to understand the truth, even if it's just a little bit. Taisher said, word by word, kill me. Bai Xiao was stunned. What? Taisher, kill me, and you clear the dungeon. Bai Xiao frowned. Will that reveal the truth? Taisher, yes and no, but you must do it. What do you mean by can and can't? Bai Xiao didn't understand what Taisher meant, but she felt that Taisher was becoming more and more like a normal monster. The last time Bai Xiao saw Taisher, it had a strong sense of death about it, but now, apart from its red eyes, it was no different from an intelligent monster. And it was also Tai Chui's mother. Was she really going to make a move? Taisher saw Bai Xiao's hesitation and said, As long as the secret realm dungeon isn't closed, I'd be in the 5th level. Even if you kill me, I still be there. Don't hesitate, this is something you have to do. Bai Xiao finally made her move. Taisha offered absolutely no resistance, no matter how fierce Bai Zhao's attacks were. It had been killed many times before, but this time it was voluntary. Chapter 187. Combat Power Plus 8. Congratulations to player, all illnesses cured for clearing the 5th level of the Monster Realm. Reward: Transportation Card X1, already added to player's inventory. Why a transportation card? Wasn't the previous dungeon completion reward a dormitory expansion card? Bai Zhao took out the transportation card from his inventory, wanting to see what it was for. Transportation card. Function: Summon a vehicle after using this card. Effect: 1 hour. Type: one-time auxiliary item. Dungeon reminder: essential for escape. The card showed a picture of a red sports car. 2 stick figures sat in the front 2 seats, and 3 stick figures sat in the back 3 seats. But there was indeed space inside. If squeezed in, it should be able to seat several more people, perfect for a small team to escape together. It's indeed a very good item. The problem is, wasn't the reward for clearing the Monster Realm dungeon supposed to be a dormitory expansion card? Is this an exception, or will there be no more dormitory expansion cards in the future? Her current dormitory only has 54 tiles, which can only hold 54 items. With the monsters getting stronger, it will be very dangerous. Congratulations to player, all illnesses cured for becoming the first player to clear the 5th level of the Monster Realm. The first clear reward is a town visit card, which allows you to enter Monster Town for a visit. Congratulations to player, all illnesses cured for unlocking the 6th level of the Monster Realm. Continue clearing? Bai Zhao took out the town visit card from her backpack and checked the card details. Town visit card. Function: allows you to reach Monster Town. Type: one-time auxiliary item. Expiration time: 4 hours 59 minutes and 15 seconds. The card will disappear automatically after the countdown ends. It's a new location, and the expiration time is only 5 hours. If she doesn't want to waste this card, she has to use it today. However, based on Bai Zhao's understanding of the game, going there would almost certainly be disastrous. But Bai Zhao remembered her conversation with Taisha. Kill me, clear the level. Would that reveal the truth? Yes and no. Could it be that Taisha meant that killing it would grant her a town visit pass, but whether or not she could visit herself was another matter, hence the yes and no response. Bai Zhao clicked no on whether to continue clearing the level and exited the dungeon. Regardless of whether her guess was right or wrong, she had to go. What if there really was something she wanted to know there? She wouldn't let go of any opportunity that might reveal the truth. Bai Zhao explained the completion of the 5th level, the transportation pass, and the town visit pass to her team, but everyone was currently in the dungeon, and no one replied. After explaining, Bai Zhao used the town visit pass. After using it, the town visit pass disappeared from her hand. She walked to the dormitory door, turned the doorknob, and opened the door. An empty street came into view. Bai Zhao took a step forward, and the dormitory vanished instantly, leaving her feet on the empty street. Town visiting rules. 1. The town has only one exit. Head towards the exit to return to the dormitory. 2. Pay attention to the time above your head. Please leave the town before the countdown ends, otherwise you will be trapped. Compared to other places, the town has significantly fewer rules, and there are no warnings or penalties. However, it's obvious that if you can't exit or don't leave before the countdown ends, you will definitely die. Bai Zhao looked up at her head. Above her was a string of green numbers, 4 hours 53 minutes and 19 seconds. Bai Zhao decided to figure out where the exit was first, then explore the town. That way, when it was time to leave, she could simply go. Bai Zhao looked left and right. This was clearly the town street, lined with shops on both sides, steamed bun shops, milk tea shops, ramen restaurants. But now, they were all hurriedly packing up and pulling down their shutters. Bai Zhao felt something was wrong. It was only 11 a.m., and while the steamed bun shops were understandable, why were the other shops closed? Did the monster world close during the day and only do business at night? That didn't make sense either. Chalas and Little Gray ate 3 meals a day at normal times. It was impossible for the other shops to be closed during the day. If it wasn't a difference in customs, then there was something wrong with this town, causing the residents to be afraid to go out during the day. Bai Zhao tried walking towards the steamed bun shop and politely greeted, "Hello." The monster owner of the steamed bun shop was startled. He abandoned the steamer baskets and other items outside and rushed inside, slamming the shutter door shut. Bai Zhao was completely bewildered. Was she really that scary? What was going on? Bai Zhao tried asking other monsters, but when they saw her, they all acted as if they'd seen a ghost, preferring to give up everything else and keep her outside. Bai Xiao, eh? Was this the legendary racial discrimination? Bai Xiao wanted to shout, "Don't discriminate against humans." After repeatedly hitting a wall just then, a strange voice came. "What's going on? Do the monsters here hate humans so much?" This must have been a human speaking. Bai Xiao instantly became alert. She turned around and, sure enough, saw a human player. She didn't know when he appeared. He was some distance away. "Bai Xiao, when did you get here?" The man replied, "Not long after I arrived. I saw 3 monsters locking you out." He was a player from another dormitory building, and like Bai Xiao, he was the first player to clear their building, earning a town visit pass, so he came over. Bai Xiao vaguely remembered him, because the strongest players in each dormitory building were all players from the forest dungeon, and they had all crossed paths at least once. Moreover, this person was carrying a high-level weapon. Even in the forest dungeon, players with high-level weapons were extremely rare. Bai Xiao kept her distance from this person, and he wisely stayed away from her as well. Since she hadn't seen any monsters here, Bai Xiao decided to find the exit herself. She went left, and the man went right, probably wary of her and worried about her. Bai Xiao continued to the left, seeing many monsters fleeing in panic. One small monster even tripped and fell heavily to the ground because it was running too fast. Seeing that it was about to get up on its own, Bai Xiao quickly ran over, scooped up the little monster, and brushed the dust off its body. This little monster was a black and white panda, with a round head, round ears, and a round, plump belly. Its name was Xiao Sun. Although pandas are national treasures, Bai Xiao wasn't particularly excited to see Xiao Sun, because all the monsters he's seen since entering Monster Town were panda monsters. Moreover, their behavior was so unusual that Bai Xiao had no time to pay attention to whether the panda monsters were cute or not. Xiao Sun was a very polite little monster. After being helped up by Bai Xiao, it immediately said, "Thank you, sir." Bai Xiao squatted down, her gaze meeting Xiao Sun's. "Why are you running so fast? Did something happen?" Xiao Sun nodded, her voice filled with anxiety and fear. "It's Panda Town's turn today. We have to hide quickly. Everyone, hide with me." As she spoke, Xiao Sun grabbed Bai Xiao's hand with her chubby bare paws and dashed forward. Bai Xiao hadn't even figured out what Panda Town's turn meant, or why these monsters needed to hide, before Xiao Sun pulled her along, her mouth agape as she opened it to ask a question, only to be met with a mouthful of wind. She had just walked a long way, and was now back at her starting point. She saw another player on the street. She had just arrived and seen a large group of panda monsters running towards her, as if their lives depended on it, their eyes filled with confusion. Seeing Bai Xiao, the new player, she ran after her. "Hey, what's going on? Where are these panda monsters going? Is something chasing them?" Bai Xiao didn't know either, so she chose not to answer. Xiao Sun was a kind little panda monster. Not only did it pull Bai Xiao into its home, but when it saw the player following Bai Xiao, it also pulled her in. "Come in quickly, it's dangerous outside." Bai Xiao and the player looked at each other in bewilderment, while Xiao Sun busily closed all the doors and windows, then sat nervously on the stool, her eyes, surrounded by dark circles, filled with fear and unease. Chapter 188. Bai Xiao, Xiao Sun, what dangers are there in Panda Town? Why are you so scared? The player also leaned closer to listen. She held a high-level long-handled axe. Whether it had skills or not was unknown, but Bai Xiao didn't dare underestimate her, and didn't want to clash with her, so he remained silent in the face of her small gesture. Xiao Sun sighed. Today is Death Day in Panda Town. Bai Xiao felt uneasy upon hearing the name and frowned, asking, "What is Death Day?" Xiao Sun explained in her childish voice. It all started 18 days ago. 18 days ago, 7 days before the human player's arrival, the monster world ushered in Death Day. The so-called Death Day doesn't have a precise date, or rather, every day could be Death Day, only the location differs. Besides cat monsters, fox monsters, and rabbit monsters, which are numerous and occupy large areas, other monsters in the monster world are relatively few in number. Monsters of the same species live together. For example, Panda Town is inhabited entirely by pandas. Furthermore, neighboring Panda Town are Black Bear Town, Polar Bear Town. Everyone there is a bear monster, so living together makes it easy to visit each other. Most races in the monster world are like this, living happily and harmoniously, like in a fairy tale. Until the day of death arrives, first descending upon Snake Woman Town, the town where the Snake Woman monster once lived. At that time, the monsters of the monster world did not know the horror of the day of death, but all of them simultaneously heard a voice. The day of death is about to descend upon Snake Woman Town. Such an event had never occurred before in the monster world, leading many to suspect it was a prank, until the Snake Woman Town was deserted after the day of death. Only then did the monsters of the monster world realize that the day of death was real. However, the day of death was unpredictable. No one knew which town it would next strike, and no monster knew how to resist it. What exactly happened on the day of death that caused the monsters of an entire town to vanish remained a mystery to all the monsters. Later, the day of death struck Grey Wolf Town, killing almost all the Grey Wolf monsters except for a dozen or so juvenile cubs, who were well hidden by the adult Grey Wolf monsters. Then, the day of death struck Buffalo Town. Only Hammer survived, because he wasn't in Buffalo Town on the day of death. He was in the Cat Monster Empire negotiating a cooperation with Caramel. Although Caramel delayed meeting him for several days and refused to cooperate, Hammer survived because he was delayed and didn't return to Buffalo Town in time. When Hammer returned to Buffalo Town, all his familiar tribesmen were gone, leaving only a few immature buffalo monster cubs, unaware of what had happened. Hammer wanted to find clues about the day of death. He went to Snake Woman Town and then Grey Wolf Town, but he found nothing about the truth. However, he discovered a dozen or so Grey Wolf cubs left behind by the Grey Wolf monsters, so Hammer adopted them. With so many little monsters to raise, Hammer stopped worrying about the truth of the day of death. But every time the day of death approached, Hammer would still make a trip to see if any little monsters had been hidden in the town. If any small monsters survived, Hammer would adopt them. On the 5th day of death, the first day humans crossed over into the survival world, another terrifying event occurred in the monster world. Monsters, in full view of everyone, fell into depravity, becoming red-eyed, irrational creatures that only attacked other normal monsters. Moreover, such incidents increased. Through observation, the monsters realized these creatures had been traumatized and willingly surrendered their lives to become like this. The monsters were unable to save them, and believed these corrupted monsters were already dead. But these dead monsters, like the monsters of the day of death, would soon disappear without a trace. Until the survival game appeared in the monster world, the monsters, unable to fathom its secrets, could clearly guess that the events in the monster world were inextricably linked to it. Caramel, the ruler of the cat monsters, dispatched employees into the survival game to open a mobile game store. The ruler of the rat monsters dispatched employees into the game to manage the garbage in the survival game. Hammer, too, joined the survival game, establishing a monster weapon forging workshop. His reasons were twofold. First, to gather inside information and find out what happened to the vanished monsters, and second, to support the dozens of adopted monsters he needed a livelihood. Monsters like Hammer, Little Gray, and Chalas, who joined the survival game, knew some inside information. For example, they knew that the monsters that disappeared on the day of death didn't truly vanish, but rather reappeared in the survival world's secret realms or forest instances. These are things they can tell the monsters, but the survival game forbids them from telling human players. Because they cooperated with the survival game, they must abide by its rules, otherwise, they'd be punished. Therefore, they always find it difficult to ask by Xiao anything. But not all monsters know the inside story. Only the more powerful monsters like foxes, cats, and rabbits, who haven't joined the survival game, know some information. However, a group of humans suddenly appeared in the monster world, living within the survival game. Therefore, some monsters believe that the survival game is the work of humans, and that the peaceful life of the monster world has been disrupted by humans. They believe that the monsters disappeared because of these humans, and that everything will be better, and the monster world will return to normal if all humans are killed. Of course, another group of monsters thinks that many humans have also died, and perhaps humans, like them, are powerless to control their own lives. They believe the survival game isn't the work of humans. It's understandable that the monsters think this way, because human players feel the same way. Bai Xiao, for example, believes the monsters are also victims. The real source is the survival game, forcing humans and monsters to kill each other against their will. However, some human players believe the monsters are the root of all evil. Those attacking humans are all monsters. They believe that once all the monsters disappear, humans will be safe. 12 days of the survival game have passed, and humans and monsters have hated each other for 12 days. But nothing has changed in these 12 days. Today, the monsters of the monster world received another notification. The 12th day of death will descend upon Panda Town. This is why, when Bai Xiao arrived in Panda Town, all the monsters seemed to be in a hurry, and were so easily frightened. because they didn't know what was causing the monsters to disappear on the day of death. And weren't humans constantly cleaning up monsters? Even if they were cleaning up corrupted red-eyed monsters, they were still cleaning up monsters, even afraid of not killing enough to get on the leaderboard. So, on the day of death in Panda Town, Bai Xiao, a human, was really scary, which is why everyone avoided her and refused to let her in. But Xiao Sun's parents worked at the monster restaurant, which had human employees, so the monster employees had more contact with humans than ordinary monsters. After get off work, Xiao Sun's parents often talked to her about what happened that day, and she heard many good things about humans from them. She knew that humans and monsters weren't that different. They had flesh and blood, they could cry, laugh, and speak, they had reason and understanding, and they weren't just demons who only knew how to kill monsters. Moreover, one of its parents' colleagues was a chatterbox, who was always trying to talk to them. Its parents seemed to like the human, and had been mentioning him to Xiao Sun a lot lately. Xiao Sun found humans quite interesting, so it didn't believe that humans had disrupted the peace of the monster world, nor did it think humans were the bad guys. That's why it was willing to run away with Bai Xiao, and even let another human hide in its house. Chapter 189. Xiao Sun told him everything she knew. Bai Xiao and the other girl remained silent for a long while before the girl finally spoke. Will we humans die today? Xiao Sun shook her bare head. I don't know. I never seen you humans come to Monster Town before. Bai Xiao clenched her fists. It seemed that even the players, who got the first clear reward for the 5th level, weren't so lucky. If they were really just being allowed to visit, the town visitor card should be like the previous cards, allowing them to come and go at any time. But while the town visitor card allowed them to come anytime, they had to find their own way back. As the saying goes, easy entry, strict exit is a scam. Bai Xiao didn't believe it wasn't meant to harm them. It was very likely that they would experience Death Day, with the panda monsters of Panda Town today, disappearing like them. But Bai Xiao also believed that the closer she got to danger, the closer she got to the truth. She had to find out what Death Day really meant. Bai Xiao stood up from the stool and said to Xiao Sun, do you know which way to exit Panda Town? Xiao Sun asked doubtfully, do you want to get out? The exit is straight to the right, but Death Day has arrived. The exit will be sealed off. We can't escape, and neither can the monsters in the town. We can only hide. The girl's face turned deathly pale upon hearing this. Bai Xiao had expected this, but her heart skipped a beat. However, since they couldn't get out anyway, she had no more worries. Bai Xiao, I'm not hiding anymore, I want to get out. Xiao Sun looked terrified. You die. Bai Xiao disagreed. Didn't the other towns hide when the day of death arrived? Did they survive? Xiao Sun remained silent. The monsters in the other towns weren't stupid, they certainly hid when the day of death arrived, but most of them died, leaving only a few or a dozen small monsters. Some monsters even suspected that those small monsters didn't survive because they hid well, but rather were preserved. Scientists in the monster world had speculated that perhaps the extinction of the snake woman monsters had some negative impact on the survival game. Therefore, on subsequent days of death, a few small monsters would miraculously survive. Bai Xiao had only taken 2 steps when a female voice came from behind. I go with you. Bai Xiao neither agreed nor refused, and the girl followed behind him. Girl, hey, at least this is a temporary collaboration, right? My name is Xiao Ran. What's your name? Bai Xiao, Xiao. Bai Xiao didn't say anything more after that. She was now somewhat resistant to forming close relationships with others. The countless deaths scattered everywhere had taught her that the more entanglements one had, the more vulnerable one became. Xiao Ran wasn't a talkative person either. Since Bai Xiao wasn't saying anything, she didn't press the matter. The two left Xiao Sun's house. Bai Xiao moved some large items from the street to block Xiao Sun's doors and windows. Even if she were to die, Xiao Sun's parents could move these things when they got home from get off work, so there was no need to worry about Xiao Sun being trapped inside. Seeing this, Xiao Ran also moved things like Bai Xiao. Xiao Sun was a kind and adorable monster. Although they had only just met, Xiao Ran didn't want it to die. After they finished their work, the streets were completely empty. There weren't any panda monsters to be seen in Panda Town. All the monsters were hiding in their homes. Xiao Ran asked, which way should we go? Bai Xiao replied, right, the exit. Xiao Ran said, didn't Xiao Sun say the exit was blocked? Shouldn't we find another way to leave? Bai Xiao countered, do you know any other way out? Xiao Ran shook her head. No. They had never been here before, and their knowledge of the town, even after using the town visitor card, was limited to the details on the card. Besides the town exit, they didn't know any other way to leave Panda Town. Besides, The monsters had lived here for so long, if there were other ways to leave, they would have left long ago. So Bai Xiao decided to head right to find the exit. Whether they could get out would depend on finding it. The two walked to the right, and after less than 5 minutes, Bai Xiao suddenly felt a shadow overhead. Bai Xiao looked up at the sky. The sky over Panda Town had become very strange. What was once a clear, azure sky was now half still beautifully blue, but the other half was covered by thick, dark clouds. The clouds were drifting in from the right, heading in the direction Bai Xiao and her companion were heading. They were slowly swallowing the azure sky. The area above Bai Xiao's head was already grayish-black. Xiao Ran and Bai Xiao looked up at the same time, exclaiming in surprise, "Is it going to rain?" This is how dark clouds in the sky behave when a downpour is imminent, rapidly engulfing the sky. However, when dark clouds drift in, heavy rain usually follows. But the sky was just plain dark clouds, so it couldn't be as simple as a downpour. Bai Xiao, I don't know, let's hurry. The two quickened their pace, running towards the town's exit. Dark gray clouds hung overhead, an ominous aura spreading through Panda Town, making Bai Xiao very uneasy. Suddenly, Bai Xiao saw something moving in the distance. Because Bai Xiao was under the clouds, the light was dim, making it difficult to see clearly. She squinted. It seemed to be a humanoid creature. Bai Xiao remembered that when she first arrived in Panda Town, she had encountered a man. She had gone to the left, while the man seemed to have gone to the right. Could it be him? As the humanoid creature became clearer, it also saw Bai Xiao and Xiao Ran, shouting in terror, "Run! There are monsters behind us!" Lots of monsters. Its expression was distorted, its eyes filled with terror as if it had seen a ghost. It was clearly terrified by the monsters it spoke of. Bai Xiao sensed something was wrong. They'd been here for so many days, hadn't they seen enough monsters already? Why were they so terrified? The man quickly reached them, but he didn't stop, continuing to run forward recklessly. Bai Xiao still chose to chase after him, shouting, "Have you found the exit yet?" The man had initially headed to the right. After all this time, he should have reached the exit. Was he turning back because he couldn't get out? The man cursed, "What exit? That's the monster's entrance." Bai Xiao's heart sank. This was deliberately trying to kill them, the first players to clear the area, without giving them any useful information. Were they really going to die here today? Bai Xiao suddenly stopped. Xiao Ran, seeing this, exclaimed in shock, "Are you crazy? Why did you stop? Aren't you afraid of being caught by the monsters?" Bai Xiao retorted, "Does running forward mean we won't die? If monsters really come to clear Panda Town, we die no matter where we hide. Rather than that, let's take a gamble and fight our way out. We killed quite a few monsters by now, are we afraid of them?" Xiao Ran was convinced and stopped. The man screamed in terror, "You have no idea what those monsters are. They're completely different from the ones we killed before." Thinking of those monsters, a chill ran down his spine, fear and nausea flashing in his eyes. Bai Xiao pulled him back. "We're all in this together now. If there really were that many monsters, we'd all be dead. Now tell me clearly, what kind of monsters are they?" The man knew running away wouldn't solve the problem, but those monsters were too much for his eyes and senses to comprehend. He broke down, saying, "There are all kinds. They're disgusting, really disgusting." Chapter 190. Bai Xiao frowned. What kind of monster could disgust him like this? They had seen snakes, insects, and rodents since they transmigrated, and their tolerance for monsters was already quite high. Besides, the monsters in the monster world all looked like animals. Didn't she know about some disgusting, niche animal? A voice came from the right, and Bai Xiao felt the ground beneath her feet tremble. The man looked utterly distraught. "They're coming. What kind of monster is that? Why?" Bai Xiao released him, turned her head, and saw the same fear and disgust in her eyes as the man's. She was so frightened that she froze on the spot, motionless. The first thing Bai Xiao saw was a pale human face with gray, lifeless eyes. It was clearly a human head, or more accurately, a dead person's head. Below the head was a human neck, but below the neck was the body of a donkey. The donkey was probably dead as well, because it had several deep wounds, and the flesh at the wounds was no longer fresh and had begun to rot. There was also a long centipede, its body a normal centipede's, but its head was pieced together with a drooping human head. The centipede's dense, insect-like legs were stitched onto human, pale arms. These countless hands supported it on the ground, crawling like centipede legs. There was also a human body pieced together with a wolf's head, running on all fours. Despite having a human body, its movements were indistinguishable from a wolf's. None of the monsters in the entire army were normal. They were all pieces of monster and human bodies stitched together, a sight both terrifying and disgusting. Thick, grayish-black smoke billowed from the seams where they were sewn together, the dark clouds in the sky were the mist rising from these seams. Even though Bai Xiao had prepared herself mentally, seeing these monsters still felt absurd and terrifying. Her mind went blank, and her cognition and spirit crumbled. The man who had already seen the monsters once reacted the fastest. He grabbed one in each hand and ran forward. As Bai Xiao was pulled along, she asked blankly, "What are these things?" No one answered her, because no one knew what they were. Or perhaps, all three of them knew perfectly well what they were, but felt too ashamed to admit it. Who could do something so cruel? To stitch dead humans and dead monsters together to create such terrifying, bizarre, and disgusting things, it was utterly inhuman. It should have been expected. So many monsters died in the monster world, but the number of monsters in the secret realm and forest dungeons is limited. Where did the corpses of the other dead monsters go? Human players' corpses also disappear after death, so where do their corpses go? So, they were used for this kind of thing. Bai Xiao suddenly felt a surge of hatred. She thought of Bian Di Piaoling. She had accepted that Bian Di Piaoling was dead. But she couldn't accept that after Bian Di Piaoling died, his corpse was used to be sewn together with other monsters. Who on earth doesn't value human and monster lives, not even sparing their corpses? The centipede with a human head behind them was incredibly fast. Bai Xiao and the others couldn't outrun it at all. It pounced in an instant, countless outstretched arms connecting to the thick, black centipede's body, looking extremely eerie. The three dodged the moment he lunged, and Bai Xiao shouted, "Stop running. Let's kill him." Bai Xiao looked at the centipede with its head severed and slashed fiercely at the seam of its neck. A head is just one part of a human body, damn it. The centipede, its head severed, lay still. Bai Xiao wondered why this monster was so easy to kill, and began to kill the next one. But soon she saw the severed head, drawn by the gray-black martial mist, reassemble itself onto the centipede's body, and the centipede began to move again. After several repetitions, Bai Xiao confirmed that these monsters were impossible to kill. Even if they were cut into pieces, they would be pieced back together by the gray-black mist. So, Bai Xiao and the others began to run again. They soon reached the residential area of Panda Town. The monsters stopped chasing them, and instead broke into doors and windows to harm the panda monsters. Bai Xiao and the others were too busy dealing with their own problems to bother with the panda monsters anymore. They breathed a sigh of relief that the monsters had stopped chasing them, and found a secluded spot to hide. Finally having a chance to catch their breath, the still-shaken Xiaoran finally spoke up. "Are those things created by stitching humans and monsters together? They don't get tired or die. If these things were in the dormitory corridor, could we human players still survive?" The answer was definitely no, because the stitched-together monsters didn't even have details or health points, meaning they were essentially inanimate objects. If they appeared in the dormitory corridor, the turret attacks would be useless against them. The humans would be the ones to die. Bai Xiao began to doubt whether upgrading the gates and turrets would really be useful. Just like Xiaoran said, if these stitched-together monsters appeared later, even if their gates and turrets were upgraded to the highest level, they would still perish. Or is it that this game, from beginning to end, never left players a way to survive? Do they just want to see players struggle desperately, watch them lose hope bit by bit, and ultimately die in despair? The man peeked out and said, "Look, those stitched-together monsters don't seem to kill." "Don't kill? Really?" Bai Xiao immediately peered over and saw that those disgusting stitched-together monsters, after capturing the panda monsters, didn't kill them, but instead bound their bodies with a gray-black mist. The bound panda monsters floated in the air like dark clouds, then slowly stopped struggling. It was unclear whether they had fainted or died. Because the source of the gray-black mist was the stitched-together monsters, the panda monsters bound by the mist were like balloons, connected to the stitched-together monsters. Wherever the stitched-together monsters went, the bound panda monsters floated there. Is this the truth of Death Day? These captured monsters will be stitched together with the dead human players, becoming new stitched-together monsters. Bai Xiao felt a chill run down her spine. She didn't want to die simply because she valued life. Even ants cling to life. Now, she had another reason not to die. She didn't want her corpse to be sewn together with the body of some unknown monster after she died. Just thinking about it made her want to vomit, and felt like she was going crazy. More and more panda monsters were being captured, and the monsters were searching for more hiding panda monsters. "Bai Xiao, they're coming this way. Run!" The three ran forward to a bamboo forest, the panda's food source. Upon reaching the bamboo forest, Bai Xiao and the others discovered that quite a few panda monsters were hiding there, including many adult ones. Remembering what Xiao San had said about the last death day, only those adult monsters not in the town survived. So, seeing adult panda monsters hiding here, Bai Xiao knew the bamboo forest was definitely not safe. Therefore, she didn't stop and continued running. But if they ran like this, they would get further and further away from the exit. Bai Xiao asked the man again to confirm, "Are you sure the town exit is closed?" The man shook his head. "I'm not sure. I didn't even have time to get out before I encountered these monsters." Bai Xiao snapped, "Didn't you say there was no exit?" So this man hadn't even tried to get out, leading them to mistakenly believe the exit was closed. The man immediately said, "Although I didn't try the exit, and I'm not sure if it's open, I saw those monsters come in through it. Even if it is open, so what? Are we supposed to run back? Then we end up like those panda monsters, caught and taken back." Chapter 191. Bai Xiao remained silent. The man was right. Even if they could escape through the exit, the monsters behind them were endlessly horde of stitched-together creatures. Turning back would only hasten their demise. The bamboo forest was long, but the dark gray mist spread rapidly. Bai Xiao and his companions were soon enveloped in it, indicating the stitched-together monsters were approaching. A panda monster hiding in the bamboo forest looked up and cried out in despair, "Death Day is coming. The entire town will be shrouded in the aura of death. We can't escape." No sooner had it spoken than the familiar stitched-together centipede monster slithered into the bamboo forest. It twisted its body, supported by countless arms, avoiding obstacles and binding all the monsters hiding in the bamboo forest with the dark gray mist. Bai Xiao hadn't expected the stitched-together centipede monster to be so fast. Now that the panda monsters in the bamboo forest were gone, the stitched-together centipede monster had its sights set on them. Immediately afterward, more and more stitched-together monsters swept through the bamboo forest, flattening most of the bamboo and leaving it lying haphazardly. These Frankenstein's monsters were unkillable, so Bai Xiao and the others could only run desperately forward. But they weren't Frankenstein's monsters. Their stamina would eventually run out. Finally, Xiaoran gritted her teeth and used her transit card. A beautiful red sports car appeared out of thin air. Xiaoran opened the car door, got into the driver's seat, and said to Bai Xiao and the man, "Get in." Bai Xiao and the man got into the back seat, and Xiaoran stepped on the gas, adding, "You only have 1 hour. You need to use your transit cards then too." Bai Xiao, "I can't drive." Bai Xiao was only 15 before she got sick. You had to be 18 to get a driver's license, so she knew absolutely nothing about driving. So she mentioned it beforehand, to give the others a heads up. Xiaoran, "Then I drive." The red sports car sped along, quickly leaving the stitched monsters far behind, but the three felt no joy. Xiaoran was driving back. She wanted to try and reach the exit of Panda Town. Along the way, they saw that the sky above Panda Town was completely polluted by a gray-black fog, and stitched monsters were everywhere. Although the stitched monsters couldn't keep up with their car, they relentlessly pursued them. Xiaoran gritted her teeth and pushed the car to its maximum speed. But suddenly, a colossal creature appeared in front of her. With a loud bang, Xiaoran, unable to brake in time, crashed into the massive object. Luckily, all three of them were wearing seatbelts. They felt themselves, like the car, spin several times before crashing heavily to the ground. They had hit a stitched elephant monster, which completely blocked the road. After being hit by the car, it was completely unharmed. It was stitched up bizarrely. Where the elephant's trunk should have been, over a dozen human hands had been sewn on, resembling a grotesque flower of flesh. The dozen or so human hands were manipulating the red sports car, shaking it from side to side like a toy. Bai Xiao, inside the car, was so dizzy from the shaking that he almost vomited. "Bai Xiao, unbuckle your seatbelt. Let's jump out of the car." Saying this, Bai Xiao opened the car door, unbuckled his seatbelt, and jumped. Xiaoran and the man reacted quickly and followed Bai Xiao's lead. The elephant was very tall. It had lifted the car, meaning it was quite a distance off the ground. Bai Xiao did several somersaults in the air to reduce the pressure of the fall before landing on his feet. Even so, she could still feel the shock of the impact, but there was no time to recover. She took off running as soon as she landed. A man's terrified voice came from behind. "Ah, help me." Bai Xiao didn't stop, but she glanced back. The man who had jumped down last was being grabbed by the stitched-up hands and lifted high. A moment later, a gray-black mist wrapped around him like ropes, and he immediately closed his eyes, ceasing his cries for help. Seeing this, Bai Xiao and Xiaoran ran even faster. As she ran, Bai Xiao took out her transit card from her backpack and used it. A red sports car appeared. Bai Xiao opened the back door and shouted to Xiaoran, Go drive the car. Xiao Ren nodded, and was about to open the front door and get in when the stitched-up centipede monster that had been chasing them suddenly appeared above the elephant monster's head and pounced on Xiao Ren. It must have been here a while ago, but with the elephant monster there, they couldn't see what was happening behind them. The moment Xiao Ren was pounced on by the centipede monster, Bai Xiao immediately stretched out her body, closed the front door from the back seat, and squeezed into the driver's seat through the gap. Although she couldn't drive, she was all alone now. She had to rely on herself. Bai Xiao didn't have time to think. She slammed on the gas pedal, mimicking Xiao Ren's previous maneuver, and the red sports car shot off, but veered off course, like a snake. Luckily, there were no other vehicles on the road besides her, otherwise, she alone could have disrupted traffic and caused a major multi-vehicle collision. Although she had shaken off the two stitched-together monsters behind her, Bai Xiao felt death still lurking in her wake. The steering wheel in her hand seemed to be working against her. She could barely control it. Not long after, she accidentally crashed into a roadside railing. A small section of the railing was broken off, and the red sports car plunged into the river beside the road. After falling into the river, the red sports car sank rapidly. Bai Xiao tried to open the car door, but the water pressure was too great, she couldn't open it at all. Bai Xiao took out her weapon to smash the car window, but she underestimated the prop car's sturdiness. The prop car hadn't deformed at all after hitting the stitched-together elephant monster and the roadside railing. Her high-grade side struck, but the window remained undamaged. Bai Xiao refused to give up and smashed it several more times before a few cracks appeared in the window. Bai Xiao smashed the cracks relentlessly until she finally broke the window, and river water instantly poured in. Bai Xiao held her breath, jumped out of the window, and swam upwards with all her might. The river was incredibly deep. Having been submerged for so long, it took her a considerable amount of time to swim to the surface. Finally, just as she was about to suffocate, she surfaced. Bai Xiao gasped for air. Although she was still alive, the car was beyond saving. She had to rely on her own 2 feet. Luckily, as Bai Xiao climbed from the river onto the road, she saw the exit of Panda Town in the distance. The exit of Panda Town was marked by a red banner that read "Welcome to Panda Town," meaning that once you entered this area, you were in Panda Town. So once you exited from here, you were no longer in Panda Town. Bai Xiao also saw over a dozen fox monsters standing at the exit of Panda Town. Why were there so many fox monsters at the exit of Panda Town on Death Day? Bai Xiao also saw Hu Yin. She quickened her pace, running desperately towards him. Just as she was about to reach the town's exit, Bai Xiao felt as if she had crashed into an invisible barrier, the impact causing her excruciating pain. The exit? She couldn't get out. The figure of the stitched-together monster behind her grew clearer. Bai Xiao pounded on the invisible barrier, shouting to the fox monster outside, "Fox Flame, is this your doing? Let me out." But Bai Xiao quickly realized that the fox monsters outside seemed completely oblivious to what was happening inside Panda Town. Their gazes weren't on her at all. Instead, they looked extremely anxious. Fox Flame, in particular, kept checking the time with its pocket watch. Seeing the stitched-together monster closing in, Bai Xiao had a sudden inspiration. She took out the Fox Princess's crown from her backpack and shouted to Fox Flame, "Fox Flame, I command you, take me away." Fox Flame's pupils dilated. The Fox Princess's crown had worked. At that moment, it saw Bai Xiao. Why was this human here? Chapter 192. With the stitched monster only a few meters away from Bai Xiao, she could only stare intently at Fox Flame. Now caught between a rock and a hard place, it was up to Fox Flame, the wolf, to save her. At the crucial moment, Fox Flame extended its claws. Its red and black claws, with edges gleaming with golden light, actually managed to grab Bai Xiao's hand through the transparent screen. Before Bai Xiao could even be shocked, Fox Flame pulled her out. Bai Xiao felt as if she had passed through a barrier, and then everything in front of her vanished. The streets of Panda Town, the stitched monster that had just chased her, the "Welcome to Panda Town" banner, all were gone, leaving only a vast expanse of white. Bai Xiao pushed Fox Flame away and tentatively reached her hand towards the direction of Panda Town. Sure enough, she touched the invisible barrier. She was out, but unable to go back in. Fox Flame, having been used and discarded by Bai Xiao, was furious. "Why are you here, you wretched human? You even wasted my..." It stopped abruptly, as if realizing its mistake, and fell silent. Bai Xiao glared at it, and demanded, "Wasted what? What tool did you use to save me? Do you fox monsters have a way to save the monsters trapped in the town? Then why did you stand idly by on Death Day?" Fox Flame shouted, "Shut up, you stupid human. What do you know? What do you know? Bai Xiao certainly didn't know as much as these monsters, but she knew that the stitched monsters entered Panda Town from here. Therefore, Fox Flame and its companions must have arrived after the stitched monsters entered Panda Town. Fox Flame kept anxiously checking the time, but didn't enter Panda Town. It was likely that it couldn't get in either, or it was waiting for a suitable opportunity to enter. Bai Xiao grabbed Hu Yin by the collar without any politeness, saying fiercely, "Stop pretending. I already know. Monsters in the survival game don't have language barriers. You're not a monster in the survival game, so tell me, what do you know?" Xiao Sun hadn't joined the survival game, yet she could tell her so much. Hu Yin must know even more. If Hu Yin weren't covered in fox fur, he would definitely be furious, turning bright red. After all, he was a duke in the Fox Kingdom, respected and fawned over wherever he went. But this damned human was always so rude to him, utterly lacking in manners. Hu Yin snatched back his collar, and immediately 4 fox monsters rushed forward, trying to control Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao was determined not to cooperate. She pushed aside the fox monster and pressed her scythe against Hu Yin's neck. Talk, or not? Her eyes gleamed with bloodlust and madness, completely different from how Hu Yin had first met her. Hu Yin wasn't afraid, he was simply furious. Crazy. Another one gone mad. I advise you to think this through. Don't you humans have rules against harming intelligent monsters like us? You've seen what happened to those who died. Do you want to become like them? Bai Xiao thought of those stitched-together monsters, neither human nor monster. Just looking at them made her feel disgusted and grotesque. Even though she was currently acting impulsively, willing to risk her life to find out the truth, the thought of becoming one of those monstrous things after death was like a bucket of cold water being poured over her head, instantly calming her down. Seeing Bai Xiao's eyes soften, Hu Yin continued, "Don't you realize something's wrong with you? You've been influenced, you stupid human." Upon hearing Hu Yin's words, Bai Xiao fell into reflection. It seemed that ever since Xiao Ran's death, and after attempting to drive herself, her body had become extremely agitated. Her mind was like a fog, making it impossible for her to calm down, and causing her to act impulsively. Although she realized her mistake, Bai Xiao didn't lower the scythe pressed against Hu Yan's neck. She had now thoroughly offended him. But she was alone, surrounded by so many fox monsters, and without any hostages, she felt incredibly insecure. Hu Yan pulled out a pocket watch, checked the time, and said to Bai Xiao, "Don't be silly. Killing me won't do you any good. Your dormitory door is in the back. Go back quickly, you don't have much time." Bai Xiao had already noticed, after being pulled out of Panda Town by Hu Yan, she had seen her dormitory door not far behind. Based on her previous experience, using the cards, opening the dormitory door would allow her to return and get some rest. But Bai Xiao felt something was off. Something was definitely wrong. She asked, "Don't you fox monsters kill humans on sight? Why are you letting me go today?" Fox Flame glanced at her, feeling the cold air of the scythe against its neck draw closer. It had to speak, "You're strong. Killing you would likely reduce my fox monster army. I have other things to do." Bai Xiao guessed, can all humans kill intelligent monsters, as long as the intelligent monster attacks first? If a human would die instantly if they attacked an intelligent monster, Fox Flame shouldn't be worried about losing monsters, since it dies after killing a single monster. Bai Xiao's question wasn't too sensitive to answer, so Fox Flame explained, intelligent monsters are protected by the survival game, but this protection fails if they attack humans on their own initiative. Bai Xiao looked up at the countdown above her head. It showed 15 minutes and 9 seconds remaining. She had 15 minutes left. The dormitory door was just behind her. She could press Fox Flame for more information. Bai Xiao, Fox Flame, do you really believe that sacrificing humans can resurrect the Fox Princess? Fox Flame chuckled. Your information network is quite impressive. Don't you know I'm an opponent? I have no say in the Fox Kingdom anymore. I only have the title of Duke. Bai Xiao genuinely didn't know this, and she didn't believe it. In her memory, Fox Flame hated humans. Moreover, it had lured Xiaoke into the Fox Kingdom, leading to Xiaoke's death. It was a monster with a criminal record. Its claim of being an opponent seemed dubious to Bai Xiao. The fox monster beside her spoke up. The Duke is telling the truth. It's because the Duke opposes killing humans that the king set us to do this thankless task. Please release our Duke. The other fox monsters also chimed in. When the human the Duke brought back died, the Duke had already advised the king, but the king wouldn't listen. Yes, the king wouldn't listen, and the Duke even said the king was crazy. The king punished him by not letting him eat for 3 days, and the Duke himself became thin from hunger. Yes, in the entire Fox Kingdom, our Duke is the only fox who opposes us. Now we're almost unable to survive in the Fox Kingdom. After listening to all this, Bai Xiao retorted, it called the king crazy, and the king didn't kill it, but only punished it by not letting it eat for 3 days? Is this your country's punishment, or the king's punishment? Fox Flame roared angrily, are you out of your mind, human? Shouldn't the focus be on me being an opponent? What do you care if I'm being punished by not eating? Let me go! Bai Xiao wasn't asking out of gossip. She wanted to know if Fox Flame's punishment of not eating for 3 days for calling the king crazy was a legal penalty in the Fox Kingdom or a personal punishment by the king. If it was the Fox King's personal punishment, it meant he wasn't a monarch who disregarded life. After all, in ancient human times, if someone dared to call the emperor crazy, they'd likely face the death penalty for their entire family. How could the punishment be so lenient? It's not a punishment, it's His Majesty's punishment. Bai Xiao was even more confused. Isn't your king crazy? Crazy yet so merciful? The other fox monsters hesitated, unsure what to say. After all, they were just ordinary fox monsters, and didn't dare comment on the Fox King's actions. Fox Flame's emotions were unclear. It's fine as long as you humans aren't mentioned, but it goes mad when you are. Fox Flame gritted its teeth when it said the word humans, clearly indicating its hatred for them. Bai Xiao was even more puzzled. This madness seemed quite intermittent. Was it only triggered by the keyword? That was very strange. Bai Xiao had previously suspected the Fox King was being controlled, and now he was even more convinced. Chapter 193. Bai Xiao, is it possible that your king is being controlled? All the fox monsters were stunned. They had never considered this possibility before. Even Fox Flame, who dared to challenge the Fox King, only suspected that Guang might be insane. It had never considered the possibility that the king was being controlled. Fox Flame hesitated. It shouldn't be possible. The king clearly went mad because the princess went missing. Although it denied it verbally, its heart wavered. Since the survival game appeared in the monster world, hadn't strange things happened enough? Perhaps the survival game really had the ability to control the Fox King, which was why the Fox King had become so frantic at the mention of humans. Seeing Fox Flame's unease, Bai Xiao knew that it had become suspicious. If it had suspicions, it would definitely investigate, and perhaps it would find something. Bai Xiao didn't continue the topic, but instead asked, why were you in Panda Town today? They just said the king sent you. What did the king send you for? Fox Flame didn't want to answer. It hadn't attacked any humans, and the survival game's protective laws still applied to it. If Bai Xiao killed it, she would die too. Seeing its stubbornness, Bai Xiao considered a strategy. The Fox Princess's crown had already been used twice, only one more chance remained. She didn't want to waste it on questioning. What could she do to get Fox Flame to reveal what it knew? After a moment of brainstorming, Bai Xiao said, Fox Flame, let's cooperate. Fox Flame was stunned. It hadn't expected Bai Xiao to remain silent for so long before finally uttering such a sentence. What a joke this stupid human is making. She's the Duke of the Fox Kingdom, of noble birth, adored by all, and the most beautiful fox spirit in the kingdom. Why should a monster as radiant as the moon cooperate with a foolish human like her? She's not worthy. Fox Flame's gaze swept over Bai Xiao from head to toe, then revealed a hint of disdain. Even in the human world, a foolish human like this was probably just an ordinary person. It was obvious she had no noble status, wasn't a popular figure, and certainly wasn't the most beautiful human. Fox Flame's disdain returned. This stupid human, from head to toe, had absolutely no right to cooperate with her. Foolish people shouldn't try to cozy up to a beautiful fox spirit like her. Okay. Although Bai Xiao saw Fox Flame's disdainful look, she didn't know how much she was internally grappling with. In just a few seconds, she had thoroughly disliked her from head to toe, inside and out. Bai Xiao, I am human. You oppose the Fox King's sacrifice of humans. Although we had an unpleasant experience, we should be on the same side. Fox Flame wasn't buying it. I just don't want the king to indiscriminately kill innocent people, but you humans are too hypocritical. I hate you humans. Bai Xiao, cooperate with me. If I can find any information about the Fox King's madness, I will tell you immediately. Fox Flame's ears twitched, but it didn't speak, indicating it listened, but Bai Xiao hadn't completely won it over. Bai Xiao suddenly said softly, don't forget, you took Xiaoku away. Bai Xiao hadn't forgotten that after Xiaoku's death, she and 18 encountered Fox Flame at the White Rabbit Monster's wedding, and Fox Flame had been incredibly guilty back then. Combining this with the information obtained this time, it was clear that it had cursed the king because of Xiaoku's death, indicating that it cared deeply about the matter. Although Fox Flame disliked and discriminated against humans, It opposed the Fox King's indiscriminate killing of humans, showing that it valued human lives. Shao Ka's death could be attributed to it, and it would certainly feel guilty. Although using the deceased to threaten Fox Flame was somewhat immoral, Bai Xiao couldn't care less about that in order to persuade Fox Flame, and could only apologize to Shao Ka in his heart. When Fox Flame heard Bai Xiao mention Shao Ka, the entire fox froze. It remembered that foolish human who believed everything. It had brought him to meet His Majesty the King, but His Majesty had ordered him imprisoned in the dungeon. Fox Flame was also shocked at the time. This wasn't what His Majesty the King had promised. Out of guilt, Fox Flame went to the dungeon to see Shao Ka. He had clearly been brought to the Fox Kingdom by it, and now he was imprisoned in the dungeon. A normal person would definitely think that he had been tricked by Fox Flame. But he didn't doubt that Fox Flame was lying to him. Like a fool, he saw Fox Flame's delighted expression, and then cried out that he was innocent, that the human was innocent, and even asked Fox Flame to speak to His Majesty the King for him. Thinking of this, Fox Flame felt a pang of bitterness and swelling in his heart. What an utterly foolish human. It had caused him to end up in the dungeon, and he still believed it wasn't lying. He cried out his innocence until his death, but apart from Fox Flame, no monster believed him. In the end, he was drained of his blood, his body withered like a dried-up plant, and he simply perished. Thinking of all this, Fox Flame gritted his teeth and said, "I took him away. So what? He was just too foolish. If he hadn't been so greedy, he wouldn't have died. Do you humans really want to help us find the princess? Isn't it just for the reward?" Bai Xiao wasn't so easily fooled. "Listen to what you're saying. Your Fox Kingdom wants other races to help you find the princess, so of course you have to offer benefits. Is that human greed? That's what you deserve for obtaining information. You're the ones who betrayed your promise, killing people after getting the information." Fox Yen was so angry he couldn't speak, or rather, he had no words to refute. Bai Xiao pressed his advantage. "Fox Yen, I don't believe you can't realize that after the survival game arrived, both humans and monsters are victims. If we continue to fight amongst ourselves here, aren't we just playing into the survival game's hands? If we can cooperate and exchange the information we have, perhaps we can figure out the truth about the survival game sooner." Bai Xiao paused, then continued, "Perhaps we can even find the reason for the king's personality change, and maybe even rescue the Fox Princess. Even if we can't, as a high-ranking duke, you won't lose anything by cooperating with me." Fox Flame knew, of course, that both humans and monsters were victims, but as the saying goes, those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts, and it dared not easily cooperate with humans. However, Bai Xiao had indeed persuaded it. Seeing that Bai Zhao's time was running out, and that Bai Xiao hadn't made a move to leave, but instead kept his eyes fixed on it, it seemed determined to cooperate. Fox Flame finally spoke arrogantly. "Fine, I trust you this once. Just this once. If Bai Xiao betrays it, it will never trust humans again." Fox Flame agreed, and Bai Xiao, without further ado, removed the scythe from Fox Flame's neck and asked again, "Why are you here?" Fox Flame patted its shoulder. This stupid human scythe must be filthy. It had been on its shoulder for so long, showing absolutely no manners. Fox Flame even wondered if it owed this stupid human something in its past life. Every time it encountered her, nothing good ever came of it, and now it was actually cooperating with her. It felt like it was lowering its status. This stupid human must have accumulated 8 lifetimes of good fortune to have the opportunity to cooperate with the noble, admired, and universally loved #1 beautiful fox spirit, that is, it. Bai Xiao, unaware that Fox Flame was once again using a dig to flatter someone, was still waiting for Fox Flame's answer to her question. "Fox Flame, did you see any grayish-black fog in the town just now?" Bai Xiao nodded. "Of course I saw it, it filled the sky." Fox Flame exclaimed in surprise. "The sky is filled with it." Bai Xiao asked, "You didn't know?" Bai Xiao suddenly realized that Fox Flame didn't seem to know much either. Fox Flame explained, "We're here to collect that mist." Chapter 194. Bai Xiao asked in confusion, "Collecting mist? Wasn't that stuff emanating from the stitched-up parts of the stitched monster?" And when Bai Xiao cut off parts of the stitched monster's body, this grayish-black mist would pull the fallen body parts back together, reassembling them. Therefore, Bai Xiao suspected that the reason the stitched monster was immortal was because these grayish-black mists clung to the stitched-together parts. But why did the Fox King have Fox Flame collect these things? Did this mist have some other use? Could it be related to resurrecting the Fox Princess? Although Bai Xiao hadn't met the Fox King yet, she already had a stereotype of him, thinking that everything he did was to resurrect the Fox Princess. Fox Flame, collecting the mist is because... Fox Flame explained in detail why the Fox King had them collect the mist. Initially, a fox monster happened to pass through the town where the Day of Death had descended. After the invisible barrier in the town disappeared, it hesitated for some time before entering the silent town. The town, cleansed by the Day of Death, was completely still. No monsters were visible. But the fox monster noticed a grayish-black mist drifting through parts of the town. This mist didn't belong to the monster world. The fox monster had never seen or heard of it before. Upon returning to its kingdom, it recounted what it had seen, and soon news of this strange occurrence spread throughout the entire kingdom. The Fox King also learned of this. Since the Fox Princess had only recently disappeared, the Fox King was still in a state of heightened anxiety, investigating every unusual event in the kingdom to see if it was related to the princess's disappearance. So, when the 5th Day of Death arrived, a group of fox monsters were dispatched to the town where the Day of Death fell, carrying various containers to collect the mist and bring it back to the Fox Kingdom. The specific function of this grayish-black gas remains undiscovered by the scientists of the Fox Kingdom. Furthermore, there are no clues suggesting that this gas is related to the disappearance of the Fox Princess. Initially, the Fox King didn't pay much attention to this matter, but after Xiaoke brought back news of the Fox Princess being trapped in a secret realm instance, the Fox King suddenly became convinced that this grayish-black mist could resurrect the Fox Princess. All the scientists in the Fox Kingdom ceased their current work and were summoned by the Fox King to study this gas. However, this gas does not originate from the monster world, so they have made little progress after so long. Currently, they only know that this gas, which does not belong to the monster world, is definitely not simple. Whether it can resurrect the Fox Princess remains unknown. But His Majesty the King insists, and they will only continue their research. Because the research requires releasing this gas, and once released, it quickly dissipates. To continue studying this gas, the Fox King sends monsters to collect the grayish-black mist every death day. However, the usual monsters are ordinary fox soldiers. This is Fox Flame's first time. It had angered the king and been punished for 3 days. Furthermore, it was demoted to this dirty and tiring work because it opposed the king's capture of humans. According to the fox monsters, who had previously collected the mist, the barrier would disappear around 4 p.m. They needed to enter immediately, otherwise, the mist would slowly vanish. So Fox Flame kept checking the time, afraid of missing the deadline and failing to collect the mist. As for why it was able to save Bai Xiao, it was because His Majesty the King, fearing it might accidentally get caught up in Panda Town, bestowed upon it a life-saving item. This item could ignore all barriers, but could only be used 3 times. Although it could be used 3 times, no one knew what other dangers lurked within the town. Fox Flame, being a monster, wouldn't dare venture in easily even with the item. Bai Xiao was incredibly lucky. If Fox Flame hadn't been demoted, she would have only encountered ordinary fox monster soldiers. Even if she ordered the fox monster soldiers to save her, they would have been powerless without the item. While Bai Xiao was relieved, she couldn't help but say, "So, according to you, the king is quite good to you." Bai Xiao felt the Fox King was contradictory, especially after hearing what Fox Flame said. He seemed to be good one moment and bad the next, demoting and punishing Fox Flame while simultaneously worrying about its safety. Just as Fox Flame described, he had intermittent bouts of madness. Fox Flame proudly raised its head. "Of course, I am a duke, my safety is naturally paramount." Bai Xiao had completely figured out Fox Flame. This fox was extremely narcissistic, extremely arrogant, extremely conceited, and extremely disdainful of people. It was only because it was a fox, its shimmering, satin-like fur, its large, dark eyes with slightly upturned corners, making it both alluring and adorable, that it uttered some arrogant and irritating remarks, giving it a charmingly haughty appearance that made people more tolerant of it. If it were even human, with that rotten, dog-shit-like personality, it would have been beaten to death long ago. "Bai Xiao, I know what that grayish-black mist you're talking about is, and I know what's inside it." "Hu Yin, you know that's right. You just came from the town, you must know. Tell me quickly." "Bai Xiao, let's add each other as friends first. Then you have to promise that if the scientists in your Fox Kingdom figure out the composition of the mist, you must tell me immediately, otherwise I won't tell you." "Hu Yin, add me, I promise." Hu Yin added Bai Xiao as a friend and agreed to Bai Xiao's request. Only then did Bai Xiao tell Hu Yin about the stitched-together monsters in Panda Town. Hearing the appearance of those stitched-together monsters, Hu Yin couldn't help but gag a few times. Which idiot did this? How disgusting. The fox monster hadn't yet fallen victim to the survival game, but Hu Yin already had a picture in its mind. a human head and a fox body, a fox head and a human body, a fox body and human limbs. Disgusted, it shivered and vomited even more violently. Since they had already cooperated, Bai Xiao kindly patted the back of the vomiting Fox Flame. Having recovered, Fox Flame wiped his mouth with a silk handkerchief. I never imagined this grayish-black mist came from there. I tell the scientists in our Fox Kingdom so they can research this. I also want to know what makes these stitched-together monsters immortal. Fox Flame's voice grew increasingly agitated. The monsters in our monster world, after a normal death, can choose cremation, water burial, earth burial, any funeral they like. But the survival game steals their corpses and makes them look like this. It infuriates this Duke. We must uproot this cancerous growth from the monster world. Knowing that stitching human and monster corpses together requires that grayish-black gas, Bai Xiao reasoned, if that gas disappears, then they can't be stitched together, resurrected, or immortal, right? If there's a way to eliminate the gas, they don't seem so scary anymore. Everything that exists is terrifying because it has no weaknesses. Once you know their weaknesses, and have a way to deal with them, they're not so scary anymore. Bai Xiao and Hu Yin had been chatting for quite a while, and the countdown above her head was now 1 minute and 41 seconds, with less than 2 minutes left. She and Hu Yin had almost finished their conversation, so she said, I'm running out of time. Send me a message if you need anything. I'm leaving now. Hu Yin said impatiently, go ahead and leave. Bai Xiao quickly walked a few steps, opened the back door of the dormitory, and went inside. After closing the dormitory door, Bai Xiao returned to her familiar dormitory. Chapter 195. Bai Xiao glanced at the time on the game panel. She had entered the town around 11 a.m. using her town visitor card, and it was now almost 4 p.m. She had sent a message to her team before leaving, but her teammates were all in the dungeon and hadn't replied. Now, however, the team messages were at 99+. Bai Xiao clicked into the team chat to see what everyone had said. Her teammates had replied to her as they gradually emerged from the dungeon. Although they understood her actions, they were still a little worried about the dangers she might face in an unfamiliar place. So everyone hoped she would see the message and let them know she was safe, but she hadn't had time to check messages at the time, so naturally, she hadn't replied. Other messages were about everyone discussing their dungeon progress. However, there hadn't been much change in their progress today. Those stuck on stage 5 were still stuck on stage 5. However, Baihe had cleared 4 stages this time, and now only Xiaohua was stuck on stage 4. All ailments gone. I'm back. The 18-year-old cleaning lady, finally back. We were all so worried. Tell us what happened to you. Knowing Bai Xiao was safe and sound, her teammates breathed a sigh of relief, now filled with curiosity about her day. Bai Xiao didn't hide anything, recounting everything she had seen and heard, leaving her teammates speechless with amazement. The 18-year-old cleaning lady, my goodness. I didn't expect you to have such a thrilling day. The swaying lily, the monster world is this dangerous too? This death day is much scarier than our nights as human players. Human players can survive the nights with the help of items, but in the monster world, the day of death is like being a lamb to the slaughter, with no way to save themselves. All illness is cured. Yeah, luckily we met Fox Flame, and luckily we had the items from the first clear of the 3rd level. Wei Shui Yang Yang, your luck is undeniable, but what exactly is that mist on those stitched monsters? Can the fox monsters figure it out? Very like Junior Sister, it feels very eerie. If we encounter stitched monsters in the future, I don't even want to think about how we survive. We have to figure out their weaknesses. All illness is cured. We don't know yet, but Fox Flame will tell me if there's any news. Swaying Lily, anyway, we know more now, which is a good thing for us. We need to be more vigilant in the future. This game is full of traps. Elegant Pien, I was thinking, the day of death in Panda Town has already. It's over. Will the players who cleared the game for the first time tomorrow still get the town visit pass? All illness is cured, not necessarily. According to Xiao's son, Death Day appeared 7 days before we transmigrated into the survival game, but today is the 12th Death Day. So Death Day doesn't happen every day. However, it's possible the game wants all players who cleared level 5 for the first time to enter Death Day Town. Maybe Death Day will appear in Monster Town every day from now on. Very like Junior Sister, should we spread this news to prevent other players from dying? All illness is cured. I think we should spread it. We humans can't fight amongst ourselves. Although we don't know why the survival game wants the first clear players to die, the more they want to do something, the less we can prevent them from doing it. Wei Shui Yang Yang. In that case, Xiao Xiao, post this message in the Monster Restaurant's trading center. Monster Restaurant has players in all the dormitories. Once the news spreads there, it go viral quickly. By Bingquan Xiao. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Wei Shui Yangyang. Set the price higher. The players in Monster Restaurant aren't short of money. If it's too cheap, they doubt its authenticity. By Bingquan Xiao. Okay, I plan to price it at 200 nightmare coins. Whether they believe it or not is up to them. Bai Xiao posted the message details and mentioned it in the chat lobby. She didn't follow up after that. Whether people believed it or not was their business, and she couldn't interfere with their thoughts. Time quickly came to 4 o'clock. Bai Xiao didn't know how things were going with Hu Yin, but the rankings for the Secret Realm dungeon were out. Today's rewards for the top 20 on the Monster Secret Realm rankings are Monster Restaurant Work Card and Backpack Expansion slots. Secret Realm Hint. Dormitory expansion cards only drop upon completion of stages 1 to 4. Stages 5 to 10 drop other items. Bai Xiao had suspected this when she got the transportation card after completing stage 5, and now it's confirmed. There really won't be any more dormitory expansion cards. It seems the dormitory's limit is 54 tiles. Today's reward is still an expanded backpack slot, plus an extra Monster Restaurant Work card. Bai Xiao doesn't think it's due to her completion of the stage. She thinks it's more likely that too many players died in the forest dungeon last night, and they're replenishing their supplies now. Monster Secret Realm Ranking. First place, all illnesses cured, Monster Secret Realm Stage 5 completed, reward, Monster Restaurant Work Card X1, reward, Backpack Expansion Slots X30. Second place, 18-year-old Cleaning Lady, Monster Realm Level 5 Boss HP remaining 200, reward, Monster Restaurant Work Card X1, Backpack Expansion Slots X29. Third place, Italy, Monster Realm Level 5 Boss HP remaining 250, reward, Monster Restaurant Work Card X1, Backpack Expansion Slots X28. Seventh place, Crazy Tinjin Watermelon, Monster Realm Level 5 Boss HP remaining 300, reward, Monster Restaurant Work Card X1, Backpack Expansion Slots X24. 16th place, Inging Monster, Monster Realm Level 5 cleared, reward, Monster Restaurant Work Card X1, Backpack Expansion Slots X15. 17th place, Swaying Lily, Monster Realm Level 4 cleared, reward, Monster Restaurant Work Card X1, Backpack Expansion Slots X14. 20th place, Pinho Food Poisoning, Monster Dungeon Level 4 cleared, reward, Monster Restaurant Work Card X1, Backpack Expansion Slots X11. Today, 7,421 players participated in the Monster Dungeon, with 295 players dying within the dungeon. The number of active players in the chat lobby dropped from 7784 to 7439, including those who died outside the Monster Dungeon. The chat lobby is in an uproar, as are the teams. Can I live? Are the rewards for today's dungeon leaderboard serious? Why are they suddenly so generous? Everyone on the leaderboard got a monster hunting card. Swaying Lily. Don't get too excited, it's just a trick to feed the dragonflies. 18-year-old Cleaning Lady. I agree with Lily. Did everyone else in the team make the leaderboard? Wei Shui Yangyang. The bottom of the group made the leaderboard. Elegant Pian, Pia Piao, and I both made the leaderboard. Can I live? The world isolates me, let it mock me. The whole team is the only one not on the leaderboard. All illness is gone. You improved a lot. Maybe you be on the leaderboard next time. Keep it up. Can I live? Got it. Let's go. Chapter 196. The Swaying Lily. Even with the Monster Restaurant Work card, the forest dungeon is still a problem. I think we need to find a way to deal with those dragonfly monsters. Although we're not going to the forest dungeon today, we can't skip it all week. We have to face them eventually. The 18-year-old Cleaning Lady. Lily's right. Those dragonfly monsters are too difficult. Last time, the 7 of us only managed to kill 3, and we almost lost our lives. But we can't give up on the forest dungeon just because it's dangerous. The rewards are quite generous. Bai Xiao wholeheartedly agreed. She had transformed from a weakling into what Fox Flame called very strong, and the forest dungeon had played a crucial role in that. She desperately needed those stat points cards, and no matter how difficult the forest dungeon was, she didn't want to give up. The Elegant Pian. I think the biggest threat from the dragonfly monsters is that they have wings, and there are many of them. We humans, who can only live on land, have no advantage against them. The ethereal junior sister. Even though they're so big, they're still dragonflies. Doesn't anyone know what their weaknesses are? The 18-year-old Cleaning Lady. We're not entomologists. Who would have time to study dragonflies? Even if someone in the other teams knew, they probably wouldn't tell us. Who doesn't want to be number one in the forest dungeon? Wei Shui Yang Yang. To be honest, I only ever seen dragonflies on TV. I never seen one in real life. Yesterday was the first time I ever seen one, and it was so big. Actually, Bai Xiao had never seen a dragonfly either. The insects she's seen most often since childhood were mosquitoes. She rarely saw other insects, let alone had the curiosity to specifically study them. But the current situation is that if they can't deal with the dragonfly monsters, going to the forest dungeon is like sending themselves to their doom. Is there really no one who studies dragonflies? Could an insect enthusiast introduce them to dragonflies? Just as Bai Xiao was thinking this, a friend request suddenly popped up at the top of the game interface. Bai Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Could it be such a coincidence? She had just been praying internally, and someone immediately added her. Could it really be an insect enthusiast coming knocking? Cure all illnesses, someone added me. I go see what's going on. Can I live? It's probably another player wanting to join our team. But those dragonfly monsters can't be solved by numbers alone. Even if we recruit 10 members quickly, it probably won't be of much use. The player who added Bai Xiao was named Raging Lion King. If Bai Xiao remembered correctly, this player was one of the first to buy weapons from her. She wondered what he wanted. Ruffled Lion King. Hello, I'm a member of the Calm and Composed team, which tied for first place with your team in yesterday's forest dungeon. He has his own team, so he probably doesn't want to join theirs. Bai Xiao was a little disappointed. She thought her prayers had worked, summoning an insect-loving teammate. All illnesses cured. What do you want? Ruffled Lion King. I want to join your team. All illnesses cured? Question mark. Bai Xiao was completely confused. What was this guy talking about? Didn't he know that teams now have a leave from team function? All illnesses cured. Didn't you just say you were a member of the Calm and Composed team? You already joined another team. How can you join ours? The Angry Lion King. Sigh, it's a long story. Then, the Angry Lion King told Bai Xiao his experience. The Calm and Composed team was a newly formed squad. All its members, like the elegant and charming team, were in the third batch of players to enter the forest dungeon. As of last night, the squad only had 4 members. Last night, 2 members died in the forest dungeon. The Angry Lion King and another teammate managed to escape. However, his teammate lost the dormitory raid on the night of the merger and died at dawn. So, the Angry Lion King heard early this morning that the Calm and Composed team was down to only 1 member. The forest dungeon notified him that he couldn't form a team alone, so the Calm and Composed team no longer existed. Upon hearing this news, he hoped to join the top squad. After all, who wouldn't want to join the top-ranked squad and get more rewards? But considering that players needed to participate in the secret dungeon, the Angry Lion King didn't rush to find members of the top squad. Instead, he waited until the secret dungeon rankings were released before contacting all diseases cured. It's no secret in the monster realm that Cure All Illnesses is a member of the first squad. The only problem is that no one in the first squad can identify him by face. The Angry Lion King had dealt with Cure All Illnesses when buying weapons last time, so he only knew him from within the first squad, which is why he sought him out. Bai Xiao was speechless after hearing this. Actually, there were quite a few squad wipeouts like this yesterday. The Angry Lion King was lucky to have survived. Cure All Illnesses. Although you're now a free agent and can join other squads, it's not so easy to get into our first squad. Do you have any special skills or abilities? The Angry Lion King. I'm just a waiter, nothing special, but I calmly answered the team's questions and killed 3 dragonfly monsters. I killed all 3. All illnesses cured. What proof? Yesterday, the first team of 7 all survived, and they only killed 3 dragonfly monsters in total. Bai Xiao couldn't even imagine how powerful the Angry Lion King must be to kill 3 dragonfly monsters by himself. It couldn't be that just because his teammates died, he could easily claim to have killed those 3 dragonfly monsters. There had to be some proof that he killed them. The Angry Lion King. I'm an insect enthusiast. I know the dragonfly monster's weaknesses, so I can kill them easily. Bai Zhao's body trembled. Could it be? When did her luck become so good? Did she get exactly what she wanted? Was it too coincidental? But then she thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. With so many players in the forest dungeon, it wasn't surprising that some of them knew about insect habits. With his own team disbanded, and knowing the dragonfly monster's weakness, the Angry Lion King wanted to use this as leverage to join other teams, which was highly likely to be accepted. Therefore, his first choice was the team ranked first in the forest dungeon, a perfectly normal move, since no one would want to join the top-ranked team and reap the rich rewards. Bai Xiao pondered for a moment, and then explained the angry Lion King's situation to his teammates. All illness is cured, that's roughly it. I don't know much about this angry Lion King. I only done one weapon trade with him before. Do you have any objections? Chapter 197. Swaying Lily, an insect enthusiast? People like that are quite rare in real life. My opinion is, let him join. We definitely encounter other insects in the future, and if he's an insect enthusiast, it will definitely help us when we're killing monsters. 18-year-old cleaning ant. I also agree with him joining. The monsters in the forest dungeon are getting stronger and stronger. Just blindly killing monsters, like before, won't work. We really need someone like that. Someone who knows some of the monster's weaknesses and tells us how to deal with them. This will save time and effort, and also reduce our risk level. Wei Shui Yang Yang. Lily and 18 have said what needs to be said, so I won't say anything more. I just want to say one thing. As long as he helps the team, I have no objections. Elegant Pian. As long as he's not a fraud, I have no objections either. Our team really needs a teammate like that. Very like junior sister. I have no objections either. Can I live? No objections plus. 1. Bai Xiao went over to talk to the frizzy-haired Lion King again, mainly to find out if he was lying. After all, once he joined the team, even if he was a fraud, the deed was done, and they couldn't do anything about it. As the saying goes, you can know a person's face but not their heart. It's hard to guarantee that the frizzy-haired Lion King isn't the kind of person who lies to join the top-ranked team, so it's still necessary to find out. Tell us about the dragonfly monster's weaknesses first. If you're willing to tell us, I invite you to join our team. Don't worry about me lying to you. If you're really an insect enthusiast, we fight over you. After all, who knows if there are other insects in the forest dungeon? Your insect knowledge will definitely help us in the future. The angry Lion King. I bought weapons from you before, and I know you're a man of your word. I'm reassured by your promise. As for the dragonfly monster's weaknesses, I wonder if you carefully observed their wings. All illness is cured. No, we haven't. In their haste to escape and survive, who would have the eyesight to carefully observe the dragonfly monsters? She never even seen a dragonfly before. The angry Lion King. You should have heard that helicopters were invented based on the structure and principles of dragonflies. All illness is cured. I haven't paid attention to that, I don't know. Although Bai Xiao didn't know these things, the sound of the dragonfly monsters flapping their wings did indeed resemble a helicopter. Perhaps helicopters really were inspired by dragonflies. After all, nature is truly wondrous, and many human inspirations originate from nature itself. Therefore, Bai Xiao had no doubt that helicopters were designed based on dragonflies. Angry Lion King. But initially, the helicopters would often vibrate violently during flight for some reason, even breaking or snapping their wings. All illness is cured. So? Is it related to the dragonfly monster? Angry Lion King. Don't be too impatient. I'm slowly explaining it to you. To make helicopters fly more smoothly, the scientists who built them began observing why dragonflies can fly steadily. Ultimately, they discovered that dragonflies have a wing speckle on each of their 4 wings. It's because of these wing specks that they can fly steadily. Later, scientists added wing specks to both wings of the helicopter, and the helicopter no longer shook constantly during flight. You mean their weakness is the wing spots on their wings? The frizzy-haired Lion King replied, that's right. Dragonflies' wing spots are located above the front edge of each wing. They're actually quite easy to spot because that area is darker. With the dragonfly monsters in the forest dungeon magnified so many times, it's even easier to identify the wing spots. You tried it yesterday, using this method to kill 3 dragonfly monsters by yourself? Bai Xiao had never seen a dragonfly in real life, and didn't know if these dragonfly monsters were exactly the same as dragonflies. The ruffled Lion King. Yes, I tried it yesterday. As long as you destroy their wing spots, they fly like they're drunk, wobbling and only able to fly low, unable to fly high at all. The ruffled Lion King. And most importantly, the dragonfly monsters with destroyed wing spots lose their fighting spirit. They won't chase after people anymore. Even if I attack them, they won't fight back. They only want to escape, becoming completely harmless. All illness is cured. So, we only need to destroy the dragonfly monster's wing spots to easily kill them. The ruffled Lion King. Based on my verification yesterday, that's how it is. Isn't that amazing? Insects are such amazing creatures. Their advantages are obvious, and their disadvantages are also obvious. The ruffled Lion King's explanation was reasonable and well-founded, and Bai Xiao, knowing his identity as an insect enthusiast, largely believed him. Since that's the case, Bai Xiao kept his promise and invited the ruffled Lion King into the team. Although Bai Xiao is currently resisting establishing a new intimate relationship, she is well aware that the addition of the angry Lion King would be helpful to the team. At this time, it would be best for her to put aside her personal feelings and choose the greater benefit. After joining the first squad, the frizzy-haired Lion King gave a brief introduction. His stats weren't particularly outstanding, and his weapon was a mid-level longsword he bought from Bai Xiao. He was a male, working as a waiter at the Monster restaurant on the 14th floor. He already been promoted to a full-time employee, and as the supervisor of the human staff on the 14th floor, his salary was higher than a regular waiter's, earning 400 nightmare coins per day. He just experienced the night of the merger, and his dormitory was in Building 26, Unit 3. After this brief self-introduction, the frizzy-haired Lion King repeated what he just said to Bai Xiao in the squad chat, patiently explaining anything that might be unclear. Angry Lion King, I said everything. Please continue to guide me. Wei Shui Yang Yang, you flatter me. From now on, you be our insect advisor. Advisor Angry is great. Angry Lion King, no, just call me Little Angry. I'm just a little Karami. Can I live, Little Karami? Aren't you the Lion King? Angry Lion King, I wasn't thinking of giving myself a more imposing name so people would think I'm invincible and wouldn't dare kick me easily. It's like the camouflage of insects. Same here, if you're weak, you have to pretend to be strong. But we're all teammates, you all know my stats. Why should I pretend in front of you? Just call me Little Blast in private. 18-year-old cleaning lady. Okay, welcome Little Blast to the first team, and thank you for telling us the Dragonfly Monster's weakness. Ethereal Junior Sister, now that we know the Dragonfly Monster's weakness, let's go to the forest dungeon tomorrow and wipe it out. Elegant Pien, agreed. Chapter 198. Bai Xiao chatted with the team members for a while. Around 5 p.m., she messaged Xiao Erwi, telling him she was in the dorm and could come find her. Judging that Xiao Erwi would arrive soon, Bai Xiao started opening the chests. She opened 25 level 3 treasure chests, obtaining 60 level 3 turrets, 35 junk-making tables, 5 ordinary repair tables, 3 iron, 50 wood, 6 cotton, 20 upgrade cards, and 2 bottles of mineral water, 500 milliliters each. Killing the poisonous ant monsters inside the chests yielded 6 poisonous ant agents. The turrets she crafted daily, along with those obtained from the chests, were upgraded together. Currently, she possessed 502 wood, 1 level 2 turret, 2 level 3 turrets, 3 level 4 turrets, and 17 level 5 turrets. Wood X100, exchanged for latex X2, only cotton X13 is needed to upgrade the small bed. Shortly after opening the chest, Little Gray climbed out of the indoor trash can. Without a word, it recycled the level 3 empty treasure chest X25 and gave Bai Xiao steel X25. Currently, Bai Xiao has collected all the steel needed to upgrade the gate, but she has no clue how to get the diamond X10 upgrade material. After finishing its business, Little Gray immediately spoke happily to Bai Xiao. Xiao, it's Tuesday today, didn't you go to work at the monster restaurant? Bai Xiao honestly replied, because the new monsters in the forest dungeon are very strong, we took a day off today to figure out a strategy to deal with them. Little Gray just gave a curt "oh," clearly showing no interest in such matters. Bai Xiao, but I didn't stay in the dormitory the whole day either. Xiao Erwi's curiosity was piqued. Where did you go? The mobile game store is open today. Did you go to the monster weapon forging workshop? Xiao Erwi knew that Bai Xiao had a good relationship with both the manager of the mobile game store and the manager of the monster weapon forging workshop. Perhaps Bai Xiao would visit them occasionally. Bai Xiao sat cross-legged next to the trash can. She wanted to chat happily with Xiao Erwi, but recent events had weighed heavily on her mind, and she couldn't continue living day by day as before. Bai Xiao, I went to Panda Town. Little Erwi was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. Why did you go to Panda Town? Isn't today Panda Town? He didn't finish his sentence, so Bai Xiao added for him, the day of death, right? I was lucky to come back alive, but I figured out the truth about the day of death, so it wasn't a wasted trip. Little Erwi looked worried. Xiao, why did you have to find out all this? Bai Xiao, because I didn't want to live in ignorance. Little Erwi had completely lost the excitement and joy he had when he first met Bai Xiao. Well, it sighed, its brow furrowed. Knowing so much will only make things more tiring. Xiao, you didn't know anything before, and you were fine, weren't you? You didn't worry about these things. Bai Xiao was silent for a moment, then said, I used to live one day at a time, but the longer I stay here, the more people I meet, the more people die, the more unwilling I am to accept this. I want to know the truth about this survival game. Bai Xiao said this without any real meaning. It was simply because she considered Xiao Erhui a friend and was willing to share her thoughts with it. Since there was no other meaning, she naturally hadn't considered how Little Gray would react to these words. But Little Gray, perched on the trash can, suddenly looked very seriously into Bai Xiao's eyes. I understand, Xiao Xiao, I help you. Bai Xiao was stunned for a moment. A warm current seemed to flow into her heart, calming her anxious mood, which had been affected by the day of death. Bai Xiao, thank you, Gray, but since you joined the survival game, it's best not to help me. More than that, I hope you can live well. Little Gray, however, was very confident. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Hearing this, Bai Xiao felt a little relieved. Little Gray said eagerly, now tell me quickly, what exactly happened in Panda Town? Although the rats had joined the survival game, their knowledge was very limited. The day of death was something the monsters of the monster world had always wanted to understand, but had never been able to. If Xiao Xiao told it the truth about the day of death today, given the rats' ability to spread information, the entire monster world would soon know about it. Bai Xiao recounted the events of Panda Town to Xiao Erhui in detail, and told her that she had already informed Hu Yin about it. Xiao Erhui said with a hint of disdain, Hu Yin, the Duke of the Fox Kingdom, his reputation doesn't match his beauty. Bai Xiao, beauty? Xiao Erhui, yes, Hu Yin is the acknowledged most beautiful fox in the Fox Kingdom, but he's arrogant and notoriously sarcastic. Aside from the fox monsters of the Fox Kingdom, who fawn over him, none of us other monsters really like him. I never expected that such an arrogant monster would actually oppose harming humans. Xiao Erhui found it unbelievable. Bai Xiao hesitated. Humans, monsters are multifaceted, definitely not one-dimensional. Maybe it's arrogant, sarcastic, and disliked by both humans and monsters, but it's a good fox? Xiao Erhui sighed, okay, maybe so. Hopefully, those other races brainwashed by the Fox Kingdom will wake up in time after learning the truth about the day of death, put aside their prejudices against humans, and face our common enemy. Although Little Gray said this, it didn't hold out much hope. If, as Xiao Xiao guessed, the Fox King was being controlled, then controlling the Fox King, controlling the chieftains and leaders of other races shouldn't be a problem. Compared to the unpredictable survival game, even if monsters and humans banded together, their strength seemed insignificant. But without banding together, they would definitely die even faster. Little Gray wanted to spread the truth about the day of death as soon as possible, so it didn't stay long today, leaving after only a few words with Bai Xiao. Shortly after Little Gray left, Bai Xiao received a weapon from Iron Hammer. She uploaded the weapon, and it was quickly claimed by the player who paid the deposit yesterday, receiving the remaining 32,760 nightmare coins. Bai Xiao kept 3,276 nightmare coins, and transferred 29,484 nightmare coins to Iron Hammer. Iron Hammer, don't accept deposits today, and don't take any business tomorrow. All illness is gone. What's wrong? Bai Xiao could roughly guess the reason, but she still wanted to ask to confirm. Iron Hammer, tomorrow I'm taking some employees to Panda Town. The monster weapon forging workshop won't be manpower efficient enough to take orders. All illness is gone. Are you going to Panda Town to see if there are any surviving panda monsters? Iron Hammer, you been to Panda Town? All illness is gone. Yes, I got a town visitor pass today and went. Iron Hammer, yes, if there are any surviving monsters, we need to settle them tomorrow, so tomorrow will be very busy. Chapter 199. Bai Xiao thought that Iron Hammer would ask her what happened in Panda Town, just like Little Gray, but it didn't ask anything. Perhaps Iron Hammer felt that even if it understood the truth, it wouldn't change the situation or bring back so many monster lives. In any case, since it didn't ask, Bai Xiao didn't say anything. All illness is cured. I know a panda monster named Little Bamboo Shoot. If it's still alive, please let me know. Iron Hammer, I know. Bai Xiao announced in the Monster Restaurant's chat room that she wouldn't be selling weapons today, and the Monster Restaurant's chat room erupted in groans. What's going on here? Nothing else, I just wanted to ask, is it that we can't buy weapons today, or will we never be able to again? It took me so long to save up enough money. I also want to ask, by Bingquan Xiao boss, do you think we still have a chance? Why did it suddenly stop selling? I can't roll anymore. I couldn't beat those fast-handed Chusheng a few days ago, and today I was all geared up to grab one, but they told me it's sold out? By Bingquan Xiao, can you come out and clarify? Actually, boss, you were just late, right? They're still selling today, right? Maybe I'm just being cheeky by Bing Quan Xiao, boss. How are we supposed to live without your weapons? There were just too many players tagging Bai Xiao. Normally, it's a case of too many players and too few weapons, so it's understandable that everyone can't get one. At least there's something to look forward to every day. But today, Bai Xiao directly told them it wasn't going to be available anymore, and they were all worried that it wouldn't be available again, and they never have a chance again. All diseases cured. Temporary, it will be available again later. What's going on? I'm relieved to hear you say that, boss. Can't stop here, fat cat at all diseases cured. Can we make a deal? I acknowledge you as my big brother, and you teach me. Ugh, you let me get in through connections. Can't roll anymore. It's a survival game. Still using connections? Go line up, red egg. Maybe I'm just cheap at all diseases cured, boss. I'm not that greedy, I just want to be your dog. All diseases cured. I don't keep pets. Bai Xiao was speechless. What kind of people are these? Even if weapons are important in a survival game, they shouldn't be dogs for weapons, right? Unbeknownst to them, the day had already passed, and night had fallen in the survival game. Dear players of Building 44, Unit 4, it's 6 o'clock. I believe many players have guessed it. Today is the third night of cleanup, but even if you guessed it, there's no reward. Bai Xiao was speechless. CC was still as dramatic as ever. But the players in Building 4, Unit 4, and CC were practically bound by a curse. The dormitory building had been merged 3 times, and CC was still their administrator. The 12th night, the third cleanup night, arrived. The number of gray wolf monsters tripled, with 90 appearing on each floor. The cleanup target, players who hadn't cleared the 3rd level of the monster dungeon. Bai Xiao remembered that during the last cleanup night, the number of gray wolf monsters doubled, from 60 to 90. Those players who hadn't cleared the 3rd level of the dungeon probably couldn't escape today. No matter what they did, they were doomed. Although she knew many people would die today, Bai Xiao's first reaction was actually relief. She was relieved that Xiaohua had cleared the 3rd level, and was now on the 4th. The countdown to the appearance of the gray wolf monsters began. 10, 9, 1. The countdown ended, and Bai Xiao heard familiar footsteps and heavy breathing, more numerous and louder than the night she had transmigrated. She looked out the window at the gray wolf monsters, and found that those appearing in the corridor were much larger than she remembered. Gray wolf monster. Monster level, level 3. Monster HP, 400. Monster classification, strength-based. Monster skill, 5-second damage immunity when HP is below 10%. Bai Xiao's pupils dilated instantly upon seeing the details of the gray wolf monsters. If she remembered correctly, the gray wolf monster leader in the 2nd level of the monster realm was only a level 3 monster, with only 300 HP. Now, these ordinary gray wolf monsters were even stronger than the leader. Moreover, what exactly are monster skills? This was the first time she'd seen monster skills in the monster details. Below 10% health, damage immunity for 5 seconds, that means even the most powerful turrets wouldn't be able to deal with them. Although Bai Xiao knew from the last monster rampage that monsters, like human players, leveled up, she hadn't expected leveled up monsters to have skills. So shocked, Bai Xiao stared intently at the gray wolf monsters, then she noticed something amiss. These gray wolf monsters weren't scattering. They were all heading in one direction. Could it be that this cleanup night was about 90 gray wolf monsters surrounding a player, and then defeating them one by one? Bai Xiao opened the chat lobby to see if there was any information she could find. I'm doomed. They're coming for me. I see so many gray wolf monsters, I can't even count them all. What's going on? Is there anyone who can save me? Now Ma, I knew tonight would be the cleanup night. I had a plan, I thought of one during the day. Now it's night, and as tonight's cleanup target, I'm already dead. I rather say my last words than ask for help. Good night, world. Wu bian lu mu xiao xiao xia. It's not that I don't want to save them. It's just that I'm truly powerless. The gray wolf monsters are tripled. How many items would I have to use to save one life? It's really frustrating. Lao Gon Ma Ban Fan and now Ma. That's right, we targets for elimination should just lie down and go to sleep. Maybe if we fall asleep, it won't hurt so much when the werewolves eat us. It's okay, who understands? I actually laughed when I saw that. I don't mean to mock you. I'm also a target for elimination tonight. I was just waiting to die in despair, but seeing someone upstairs say that it won't hurt so much if I fall asleep, I laughed away all my merits. Confused working person. Being eliminated is being eliminated. I lived for so many days, living in constant fear, it's tiring. Now that I'm definitely going to die, I'm not so scared anymore. What's all the chatter about? Do you guys think, when a werewolf pounces on me, can I do what Sister Myling did and gouge out its eyes to scare it away? Bai Xiao opened the chat lobby, as if opening a book of bittersweet humor. After so many days of the survival game, everyone's mindset has changed. From the initial collapse, fear, begging for mercy, and pleading for help, they gradually become numb and indifferent. Even knowing they're going to die today, they can still crack a few jokes. But Bai Xiao doesn't find it funny at all. She knows these people haven't given up on her. They truly have no other choice. That's why they're trying to say something witty before she dies, to lessen the fear and sorrow of death. Chapter 200. Bai Xiao couldn't bear to watch any longer. Her guess was confirmed in the chat lobby. The Grey Wolf monsters of tonight's cleanup night had attacked players, as a group, defeating them one by one. After confirming this, Bai Xiao left the chat lobby and opened the team chat. 18-year-old cleaning lady. I checked the chat lobby, and this time the Grey Wolf monsters are being cleared out using a siege and annihilation method. That's too ruthless. Even if other players want to help, they'd probably just be wasting their items. Swaying Lily. I wonder when the next cleanup night is. Xiaohua, you need to get past level 4 as soon as possible. Can I survive? I'm trying my best. I also want to add skills to my weapon, so I'm sure I can get past level 4. When will the Secret Realm leaderboard rewards include monster weapon forging room invitation cards? All illnesses cured. Maybe next cleanup night, the Grey Wolf monsters will quadruple in number. Not just Xiaohua, we all need to speed up our progress. Bai Xiao still has a monster weapon forging room invitation card, but she doesn't plan to use it. She intends to keep it as a backup plan, to use it as a last resort for her teammates in a critical situation. But it's not that time yet. The elegant Pian, did anyone come to the mobile game store in your dorm today? I think if I don't buy skills for my weapons, the later levels will get harder and harder. The ethereal junior sister, there was a mobile game store in our dorm today, but Pian and I didn't encounter it, otherwise we could have bought the monster weapon forging room invitation card. Wei Shui Yangyang, our dorm building hasn't had the mobile game store yet. Let's see if it comes out tomorrow. Zha Mao Wang, I did run into it in the dorm building last week, but I didn't have enough nightmare coins, so I only bought some turrets and stuff, not cards. Their conversation reminded Bai Xiao that CC was the dorm building manager starting with the number 4, and Qiao Luzi was the manager of the 4 section. Was Qiao Luzi also in charge of dorm building 44? If Qiao Luzi was in charge, it would be easy, but if not, it was hard to say whether she would even encounter the mobile game store. Bai Xiao immediately opened her chat with Qiao Luzi and sent her a message. By Bingquan Xiao, Lulu, did you merge into building 44 last night? Are you in charge of building 44? It was already late, and Qiao Luzi should have been off work long ago. Usually, if Bai Xiao sent it a message outside of work hours, it would reply quickly. But today, Bai Xiao waited a long time before Qiao Luzi replied. Chalas, sorry Xiao Xiao, I've been so busy lately, I forgot to tell you, I'm no longer in charge of the 4th division. Bai Xiao was shocked. Chalas wasn't in charge of the 4th division anymore? Would they still have a chance to meet? All illnesses vanished. Why? I was thinking of using the lucky cat to visit you on Sunday. Does this mean we won't see each other anymore? Crying, Chalas, no you will. The lucky cat was a gift from me. Using it will only teleport you to the shop I manage, so you can still see me. Bai Xiao felt a little better. Although Chalas wasn't the manager of the 4th division anymore, it seemed to be still coming to the shop. What was going on? All illness is gone. Where's the shop you're managing now? Jules, my older brother transferred me back to the Monster World shop. I'm now the manager of the biggest shop in the Monster World. Because I just took over, I've been really busy lately. I didn't mean to keep it from you. Bai Xiao understood, but so, the little princess's training is over. If that's the case, Jules' older brother, Caramel, doesn't seem so bad after all. Jules has only been out for a few days, and hasn't suffered much, yet she's been transferred back so quickly. However, Jules said she's now managing the biggest shop in the Monster World, and she can use the lucky cat to go to the shop she manages. Does that mean she's unlocked a new map? Since it's the biggest shop in the Monster World, the items there should be more complete, right? It seems worth looking forward to. Where is the biggest mall in the Monster World? Bai Xiao asked. In the Fox Kingdom. Bai Xiao, huh? Our cat monster business is all over the Monster World, and the Fox Kingdom has a particularly strong consumer base. Although we cat monsters don't approve of some of their practices, My older brother said that nightmare coins are innocent. Bai Xiao Bai Xiao couldn't help but worry. If she went there to buy something and encountered another fox monster shopping, wouldn't they assassinate her like Mei Gintian did last time? Shopping at Xiao Luzi's place felt a bit dangerous. Don't worry, Xiao Xiao. You're a diamond VIP in our mall. When you come to our mall, you have a private reception room, and all the item details will be handed to you so you can freely choose your favorite items. In other words, apart from our receptionist, no other monsters can approach you, guaranteeing your safety. This diamond VIP treatment is quite high. It's worth spending so many nightmare coins. All illnesses cured. Of course I trust Lele. So, who's the manager in charge of Unit 4, Building 44? Collitz, I happen to know him. I have him pick you up from Dormitory 4444 in Unit 4, Building 44 tomorrow. All illnesses cured. Then I won't be polite, thank you Lele. Is this what it feels like to be friends with the princess? She only mentioned it, and the princess sent a monster tomorrow. Tomorrow she's testing whether she can get on good terms with the new manager, and see if she can get him to go to the floors of 18 and Xiaohua, so they can buy 3 monster weapon forging room invitation cards. Collitz, no need to be so polite with me, but I'm very busy lately, and might not have time to chat with you. All illness is cured. It's okay, work is the most important thing. I believe Lele will definitely become the most capable manager in the cat monster empire. Not as amazing as Xiao Xiao said. I'm going to get busy now. Let's chat again next time. Goodbye. All illness is cured. Okay, goodbye. Bai Xiao told the team that the mobile game store would be coming to Building 44, Unit 4 tomorrow. 18-year-old cleaning aunt. I hope they come to the 18th floor. I bought the monster weapon forging room invitation card, and will immediately upgrade my weapon and increase my skills. I guarantee I can pass the 5th level of the monster secret realm tomorrow. Can I live? I hope they come to the 46th floor. Wait, I realized I don't have enough nightmare coins. A monster weapon forging room invitation card costs 500 nightmare coins. Upgrading a mid-level weapon to a high-level weapon costs 1600 nightmare coins, and increasing skills costs 3000 nightmare coins. This is simply unaffordable for ordinary players.